Well, welcome along, folks, and we are finally live here at the Nazaré Pro 2015. We're down here at Praia do Norte, lovely little beach just on the north side, of course, of the headland. And welcome along to the webcast to Nuno Cardoso. Of course, we picked him up at Sintra and we dragged him along here to Nazaré. Good morning.
Bom dia, good morning to everyone who's watching. Bonjour, buenos dias. And this is the second day here at the Nazaré Pro, and we're starting off with the men's round. First heat.
Yeah, that's right. The swell only just arriving. We got here at first light this morning, and I was a little concerned because it was pretty small. But we're just starting to see the waves roll in now, and the swell is anticipated to rise throughout the day, so we can expect a bigger rise. We do have some scores locked in at the moment, a 4.75 and a 675. Top two scores there for Sameia Monteiro from Portugal. What can you tell us about that kid?
Yeah, he's a youngster from local from Carcavelos. He lives in that area, and both Simão and Mauro Bandeiras are locals on that area, and they've been through bodyboarding schools since a young age. So those are the kind of guys that we need to watch out, as they are the new guns and the new blood here in Portugal.
Yeah, there's some very good talent coming through, that's for sure. So at the moment, it's Sameia Monteiro in the lead. He's, as I said, looking to replace the 475 first wave. Mauro Bandeiras sitting in second spot. His whites had a four and a 5 effectively. That's the current heat leader on screen there at the moment. And Anthony Weaver from... is that Aruba? I think it is.
He is. Anthony. From Aruba,
yeah, he's from Aruba. Is out there in the red singlet. So that's the first heat of the day. Heat number 2 is coming up next, mate. Who can we expect to see?
Yeah, we're going to see the likes of Pedro Correia, a fellow Portuguese man. It's an all Portuguese affair on the next one. Pedro Correia hails from Açores Islands, island called São Miguel. Then we got António Saraiva, which is a local from Lisbon, in the Lisbon area. And then João Imaginário, the same, as they are mainly local in the Carcavelos beach, which is the main beach near Lisboa. So as we can see here in Nazaré, we saw something that we didn't saw a lot in Sintra, unfortunately, and the Portuguese storm just is coming for this one.
Yeah, lovely stuff, isn't it? It's good to see so much talent coming through, not just Portugal, but all parts of the world. We're going to be rolling through 8 heats of the first round of the men's here this morning. Then we'll go into round 3 of the women's. Of course, there's 4 heats there, and there's some real interesting clashes coming up in this one. Nuno, of course, we've got 3 of the title contenders, Alexandra Rinder, Isabella Souza, and, of course, Alex Rinder is going to be fighting for a world title today. In fact, I bought the world title cup along there just in case we happen to get a situation where someone wins it. I'm not too sure if today it's mathematically possible. If Craig Haddon is back there in Australia, maybe just send me a message on Facebook to let me know that. But I got a feeling that, you know, if 2 girls fall out of this round and 1 girl goes through in the form of Alex, you know, we might see a situation where there's a possible crowning of the world champion, but I more than likely think that will happen tomorrow.
Yeah, well, there's one thing for sure. We're going to crown the women's world champion here at Nazaré. So there's still 3 contenders still in the venue. And my God, it's going to be a battle to the end, I think it's not going to be today. I hope it's not going to be today. And I hope that the girls take it all the way to the end so we have a nice show up here in Nazaré.
All right, well, at the moment, we're into the first heat of the day. There's only about 4 minutes remaining in this one. And you can see on screen at the moment, it is White is currently in second place, needing a 6:51 to take the lead. Sameia Monteiro is currently in the lead. And the young kid from Aruba is really struggling for waves. But have a look at this one out the front here. It looks like a nice-looking little left-hander coming through. And that's more of the stuff that we've come here for to Praia do Norte. And you can see nice little wedges. Oh, yes, sweet invert as well. And very good stuff there from the surfer in the white singlet, who's looking for a pretty big score, a 6.51. I got a feeling he may, in fact, have done that.
Yeah, this is one of the biggest sets so far. But still, this is the first heat of today. But I think the waves are coming. We just can see in front of us, because we have a beautiful view out of the booth into Praia Grande. And this is like classical and typical Praia do Norte. The waves are really close to the shore, and out of the blue just comes a set. And like it did just now with a 3-foot set, and now you see nothing. And Mauro Bandeiras did a good job on that one, packing up 2 rolls. The first one was really good and extended. Let's see if the judges deem that at a 6.519. They just give him a 6, not enough, but still, they will advance. I don't think that Anthony Weaver is out there. I haven't seen him yet. Maybe he was a little bit late or something, but the boys from Maruba are here since the Sintra event, so I hope Anthony didn't fall asleep.
Yeah, a bit of a shame because we did post on the the APB Facebook page and also the Nazaré Pro Facebook page and the websites that the contest would be a 7 o'clock or 7:15 check-in with a 7:30 start. We have a massive day of competition here today, folks, at Praia do Norte. We need to make up for a bit of lost time yesterday. We only surfed 8 heats of the girls before the tide came in and pretty much killed it. We're coming off a high tide this morning at the moment, Nuno, and that's why it's pretty slow out there right now.
Yeah, but usually this happens in Praia do Norte. Every swell that's here, imagine if it was like 6 foot, you can have like a 12-foot set coming in the middle of the session. This is how crazy Praia do Norte is. Unfortunately, with the forecast that we have, which is a little bit strange in this time of year, we didn't get much waves so far, but we have a swell on the rise. There's something there. There's a nice period for these waves out there. And I think that Praia do Norte will deliver today, so that's why we're pushing through all of these rounds today and try to make the best of what we got. But basically, we got some pretty sweet conditions out there with waves with a range of 3 foot, and I think that most competitors will be happy with this, as I can see more and more lines coming up, and there's a lot of waves spread all over the beach. That is one of the things that characteristics you have here in Praia do Norte. There's a wide range of sand bottoms that you can choose from, and you place yourself. And I think this is a good place to have a competition because the riders will be spread out throughout the beach, and you don't have to hassle for a wave. I think that will be the main factor as well during competition today, as it will be kind of a luck matter. You will be standing where the waves are coming, and basically that's pretty much it. But we're still waiting for the swell to rise, and I think throughout the day we'll see a lot of that, and some surprise sets will come, and I think everyone that's visiting Nazaré this time of year, especially for competing, will enjoy his chance to have this beach all for himself during that heat. Basically, like I said, everyone will be pretty much spread out. As I see just out of the front, some sets approaching. Like I see, we already have like waves in the 3 foot range. So as we see, maybe Mauro Bandeiras paddling for this one as he goes for another, trying to get a 5.51 to move him to first place. As we see him driving this left, let's see if he can find something on the inside section, and he goes for it, and he goes for a nice reverse, but unfortunately he cannot stick it. And we just heard the buzzer as we watch a right-hander from Simão Monteiro, and he goes for a reverse as well. Could not complete that one, as I can see up from the front. You guys didn't see that on screen, but we have here in the booth a lovely front view, and I wish this maybe could be my home, because with this big windows and all the light coming in through, and I have a perfect view of the competition area as we start the second heat of round 1. Remember, this is only day 2 of the Nazaré Pro, and we already have in the water Pedro Correia, as I told earlier, from San Miguel Island up in the Azores, riding the red singlet, and in the white singlet we have Antonio Saraiva, Portuguese as well, and like I said, it's a all Portuguese affair, this one. And we got João Imaginário, a close friend of mine. I grew up bodyboarding with this guy, and we are all from the same group. And when we were grommets and going to the beach in buses and trains and what kind of transport we could find back then, so to take us to the beach. Nowadays, it's a little bit more easy for the likes of guys like Simão Monteiro and Mauro Bandeiras we just saw in the previous heats. And they actually, some of them are students of João Imaginário, who is currently in the seat with the yellow singlet, and it's kind of funny to see this clash of generations. And as we see the first wave of black, I think, or is that the free surfer? ARS there, but there's no black on this seat, so that must be a free surfer. But as you can see, and I can see from here, you cannot see it, sorry. We have the competition area, and then we have a wide range of sand bottoms all around in the surrounding area for guys to train for their upcoming heats, or even have a free surf if you're not even in the competition. This is how cool Praia do Norte is. And like I said, everyone gets really spread out, and there's plenty of waves for everyone as the waves and the swell bounces off that huge cliff that we see on our left side, and probably see it on camera, and it wedges all the waves up the beach, and we got multiple peaks here, and I think there's a wide range of variety for grabs today during competition, and we'll probably see some really good action as the day unfolds, as we wait still for the first wave of any of the riders in this heat. Like I told you, in red, Pedro Correia from Portugal, all Portuguese affair, like I told you, and white, António Saraiva, and in yellow, João Imaginário. Right now we are going through 20-minute heats, 10 wave maximum, and of course 2 best waves count. No priority system is applied at this time, as we see the red Pedro Correia driving through this sled, 360 already, and he goes for the backflip. Can he land it? Unfortunately he didn't. And in the up front run riding, we got António Saraiva going for this one, and he goes for a nice and extended roll on that ride, and he just kicks out. That's a good wave to start for António Saraiva. And if Pedro would land that backflip, it would be a pretty interesting wave to start this heat, and post up a really nice high score just from the beginning of this heat. So let's see what the judges deem that, as we just watch the water patrol jet ski come in, and we're all sweet here at day 2 of the Nazaré Pro, here in the beautiful villa of Nazaré, and in the amazing Praia do Norte. I call it amazing because so many stories of bodyboarding tales and surfing tales that we can have here, as we watch the rider in red waiting for another backflip. Unfortunately, once again, he doesn't land it, and we see the rider in white getting busy early in this heat, but he opts to kick out of that one, as the wave then had the potential he wanted. And we got the first score for the white. That was a 425 for that roll. And for the forward spin and attempted failed backflip, Pedro Correia posted at 325, and he posts now another 1.5 for that attempted backflip. And right now, António Saraiva with that in and out just scored a 0.75. And we're still waiting for the first wave of João Imaginário, as he paddles a little bit down south the beach, as we watch some waves tumbling into the sand, into the shores here. And let's wait for still for those waves and those scores. But like I was saying, Pedro Correia, the rider in red, is a real talented young rider from Azores Islands. And I had the chance in the Sintra Pro, while I was commentating in the booth, to talk with one of the pioneers of bodyboarding there, Sergio Rego, who is actually competing, I think, in this round as well. We'll see him in competition too, as we watch maybe the rider in red. That's correct. We're talking about him, and he just goes for a roll on that ride and just kicks out, trying still to build up score. Plenty of time still, 14 minutes, as we watch the rider in yellow go for his first wave. That's João Imaginário. Let's see what he can do up there. And for 360 pin, and then got stuck on that one. Simão. Yeah, and I think the official scores, as Teza was asking, I think that Simão took that first heat over Mário Bandeiras, and I think Anthony Weaver went MIA this morning, and we didn't see the likes of him. Sorry for the Ruba team, not making it. As we see a nice set coming in into the shores of Praia do Norte. And like I told you, we'll see more and more of those as the day progresses and as competition progresses, as we see the rider in white trying to place himself in the better position for this wave, as we will ride this right-hander, I think. Let's see what he can do on this one. António Saraiva from Portugal. He just picks up this right-hander, tries to gain some speed to get to the end section. Let's see what he can do, and he goes for a nice roll, and he lands it. As you can see, the wave just finishes almost in the sand. This is how peculiar Praia do Norte is, and maybe sometimes we have here 9-foot, 10-foot waves, and they'll be breaking on the same spot as you're watching now. This beach is crazy, I tell you. This beach is insane, and what we do have here is a lack of swell. Unfortunately, it's something strange, as we are already on autumn season, and this is the end of September, going into October. And usually, if I had to bet for a season here at Praia do Norte, I would choose actually October, because it's, if my memory doesn't fail me, this has been the best month in the last years, in the beginning of the season, where the sand bottoms are here because of summer, and the waves just keep pushing and pushing until the big storms come up, maybe in December and January, and we'll get the likes of Garrett McNamara and all those jet ski crews here trying to break world record year after year. And this is, like I told you, this is not usual. This is a swell magnet. This is the beach in Portugal that picks up most swell, and on any given day, this is the smallest you'll get on any given day. So I just saw a wave spit out in front of the booth here where the jet ski is, and oh my God, I think we're gonna get a really nice day today and even tomorrow, as I saw another spit, and the competitors are a little bit on the right side, as you can see on the screen. The rider in red riding this one, going for a nice ARS, and he lands it. Oh my God, Pedro Correa, who usually sticks these moves like in his sleep, cannot pull a backflip today, as you watch the rider in white packing up for a barrel, and he comes out. As like I told you through the doggy door, but I told you that I think as the day progresses and we go through the rounds, we get better and better waves. And I just saw two waves spit just in front of us, a little bit left to where the camera is pointing right now. And where do you see this rider surfing? And we already have João Imaginário, the rider in yellow, on that place waiting for those left-handers that we saw. Two left-handers spit, and it was like in the range of the 3-foot. And I was saying this is a very crazy beach, and sets come out of nowhere. It's like you'll have a flat spell, and then out of the blue will come a 3-foot wave and spitting and throwing it a nice ball or something like that. And I think there's a lot of potential for riders for today, and I think it's be as well a matter of luck, because the beaches and the peaks are well spread. As we watch the rider in red once again, Pedro Correa, getting pretty busy on this. Hit 360, a nice extended roll on that one. Can he connect to the inside and push one maneuver more? And he does. As we watch the rider in white, António Saraiva, going for it, but the wave just closes out on him, and he gets out of that one. And if you see up front, one more set, and I think this will turn out to be a epic show, an epic battle, as we watch fishing boat going through. As we know, Nazaré is a fishing village, and a lot of fishing going on around these parts. And some of the best fish that you can eat in Portugal is picked up here. And with this calm seas, trust me, this is our very calm seas, Nazaré-wise. I think we'll see fishing boats all day long, as they will make the best of the conditions that are very favorable during this time of year, which is kind of amazing to see, because usually on a day like today, on a very good October, end of September day, we'll have at least 5 foot here, just even if it's not offshore or glassy like it is today. you'll just have those waves, and the waves just keep on coming and coming, and this sand gets pounded year, day after day, and it's gonna get pounded today as the swell arrives during today's competition, and as well tomorrow, because we got a nice forecast for today and tomorrow, and I don't want to call it. I don't want to call it a bad forecast. The rest of the days, we still need to wait for those forecasts to kind of show us what they're gonna do. But at least the swell is here today. Fortunately, there's no wind, so we got pretty glassy conditions and favorable conditions for a nice day of competition, eh, Terry?
Yeah, really nice, and just might put a little post up on the Facebook page and see if we can get a few people to do a couple of shout-outs. Coming off an early high tide here at Praia do Norte today for day number 2 of the Nazaré Pro, and last night, of course, we had an incredible official welcoming ceremony up there at the lighthouse, the old 500-year-old fortress, and oh my goodness, what a incredible tourist site that is.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's like it's the same as Sintra. We've got a lot of sightseeings and especially those lookouts. And I think those are history lookouts that we got spread out all over Portugal. And that famous tower, that famous fort, which is now a lighthouse, has so many stories to tell. As I think for those 500 years, he's pounded by huge waves, as we have a world record there in Nazaré with the biggest wave surf there in front of that fort.
Yeah, well, we had Walter, the mayor of Nazaré, come along and did an official welcome and put his commitment towards the contest, which was nice to see. He said, for as long as I'm in power, I'm going to make sure that this thing happens, which was really nice. And, of course, he's very switched on to the whole surf tourism industry. He realizes that surf tourism is $1 billion industry these days, and you can bring a lot of people, a lot of money to town by promoting the town in this way. And he's very switched on, mate. We ended up, Mike Stewart and myself, went out for dinner with Walter last night to a fancy restaurant, had probably the best meal I've ever had. And, we're going to get back to the action now, and it looks like he's up and riding for yellow.
Yeah, João Imaginário is driving through this left. He's in last place, in third place in this heat, and he goes for a nice roll. He already packs the 6 points here, and he needs a backup score, as his first wave was 175, and that's a throwaway.
Sounds Imaginario, what a cool name, and it sounds like he's kind of like imagining what he can possibly do on the waves here at Nazaré today. Well, we're just waiting for his score to come through. It takes him into second spot, so that's not a bad one for Imaginario. It's a 4.65. So Pedro Carrera is in the lead. We've got João Imaginario sitting in second place, now needing a 5:01 to move into the lead, and Antonio Saraiva, is it?
Saraiva. It's spelled incorrectly on the screen. It's Saraiva,
Gotcha.
which is a very common Portuguese name. As we see Pedro Correa going for this ride, and he needs to ditch 3.5, and I think he's going to do it with this roll. Will increase a lot, but he already packs a 7.5 with that forward spin, nice forward spin up in the lip, and then 2 rolls as we watch the replay of this ride, and let's see what the judges deem this. Not one of the bigger waves, but he goes for a nice roll. He lands it. Maybe he's trying to better off that 3.75, and he does, like 3.9. It's what he gets, and he consolidates his lead. Right after him is João Imaginário, which packs up 10.65 with that last wave that we saw, adding to a 6. Now struggling in third place and wanting for a position first or second to progress to the next round is Antonio Saraiva with a 4.25 and a 3.9. He needs a 6.41, which is not impossible for this rider. Usually you don't see Antonio Saraiva competing. He's more of a free surfer, soul surfer, and but this year I'm friends with him on Facebook. He's all pumped up to come and compete on this beach because he knows what this beach can deliver, and maybe his free surf skills can do some harm here as we watch the rider in yellow going for this one, going for a nice roll there, punching through the lip, and he's a very experienced rider. And I think that he will surf very smart here. Like I said, João Imaginário is a close friend of mine. I grew up surfing with this guy. This guy was part of my grommet crew back in the day, and he's now as a bodyboarding school, and he teaches young kids, and probably like maybe at least 5 of his students are here competing today. So that must be so gratifying for him, and still competing, the guy.
Yeah, I love the whole concept of the bodyboard coaching here in Portugal, and I must tell you, mate, that you guys are probably leading the world when it comes to that sort of stuff. We don't have a lot of the former pro guys that are really mentoring and coaching the kids in Australia, but it's something that we must look at, because you guys are really, as I said, laying down the gauntlet there, and we want to keep up with the rest of the world. Australia and Hawaii dominated world bodyboarding for a long time there, but the pendulum is swinging a little bit, mate, as we see red. Nice big strong roll there for Pedro Correa, and he is looking to try and strengthen his position in this heat. He's had a 7.5 and a 3.9. I've got a feeling he'll get rid of that second best score now, and João Imaginario getting a little froth monster and punching off a nice little roll. Let's check the split peak here, and you can just see that one major manoeuvre. The very clean stuff there from Pedro, and that kid's got some skills.
Yeah, it does. It actually, for me, is one of the best young riders out of Portugal, and he hails from São Miguel Island in Açores, alongside with Rodrigo Riggio and a couple of kids there. And they are amazing. I had Sergio Rego, which was one of the pioneers. He is one of the pioneers up in São Miguel, and I asked how they get that good, and he just tells me that we got good waves, and the waves are there. And imagine you living on an island with good waves and not much people surfing. So I think what happens there is that they get so many waves, they get to surf so many waves during a session. They eventually get really good and get to train a lot, you know, not like in a main Lisbon area where the beaches are crowded and maybe you don't have so many waves that you can go to because you have to share the waves. But talking about João Imaginário and the schools and the coaching, I think that's really important, and we've been watching a lot of pros and ex-pros and people involved in bodyboarding for many years now, coaching kids and teaching them about the sport, how to behave in the water, how to proceed, and mainly they have as well competition teams, and they take them to the junior championships all over Portugal, and I think that's where they get all the experience, and it's a nice platform. And fortunately, now we got this event in Nazaré and another platform to have these young competitors go for it in the world scene.
Yeah, that's right. And I said before, we don't have too many of those. So Lily Pollard, of course, one of Australia's and the world's best women's riders. Lily's probably watching. She's got a bodyboard school down on the south coast. She does really well with that sort of stuff. But at the moment, we are into the second heat of the day. We're down into the mad minutes, just under 60 seconds remaining. Pedro Correa in the red singlet leads this heat ahead of João Imaginario. Also, they're all Portuguese riders, most of them in this first round of competition anyway. And we're very stoked to have Nuno back here and, talking us through it, because he's not only... we've not only discovered another awesome webcaster, but he just knows his stuff, this guy, and of course he's been involved with the scene around here for a number of years. Also just put up a little picture of this morning's wave there, a nice little peak coming through out the front that I captured earlier, and I've just thrown up a comment, where are you watching from? We would love to hear from you people. Jump on the APB Facebook page and tell Nuno and I where you are watching from. Antonio
Saraiva, and he's going for his last wave.
Whoa.
He needed a 6.41, and he goes for 2 rolls on this one. We'll see what the judges deem that, as it was a smaller wave, but I'm not a judge, and we have to wait for it. But during this second heat of round 1, Pedro Correa dominated. He got busy really early. He missed a few moves at the beginning as we watch the replay of the West Wave of White, Antonio Saraiva, and he goes for a nice roll there, and he connects the sweep all the way into the inside, packs it with another roll. I'm not sure what the judges deemed that, but we start the next heat, and action is already on with Martin Moredian, the vice champion at the Nazaré Pro, but DK division,
Sure.
going for it.
Mixing it up.
Yeah, he did the same thing in the Sintra. I think he got knocked out real early in the first rounds of the men's division, but is back here and going for it once again. And it's nice to see a rider from Guadeloupe here competing in Portugal as he takes on Guilherme Guerra, a local kid from Carcavelos as well. And I think, I don't think he actually is a student of João Imaginário. As you could see it, I could tell you, there's a lot of kids that come up from bodyboarding schools and they have the mentality and they have the coaching and the training and they are competing. And actually this kid in the red singlet is really good, and I hope that he can perform so we can see a little bit of him. As in yellow we have Pedro Levi from Portugal as well, which is a young rider as well. And I think all the Portuguese waited for this event, and maybe they counted up the money that they had in their pocket and didn't have to choose between Sintra and this one, and they chose this one.
Yeah, we thought that would be the case as we see the boys just positioning themselves in the lineup. I guess we're smack bang in between a left and right hand peak here, folks. This morning, talking of left and right hand peaks, I've put a picture up on the APB Facebook page. It's the top story there, and we've asked, where are you guys watching from? And the first comment came from a guy called Lane Gregg out there in California, and he's asking, when are you guys coming to America? That, Mr. Gregg, is a great question. I, in fact, lived for about 6 months way back, like 15 years ago. I lived at Newport Beach, California,
oh my
17th Ave, and surfed the wedge every afternoon when the flags went down. But yeah, and I would love to see an event, even if it was a specialty event. I'd love to see one at the wedge in America because it's just a crazy wave, and it would be an incredible spectacle. There's several associations that run competitions throughout mainland America. And we're endeavouring to touch base with those guys and, try and bring the World Tour to mainland America, because we really need to do that. Of course, it's been, in Hawaii for a long time, but it's been a very long time since we've had a World Tour event in America. Well, that first wave score came through for Marty Meridian. It was a 2.5. You can see yellow just getting in position for this right-hander, Nuna.
Yeah, and he just see the sun on his face right now as the sun just popped up the hill here in Nazaré, and he goes for a nice roll. That's Pedro Levi, and he did good on that wave, and let's see what it's deemed for. And now we see a nice ball on the right hander here for Martin Moredian, and like I told you, the waves will start to come, and that was a really nice ramp that he had over there. As you watch Guilherme Guerra, the rider from Portugal, in the red singlet for him for a nice roll on this left, but unfortunately he didn't land it. He just got bounced off the back of that wave. As we see the riders from the previous heat coming up the beach, and I'm still waiting for that last of White, but I don't think that he made the cut. We're still waiting for that official results of the last heat, and we'll give him back to you as soon as we can. And yeah, speaking of shout-outs, please do come into the Facebook page, APB Tour. Give us a shout-out. Tell us where you're watching. You can comment on anything, on anyone, and we'll give a shout-out back to you as we are here live, day 2, E3 round 1 of men's division here at the Nazaré Pro. And going back to America, as we watch the rider in red there in a small right-hander, he goes for a roll, and he just packs out of that one. Getting busy. Maybe redeeming himself from that first roll on the left-hander that he didn't land. But going back to the subject about America, I know that in America there are so many riders. I used to watch the No Friends movie, and I would be like looking at Americans saying, oh, they're light years ahead of us. And there was so much talent coming out from America. And we got all those movies, all those clothing brands, the bodyboard brands, and it kind of died. And unfortunately, I don't know what happened up there with the bodyboarding community, but I don't think the body community died. There's a lot of riders that I know that live in America still, and they still got their national tour. And sometimes you watch videos about that, and you can see they got the waves, they got the riders. And unfortunately, we don't see a lot of American riders here. I don't know what the reasons are, but I hope to see more American riders doing the World Tour, and even better having the World Tour in America, so we can have maybe riders getting into this and maybe posting up some really good results in the America event, and then maybe getting inspired to go do the World Tour. But meanwhile, like I said, go on the Facebook page, APB Tour, give us a shout out. Tessa McKenna just posted a nice picture of the peak we have in front of us here in the booth, as we got these nice windows looking into the sand here at Praia do Norte. And give us a shout out where you're watching from, and we'll give a shout out back to you and make this more interesting, as we can have an interaction here with our viewers from all over the world. As we now in the water have E3 round 1 of men here at the Nazaré Pro. This is the first time this event is being held here, and like you said, you had dinner with the president of the council, and I hope that this is not the last, because I think this could turn out one of the best stops in the World Tour from upcoming years, man.
For sure. We were sitting there last night having a lovely meal with Walter, the man from Nazaré, and he said to me, "So, Terry, how do we make the contest better?" And I said, "Walter, we've had 8 heats. Give me a chance to run the thing." But he's so keen to make this one of the best events in the world. And, of course, the GMAC phenomenon, the Garrett McNamara is Garrett's actually here in town at the moment, and he's cruising around. And I said to Walter last night, "You reckon we'd be able to get Garrett in the booth?" He said, "Yeah, I'm pretty sure he'll come down and have a talk with us." So that'll be very cool to talk to Garrett and throw to some of the footage of him surfing these massive waves here at Nazaré. Well, it's a little slow this morning because we're off the back of an early high tide, but the swell is just arriving, folks. A brand new swell that's expected to get up around 3 to 4 feet over the next 2 days, and we're going to see some really cool action here. But for now, there's some fun little shore breaks coming through, isn't there, Nuno?
Yeah, and we watched Martin Meridian going for a 2-roll combo on this wave, and the last one was really good. He found a really good inside section. He had the speed. He had a nice bottom turn there, and he just went for it, and he's going to post a big score, maybe the highest score of the heat so far, as we're still waiting for the scores of the first waves. I don't know if something is stuck, but I do see the clock moving here on our screen, and we're just waiting for those scores. I don't think that the judges took so much time to judge those waves. Something maybe is wrong there, and maybe you're not watching the scores at home. Same here with us in the live webcast, but we are fixing it. Yesterday we didn't have a live webcast because the internet connection here was not good enough for it, but now everything is sorted out, and like you said, Walter, the mayor here, is making sure everyone and everything really enjoys this place and really goes smooth this event here.
Yeah, that's right. We'll get Walter in, and you guys will be able to meet him yourselves. And it's pretty clear once you meet Walter for like 10 seconds why he got voted in as the mayor. He's one of the coolest guys ever, and he's not from a political background. And that's why people love him around here. Big shout out, as we said, to Lane Gregg watching from California, Justin Becker on the Gold Coast. We've got Fabio Venzella from Norway. Massive slabs here, he says, in Norway. That's interesting stuff there, Fabio. Lewis Sumner is watching from Yamba in Australia. Steve Curtin from Sydney. And it looks like we've got Beefoy back. And he says, yeah, it would be interesting to see a wedge contest. And, let's keep the fingers crossed for that kind of stuff. We do have some pretty good contacts in mainland America, including Jay Reel, the infamous legendary Jay Reel, who I tell you, Jay's been running triathlons and stuff these days, and you should see how fit that guy is.
Yeah, alongside with Manny Vargas. I'm close friend with Manny, and those guys are doing those events. And I never saw Manny so fit. Shout-outs to Manny Vargas, former commentator at the World Tour. I think if we have a stop in America, for sure Manny Vargas will go into the booth and do one of those crazy booms. That was an icon for the sport and the live webcasts here at the World Tour.
Yeah, oh God, don't we all miss those booms. And shout out to Manny. And, of course, he's with U Riding these days. U Riding's got a brand new game on the market, so make sure you check that one out. And Scotty Mace from Newcastle, Australia, is also watching the webcast from my lovely hometown of Newcastle, which has a wave very similar to this about 40 minutes up the coastline called Boxy. It's a nice little split peak scenario at the moment. We're just sticking with the guy in the white singlet, and that is Martin Meridian. Martin, of course, we're just waiting for those scores to come through from that previous update. And Vilma Vincenti is also going to be in a little later on today. She's just sent me a message on Facebook saying she's about 45 minutes away, and we'll get her to do those interviews a little later on.
Yeah, for sure. And we just watched Martin Meridian pack up a nice flip on that left, and I think it's building a really nice score. What he didn't do on the Sintra, he's doing it here and putting Guilherme Guerra and Pedro Levi against the ropes on this one. We still need to wait for a replay. I don't know if that's possible from the rider in yellow that rode that right-hander, and I don't know what he did because actually I was concentrating as we watched the replay. Thanks, guys, here at the live webcast, always professional. He packed up a little nice small barrel there, and he goes for a reverse on the inside. That might be a nice wave for Pedro. I don't know what the scores are, but that's an interesting wave, and I'm pretty curious to watch what judges think of that, because we'll start to see ramps, we'll have barrels during the day, and those kind of things will mix up the bag over at the judges panel, so they can have a pretty amazing different moves and situations on the waves today. And things will get interesting in score-wise, because we'll see a lot of different action as we see two guys paddling out there for the set that's coming. And let's see what happens here as we watch maybe Pedro Levi taking this left. Now he opts just to look at it. But we watch Guilherme Guerra on the tip of that wave going for it. And he's got a nice ramp there. Goes for a nice roll, nice extended roll on the bowl there. And then goes for another roll on the end section. And this is a good wave for Guilherme Guerra, which I think was struggling. I'm not so sure. I don't have the scores here as we watch Pedro Levi, not on the screen, but I'm watching in front of me live and direct, going for a nice wave. And I think that is trying to get barreled. And on the left side next to us, we see a set coming in and another spit on this left. I don't know why the riders are not on this, but we got three surfers on it. And like I told you, the swell is coming up as we go through the replay of Guilherme Guerra's wave. And he goes for a nice roll on that bowl. And he goes for another extended roll on that end section. And I think probably this could be the high-scoring wave of the heat next to Martin's two-roll as well. And he packed up a nice flip, and it was still waiting for the scores.
Yeah, lovely stuff there. He got a lot of pop, didn't he? Guilherme Guerra, is it?
Guerra, which means war in Portuguese.
Ah, he's going to war. Well, if we had GT, this is GG, and there's White just getting a bit of a wave there. And
that was yellow.
Oh, it's yellow. Excuse me, Pedro Levi as well. We're watching some of the young Portuguese guys here today, and Martin Meridian, of course, leading the heat is from Guadalupe. We're just waiting for those scores to come through. It seems to be some kind of a slight issue with the scoring widget. Just coming from refresh, we'll try and get to the bottom of that. Actually, I might just slip out of the booth here, Nunu, and see if I can get that sorted out.
Yeah, go do your stuff. Tessa McKenna is a very busy man during these comps, and he's all over the place. He's like a Tasmanian devil, and he has to make sure that the event is going smoothly. And he's the bridge between all of the activities that's going there. The live webcast, the panel judges, the organizer, the mayor. As you can see, that he had last dinner with him, and Mike Stewart. And this is what Association of Professional Bodyboarders is doing this year for the World Tour. They're making sure everything goes smoothly throughout all of the events. And this is the European leg. We got two stops here in Portugal. This is stop number 2 at Nazaré. And things are looking really good as we watch set after set just pounding the shores here at the Praia do Norte. And we see Martin Meridian from Guadalupe going for it. As we see a barrel, I told you the waves are going to be here, and this is going to be a very interesting contest to judge, as there will be a mixed bag of moves and action in the water. I'm really waiting for the scores to come up to see what the judges are thinking of these, because either you, like I said, when I was in Sintra, either you get a big nice barrel or get a big nice bowl or end section, and you can do great moves here in Nazaré, like we watch now. Pedro Levi flipped this right-hander and still going for it and packing it up with a roll here on the inside. And he takes it all the way into the sand, as you can see. And this is how special Praia do Norte is. If this was like a 6 to 8 foot day, the waves would be breaking on the same place. How crazy is that? This is how good the wave gets, and as big as it gets small, hollow. It wedges more, and it will get more barrels, more ramps. And this is, like I said, this is an amazing venue to be at here at Portugal. And I think one of the best beach breaks that we can have a bodyboarding contest, if not the best, alongside maybe Super Tubos and another couple of beach breaks here in Portugal. But definitely this one and Super Tubos and Carcavelos will stand out as the best beach breaks for bodyboarding in Portugal, and possibly the best beaches for a World Tour venue. And we have the scores, and this is amazing. Very interesting stuff as we watch 4 minutes to go on this heat, and we got Martin Moridian leading, as I would suspect, because he got a nice wave with the true rolls, and he got a 7.25 for that one, and he got an 8.5 for that flip. So the judges are really awarding the critical moves and the technical moves, and we'll just have to see if the barrels are playing out. A big issue on this one, as we see Guilherme Guerra packing up the second place, and he has a 6.5 with those two extended rolls that we watched. It's a nice scoring wave, and he has 3.35 to back up that wave. And I think that's a throwaway. We still got a little bit more than 3 minutes to go, and he can get rid of that. Meanwhile, in third place and struggling for a position to advance is Pedro Levi. That flip was not that smooth and technical, and he got a 4.5 for it. And on his first wave, he got a 4.75, which I cannot recollect where it was, but I think it was a roll. But getting busy and getting scores on the panel is Martin Moridian from Guadeloupe, which looks like he found himself. But he must come from a very amped result in Sintra, although it was in the drop knee division. He got a second place over there. So he must be stoked to be competing here and maybe progressing through this heat, as we see some free surf out in front of us, and we see guys flipping, guys barreling. There's waves all over the place, so the swell is definitely here. And as you can see on screen from the live action, waves are getting better and better. We get barrels, we have sections to it, bowls and end sections and wedges, and I think this is going to be a very interesting competition throughout the day.
Yeah, that's right. Thanks, Nuno. And if you just logged in, welcome along, folks. On behalf of the APB, you are watching event number 5 on the 2015 World Bodyboarding Tour here at the Nazaré Pro, and we are at Praia do Norte, the infamous North Beach, just over the other side of that iconic lighthouse, the fortress that's on the hill there, that has been, linked so much to the big waves that have been ridden here, particularly by Garrett McNamara. And by all of those incredible big wave riders. In fact, Ross Clark-Jones was hanging out here the other day, and also I believe Mark Matthews and the boys are coming into town. There's a big swell coming next week, unfortunately, like 13 feet swell. So I guess some of the big wave guys are going to be rocking into town off the back of this competition. It's a real shame that we haven't had the conditions that we've sort of hoped for. We had very high expectations here. Talking to Dino Casimiro, of course, one of our guys that helps us out, Dino was saying that it's only a couple of days a year that Praia do Norte actually gets this small.
Yeah, actually, it's pretty strange, especially this time of year. This looks like a summer swell, and even in summer, this is the smallest you can get here. So, like I was telling you before I jump up in the booth, the area that I live, which is Ericeira, you can usually spearfish there. It's a cool spearfishing location there. Usually only in the summer. And maybe in the summer, not maybe, I'm telling you, in the summer, you'll get like a couple of days where it's really flat and you have good spearfishing conditions. Ericeira was flat when I left this morning there. And the guys have been spearfishing and taking fish out of the ocean. So as you can see, this is pretty small and strange conditions for this type of year. But we got already here the big wave riders waiting for the swell, because this is season and the engines are about to start for those guys. And you'll see guys coming from all over the world just to wait for those swell. They spend here maybe 2-3 months waiting for those waves. And we watched this heat unfold, and Martin Moridin taking a solid lead and taking it to the Portuguese crew, saying, "Hey, I'm not a local, but we'll get you something to talk about on this first heat," as he packs a 15-7-5, highest scoring heat so far of this day. And we just unfolded this heat and started the next one as we had Jeremy Lovestock from Aruba in red, just riding, or this is exiting. This is Guilherme Guerra from the previous heat exiting the wave. And white, a local, Hugo Macatrão from Portugal riding in white, and Gonçalo Soares from Portugal in yellow. So a lot of Portuguese riders, like I told you, in these early rounds.
Yeah, that's right. Jump on the APB Facebook page, folks. You'll see a nice little photo of Pete that came through this morning here. That was one of the biggest set waves that came through on that left and right bank, straight out the front of the competition zone. We've got Lane Gregg, watching from California, Justin Becker from the Gold Coast of Australia, Fabio Van Zella from Norway, Louis Sumner from Yamba, New South Wales, Stevie Curtin from Sydney. We've got Befoy back watching as well. Judah Adams tuning in late night in Hawaii. Aloha, bro. How you doing? And it looks like Enridas Honorom, I think it is, from France, the West Coast. Nice to have you watching in Merci. And thank you very much for tuning into this webcast here. And we've got some interesting stuff happening today, haven't we, Nuno? We've got the first round of the men's in the water, followed by round 3 of the women. We're going to go to round 2 of the men's, and there'll be round 4 of the girls, and then there's going to be round 3 of the men's. Altogether, 32 heats and around about 11 hours of surfing here today. You've turned up on the tough day, mate, unfortunately.
Yeah, I'm up for it. It's really an honor and pleasure to be a part of this stop here, this leg, the European leg of this year's World Tour. And I'm so proud that we have the capacity to hold here 2 stops in Sintra and in Nazaré. Sintra with 20 years, the longest run event in bodyboarding World Tour history. And this is the first year of the Nazaré Pro, and it's still a baby. But I think this event is going to turn out to be a big boy pretty soon. And we're going to have ads turning out for this Praia do Norte, as this beach already does, with big waves all over the world, as we watch Gonçalo Soares from Portugal in the yellow singlet going for it, but the wave just closes.
Yeah, so he probably should have just pulled in on takeoff there. He tried to think about getting around it. We can see red here for Jeremy Lovestock from Aruba. So the Arubans have turned up. We had one guy that failed to show for the first heat this morning. They'd be a little disappointed. They've come a long way to surf in this competition. And g'day to all of our friends over there in Aruba. Got a big bodyboarding community over there. Like the Moroccans, they just love it, and there's a million of them.
Yeah, it was nice to see the Aruba boys just packing up and their bags and coming over to Portugal and compete. We saw them in the men's rounds and in the EK division. I think, don't get me wrong, I don't know much about bodyboarding in Aruba, but I think they got a strong drop knee community there. But it's nice to see them as well competing in the prone division. And it's amazing to see the Moroccans, the guys from Aruba, Guadeloupe, even Senegal, as we saw in Sintra, and the riders from all over the world. It's what it seems to that we have here, as we got the people from all over the world watching, as the Facebook shoutouts don't stop. And we got Roy Overstreet from Hawaii, aloha, and Chad Curtin from Sydney. A big shout out to you guys watching from all over the world, from France, Norway. Even a guy from Norway saying that they have massive slabs. Do you think it will be possible in the future to have a World Tour event in Norway? Can you believe that?
We need to get some good wet sets for that one. That's Fabio Van Zella. He's talking about massive slabs over there, and that's very interesting stuff, isn't it? Well, we are into the current heat in the water. Is heat number 4, round number 1 of the men's division. And it's Nuno and Tessa taking you through the opening stages here. We've got a cavalcade of stars coming into the commentary booth throughout the day, mate. We're going to have lots of variety of commentary, but we'll just take you through these first couple and get the whole show moving. And you can see on yellow there just making his way back from that.
It was
previous
Pedro
heat.
Levi. I think that he lost this heat. As you can see, a little bit of disappointment on his face. As I think all the riders that went into this competition, especially the Portuguese ones, had really high hopes for this event and want to progress through and show their skills. I think this is the platform where, comparing to soccer, the players, when they go into international competitions, they get to showcase those skills, and maybe there are guys watching and then pushing them into the good teams. And I think this is what happens here. Everyone is packing their bags and coming to Nazaré and trying to showcase those bodyboard skills all over the world. As they would do a live webcast, and we got guys from all of the world watching.
Yeah, that's right. It can be heartbreaking when you particularly get knocked out in the first heat. I mean, you come a long way. Pedro Levo's probably trained his butt off to get here today, and got himself in good form, and turns up and the wave's a little small and inconsistent, and it's understandable that someone would be pretty disappointed. And you can tell by the body language that he was had his shoulders rounded off, and he just kind of looked like he was a bit bummed out, and rightfully so. He'll be back next year to fight another day.
Yeah, for sure, but he was kind of unlucky because he found out and inspired Martin Moridian as we watch Gonçalo Soares from Portugal going for that ride there. There are 14 minutes to go on this heat, and none of the riders has still posted a justifiable score, I'd say, on this heat to make sure they will progress to the next round. But Gonçalo Soares got busy here and just posted the 3.75. But going back to the previous heat, he found a very inspired Martin Moridian that got really busy and early and got a lot of waves and got really high scores. I think he could, his backup waves, there's throw waves, would be a sufficient high score to go through all of the heats that we watched through today during this day, as we watch a nice set up front here in front of the booth. And this is a nice left, and I think the rider in red is going for it. Jeremy Lovestock from Aruba. Let's see what he can do on this one. He goes for a nice invert off of that one. As like I told you, as we watch the tide drained a little bit and the swell pushing through, we'll see a lot of scoring potential on these waves, and anything can happen on these waves. Barrels and bowls and a lot of lip moves here on Nazaré. And we just saw the first invert of the competition on this day so far, at least that we're doing the live webcast. And you can see how close do the riders that are outside look like they're inside the water, because the waves are really close to shore. This is very typical Praia do Norte, and we got the sand bottoms. Unfortunately, we didn't have the swell that we expected, but don't get me wrong. I'll tell you, and this will happen. You'll see some freak sets coming out of nowhere, and this will happen here, as Praia do Norte is known for that. As we watch a free surfer on the inside flipping it out, this guy's been busting our balls per se. And
what a classic!
He did 2 flips on the wave.
You can see the guy sitting in the lineup there, like a handful of Skittles, just looking to the left there. As one kid just busted the biggest backflip up the beach. They might even start to head up that way. There they go. After they saw that wave, they went, you know what?
Yeah.
I reckon we're in the wrong spot. And off the boys go to try and find something a little better.
Yeah, like I said, the waves will be everywhere, and it's kind of a matter of positioning yourself and being on the right spot for those waves. As we watch the rider in red, Jeremy Lovestock kicking out of that one, and in the back, Gonçalo Soares going for this left, and he will try to get a little barrel in that one. This is interesting. He's still inside of that one, and he goes for a little bit more of barrel, 2 barrels on this wave. And this is how things get interesting. Unfortunately, got stuck on that one. He might have stalled a little bit too much. But there's the waves are here. And we can watch, like, for 100 meters left where the camera is spotting. Free surf is going for the sets that are approaching the shores of Praia do Norte here. As we watch a replay, he got a little barrel there. That was a nice cover-up. And unfortunately, he should have went for the move there, because he already got a barrel there, and he just got stuck.
Yeah, Goncalo, a little tube pig, wasn't he? He was just trying to get a bit greedy and hang in the barrel and play peekaboo with the judges for a little bit. But Jeremy Lovestock is leading this heat with a 1.25 and a 4.25, and then you've got Goncalo sitting on a 1 and a 3.75. So looks like Hugo is just waiting to get his campaign underway in the white singlet. He's had a bit of a slow start to this one.
Yeah, it's a little bit more than 10 minutes to go, and Hugo is one of the hot locals here. I really appreciate this rider. He's a very humble rider and a very, very, very cool guy to have in the water. Really composed, and it's one of the guys that I usually share waves in the winter, and it's a really nice guy to have in the water, and he's really talented. And I think that he can turn some heads here if he finds the waves. My baby is kind of struggling because usually he comes to surf in this beach and he's always big, and now he comes to this beach and he's small and he's still trying to find himself and post this first score.
But the nature of the wave is just so good, isn't it? It's so perfectly shaped, and it's got that punchy little power that allows you to do those high performance manoeuvres. Big shout out to Nuno Sabrino watching from Manly, the Manly Lounge. Nice one, Nuno. Got his feet up, enjoying the action. We've got Gwen watching from Brittany in France, and of course Gwen is a mad bodyboard fan, and she's been around forever and a day. So hello to Gwen. And Adam Switzer, he's got a beer in his hand, and he's visiting home in Wollongong, Australia. Adam Switzer was one of the former professional riders from Australia from, I guess, about 10 years or so ago. He's not that old, is he? He's a doctor now. So he's been...
God bless him.
Yeah, and he actually came out of retirement and went to Sintra about 3 or 4 years ago, and me and him just hung out on the balcony and had such an unreal time, and he went pretty good in the contest. He's still ripping. So g'day to Switzer, mate. It's great to see you watching the webcast, and still got that love, and you still got that fire burning for bodyboarding. Well, those scores came through, and it was a situation change. What was that last score for Yellow?
Yeah, it was a 6. And imagine if he came out of that second barrel there on the inside. That would be a great high score for Gonçalo Soares. And he just packs the lead now and still struggling. Hugo Macatro is quite a shame. Going back to the shoutouts, Nuno Sobrinho living in Manly Lounge, New South Wales, as a close personal friend of mine, and I'm giving a big hug to Nuno as he just moved to Australia a couple of years ago. He's now living there, and sometimes I see some pictures of him surfing in Australia, and I get jealous because I know you guys get really good waves there. As Adam Switzer that you talked about, Teza, come here and come to Portugal and compete, and is there in Wollongong, which is the area I actually had the chance to, and the privilege to visit, and you got cool waves over there. And as everyone knows, Australia's got excellent waves, and I know why Nuno went to live in Australia. Is a very cool bodyboarder. Back in the day, he did competition, and he was a very first rider. If you add him on a heat and there was a left rolling, he will kill you. He will definitely kill you in competition. But going back to the competition here, heat 4, round 1 of man here at the Nazaré Pro, and you can see some sets approaching. This is how good it's going to get during the day. The sandbanks are here, as we can watch the riders moving up a little bit up down south of the coast here towards the lighthouse and the fort, and positioning themselves in and this little left that we have in front of us, as we see the rider in white going for it. Hugo Macatron really needs to post a score, and he goes for a barrel, and it just gets stuck there. But the wave keeps rolling all the way into the inside. He cannot see that on camera, but we're watching it in front of us, like maybe 100 meters away from it. This is like a very cool setup that all of the organizers set up here at the Pride of North, and I have to take my hats off. The structure is really amazing, and they got the speakers really next to the shore, and I think the riders will hear all the scores perfectly, as we got maybe 8 speakers pointing towards the beach, so they can hear us perfectly, and the competition area is huge. So our point of view is really wide and spread, and I think we have a lot of good waves to be ridden here today, as we watch the rider in red going for a roll there. That's Jeremy Lovestock from Aruba, trying to build up his score, as he's currently in second, and struggling now and going for it is the rider in white, but he paddles and looks at this one, but it doesn't fancy him and just goes back out there. And Hugo Macachao posting a 140 and a 165. It's not normal for this guy to post so large scores, especially on his own break. I thought that he could find himself a little bit better.
All right, we've got some more shout-outs to go out to some people watching from Blake Arakawa, I think it is, from Blake is from Hawaii. Aloha, brah, and stoked to see some live bodyboarding, he says, here, and keep up the good work. Good on you, mate. And stoked that you're enjoying the action. And Miguel Guerra, I think it is.
Guerra, the same name as the rider Guilherme Guerra, means war.
There you go, yeah. So he's saying, hope it gets bigger, and he's watching from Lisbon. The capital of this fine country of Portugal. Well, right now on screen, folks, watching wide here, and Ugo had a bit of a slow start to this one. That's more of a good solid roll. He just kind of landed back in a tube there, and he looks like he's going to get an incomplete sort of score coming through for that wave.
Yes, looks like he's kind of struggling. He went for extended roll on that one, and usually Ugo lands those ones on his sleep. That's nothing for him. And as he is used a lot to the power of this pitch break, unfortunately got stuck on that one, and he's still got a little less than 5 minutes to go. He can really catch two waves in this 5 minutes and post up some big scores. As you can watch, the waves are really close to shore, and you can get out there pretty fast. Same if it was bigger. Because when you're like surfing maybe 6 to 8 foot here, the waves will be breaking right on the same spot, and as long as the waves are coming, man, you'll be taking a beating. It's a struggle to get out there. But then the wave seems to slow down. You have a nice stop on the sets, and you go for it, and you're out there in no time. This is how funny this beach is. You can be having the pounding of your life really close to shore, and then all of a sudden it just cleans up and you're out there with just a stroke of your feet and paddling a little bit to the outside. As we watch this ride is waiting for some more sets, and I'm with Miguel Guerra watching live. I hope it gets a little bit bigger at least, and we can provide a bit of a show here in Nazaré, because this beach does deliver, and I think with the upcoming swell for today and sticking up for tomorrow, we will see some really nice waves as this day unfolds. I think the tide will drop, and as soon as it starts to come back again, I think that's when the swell will pick up and we'll see some really good waves to be at, and that's during today's competition. And we'll watch even the women's round after this men's round going into water, and probably, like you said, Tessa, we will crown a world women bodyboarding champion of this year's APB Tour.
Yeah, that's right. I don't believe it's going to be today, but I bought the cup along just in case I've done the mathematics wrong, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be tomorrow, folks. So big day of competition. Just starting to see the start of a brand new swell roll through it here at Praia do Norte, and the sun is starting to come out, and I tell you what, look at the people on the beach. It is going to be an absolute treat here today to watch some of the world's best bodyboarders enjoying themselves in these fun conditions. So, looks like all those scores are in at the moment. Goncalo in the yellow singlet is in the lead. Jeremy Lovestock from Aruba in second in red. Here goes Jeremy on a little pint-sized ride. He didn't like the look of that one. Lovestock needing a 5.51 to go to the lead. And Ugo is sitting in third from Portugal, 4.01. And here he goes on this one.
Yeah, he just needs a 4-0, and that's nothing for Ugo. He just needs to land these rolls, and I think he would get that score if he landed that right-handed roll, and maybe even tried to connect it to the inside and bust another move. But they just did this roll, a really small wave actually, and just not much there. But he needs something, and he gets a 3.75. So he just needs now a 2.01 to overtake Jeremy Lovestock from Aruba, which is struggling a little bit to find his backup score, as he posted already a 4.25. And Gonçalo Soares is doing a pretty good campaign on this one and going for another roll, trying to throw away a 3.75 to post up with his 6 that he already has, and maybe even consolidate his lead as we watch him struggle to get into this wave. And he does, and he goes for a nice extended roll off of that. Not much of speed, not much of a bottom turn there, and the judges deem it 3.4. I think that's fair, to say the least, about the waves that we've been watching. As we see a set coming on the outside, you can see lines, and you can see Hugo Macatro, he just needs a 2:01. Can he do it? 40 seconds to the end. Oh my God, how intense is this? And he goes for another roll, and he lands it. I think he's gonna get the score, but Jeremy has the 1-5 throwaway, and there's sets out there with 30 seconds to go.
Well, Lovestock want to get himself onto a wave. You can see Jeremy here trying to get in position for this left-hander. Lovestock needing probably a comeback wave. I don't know if he's going to have enough time here as we go back to the replay. This one here for Uga only needed 361, and that's going to go very close. So Lovestock now back to live action is there. He is there with 5 seconds remaining. Jeremy Lovestock really needs to do something on this wave. There he goes, up and over.
It just needs a 361, and maybe he can get it on this wave. Let's see what the judges think. This has been a last-second kind of decisions on all of these heats as the riders. This was a very slow heat. It was strange. And the riders got busy only at the end. And we watched the replay of Jeremy Lovestock. He needed a 361 as we go into commercials right after this replay. And take it away for commercials. And we'll be back with live action here at Nazaré Pro. And we're back live action here at the Nazaré Pro, and things are really looking sweet as we got the swell coming in, and we got already in the water Heat 5 round 1 of man as the sun is shining over here. There's not a single cloud in the sky, and we can watch the moon from up here over in the booth as we got 3 giant windows in this booth, and I think this must be one of the best booths in bodyboarding history, as I've got a privileged view over the peak where the guys are surfing, and you're just watching live action through the screen, and I'm watching a way wider part of the sands here in Praia do Norte where this competition is being held. As you watch the commercial earlier, and you can see this is a really cool site for wave action sports, and surfing and bodyboarding have a blast over at this beach, as the guys here in the Nazaré Council has been doing a great job promoting Praia do Norte, and we've been adding actually an event, a bodyboarding event called Nazaré Special Edition, where the main goal of that event was to wait for the waiting period, and it was to wait for the biggest day, and we'll get guys in the water competing in bodyboarding. And we had some crazy, I'll tell you, crazy events here, as the waves got in the range of maybe 10 to 12 footers competition, and we see guys getting rescued on jet skis and being brought on the jet skis. But don't get me wrong, the first editions of those events, I think the first one was back in 2003, and there was no jet skis back then, and the guys just paddle and struggle through these waves in Praia do Norte that are pretty heavy. I will say that this is the heaviest beach break over here in Portugal, alongside maybe with Santa Cruz, but this one is even heavier, as the sand is like, the grains of sand are big, and the wave is heavy. I don't know if anything to do with it, but there's like a characteristic to this wave, and the waves are really heavy. If a wave pounds in the air, there will be twice as heavy as it will be on another beach here in Portugal. Believe me, I know it. And right now, meanwhile, we have Maximo Sina from France in red, Miguel Coelho in white, now up and riding. And this lad, let's see what he can do. And he goes for a nice extended roll. That was a good way for Miguel Coelho. Let's see what the judges deem that. And in front of us, A-frame peak just breaking in front of us. And I'm telling you something, I don't know why the riders are not a little bit up down south, as waves keep reeling over in front of me, and they're a little bit to the right of me. more where the judges are standing, but the competition area is pretty wide. And we got the water patrol guaranteeing that the free surfers don't come over to the competition area. And things look sweeter. Everything looks so composed, and like we were talking about, the guys here in Nazaré be doing a great job promoting Praia do Norte and promoting bodyboards events here, as we've been adding Nazaré Special Edition since 2003, if I'm not mistaken. And as we watch the replay of Maxime Ossina, the rider from France here, going out for this left-hander, he goes for a nice roll there, and he packs it up with a spin, but just got stuck, and there was not much for him there, and he just paddles outside, and we're waiting for the waves. That first roll of the rider in white, Miguel Coelho, was a 5. Nice wave to start the heat, and let's see what he can do to back up that score as we watch André Rodrigues from Portugal having a go at this one, but just pulling out. Didn't fancy him this wave, and he just pedals back out as we watch, still waiting for the wave in red, and got busy, Andre, and went for that left and went for a nice roll. Kenny connected with another section, and he did with another roll, and he just kicks out of that one. That's a nice way to start the heat and his campaign on this heat. And Andre Rodrigues just paddling out back and waiting for his score. But like I was saying, the guys have been doing a great job promoting Praia do Norte and promoting bodyboard events here. And it took a long time, but now finally we do have a World Tour stop here, and we're so proud. But don't get us wrong, there's been quite a competition history here on this beach, as we do national championships, junior championship here, and that Nazaré Special Edition that I was talking to you about, where the main goal was to catch the biggest day. And just after that, it started that campaign about big wave surfing here. So all of the guys responsible for promoting this beach are doing it for quite a number of years now, and this is the result. And everything seems so composed there, and it goes so smoothly. Maybe it's because we're in the middle of nowhere, because Praia do Norte is like an isolated beach. You don't see houses in the back of this. It's just woods on the back of us. And we've got a water park in the back of us, and that's it. This is a pretty isolated beach. And I remember my father talking about this beach when I was younger. And let's see the rider. We'll get back to that. The rider in red, that was Maxime Ossina, just kicking out that one, having a look at that rider. But I remember my father talking about this beach. And my father used to go fishing and has some fishing buddies. And they were afraid of this beach. The tales from this beach about Praia do Norte were that there was no place to be fooling around. Even back in the day, no one would come to this beach and go for sunbathing here, because it was too crazy to have a swim here in the water, as the rips and the waves and the currents would just literally take you out there. And a lot of people maybe lost their lives here, because this is not a fun and games beach. This is you need to know what you're doing here. But nowadays the beach is patrolled, and they do a really cool job here in Praia do Norte, and more and more people come and visit, mainly because of the waves, not so much for the beach. But if you could have a look at this beach, it's an extended line of sand, really nice yellowish sand here, and really clean, and nice beach overall. As usually the locals do beach in the South Beach, which is the beach from the village, and no one really back in the day cared about this beach. And I remember stories from my father, like I was telling you, that this was a very dangerous beach, and no one would mess with this beach. And I have a funny story of a friend of my father's, that when I was a kid I used to go fishing with those guys. And I'll go back to that story as we watch this wave from André Rodrigues, the rider in yellow. Nice wave there. And he packs up a really nice rollo there as he went around that section and find a nice lip over there. And he tries to connect it with another roll on the inside, but unfortunately got stuck on that one. But I think he's going to post a really nice score, as his first wave was a 5.65 with that first wave of yellow. And going back to that story with the friend of my father's that I used to go fishing, and back in the day they would come here and ride those air mattresses. That was my first wave experience ever back in the day in a place called Costa de Caparica, which is a beach south of Lisbon, and we would ride air mattresses. We had to pull the pillow of those air mattresses so we don't get stuck on the wave, and we just ride them. And he got a story about Praia do Norte. Once he came here, and they had a bet who could ride these waves, these short breaks, and he rode one wave with an air mattress, and he wiped out. And when he come up, he had a Z on his forehead because the wave just pushed him into the sand so hard, and he scratched his face, and he had the Z of Zorro on his forehead. And that's a funny story, having a scar of a Z on your head, and it was from Praia do Norte. That's how dangerous and how serious they would take this beach. They would have bats who could challenge those waves back then. We were talking about years that we did, maybe was the beginning of the surfing era here in Europe, and we would have guys charging on foam planks and air mattresses and things like that. And shout outs to all those crazy fishermen that explored these waves, even first than maybe the first surfers or the first bodyboarders there. Let's watch the replay from the rider in white, Miguel Coelho, going for a nice extended roll once again. This seems to be a strategy, and he packs 5 points already, and he has a 4-8 to pack it up, and he now is in second as André Rodriguez took the lead with a 5-10 on that last wave, on that last roll. He tried to connect with another roll, but unfortunately got stuck. Now in third place and a little less than 10 minutes to go, we got Maxime Ossina from France already packing a 4-5, and he still needs a backup score so he can get in the game, and he needs now a 5-3-1 to get himself in the mix and attain second place so he can go through the next round. But meanwhile, we got guys rocking, guys and girls, don't get me wrong, got people rocking up the beach just to watch this competition as the day unfolds here in its heat number 5, round 1, and people read visiting, they're parking their cars in the parking lot, parking their cars. There's a parking lot next to the lighthouse where the fortress is, and we'll come around down to the beach and walk up and just having a go and seeing what's unfolding here. As previous events like the Nazaré Special Edition, that's as a waiting period here, and sometimes it's run on a weekday, the beach will be packed. This is how good of a job the guys have been doing here in Nazaré, and putting Praia do Norte in the masses of everyone that's related to water sports all over the world, because this is a beach that deserves that spotlight, as we got the right conditions here to hold events like this one, and even free surfing on huge waves, as we have the world record there at Nazaré, as we watch the rider in yellow going for the barrel on that one. Can he come out of that one? That would have been a great score if he can ride out of that one. But André Rodriguez already leading this heat with a strength of a 5.65 and a 5.10. And putting in second place Miguel Coelho in the search of a 5.76 to take the lead away from André Rodriguez. But he's still with a second place advances through the round 2. But struggling for that second place or first place is still Maxime Ossina from France, trying to find a backup score to his 4.5, and he needs a 5.31 as we watch a set in front of the booth. And we watch the rider in red going for it. Looks like he heard us, and he's trying to ride this left-hander, but it was kind of small, and he has to go back out there and find his backup score for that 4.5 that I was talking to you about. But he still got plenty of time, a little bit more than 7 minutes to go, and a lot of ways to be had here. As the day unfolds, we're going to see an increase of swell. We're going to watch the tide go back a little bit, and I think with the sand bottoms that are here in Praia do Norte at this moment, this will be a really good setup for this day's competition, and looking at the forecast for tomorrow's competition. And we got a packed day here in the schedule of day 2, as we are going to run the men's round 1 And after this, we're going to run the women's round 3. That's going to be interesting. We got 3 girls still fighting for the world title, and they're still all in the competition and all in different heats. So this is kind of crazy, and the action is going to go all the way up until the end on this round. And I think I'm really found to watch Rita Pires going back in competition. We mentioned her in Sintra, and she's back. She was living in Gabay. She's back. She's been posting some really high scores, and I think she's gonna do some trouble here in this event.
Yeah, that's right. Thanks, Nuno. And you are watching day number 2 of the Nazaré Pro here, coming to you live from Pride and Nord. It's event number 5 on the APB World Tour for 2015. Speaking of Rita Pires, she has been hanging out in Bali, and I was over there a couple of weeks ago actually doing a bit of surfing, and before I came to Portugal, and I saw Rita running a surf school with doing some bodyboarding lessons down on the beach in Legian. So she's been getting a lot of waves over there, and it's going to be pretty interesting to see her back into the competition arena.
Yeah, for sure. Rita Pires is one of those famous competitors here in Portugal. She won 11, I'm going to repeat, 11 national titles and some more European titles up to the S-book. But she's really a water woman. She can paddle surf, she can surf. She's the whole book. She's a yoga instructor now in Bali, and she's still teaching surf and bodyboarding back there. And it's amazing. She's an all-time, all-round water woman.
In the heat at the moment, folks, we're coming down to 5 minutes remaining, so 5 minutos, competitores, and we just
Correct.
and it looks like Andre Rodriguez is in the lead, and we got Miguel sitting in second, so the Portuguese dynamic duo, you can see them on screen at the moment, and down in third spot, just moving away from them, is Maxime Orsina. Maxime is one of the red-hot young French guys coming through the scene. He's been rattling some cages on the World Tour over the last 12 months or so. He was sitting right where Yellow's paddling for this wave. So I guess what's happening is getting kind of worked over by the Portuguese kids at the moment, Orsina, and you can see that one just kind of rattled off unridden. But Maxime needing a 5.31. If he gets a wave, he's got the skills to post those kind of scores real easy. So we're just going to wait and see what happens here and see if the wave comes through for the French kid.
As we see the sets approaching, it is looking good for Maxime Orsina, and I think this is going to be one of the bigger sets of today, as we see the riders positioning themselves in the better section, in my opinion now, and I think they're going to serve as an example for the next hits, as we see Maxime Orsina take us through this one, Teza.
Wow, good, strong bottom turn. He just holds that rail. Boom, nice. Sweet little invert. You can see Orsina just kicking his way out of the suds. That is a very good manoeuvre there from the French kid, and he was on the back foot, and with around about 3.5 to go, I do believe that we're going to have a replay, the APB replay. Take us through it.
Yeah, he went for a nice bottom turn there. He aims for the lip, and he just posted that nice extended invert. Didn't get too much air, but he get extended to the front of the wave. And I think the judges are going to like that. I don't know if it's going to be the 5.31. I hope it's going to be, because he deserved it. It was one of the biggest waves so far that we've seen. But like I said, these waves will start to show up, and this is what we'll showcase later during the day, because, oh my God, how good was that wave for bodyboarding?
Yeah, that's insane. And we'll just wait and see what the judge's interpretation on that one was. Prior to that, Maxime Orsina sitting in third place, as Nuno mentioned, chasing a 5.31, and he's got it, a 5.65. So situation change, mate.
Yeah, with less than 3 minutes to go, Miguel Coelho is now in a need of a 5.16 to move up to second place. And Maxime Orsina was kind of lucky, because the rider in yellow just looked at that first wave, and then the rider in white, Miguel, looked at the wave after the next one, and in the back came the biggest wave, and Maxime Orsina was just there. Lucky for him, and he posted a 5.65. Not only lucky, but he delivered. That wave was quite nice. They had a huge handball and a ramp, and he went for it, and he was rewarded with with a 5.65, sorry, and he moves up to second place. And in the next heat, we're gonna have Tristan Roberts. Oh my God, the man did show up. There was not a promise. And Jaime Jesus from Portugal. Oh my God, really good to watch this guy back in competition. This guy is a competing machine. I haven't seen Jaime Jesus competing in quite a while. And William Lorenzo. Oh my God, must be the strongest heat so far. This guy's have talent, trust me. William is the brother of Silvano, which is a seasoned competitor. Jaime Jesus is from Figueira da Foz, and oh my God, this guy rips, and he packs up some victories in competitions. And Tristan Roberts, it's still the Pro Junior World Champion.
Yeah, he is. He's the 2014 World Pro Junior Champion. It's Andre Rodriguez looking at this little right-hander here, and you can see, we'll just try and get him. He'll come in the screen.
And he goes for an invert. We didn't see it on screen, but I can tell you that we watched it in front of the booth. He went for an invert, but he didn't land it. It's kind of stuck on the lip, got a little bit stuck on the lip, and the landing was kind of funny, and he could not hold on to his board. I don't think that will be a good score as he packs up a 1.85 and less than 1 minute to go.
Yeah, less than 1 minute inside the final 60 seconds, folks. And it's Andre Rodriguez from Portugal in the lead. Maxime Osina from France is in second. A 5.11 required to take the lead. And Miguel Coelho? Yeah.
Which means rabbit.
Does it?
Yeah.
Well, I tell you what,
names, huh?
He wants to start running like a rabbit if he's going to get the score that he needs. A 5.16. Run, rabbit, run is... the call, and we're down to around about 20 seconds remaining. You can see Rabs just having a little look at that one. He couldn't get into it.
Let's see. It doesn't have much on the setup. We don't see many set approaching, but he's on the inside trying for this one. As we watch him paddle, let's see what he can do on this one. He only has 2 waves, and this is his third wave. He's going for a barrel. Oh my God, he comes out with a spin. How amazing is this? We've been having last second decision hits on this one, and we don't know the scores as we're still going.
He's still going.
Trying to combine with the roll.
Oh my goodness!
And he
you know
lands
what?
It.
I got a feeling that could spell a bit of trouble for Maxime Messina, who had a pretty slow heat here on the French kids standards. And there it is there. That score comes in. Let's check the replay for Miguel. It was a 6.75. That one just held up perfectly. He parked it in the tube. He came out very cleanly, spun out onto the open face, and then he just tried to make that little mini connection all the way down the beach. And you can see the determination of this kid here. He didn't want to say no, and he got a little bonus section at the end there. So it is the 2 Portuguese riders that go by through this heat. We must say au revoir to Maxime Osina here in Nazaré.
Yeah, it was looking good for Maxime at the last seconds. And I can tell you one thing. This wave that Miguel caught didn't look like much, but when he got into it, the wave just set up real nice. And he got that nice barrel. That barrel was nice. And like I was saying, and I keep mentioning it, we're going to get conditions. Trust me, the swell is on the rise, and we're going to get waves like this even bigger. As we watch girls and boys just stacking up the beach, just coming to watch the competition. This is how cool the event is in Praia do Norte. As we watch William Lourenço from Peniche, the rider from Portugal, for a nice invert on the inside.
Yeah, that is a very cool style there. How was the body talk on that maneuver? The athleticism was next level there from Lourenço, so we'll just wait and see. And, of course, his big brother is a former national champion, European ATB champ from way back, and a top bloke, and has been hanging out at Peniche, of course, with doing a surf school and a surf camp up there. So let's see what the judges thought about that first one. You can see Tristan Roberts from South Africa in the red singlet, and I call him Jamie Jesus, but how do you say it properly?
Jaime Jesus.
There we go. Yeah, it's pretty hard to get your tongue around some of these Portuguese names, but we're very happy to have Nuno back here. We dragged him all the way from Sintra and said, "You're not going anywhere. Don't you dare go back to work. Not when we got World Tour Bodyboards event for you to talk about." First wave score came through for Billy. It was 4.75 first of yellow.
Yeah, 4.75 for that invert. That was quite nice. And that technique reminds me so much of his brother competing. And it was a competing machine. And his brother just went just right after them. That was a year that Willem Lorenzo did a very good campaign in the national tour and almost got the national title as we watch Tristan Roberts from South Africa back in the World Tour competing. Oh my God, it's so good to watch. He goes for the barrel and he finds the barrel. I told you, the waves are here. And he flips that one. Oh my God, Tristan Roberts is coming for a vengeance.
Wow, what about that? And let's check the APB replay. Tristan Roberts, double-handed paddle into that one. Look at the way that he just stalled here, and he read this one perfectly. He wanted to just get a nice, clean tube ride. He didn't want to push it too much, and then he just busted an ARF off the end section. And I'd say that's probably going to be one of the better scores we've seen this morning.
It was funny to watch as we watch the rider in red, Maxime Mosina from the previous seat, watching it as he was coming up the beach, and he says, oh my God, this is the wave that Miguel got similar, and it was quite similar. This one was even better because Tristan got a end section there that he can flip out of, and this is going to be a very high score. As we see in the beach here next to the shore, we can see Ian Campbell and Louis Finnegan warming up to going for a free surf, and this is how cool the setup, this is how cool this beach is. People do come and watch live on the sand when these events rock up into town. And this is how cool, and thanks for everyone that's coming here. And if you're watching live and you're in Portugal, you had the chance to come up here. This is a sunny day here in Portugal, and I think you can even get your board shorts and your bikini on and have a nice beach day here and at the end of September in Portugal. As we watch a rider in yellow, William, going for a nice barrel there, still to find the end section, nice roll, still trying to connect with another roll. That was a nice wave from William Lorenzo. And like I said, this is going to be a pretty interesting heat as these guys really have the talent and the skills to post up big scores. And I'll bet you that none of them want to go home early as we see the replay from William Lorenzo wave. He got a little bit of shade there at the beginning, and he packs that shade with 2 rolls. And this is going to be a high score as well. As we got the score from the last wave of red, Tristan Roberts, that was a 7-2-5. Talk about comeback. This guy has been out of the World Tour, and he's on another wave and going for a barrel. Oh my God, how good is Tristan Roberts right now? And he's taking advantage of these conditions. And I told you the conditions are getting better and better by the minute. And if you've been watching from early, you can see that. And if you're watching just from now, this is day 2 of the Nazaré Pro Heat 6 round of man live action. As now we take the replay, and is not live, that's a replay, and he goes for a nice barrel. He stalls the wave there, he waits for that end section so he can move and maximize the score on this one. And I think Tristan will be taking an early lead here, as right now in the lead is William Lorenzo, but he's waiting for the score of that red wave, of the wave of red. And William Lorenzo's wave was a 7-3-5, even better than the first wave of Tristan Roberts with that barrel and backflip. And William Lorenzo is taking the lead right now. And let's see what was the score of that last wave of red. I'm really curious about what the judges going to score that, because now barrels come into the equation, you know, because mainly in Sintra, when I was commentating, we're just waiting for the moves. We had like maybe 2 or 3 barrels during all of the event, and right now we are watching barrel after barrel, as William Lorenzo got a barrel before his 2 rolls, and Tristan already has 2 barrels, and it's only 6 minutes went on this competition, 14 minutes remaining still in this heat, and already Tristan is packing up a score of 14.75 as his last wave is a 7.5. Amazing comeback from the current Pro Junior World Champion. He's been out of the World Tour this year. I was talking to Ian Campbell and some couple of the South African guys like Jared Houston, and they say Tristan is really concentrating, he's finishing his studies this year. That's why he's been out of the world scene, world competition scene. But they told me that he was going to come for the Nazaré, and I find that strange. But if they're telling me, it's because it's true. And ladies and gentlemen, you can watch it live, and this is not a fluke. This guy is current Pro Junior World Champion, and I think he's been missing competition because he started real early, and in 6 minutes he's got his heat done already. And I think this is gonna be the score this is gonna keep, is because he has to throw a 7-5. Only Martin Morinian from Guadalupe has posted higher scores than this right now, as he packed the 8-5 with a nice flip on the left-hander. That was a nice move on one of the bigger waves, and he got a total of 15 something. I cannot remember right now. It's plenty of scores during the day, and I still have to save my brain for the 11 hours of competition that we have still today. Not 11 remaining, but still maybe some 9 or something hours that we still have to do today. Because I think it's a good strategy of the organizers and a good call from the competition contest director, because we're going to have waves today and tomorrow. And don't get me wrong, you're going to get really good waves. And we have to make the best of it, like Tristan Roberts is doing on this heat. And already packing a 14.75, and Willem Lorenzo doesn't want to put his hat down, and he's got a 7.35 and a 4.75, and is taking second place. And if Willem can throw away easily that 4.75 if he has the waves, and struggling like now in combo situation, the first combo situation of today, James Jesus. And it's kind of strange because Jaime is one of those riders that I really love to watch. And especially on free surf, when I get to surf with Jaime, and that doesn't happen a lot because he lives a little bit up north of me, a little distance. And when I get to see him, oh my God, this is one of the most interesting progressive riders that you can watch in the water here in Portugal, as he had mentors like with the likes of Nuno Trovão and Porquito, teaching him, or for him to watch surfing in Figueira da Foz waves. That's where he comes from, and those are some good guys that to have on your back and to watch and have to have as an example. James Jesus and Bernardo Geronimo, which is, I think, is a guy that we'll be seeing in the competition as well. I'm not so sure, but if he's not in competition, he's one of the guys that should be here in competition, because he's one of the guys that come from Figueira da Foz and is just following that generation, the golden generation of bodyboarding, and is still making part of the bodyboarding community up there, and they're maybe one of the best bodyboarding riders in Portugal, as they always present a very strong bag of tricks and strong bodyboarding skills, and all of them go for it like on big waves and are not afraid to bust. As we watch a reverse spin there from Ian Campbell on a free surf, as like I told you, I've got a privileged view here in here in the booth with three giant windows in front of me, and I can see a very wide extension of beach in front of me, and I can watch the free surfers on the left side of the competition area and the free surfers on the right side of the competition area. That's how cool this beach is, and everyone got to as a wave to be really near. As I can tell you, apart from the 3 guys that are currently in this heat, there's probably maybe 30 people in the water right next to the competition, and they're all having waves. As I told you, that the description about this beach and the characteristics about this beach is that it's got multiple sandbanks, and the wave just bounces off that cliff where the lighthouse is, where the fortress is, and spreads out waves all over the beach here in Praia do Norte, and we can see guys having fun, barrels and ramps all over the place, and the free surf, as we watch the rider in yellow up and riding William Lorenzo going for this wave, and another invert on that one. Nice invert. Let's see if it can throw away that 4.75 that he needs to throw away, but he's in a comfortable position, although if he still needs a lot to overcome Tristan Roberts on this heat. He needs a 7.41 to take the lead. But Tristan Roberts stopped, and he did this heat in 6 minutes, like I told you. and he doesn't need to do much to progress through. Meanwhile, because William Lorenzo needs a 7-4-1 to take the lead away from Tristan, and Jaime Jesus is still struggling in a combination situation, and he needs a combination of two waves that will post him at 12-11. That's like 2 sixes and 2 low sixes, and so we can progress through this run. And meanwhile, we can see the guys warming up for the next heat. We got Yon Caneve from France, Fabio Duarte from Portugal, and Miguel Reis from Portugal. And like I told you, I was expecting this. All the Portuguese riders doing an all-in on this event, as they knew this venue would be the one to watch out for. And amazingly, the waves are here, and if you could watch the charts, it's like it will say that the waves are 2-3 foot swell, not even 3 foot. It's a forecast of 2 foot swell, and the waves still rock up here at the Praia do Norte, as this beach is a swell magnet. There's been studies done about the canyon here, because there's a deep canyon that leads up to this cliff here where the fortress and the lighthouse is, and it packs up all the swell, and the swell gets redirected into this Praia do Norte, which is a little bit north of the Nazaré village. As I watch in the free surf, Louis Finnegan going for a huge backflip on the left, and man, we could easily run two competition stands there, or even 3, because we have the heat in front of me, and then the left side and then the right side, there are guys having waves and having a go for it, barrels, ramps, you name it. I think this would be a excellent venue for ICA game, ISA World Games Tour, as you could have surfers competing on one side and bodyboarding competing on another, and the waves are pretty similar, don't get me wrong. I could not tell you where is it better, it's in front or the left. It's like the wave bounces off the cliff in the left and just produces A-frame waves all over the place. We're talking about a maybe 1 kilometer extension of sand that you can have waves. As we watch Tristan Roberts, the red singlet, up and riding, going for a roll. I don't think this will be better than his 7.25 that he has to throw away. And don't get me wrong, I'm talking about a throwaway, but 7.25 is not a throwaway. That's a very, very high-scoring wave, and he's taking the lead so far in the moment against William Lorenzo and Jaime Jesus from Portugal. We still is in a combination situation right now, as we're taking a picture with Tessa McKenna and the APB stamp here for you guys to watch, maybe on Facebook or Instagram accounts. Do log into the APB Tour Facebook account. If you didn't post a like on that, please do so now. If you're watching live and if you're a fan, please do support us, as we need to know how much people are involved all over the world with this APB Tour, as we're doing this 5th stop here at Nazaré. And go log into the Instagram account and Twitter account, APB Tour, and give us a shout out where you're watching from, and what do you think about the conditions here. And as I tell you that the conditions are improving, and from the action that we've been watching, tell us what you think of this venue and the importance of this venue being held here, as this, I can tell you, this is a 100% bodyboarding wave, and we have the privilege of having a world to stop here, and it's amazing. It's amazing to watch riders from all over the world signing up for this event and wanting to have a shot here, because I think this is one of the venues that you will want to win and have a trophy on your shelf, because I'll tell you, as soon as this day unfolds, you will watch a lot of good waves ridden. As we watch a rider in red, Tristan, getting busy there, but I don't think he needs to get that busy, because he is, as we watch Jaime Jesus trying still to post his first score, he's kicking out of that one. That's a shame for Jaime Jesus, not finding himself. I don't know if Jaime Jesus has been competing lately. but he used to compete back in the day and post up some really good results. He would be one of the standouts in the national tour here, and would have to do the maths even to fight for a national title. I think he never did win a national title, but is one of those guys that if he won, no one would be surprised for sure, because he's got the talent and he's got the skills. Free surfing and competition as well. I don't know if he's been doing much competition nowadays. I don't know what Jaime is up to these days, but he is still ripping. I surfed with him this last season, this last winter, and he was ripping. He blew my mind again, because I don't see him a lot, like I told you, and he was just taking barrels and busting moves and going for flips and air forwards and things like that. And he knows it all. He's got all the tricks up his sleeve, and he's one of the guys I would watch out for. But 2 minutes something to go in this heat, and we got Tristan Roberts driving this right hand. What he's gonna do? He's gonna kick out as the wave doesn't seem that interesting for him. And out the back there's a set, and I think Jaime Jesus is in position as we watch. That was William Lorenzo. I was still waiting for the last wave of William Lorenzo to be posted up. He did that invert as we watch Jaime Jesus scoring for this right-hander. I see what I can do on this one. He drives and he goes for a flip. Oh my God, unfortunately he didn't land that one. That would have been a great score for him, as this was one of the biggest waves in this heat so far. And if he landed that one, he might get him back on the game. But with 1 minute and 30 seconds to go, I don't think he has enough time to do the two-wave combination that he needs. Maybe he can still post a big high score there, but he still needs the combination. Meanwhile, we got the next heat in the water already, waiting for this heat to end and getting things started. And that's Ion Caneve in red and white. Fabio Duarte in yellow, Miguel Reyes, as we watch Tristan Roberts still not wanting to come into the beach after he massacred this in Nazaré, and watch out the back. William Lorenzo going for it with a nice roll there on the closing out section, and 40 seconds to go. Unfortunately from Jaime Jesus, if he did land in that flip, he probably be in a nice situation now, and just needs to score a wave, not a combination of waves, to advance. But still waiting for the waves of the yellow and the red to be scored. And they did not left him with an easy task with that early lead. William Lorenzo got busy pretty soon. So did Tristan Roberts. I do remind you that William and Tristan already had a strong lead in the first 6 minutes of this heat. So they built all their score on the beginning of this heat. But even at the end, Tristan Roberts was doing an ARS and with a spin, and we were waiting for those scores. But not really much happened after that, as I think Tristan Roberts took this one, and in second place William Lorenzo. As we go through a commercial, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back with live action here at the Nazaré Pro.
Já estavam a tentar roubar.
And we're back in live action as we are now showcasing the rider in red, that's Yon Caneve from France, up and riding, not up and riding, but waiting for a wave to ride here in heat number 7, round 1 of man. This is the Nazaré Pro 2015 here at Praia do Norte, Nazaré, Portugal, as we watch a very frustrated James Jesus going out of the previous heat and not packing a really decent score to put some kind of feeling to the game that he can bring up into this competition. He didn't felt it. He didn't find the waves. That was too bad for James Juice, and going home pretty early in this event. But Tristan Roberts came out with everything, and even Willem Lorenzo, and pick up some of the highest scores so far in this round. As we watch in white, there was Fabio Duarte going for the roll there and trying to get this first score on the board. I don't think we're getting the scores here. We're trying to fix that. But as soon as we are back with the feed of the scores, we'll get back to this because we are not watching the scores right now. But meanwhile, like I was saying, this is the Nazaré Pro 2015, Praia do Norte, Nazaré, Portugal. The event is going to be run into next Sunday, 4th of October, and this 5-star event features women's and men's division, and 1,800 points to be had in the men's division, and $30,000 dollar prize money. Meanwhile, in the women's side, there's a $15,000 prize money and also 1,800 WWT points, Women World Tour points. It's a 5-star event here at the Nazaré, and oh my God, we got the waves, we got the riders, and we got the conditions because the winds are gonna stay pretty mellow throughout all of this week. And we're going to watch some really good waves. We saw Tristan Roberts getting a couple of barrels and a couple of ramps and pulling up a bag of tricks that allowed him to progress and put that really high score. Right now in the water, we have, like we said, in the red, Ewan Caneve from France, and in white, Fabio Duarte from Portugal, and in yellow, Miguel Reis from Portugal. And they'll be battling out for a position for 2 positions available to progress to round 2, where they'll find the top seeds, not the top, but the guys that are seeded already in the World Tour, and they'll be waiting for this round 1 to unfold, so they can be placed in the round 2 heats where there's a competition waiting, as we'll have round 3 with the back 12 waiting for them as well, and then we'll have round 4. A non-elimination route, and then we have the top 16 waiting for the guys to compete, and so on and so on. But for today, we have scheduled men's round 1 as we're watching Johan Caneve from France riding this heat number 7 of round 1 and going for a roll and landing. Let's see how the judges deem that, and then after that we have women's round 3, as yesterday we ran the 2 rounds of women, and after that men's round 2, and then after that women's round 4, and after that men's round 3. So you can see a lot of people will be sending home, but this is the name of the game. Some people will advance and progress, some people will lose, and this is why it's called a competition. People are battling it out. Some will win and some will lose. But meanwhile, in the water, we are already some scores of the last waves. And the score of the last wave of red was a 4.5 on that roll. And the rider in white, Fabio Duarte, landed the roll as well, and he scored the 3.75. I don't know what Miguel Reis did. I didn't watch that wave. I was not paying attention. I'm so sorry, but he got a 2 points. That's nothing of a great expression there, but I think he needs to, if he wants to progress, needs to that wave to be a throwaway, and let's see how it pans out. as we watch some sets unfold here in the beach. We wait for some more action here at the Nazaré Pro. We would like to thank once again Meo for supporting this event. It's one of the main sponsors here at the Nazaré Pro. Of course, Federação Portuguesa do Surf, FBS, has been supporting here. APB, Association of Professional Bodyboardings as well. And the Nazaré Surfing Club here, Clube Náutico de Esportes, and all the people involved here and been holding competitions here at the beach, and all the organizers. We are so thankful for you guys that took time to make sure that this competition was being held here at Nazaré, and we're running this event so smoothly and so nicely throughout the day that it's amazing to watch people's interest and riders' interest from all over the world, even the interest of Portuguese riders, something that unfortunately didn't happen in the Sintra. I didn't saw a lot of faces that I was expecting to see competing in Sintra, but I think that was a question of decisions, because the fee to get into a World Tour competition is not that low, and maybe some of the guys had to choose from competing here or in Sintra, and they choose just to compete here. And it's really nice to watch the Portuguese guys coming into the battle and mixing it up with the best in the world here. Meanwhile, in the water, little more than 12 minutes to go. We got Fabio Duarte leading the seat with a strength of a 3.75 and a 4.35. Right after him, it's Ewan Canave from France, scoring a 4.5, and then still needs of a backup wave, and still struggling a little bit is Miguel Rice to find this first decent wave as he scored a 2, and he needs only a 2.51 now to get to second place, but the second place is Ewan Canave, the rider in red. And he still was waiting for the backup score for his 4.5, and so still things are pretty much open here as we watch Fabio Duarte paddling for this wave, but didn't quite make it for him. Otherwise, he would have gone. And let's see what the riders do out the back. This is Miguel Reis riding that left-hander, pulling out into the barrel. He comes out. Let's see what he can find after this. Going for a nice forward spin. Let's see if he still can find something out there. And it's going all the way up into the sand there, and he goes for another roll, and he finishes it. That was a very nice wave for Miguel Reis to post his first decent score here. Basically, as we watch him, he's get stalled here for a little bit of cover up. He comes out clean, and he lines his board, does a 660, and then he goes with all speed into the end section and just rolls it. That was a nice wave for Miguel. We'll wait what the judges deem that, and I'll get back to you as I'm going out for a coffee. We'll lose the voice a little bit now, and I'm gonna go out for a coffee because this was pretty early, and I'm alone here at the booth at the moment, and I'm feeling like that I need a coffee to cheer up my spirits as we watch Fabio Duarte riding this one and going for a nice roll there. There was a nice extended roll. Fabio is in first place, but is trying to throw away 3.75, and I think that will be a throwaway as that was a nice set wave, and he rolled it pretty clean and came out of it pretty clean. Nice bottom turn there, as you can see, and he rolls it perfectly. I think that's gonna be a great score, maybe the highest score of the heat so far, and it is. It's a 6-point wave for the rider in white. So So now he consolidates his lead, and I'm going for that coffee. Otherwise, I'm gonna fall asleep here in the booth.
All right, so around about 7 minutes remaining. We are going to go to a replay here, the APB replay of Johan Cavenet from France and the rider in the red singlet. Nice punchy move at the start there, and you can see Johan just looking for a little bonus section on the inside. He did get a little something at the end there, and in fact, judges rewarding him with a 7.0. So Johan goes out into the lead. Sitting in second spot is the Portuguese rider in the white singlet, Fabio Duarte, and in third place is Miguel Reyes. So he's in yellow, needing a 571 to go into second position. Fabio Duarte, he needs a 551 to take the lead from Johan, who's now the Frenchman, is currently in the lead. Well, I hope you're enjoying day number 2 of the Nazaré Pro. We have some really good action coming your way throughout the day, folks. It's going to be 20-minute heats all day. And also, we're going to be surfing round 1, 2, and 3 of the men. We'll also be picking up where we left off yesterday. Round 3 and 4 of the women, around about 32 heats, or roughly 10 and a half hours of non-stop action. So if you're a bodyboard fan, you're going to be loving it today. It's just going to be an absolute feast for the spectators. And I'll tell you what, some of the competitors are pretty stoked too. I was just speaking to Tristan Roberts, who made the trip from South Africa. Tristan, of course, the 2014 Pro Junior World Champion. And he said it was super fun out there. And you can see Yellow setting it up. Well, just one reverse there for Miguel Reyes, but that wasn't really the kind of section that he was hoping for. He's still sitting in third place at the moment and needing a 571 to get out of trouble. On screen there is Fabio Duarte, and Fabio needs a 551 to take the lead from the current heat leader is Johan Cavenet from France in the red singlet. So some fun waves around, plenty of action coming your way right throughout the day, as we said, and we're going to have some really nice pre-recorded stuff as well. Some interviews with some of the riders, and of course they're pretty famous for their production here in Nazaré, and they've got some really cool clips of the big wave stuff that happens here in front of the lighthouse. Of course, with Garrett McNamara has made it famous, and we're going to be playing all of those clips throughout the day. Right now, about 4.5 minutes remaining. Heat number 7, round number 1 to the men's heat. As we welcome back Nuno, he's had his coffee, he's had his little sweet bun for the morning, and he should be fired up.
Yeah. Thanks for having me back. I was kind of almost falling asleep because the conditions here look like a 5-star hotel. We have the booth with this lovely view in front of the competition stands here where the judges are watching the heats. and there's air conditioning and all kinds of sweet conditions, like a 5-star hotel. And I was almost feeling like I was in bed. I was almost falling asleep. So I went for my typical Portuguese coffee, so I can have some boost of energy, and going for a nice egg cream croissant. So I still pack up even some more energy. And right now I invite in the booth João Imaginário, that was early and is heat number 2 of round 1, and he progressed through. We're going to talk a little bit about the conditions that are out there and a little bit about other projects that João runs, because like I told you, João works for a bodyboard school as a coach, and he has some of his kids competing here. So this is very interesting subject here while we watch the action unfold here at Heat 7 round 1. Welcome in the booth, João Imaginário. That was a great job.
Hey, thanks.
Pushing through that heat number 2 into round 2. You're still in competition. How were the conditions out there?
Well, Unito, thanks for having me here. The conditions are pretty good. It's not Praia do Norte that we are used to get, but still the conditions are pretty fun. There you can see some good waves. The sets are still a little bit slow, and some heats are being more slow than other ones. But still we have some pretty good waves, and yeah, really nice to have a competition like this here in Nazaré. It's really good. We are really happy to be here.
As we watch a replay from Fábio Duarte from Portugal going on this right-hander, and he goes for extended roll out there. He needs to throw a 4.35 as he's currently in second place, and he's looked like he's waving to the judges because he wants to know what the score is and what his situation is. And maybe we saw the rider in yellow ride that one.
I don't know.
He's in third place, and he needs a 5.71. Let's see. As you can see, all of the bodyboarders, free surfing, and surfers there on the right of me.
Pretty good waves there in the free surf. Yeah, we could see there guys like Hubbard and Ian Campbell really making a pretty nice show.
During the competition. Yeah. The boys are getting ready for their heats on the next rounds, and there's plenty of space here for waves to be had in the free surf, of course in competition, which is in front of us as we watch a little bit of the environment you can get here on the beach. There's a lot of people already watching in the sand, a lot of people already surfing, and you can see the motor for the lifeguard assistance here. We could see the jet ski for the water patrol. We got everything here in this competition. This is really looking to be a very unique and professional venue here at Nazaré, huh?
Yeah, we got really a big, nice structure with a big competition area. We have the jet ski backup. Yeah, it's really great to be here in Nazaré with conditions like this, and this is awesome. And I hope next year we'll have another venue here, and hope it's like Praia Grande. It's want to stay in the World Championship.
Yes, we watched the rider in red going for a reverse there. There was not much there for Ian Caneve. He's in the lead. He's got a 7 point with a strength of 7 point and a 4.5. I don't think he's going to throw away that 4.5. And the heat is almost unfolding because we got a little 10 seconds to go, and we're going to start the countdown. And it looks like Miguel Reis is going to get stuck on this round. I don't know if you're waiting for scores of those riders as we watch Ian Caneve going for this ride, and that won't do much for him. That won't replace the 4 or 5. But like I was talking, João is a coach at the bodyboarding school called Pure Emotion.
Yeah.
And
Novo Onda.
I'm so sorry. Pure Emotions.
No problem.
Yeah. you were a coach at Pure Emotion once as well.
Yes, I participated in Pure Emotion as well with Paulinho and Zolt. And now I'm with Bernardo
Abreu, yeah. I got that right in Sintra, but don't get me wrong. There's so much of work being done with these young kids in the bodyboarding schools. This is just one of the schools that we're going to talk about after we go through these commercials, and we'll be back to live action. waves, you could see that small commercial of Pierre just
Amazing.
just busting that
Amazing.
giant air reverse here at Praia do Norte,
Yeah.
and you can see the waves look like that when it's really on. And don't get me wrong, that's not one
Yeah.
of those days like oh, all right, that was
No.
the session of a lifetime. No, those
No,
conditions do
are
happen
real, yeah.
here.
They're real. Last year we had like 1 month of those kind of conditions. It was really incredible. The last October of 2014 was amazing. We had like 20 days like that. It was something unbelievable. And it's really sad to see now little waves because we're really not used to surf with waves like this.
Yeah, it's true. I remember I was talking about that. Usually, if I was to bet in Praia do Norte, usually I would put all my money on the month of October because it's when the banks are here after the summer and the waves start to push in. Not big, very big yet because you don't want too big here.
Yeah,
Praia
you
do
don't
Norte.
want it to get really big.
And last year we got like maybe 3 weeks in a row, every day pumping waves, and it was crazy. Everyone was already belly full with the amount of waves they could be at there, and it was in the range from 4 to maybe 9 feet in those 3 weeks, and
Yeah.
everybody was busting up big moves like the ones we saw in the commercial, like Pierre Louis.
Yeah, the image we saw, I guess it was last year in that time when it was the venue of the national championship here. We had a prime edition here in Nazaré, in the Praia do Norte, and the waves were really ridiculous. And the waves were like, I don't know, 10 foot, just perfect. It was really unbelievable, and I guess that venue really pushed the things a little bit because I guess it was a lot of heard in the world, and as you can see the poster and the wave you saw from Pierre in the commercial, those are from that day, and I don't know, maybe you could get some waves like that, but
still
we have
wait.
to wait, yeah.
Yeah, as I watch on the left side, you cannot see it on screen. Guys, going for barrels on the left and
Yeah.
in the free surf. And if you look on the right, the same thing has happened. And in front of us, we still have the same action as riders move up and down the beach looking for where these A-frames line up. And did you look at the forecast? What do you think it's gonna be like during the day, João?
I guess the forecast, what I understood was that during the day, maybe you could get some rising on the swell, and but tomorrow the waves will start to go down, and I don't know. I guess maybe today and tomorrow will be the best days, because the forecast for Friday it's a little bit like yesterday, and yesterday the waves were really tiny, and we had to wait here if we to see if we were going to the water, and they ended up making just 2 rounds of the women's. So I don't know what's happening, because maybe Saturday the swell picks up a little bit, and for Sunday, so we'll just have to wait and see.
And meanwhile, we see Thiago Fazendeiro in the white singlet, going for a roll there. It looks like he got a little bit stuck there.
Yeah,
He couldn't
looks like
land
he
it.
didn't make it. Now we have João Machado. This is a Portuguese hit. We have Sergio Rego. He's a local from Azores. Really fun guy. Yeah, it's a well known in the community of Portugal. He always visits us here in the
mainland.
continent, yeah. And he's really a fun person, and really full of good vibes. And I hope he gets some nice waves there. There he is.
Now he just posted as
Yeah.
5.75, and he takes the lead now. And his backup wave is a 1.5, so things are looking good for Sergio. Sergio usually struggles a lot in competition.
Yeah.
He's a bodyboarding coach as well in
Yes, he
Azores,
is.
in the
Yes.
Samigan Island. So it's nice to see the clash between the coaches. A guy like yourself, you coach at Nova Onda School alongside Bernardo Abreu, which is both of you have
Yeah.
a really long story in competition, really long story in bodyboarding. And while you were in your heat, I was telling you were one of the guys from my grommet crew. We used to surf together. And back in the day, we didn't add nothing. We ride buses, trains, whatever we could find to get to those beaches and find the best conditions. And nowadays, you have
It's true.
you have schools like yours from Nova Onda that you go pick the kids in the van. You offer them all the conditions. You coach them and you bring them to these competitions. How good is to watch a clash between a guy like you that's still in competition here, and you have your kids competing alongside with you.
Yes, it's going to happen in the next heat. I'm getting Simão Monteiro was an athlete of mine, and yes, it's fun to have these conditions where we can compete with each other, and I have the opportunity to pull a little bit from them and them from me. And sometimes we get a little divided because we are their coaches and we want them to get well. But at the end, if we want them well, we have to give our top game because we can't make it their way easy because they won't evolve if we do that to them. So it's really funny that happens. Here in Portugal, we have lots of schools, bodyboard schools, and it's good to have schools because we always push a little bit for the sport, and you can see the ratio with the surf schools. It's unbelievable. The surf schools here in Portugal, it's like a plague. You have schools everywhere, and in bodyboard you have like 10 schools that give bodyboard and maybe 5 that are only bodyboard schools, and it's good to see that, and I hope other countries they push that a little bit, because we can see lots of kids evolve in the sport. This year we wanted to bring some more athletes. I was only able to bring 2 athletes with me, but this time the kids they started the school, and we had struggled a little bit to bring the kids. We had the junior comp in Sintra, and it wasn't easy because bodyboard is still not the main thing for everyone, and we always push the kids to get the studies done, and always on top, and only from there we can push them to go to things like this. But I don't know. Maybe next year we could bring some more kids, and I hope it happens. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. That's one of the things I talked about. That we had the Pro Junior in Sintra. I didn't see a lot of Portuguese kids, and you do have bodyboarding schools here. And
it's
usually
true.
when you have the junior national champs, I see vans from those schools and the coaches from north and south of Portugal going with the kids to the competitions.
Yeah, it's sad to see that, but I can tell you it's only because the competition started at the same time that the school of the kids started, and it's difficult to put them together with the parents and all, because the Pro Junior it's in the middle of the week, and we have to make the kids skip classes during a week at the beginning of the year, and it's a bit hard. Maybe if it was in the end of the year, some of them they could have the job done, or if it was like 2 weeks before the school didn't start, and I'm sure that we would have really more people in the venue of the Pro Junior.
Yeah, for sure. And meanwhile, in the water, with less than 10 minutes to go, João Machado is taking the lead right now with a strength of 4 points and a 440. After him, it's Sergio Rego that now dropped to second place, and he's got a 5.75, which is the highest scoring we'll have in this heat. but he still needs a backup, and he went for a flip there, but he could not land it. And in third place, we got Tiago Fazendeiro from Portugal with a 4.75 and 1.5. And Tiago Fazendeiro is a really...
He's a really charger, yeah. He's
as a waterman.
big wave charger, yeah.
Yeah, and he swims a lot. I had a conversation with him a couple of months ago, and he wanted to swim from here, from Praia do Norte, up all the way to Algarve. And we're talking about maybe 300 kilometers of coast. He's not going to do it all in one day, but he's going to swim it through days and see how many days he would spend swimming. That's how much of a waterman Tiago Fazendeiro is.
It's crazy.
And he's a charger. You can see him charging big waves here in Nazaré Beach. He's known for that, huh?
Yeah, Tiago Fazendeiro really is a big charger. We all know him here. He's always here in the big sessions in the Praia do Norte. It's really nice to see that he just wants to be in the water, and he wants to go that swimming here to Algarve. It's really amazing. I didn't know that.
Yeah, he's a very fit guy, and he is a really good competitor as well.
Yeah.
And he's just needing a 3:01 to take second place from Sergio Rego. And going back to Sergio Rego...
Still got some time, yeah. Sergio and Tiago still have time to make that back of wave. We can see them moving there. Looks like a set's coming.
Yeah, there's a set approaching now, and they're positioning
there
themselves.
There goes Tiago. No, Tiago doesn't go. Yeah, but it goes João Machado.
There he goes riding that
There
left
he goes.
Nice roll there, extended roll. He's going to try to connect it to the
really
inside.
Nice wave.
To do it. And another roll. Oh my God, I think this might be his best wave score so far.
He's going to consolidate his first position. Now we have some little wave there from Tiago.
Yeah, I didn't know what he did on the outside there. I was just watching for the replay, but
I think it's not helping him too much. Maybe he could get the 3-pointer, but I guess it leaves him in a
as we go for the replay of João
sensible
Machado
situation.
On this one, he went for the 2 rolls. I didn't know if he landed the second roll. The first roll was quite outstanding and quite good. The second roll, he just punched it through that lip. Looks like he's struggling, but he landed. That's it. That might be the best scoring heat wave so far now. And as we see Tiago Fazendeiro going for a
nice
forward
spinner,
spin there, getting a chandelier there, but that won't do much for him.
No, I guess not. He got the second position, but Sergio, it was a 350, but Sergio still just needs a 250 to get on top.
Yeah, 251.
On top, no, in second place.
Second, true.
And we have João Machado. Last wave was 725.
Do you know João Machado? Can you talk us a little bit about him? This rider? I don't know him.
I don't know who's João Machado.
Yeah, it's nice to see a couple of guys that
some new people.
I don't know who they are, but they are going for it. They're at the Nazaré Pro, and this seems like to be the venue for the Portuguese. As in Sintra, we didn't see a lot of Portuguese guys signing up for Sintra, but everyone was waiting for this one, huh, João?
Yeah. I guess the people, they split a little bit. Some did the Nazaré and some did the Praia Grande. Because it's not easy to make all 2 and skip 2 weeks of work, and so we are used to have like 5 or 6 rounds in Praia Grande until you get to the main event. And this year you only had like 2 or 3. And here at Nazaré it's a little bit the same, but still we got some very much Portuguese people here.
As we watch,
you have a big contingent here from Nazaré.
As we watch riding Tiago Fazendeiro in white going for the barrel. That was a nice left there. Let's see if he can connect that one to the inside.
Yes,
go for a roll.
Nice roll. It was a little wave, but nicely worked.
Yeah, Tiago really need this one to throw away a 3.5, but this will leave Sergio Rego in a difficult place. As we see Sergio paddling for the left, in the back, and we don't see it on camera, but we see it here live in front of us. He goes for a 360 there, a little bit under the lip, and there's not much for him there. But I think this wave from Tiago Fazendeiro maybe will not be the 691 that he needed to push us into first place, but it will consolidate the second place and make a harder job for Sergio.
I guess so. There goes the way for Sergio. It wasn't really a nice way for him, I guess.
He spinned under the lip there, but then he got stuck just there. The wave didn't do much for him.
As you said, Tiago Fazendeiro made a 7 with that wave, and he got to first place. And Sergio Rego now is needing a 5.91 for a second.
So Tiago Fazendeiro did it
and João Machado 4.51, and there he goes.
There he goes. How good are the waves now, João? As the guys get barrels like João Machado is getting this one now. Does he come out? Nah, the doggy there.
I guess with the tide going
dropping,
a little bit dropping, getting without that much water it had. Maybe we have more consistency, and maybe you got some better moves and some ramps, maybe some better tubes. There you go. There it goes, Sergio Rego.
That was not a good way for him. Now Sergio needs a 5.91. Sergio can get that, but he has to find a good wave. It's not going to be one of those small waves, and maybe he needs to find a wave like Tiago Fazendeiro did. Tiago was in third place a couple of minutes ago, and he just built from his first score, and he got a 7 with that barrel in the roll. Now he's in first place. João Machado is after him. João Machado already posted the 7.25 as well, and he's got a 4.40 to throw away. Meanwhile, Sergio is struggling in the third place. He has a 5.75, and he needs now a 5.91. Still 2 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. I think Sergio can have it if he has the luck to catch a wave. Let's see.
He still got some time. Let's see if the wave comes for him.
Yeah, the waves cooperate. Meanwhile, the next heat, round 3 of women, we will have in the water the winner of the Century event, Jessica Becker, and alongside her 2 Chileans, Anais Vélez and Valentina Diaz, competing with her in this repechage round, as they did not advance in round 2, which is a non-elimination round. If that round was elimination round, we would see all title contenders be eliminated, because Sari O'Hara didn't get the first place in round 2, and even Isabella Souza or even Alexander Rinder. So all the 3 title contenders are here in round 3. How exciting is this end of the World Tour for the women? As this is the women's last stop, and we've got 3 riders. If you were going to bet who is going to win this World Championship Tour this year, who would you bet on?
Wait, we had some little waves.
Yeah, as we watched Sergio Rego work for a nice roll there.
A nice roll, and we had a wave. It was from who? I didn't saw if it was.
So it just maybe wait for the replay. Maybe João Machado, And let's see what the judges score this. Do you think that wave from the red singlet Sergio would be a 5.91?
No. I don't know.
And Sergio Machado just posted the 7.75. You were right, John. We didn't watch that wave from yellow, but he posted the 7.75. Amazing work from João Machado. I don't know where this guy comes from here in Portugal.
I don't know. João Machado, the name's not popping to me.
But he's doing a great job. He's taking the lead there over Tiago Fazendeiro, which would be a favorite on this heat, because Tiago surfs a lot here on this beach, and he knows this beach maybe better than João Machado. Maybe João Machado is a local from here, and it's one of those guys, an underdog, and flying over the radar, and now he's taking the lead. Now Sergio Rego is in the need of a 6.01. Can he do it 15 seconds to the end of this heat?
Yes, I guess not. There's no set there for Sergio.
And like we're saying, Sergio is one of the guys that always comes to competition, but is always not lucky with the waves. And it seems like he was doing a great job, taking an early lead. but now it looks like he's going hurriedly, as this is the Heat 8 round 1 of men, as we finish this round 1 of men, and João Machado goes through alongside Thiago Fazendeiro, and João Machado does a great job here, posting a 7.25 and a 7.75, and we go back to round 3 of women after we have this commercial. Back soon. This was the commercial about Nazaré. As you can see, this is a fishing village. We got plenty of activities concerning mainly the sea and what we can do in the sea in Nazaré. Mainly, this is a fishing village, but now it looks like the tourism is facing up his eyes into the waves, as we see a beach packed with kids from the schools and whatnot, or whatever they're coming from here in Portugal, and I think we have visitors from all over the world watching this competition in the sand live, as we have free surfers to the left and free surfers to the right, and the competition in front of us as we have round 3 of women.
There goes Valentina. Valentina picking a good wave.
The beautiful Valentina Diaz from Chile going for a barrel. Oh, that was quite a nice setup there, huh? As we watch in the back.
The wave didn't make it the opening end, but
paddling
it looks
in
like
the
a good wave there for.
And I don't know, this is
nice valleys.
That was a nice ARS attempt there, and I don't know who that is because the information on the screen is wrong. Someone was riding in the white singlet, and before we get to that and fix that, we're going to go to Vilma Vicente, which is going to interview the winner of the last heat. Take it away, Vilma.
Hi everybody, I'm here in the Nazaré Pro for the second day of competition. I'm here with Tanya McKenna, and he's telling us what's the schedule for today. What's going to happen?
Yeah, hi Vilma, welcome along, and it's a beautiful day here in North Beach. We've got some fun little waves coming through, and we're expecting some more swell to roll in throughout the day. I guess we kicked off with round number 1 of the men's. We got the last heat in the water at the moment, and of course the world title race for the women's will continue next. We've got round number 3 for the girls coming up next, followed by, we're going to surf 3 rounds of the guys, 2 rounds for the girls. It's a massive day here in Nazaré, folks, with like 10 or 11 hours of competition.
What an exciting day is going to be. And I'm going to be here. I'm Vilma Vicente. I'm in Praia do Norte with you guys to talk with your favorite riders, the best riders in the world. So back to you guys in the booth. What's happening?
And we're back here in live action, and I think we got this fixed. I think Ana Valis is from Chile, is competing with a white singlet and is now on the screen with a yellow and counting as a yellow, but the rest is correct. Jessica Becker, the winner of the Nazaré Pro, the last stop of the women's division here in Portugal, is riding the red singlet, and in the blue singlet, Valentina Diaz from Chile. Meanwhile, that was not the winner of the last heat. There was Tessa McKenna from the APB World Tour, is representing here the APB World Tour, making sure all things go smoothly here in the Nazaré. The first ever championship in Nazaré, and how important is this event for the bodyboarding community in Portugal and worldwide here at Nazaré, John?
It's really important because this beach is like a sanctuary for all Portuguese bodyboarders, because always that these waves are pumping, you get like 95% crowded of bodyboarders. This is a very bodyboarding beach, and we get like a little bit sad because it had to be a surfer, a man from the surf that make this like his flag, and but still this is not a beach where we see much surfers. We are used to come here and see much more bodyboarders doing this wave, and all bodyboarders here in Portugal, they always want to come here when it's pumping, and it's a very consistent wave, and we always get like big ramps and big bowls, and
That's it.
it's fantastic. It's
Yeah.
really great.
It was-
We have finally here a venue from the World Championship here. I'm really excited. Yeah.
Yeah,
and, all
it was
Portuguese-
Garrett McNamara that put Praia do Norte on the map. Don't get us wrong, but bodyboarding was already doing events here, like
Yeah.
the Nazaré Special Edition. And the characteristics of that event was that they would have a waiting period and wait for the biggest day, so we could showcase some real dangerous bodyboarding here, because it's what you said. It was bodyboarders that really dominated this wave. There was bodyboarders that explored first this wave. It was
Yes.
bodyboarders that first put this wave on the map. And I'm not talking about since Nazaré Special Edition started in 2003. I
No,
think it was
no,
the first
way
year.
before,
It
way
was
before.
way before. I remember pioneers from bodyboarding talking about this beach, and what would they say was like, I was surfing a 6-foot day there, and then a 12-foot set just pop out of nowhere. This is how special this beach is, and this is why the world record of the biggest wave ever surfed in the world is here, because out of the blue, if the swell is here, if the conditions align
Yeah.
and are correct, you can get a 100-foot wave. That's what they called that wave from Garrett
From
McNamara.
Garrett, yeah.
That's how the world get to know Praia do Norte. But
really crazy,
basically, basically, when this is not that big, this sandbar gets perfect waves for bodyboarding, and that's why bodyboarders keep coming here. Now we see a little bit more surfers,
Yeah.
but only the experienced surfers, right? This is not a place
Yeah.
that you can come and have, kind of a joke kind of surf. You have to be
no
really
way.
serious about this beach.
No way. We only see here good surfers because the wave is shallow. It's a very fast wave with short ramps, and only an experienced surfer can make good waves here.
As we watched Jessica Becker
yeah,
on this, right?
nice
and they're
wave.
going for a roll. That was a nice wave. Let's wait for the score of our first wave. And I've been talking about the power in this wave. How strong is this wave? When you take a wave on the head or you try to paddle out, tell us a little bit about that. That you are already inside the water. The people are watching that the waves are like 3 foot. But how strong are these waves, John?
Yeah, the waves are pretty strong. Yeah, you can feel it if you grab if you are passing the whitewash and you get a set, you can see it's a strong wave. Yeah, it doesn't look like, but you always have strength here. Like yesterday, we could see their guys, the younger guys making free surf, and the wave were really tiny. And you could see them making big backflips and air reverses. It's really crazy. It doesn't look like when we see the wave, because the wave looks really easy and slow. But the wave is full of power, and that's why we
This
love
wave
it. It's
packs
by
a
the north.
punch, and we see Valentina Diaz going for a right in there, and she goes for the roll. Let's see if she can
Yeah.
land it. Like we talked about the power of the wave.
Yeah,
and these
looks like we have
moves
some more
are not
in the back.
easy to land. Let's see. There's a rider in white,
Yeah.
Anais
There she
Velez
goes.
from Chile, trying to hold on to that roll as
Oh,
well.
she
and
make
did.
it.
That was a good way for Ana Velez, huh?
That was a good wave. I guess
Uh,
it was the best wave.
Yeah,
of
as
the
we
heat.
see, Jessica Becker got 5:25 on her first wave, and she's looking at this
Yeah.
one, and she goes for it. Take us with it, John.
It's a beautiful wave, yeah. There she goes with a nice rollo, and she tries to combos it. Yet another roll, yeah. Nice work for Jessica Becker.
2 rolls on this wave, and this is the second wave for Jessica
Yeah.
Becker, and it looks like she's doing a nice strategy. As 11 minutes remaining on this heat, and I think she's already in the lead, but she's gonna
Yeah, she's
solidify
gonna-
this
yeah.
lead. Can you take us through this replay, John?
Yeah, she does a nice short bottom turn, and she makes the first roll, and then she gets to work that wall to get the second roll, and it was really nice work there. The wave wasn't that easy, and she made the most of it. I guess it's going to be a nice scored wave. Maybe not as much as Anais Valley because it was a set wave. I guess Anais Valley maybe gets the better wave for the heat until now, but Jessica Becker for sure will will consolidate the first place. Yeah,
Yeah, and Anais Valles just
Yeah.
get a 6-5, but meanwhile
Oh, I was
they
wrong.
dimmed the 7:25 for that second wave of Jessica Becker, and she consolidates her lead with the two top scoring waves of a 5.25 and a 7.25. And right after her is Anais Valise with that 6.50 that we saw on that strong roll. Maybe the judges
Yeah.
saw that she didn't land that clean as we saw.
Yes,
we were
yes.
looking for her on the landing, huh?
Yes, the criteria it's really specific, and the judges are pretty hard with the criteria because if you don't make the roll and you come up, you don't pop off really fast, they will cut you a little bit on the grade, and I think that was what happened with Anais Valish. She punched a really nice big roll, but the landing, we were here and we were seeing the roll, and we didn't know if she was going to make it, and things like that maybe cuts you your grade a little bit. And Jessica Becker did a very nice work there in with her wave, and I guess the juries they really liked the work she did because it was really nice vision and nice line of the wave in the wave.
Yeah, I had a chance to talk
And,
with the head of judging here, and there I was looking for a good bottom turn off the wave, so the
Yeah.
rider gets most of speed in the wave, and then if they line up for the most critical part of the wave and do a move, they will reward you. That's what happened with Jessica Becker. She picked up 2 rolls in that wave, and she got a 7.25, taking the early lead.
Yeah,
Struggling a little bit. Valentina Diaz from Chile still needing to 6.51 to go up in second, but she's still struggling for a good start still, as the wave count is 3 waves, but the best wave is a 2.5. Sets are approaching. I think we're gonna get bigger waves and better waves as this day unfolds. And with 8 minutes to go, Jessica Becker is taking the lead quite nicely and easily, huh?
Yeah, we are getting more sets coming, and it's getting more agitated, and it's really good to see the athletes not waiting so long. I hope it stays like this, like for the next hours.
How cool is that the waves are spread out? There's not like a
Yes,
place
it's
that you can say,
beautiful.
oh, there's better there, that's better
No.
there. And you see waves all over the beach, as we see this set right now, a little bit to the left where the camera is pointing. And
Yeah.
was as a perfect A-frame, left and right.
Yeah,
What was your strategy, John, when we were early in the water and you were competing? Where do you want it to sit? What were you looking for? What was your strategy on your mind?
When I got into the water, I had like a more defined peak, and my strategy was to make some 2 waves, and my strategy failed. And I was thinking making 2 waves in the more consistent place, and then I wanted to bet a little bit on the left. We had some bigger sets coming by the left. That's where the
Anais
camera is
Valese is
pointing.
paddling
Yeah.
now. Yeah, this is the left you're
This
talking
is the
about.
wave I'm talking about. I wanted to bet on this wave just when I had some score, and I wasn't able to do it, and I had to go there in the last 10 minutes, and I had to make my hit over there. And it's not. That's the problem of this wave, because you can stay in the peak for 20 minutes and not getting a wave, and you can stay in the next one and be catching all kinds of waves. We saw like who was it? Was the South African
Tristan Roberts?
Tristan Roberts? He got a really nice heat. The heat started, and he in the first 2 minutes or 3, he had
Yeah, the
like
waves
2 waves,
came from
two unbelievable waves.
In the first 6 minutes already, Tristan Roberts was not comboing both riders because Wilton Lorenzo got busy early as well, and he scored some really nice scores as well. But he did combo Jaime Jesus, that unfortunately lost on that heat and was not able to find. And in 6 minutes, Tristan Roberts, the current Pro Junior champ, did it and put some work into his competitors.
Yes, and I saw he was in the other heat, in the heats before. He wasn't here on the beach studying the wave. He was free surfing in the side, and I think this is a little bit of feeling the sea. You have to go in the water, and you have to see how the water is shifting. Like for example, in the peak here in the front, we were seeing good waves here doing in the previous heats, and now we get to see a big river, a big rip tide, and we know when we see that for the next 5 or 10 minutes we're not getting any wave there, and you have to feel a little bit the sea and go for it. You have to stay positive and.
Yeah, and who's staying positive is Jessica Becker posting an 8 to back up that 7.25 and almost comboing her two fellow competitors, the Chileans, as Ana Valise takes second place with some nice scores. Don't get us wrong, Ana Valise is doing a great job, a 6.5 and a 4.75. Who's still struggling is Valentina Diaz, still trying to find their first good score with a little bit more than 4 minutes to go. This heat number 1 of round 3 is getting decisive, and this is an elimination round. This is the repechage round, and who stays in third place in this heat does not progress in the event. And Jessica Becker, the winner of the Nazaré Pro, for sure wants to repeat that result.
Yeah, for sure, and she's in a nice position. She got into an 8-point wave. Jessica Becker, one thing that we were talking about Jessica Becker because of the wave she did, the one with the 2 rolls, and now we can see Valentina Diaz with not such a good wave. And what I saw was in Praia Grande that Jessica Becker, she always had a very clean line, and she always tried to use the line to make the maneuvers, and we got that in some heats. Like one heat, we saw Mike Stewart like pushing the line to the limits and really throwing buckets of water. And I think the judges, they're looking for a very clean line. They don't want us to go like pushing the board so we get in the top of the wave, so when the lip comes we can throw ourselves. They want us to work the wave, and I guess that 7.25 that Jessica Becker maybe was the proof of it, because they want us to see a surf, not just making rollos and 360s.
Yeah, they want you to perform a clean line, and that's what the edge of judges talk to me about. They want to see you make the best of the way without forcing it. They want to see clean moves, they want to see technical moves, and for sure they want to see a clean landing as well of those moves and a clean execution of those moves. And that's what Jessica Becker, and you were correct, Sean, was quite doing. You were being in the competitors area, and I know that the hype about this event was really big, but how's the environment over there? What are the riders are talking about? They are waiting for this swell. What's the energy out there?
The energy is really quite good. I think most of the guys are staying positive because the waves they're not so big as we were expecting, but they're still pretty good, and everyone, there's a good vibe over there. Maybe yesterday the vibe was a little bit more tough because the waves weren't good, so everyone was like, oh, there's no good waves for the championship, this is not a world championship like this, and blah, 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 blah. So I guess today the environment's a bit more calm, and everyone is trying to watch the waves and try to take advantage now when they come there.
Yeah, and we got some Craig Hayden sending all the scoop about the Women's World Championship here, and we'll read this and get through you as we have 40 seconds for the end of this heat number 1. So far there's no world title contenders here. We'll see in the next heat the world title contender like Alexander Rinder fighting it out against Natsuki Yokoti from Japan and our very own Portuguese Karina Carvalho in the next heat. But meanwhile, 15 seconds to go. Looks like Jessica Becker is taking this one, and Ana Valiz is sending her Chilean friend over.
Maybe there's a wave now for Valentina. Maybe no.
It's Jessica
Becker
that's riding. Let's see.
let them-
Good bottom turn on that one,
Yeah.
like we're watching, and a nice barrel with a
Yeah.
roll. That was
Nice,
great, Anjou.
nice.
And basically,
Great wave to finish.
yeah, as we wait for the next heat of round 3 of women, and like I said, we got in red Alexander Rinder, in white Natsuki Yokoti from Japan, and in black Karina Carvalho. As I'm going to read this email from Craig Aiden, and we're gonna take you through some commercials, and we'll be back with live action here at the Nazaré Pro. And we're back live. Like I said, we will have Alexander Rinder in red, world title contender. And basically, Craig just sent us here some really neat information. It's basically there are only 3 challengers left for this women's world title. Like we said, it's Alexander Rinder, Sari O'Hara, and Isabel Souza. But first, we're going to watch this replay of Portuguese Karina Carvalho going on this right-hander. Can you take
Carvalho.
us, João?
Yeah, another girl like Sergio Rego. She's from the islands too. And she's a girl that's been quite present in the World Tour. And
Let's see
we're
what
here.
she does.
Let's go
And
and see.
so the scoop is for Alexander to win, she will beat Isabella if she makes the quarters. Okay, she will beat Sari or if she makes the final. So if Alexander Rinder reaches the final, she will be world champion. For Isabella to win, Alexander needs to lose in the round number 4, and Sari needs to lose in the semifinals, and Isabella needs to win this. For Sari O'Hara to win, she needs to make at least the semis, and for Alexandra to lose in round 3. If Alexandra progresses further than that, then Sari needs to go at least a round better. So that's what's up for grabs. There's still a very tight world championship this year in the girls, and it was quite interesting to see Sari O'Hara win in Japan. Then she took the 2nd place in Sintra. How amazing was that?
Yeah, it's really amazing. There's nothing for granted, and anyone can win. Yeah, we have now 3 contenders. Really, it's really nice to see that. It's good that we have the emotion until the end, and I hope it gets like this until the last
the last rounds.
rounds, yeah.
And we have to shout out for Craig Aiden, technical director here at the Association of Professional Bodyboarders. He's also a judge for the World Tour. And thanks, Craig, for that wonderful information here about the World Tour standings and rankings and positions and what needs to unfold here at the Nazaré Pro, as we will crown a World Women's Champion here in Nazaré. We don't know if it's going to be today, but I think with the odds here, it's only going to be tomorrow, because I don't think that Sari or either Alexander, which are on top of the list, want to fail that, and Isabella has a lot of work for her to win the world title this year.
Yeah, no this heat. No, the last heat we had Jessica Becker pulling it through, really nice and easy. And now for the heat we have Alexander Rieder. She already failed the roll, and it looks like it's starting a little bit slower the set.
As we talk about
but
Alexander,
there she goes.
on this one.
Yeah, with a nice roll. Yeah, the judges will like that for sure. But Yes, I guess the three contenders. I don't believe that with this kind of conditions they're losing. I don't know which hit is going Isabella Souza.
Yeah, Isabella is going
Yeah.
against Rita Pires and Andrea Carvalho Diaz from USA. Talking about Rita Pires coming back.
Really nice. We have Rita back. Rita went to Bali with her husband, and it's great when you see Rita come, and Rita and Romeo. A big shout out to them both. And it's really great when they come here, and it's really fantastic. We could see Rita Pires, because Rita Pires is like one of the best competitors in Portugal. She got like, I don't know, 10,
11 national titles.
National titles. It's crazy. She's really a fierce competitor, and I don't know. We were talking about the contenders, and I bet that Isabella, it's not getting it easy with Rita Pires. She's really dangerous. And yeah,
Let's see what happens.
it's really nice. It's really nice. I'm really happy that Rita came. We have Rita Pires
preparada para a
in
entrevista.
the play. We have Catarina Souza, that is a big old rival, and we have Joana.
Yeah, Schenker. They're already in
And,
round 4.
Yeah, in the round 3 we still have Karina Carvalho, that it's in the heat now. She needs a 9.01 to pass as Alexander Rinder. And then we have Teresa Almeida, the ISA world champion, and we have Rita Pires. Yes.
So the
So,
Portuguese are looking
yeah.
good in this championship.
Yeah,
They
we
did a
still-
great job in Sintra, and unfortunately, all the 3 remaining Portuguese got on the same heat, and Catarina and Marta Leitão went through, and Teresa Almeida lost.
that was crazy, yeah.
But Catarina went all the way to 3rd place. Talking about Catarina coming back to competition, getting her 3rd place, and we got now a even better competition rider like Rita Pires coming into the mix. Can Rita, you think, we're going to go back to that one, but can Rita take a good place here in Nazaré Pro? We'll see as we go for an interview with Jessica Becker, the winner of last heat. Take it away, Vilma.
Hello again, I'm here with Jessica Becker, the winner of Sintra Portugal Pro last week. And here, she just won her first heat of the 3rd round of the women competition. Olá, Jéssica. Continua somando e seguindo, né?
Foi a primeira bateria agora da No Elimination Round. No Elimination não, na repescagem. E uma bateria que foi boa, estava bem ansiosa, um pouco mais agitada do que o normal. Principalmente porque lá dentro, infelizmente, as condições técnicas de áudio não tá chegando no outside, então a gente fica bem perdido, que a gente está acostumado a receber as notas na hora, escutar o que está acontecendo. E, infelizmente, quando a gente não consegue escutar, não consegue entender, a gente fica muito perdido. A estratégia, a técnica acaba indo lá no pé. E isso acaba abalando um pouquinho, né, o surf e a concentração.
Well, she was kind of nervous. The sound is not so good yet. We are taking care of that detail. That is a big thing when you're inside the water and you cannot hear the scores. But we are taking care of that right now. But she's nervous, but she's happy to be here. Of course, she want to repeat the result of Sintra, but easy. We're going to get there later. Do you want to leave a message to Brazil?
Obrigada a todos que estão assistindo, que estão acompanhando. Eu sei que o fuso horário fica um pouquinho complicado, são 4 horas para trás, a maioria está acordando agora. Mas eu sei que quem está ligado já está antenado na internet, acompanhando a APB Tour. E vamos com tudo para o próximo round.
All right, let's go for it, the next rounds. And now in the water, the 2nd heat of the 3rd round of the women's competition. Let's see, because we have a world champion in the water. Back to you guys.
And we're back live with that wonderful interview from Jessica Becker. She's used to interviews in Sintra because she's packing some wins there. She's already familiar with Vilma Vicente, who's doing the interviews. She's doing a great job. Vilma, thanks for that interview. And we have a message from Carlos Mariano, which was the one of the commentators on the Sintra Tour, and he just said to me, listen, Nuno, Rita doesn't have 11 championships. She has 13 national titles. How about that? I think she's one of the greatest competitors ever in Portugal in any sport because because she won 13 times her national title at her sport. Talk about talk about a competitor. Talking about an
Yeah,
athlete, huh?
It's unbelievable. She was I don't know. She's competing like from I don't know, like more than 20 years. She's always been a big reference here in the competition thing,
Scene, yeah.
and we are really used to see her making good waves, and I don't know. I think she's going to make some nice damage here, and just like Catarina Souza, it's really probable that she gets a semi or a final. I'm really betting on that because Rita Pires is really a very fierce competitor. Yeah.
Yeah, she's really good. And back when she was still living in Portugal, if you had Rita Pires on the heat, you'll probably know that the odds for it that you'll be losing against the future national champion. And she took out some European titles as well. And she went down on the World Tour, and she did a very nice campaign on a very difficult time to be a girl competing in the World Tour, as the Brazilians always dominated. And Rita Pires is part of that golden era of world bodyboarding that was very hard to push through. Like you said, João, there would be a lot of rounds before you reach main event, especially at Sintra, which is the competition that we're used to. And the Brazilians wouldn't make your life easy. Then you got riders like Kira from Australia and Marina Taylor from Canary Islands coming into the mix and making it even more hard. I'm quite surprised that Rita never won a world title, but she had the
skill,
talent to do it, huh?
Yeah, she definitely got the skills to make it, and I believe she's going to make a nice campaign. She did 2 heats yesterday, and it was really amazing to see her surf. She's really on top form. What I've heard is she's in Bali, and her thing now is very much making paddle board. She has like a paddle board thing for the tourists, and she's like you said from Tiago. She's really a water girl, and she's always on the water, whether it's surfing or paddling or swimming. She always sends us really nice pictures, and we're really psyched to see her here.
Yeah, and I know she's a yoga instructor right now.
Yeah.
So talking about being fit and mentally and physically, and João looks like he has a scoop. He's got a message from someone that told us João Machado was the winner of heat number 8 of the round 1 of men. Who is João Machado?
Yeah, João Machado. It's a kid from Peniche. It's not a kid. He's a man. He's a grown man, but. He's a quite competitor there in Peniche. We're not used to see him, but we saw some really nice waves, and I was really amazed with the work he's done. He's really a nice bodyboarder, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, going back to this heat number 2, round 3 of girls, Alexander Rinner is taking an early lead with a strength of a 6.5 and a 4. She's packing a 10.50 in total. Right next, breathing on her neck, it's Natsuki Yokote from Japan. She packs up a 4.35 and a 4.90 on this one, and is taking second place. Who is struggling right now is Karina Carvalho. She did not find herself in Sintra. She's 7 minutes to go, and she needs still to post a first wave.
Yeah.
What do you think about that, John?
Yeah, she needs to stay calm and choose the right wave. She got a pretty nice wave in the first. She was the first girl to get a wave, but she wasn't able to push it well for her side. And I guess we have to be calm and be on the right spot when the set's coming, because they're coming.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
The swell is on the rise. We can see the wind just picked up a little bit, but on the forecast it says we will not have much wind during all of today's day. And And let's see how this day unfolds. But we've been watching some sets, and like you said, and you said it well, sometimes you go out there, you get nothing, but sometimes you get all the waves like Tristan Robert did on round one. He got
Amazing,
two really
amazing.
good waves in just 5 minutes, something like that. It was like 6 minutes
Yeah.
already in the heat, and he was leading. And those two waves that he made in those 6 minutes were the waves that grant him passage to the next round, and he
Yeah.
did it with such ease and grace. But he's junior world champion. It's good to have Tristan back on the competition.
Yes,
huh?
yes. It's really great to see him here. We saw him last couple of years in Sintra, and he was always one of the first guys to get to the beach, and one of the last going home. He went at home with the suit, his wetsuit on, and he's really a true bodyboarder. He really loves this thing. He's always on the water, and it's really amazing. You can see it. He's a very, very good competitor and a very, very good bodyboarder. Yeah.
Yeah, and thanks for that, John. 5 minutes to remaining here, and we're talking about men, but it's the women that's on in the water right now. Heat number 2, round 3 here at the Nazaré Pro 2015, Praia do Norte, Nazaré, Portugal. It's amazing to have a venue here. I hope that this venue will keep on coming for the next years, as we will crown a women's world champ here at Nazaré, as we have the cup here right next to us. And how beautiful and how big is the world champion cup, John, sitting here next to us?
Yeah, she's really beautiful. Yeah, I'm seeing it now, and the one who gets it will be very happy to have it. Yeah.
Yeah, I would hope that someday would be a Portuguese, because a Portuguese rider never won the World Cup in bodyboarding. And talking about winners, we had maybe the two best shots we had for a world title in the World Tour would be Catarina and Rita Pires for sure. But to talk about Teresa Almeida, that early this year, she won the ISA World Championships in women, and she's currently the world champion.
Yeah. As we see Alexandra pulling the notch and trying to make some flips, and yes, we still didn't have any champion with the world title, and I guess. The competition here in Portugal has to take up a notch, and has to look a little bit for the world, for how the world title is organized, and we have to start make the sport more appellative. We have to get it in better ways. We have to put the priority system really in the early stages. Because it's really amazing the step up that the sport gave when the priority system came. Because we're just seeing people trying to surf their best, and the people are always picking the wave with certain, and we don't see the same thing when there's not a priority system, because you get to see lots of athletes going to block each other, and for someone that is trying to watch a bodyboard competition in the way that it should be a spectacle, it's not that good spectacle to see guys and girls going after each other in the water. We just want to see good waves, good maneuvers, and really nice surf. No, we don't want to see those kinds of things. And in Portugal, we didn't make it up a notch. Still, we are still seeing much heats that the athletes they pass, blocking the opponents. And I think the federation has to take up a notch and take care of the situation and make it a spectacle. Yeah.
Yeah, it was bodyboarding that showed the world the four-man priority. Before it was only priority on the man-to-man heats, and it was the likes of guys like Chico Garitano, the head judge here, and the head judge at Sintra that invented this system, which is some kind of complex, but at the same time is simple, and it allows people to surf and not going to a paddle battle. This is not a battle for paddling. This is a battle for bodybuilding, and you said it well, John. We want to see the guys surf, and you want to be an honest and very just heat between everyone that's in the water. As we see Karina Carvalho, 1 minute to go, she's still struggling.
There she
See
goes.
if she finds this wave, this nice section. She goes for a goal, gets stuck a little bit on top, but she is not able to land. She's not landing these moves, and that's what the judges don't want to see. Meanwhile, Alexandra Riener driving that, we see a roll earlier, and she got a 590. She consolidates her lead.
They're all getting waves now. There goes a nice left.
Natsuki Yokote from Japan getting washed up of the falls on that one. That was kind of funny, but Natsuki is one of the Japanese girls, one of the Japanese crew, and they're up for anything. We see them in Sintra. They travel all together. They're super tight, and they're super funny to watch, and they get excited with anything, basically, as we watch the replay from Karina Carvalho.
Yeah, I think it's really nice to see the Japan contingent. I'm not well known of the waves in Japan, but we are seeing really fierce bodyboarders. I didn't want to get in the heat with some of those Japanese, because they're really good. They really put up some good stuff. Yeah, really good, nice maneuvers and nice surfing. Yeah, it's really amazing.
And listen, one thing, we have in a title contender, Sari Awara, and for the first time, the Japanese can win a World Tour title. How about that?
Yeah, really amazing. Yeah, emotion till the end.
Yeah, as we have right now in the water, world title contender Sari Ohara from Japan. We were talking about her, and we're talking about the Puerto Rican Luz Marie Grande, which has been, since she was a grommet, she's been a name to look out for in the world bodyboarding scene. And we have Teresa Almeida, like we said, the local leader from Nazaré, the current ISA world champion, defending her title here and defending the Portuguese colors at her home break. Let's see how she does here.
She's really at her home, and
she's going for it, up and riding.
See, she wants to be the first to get a wave. And yes, I guess she has a really nice chance too, as Catarina and Rita, as we were telling. And Teresa Almeida is another girl that we have to look up, because she's used to these kinds of waves, and I guess she's going to put some good numbers there. Yeah.
She might be the one to bring Portugal a world title, as she already brought a world title. Don't get me wrong, a World Tour Championship title. That's what we're talking about, because she's currently ISA World Championships, and we're gonna have to excuse João Imaginario from the booth as he goes on the first heat of round 2 of men. And thank you for having you, João.
Thank you for having me.
Some good insights about bodyboarding, and we wish all the best to João. Want to say goodbye and shout outs to your sponsors, maybe your family or something?
Yeah, I want to give a big shout out to some friends that have been calling here. I want to give a shout out to Bernardo Abreu, to Bernardo Tomé, Ricardo Rosa. I want a big shout out to my girlfriend Bárbara. Amor, estou aqui contigo. I want to give a big shout out to all the kids that from our school that are giving a really nice backup here. They came, a lot of them, to see us, and that's it. And a big shout out to Unit. Nice work here. I'm really excited to see you here, and hope it gets some nice waves here in Nazaré.
Yeah, good luck, João. And as we walks out the booth, he shouts out to most of his friends that was texting him while he was here in the booth, and it's good to have all you guys watching. And a big shout out to Bernardo as well, good friend and co-worker at the Nova Onda School here with João, doing a great job with the kids. And a shout out to Barbara as well, his girlfriend.
I just want to give another shout out. This is a special one too. I want to give a big shout out to João Barciela. Estamos contigo. Queremos te ver aqui para o ano a partir desta porcaria toda. Vamos embora.
Yeah. Well, as we know, Joffy is out of the competition this year due to personal reasons, health issues, and we want you to come back, Joffy, as he did a great job last year at Sintra's, packing up a third place home, and was the best man in that event at Sintra. And we can't wait to have you back, Joffy, and we wish you all the best. And I hope you get well soon, so you can be back here and knock out some big names and put your bodyboard name into bodyboarding history here. As we watch us that way from Sari Owara, she getting busy, getting her first wave here. This left-hander, she gets nice speed there. She goes out for the end section and packs it up with a real nice roll there. And she got a 6.25 just alone for that roll. 16 minutes remaining. Plenty a lot of time for Luis Marie Grande and Teresa Almeida to answer back to Sari Owara's wave. But I think this is one of the hardest seats in this round 3 as we watch Sari Owara, a world title contender, and she came second in Sintra. And Luz Maria Grande from Puerto Rico, when she was younger, you could hear the name of this kid being shouted out for all the world as one of the biggest promises in the world women's bodyboarding, and she's here competing in the World Tour. She didn't go far in Sintra, but I think she wants to redeem herself here as she goes for this nice extended roll on this right-hander. As we watch as well, Teresa Almeida going for that wave, but it was kind of an in-and-out wave, and she's just packed 1 point. We'll wait for the score of Luz Marie Grande, the rider in white from Puerto Rico, like I said. As we watch the replay, she gets a nice bottom turn. She aligns herself with the end section there on the right, and she goes for a nice big roll, and she makes it, and she just gets out of there. A little less than 15 minutes to go. And this is E3, round 3 here at day 2 of the Nazaré Pro 2015. Oh my God, what an amazing feeling it is to be here. The sun is shining, the waves are out there, there's no much wind. We can see Sari Owara waving up to the beach commentator, maybe waiting to listen to her first score, which was a 6.25, and the first score of Luz Marie Grande, the rider in white, is a 5.75. So they start the heat really well. And for Teresa Almeida, local here at Praia do Norte, she needs to start and get busy because these girls mean business. As we see Luis Marie Grande going at it for another wave. She packs already a roll there on the lip, and she tries to connect it with another here on the inside. And does she land that one? She did not complete that move, but if she did, probably it would be a good backup score wave for that 5.75 that she already has. And let's see, we see now riding Teresa Almeida trying to pull into that barrel. Unfortunately, the wave didn't open up, as we see the wind now starting to come in a little bit, but crumbling that barrel, and she was not able to push in through that barrel. And she had to be back out and pedal out for some waves. Meanwhile, we have Vilma Vicente with the winner of last heat, Alexander Rinder. Take it away, Vilma.
Okay, I'm here with Alexander Rinder from Canary Islands. She's the world champion of the women's, and she just came out of the heat as a winner, but it was pretty hard. You cannot listen inside the water, and you had a situation there.
Yeah, it's pretty difficult to be in the heat without hearing nothing. Like, you don't hear the scores and nothing. The priority you can see, but to not hear your scores is pretty hard. And yeah, that situation I had was a little bit difficult because one of the girls who was in the heat, she doesn't hear. It's the Japanese girl, and I had priority, and she took the wave in front of me, and I was thinking about if I take the wave now, she would do an interference, and it was just so hard. I decided to not to let her the wave because I don't know what could happen in that situation. So, but then I got my waves too, so it's good.
So very good. Thank you. Congratulations. Let's talk about your feel the pressure here because you can win the world title again. Are you thinking about that? The waves. Well, you like heavy waves. It's not Like in Sintra was not like that. In here, it's not like that. It's pretty fun. It's pretty good, but it's not heavy waves. How do you deal with that? With that pressure and?
Yeah, it's pretty hard because there are two riders behind me. They're really good bodyboarders, so it's always hard. Like you always think about it, but the good thing is this wave. It's pretty fun, so we all can do our show that we can bodyboard. So it's just let's see what happens. But for sure, I'm always there thinking about it. But I'm trying to not think that much about it and concentrate more, doing my heats and doing my best, and then we will see what happens.
Yeah, you're so young. You can win 10 or 20 world titles if you want. And what you do when you're not competing? Do you try to practice and go to the water many times as you can, or you choose to relax and see Nazaré, such a beautiful city? What do you do?
Yeah, well, we didn't have waves yesterday, so me and my mom went shoe shopping. But yeah, if there are waves, I will surf a little bit, but yeah, I will cruise around too. It's the first time I'm here, so I just see I hurt my back a little bit, so I'm trying not to force it that much. But I think today I will have a free surf after the contest to enjoy the waves here, because since I'm away from home, I didn't get really good waves, so I want to get a really good free surf. So I will surf after the heat.
And I'm sure you will get lots of fun here. A lot of people like you, and you're living Canary, but you're German descendant. Portuguese people love you as well because you spend so many time here in Portugal. You have Portuguese friends as well, like Catarina Souza and all the girls and some friends out here. Do you want to leave a message to everybody that loves you?
Yeah, of course. I really like my fans. It's unbelievable. I still can't believe that I'm an idol for other people. For me, I always have my idols, and I just want to thank you all, guys, because without you, I wouldn't be standing here for sure. So thanks to all my fans, to my friends here in Portugal. Portuguese people, I always said they're really nice. One of my best friends. Actually, my second mom is from here. You all know Ruta Penedo. So I really love the Portuguese people. So thanks a lot, and just keep on watching the contest. It's going to be interesting.
Yes, keep watching, guys. Back to you guys. Let's see what's happening in the water.
And we're back in live action. This is heat number 3, round 3 of women's division. We got Sari Awara, world title contender, and you just watched an interview from Alexander Rinder, a world title contender as well. She was quite a long interview, and this is what at stake. It's a world title here at the APB World Tour.
Yeah, so it was nice to hear Alexandra talking about all that stuff, and and saying a big cheerio to all the fans around the world. So. But back to the action in the water, one of the other title contenders sitting in second place, of course, is Sari Ohara from Japan. And Sari, well, she looks like she's on track to get through this heat as well. 6.25 and a 5.65. Top two scores locked in. Luz Marie Grandperez sitting in second position from Puerto Rico, where the tour will be heading to the Encanto Cultura Festival. It's coming up in early November.
I want to go.
Oh, I tell you what, keep up this good webcast commentary, mate. Who knows? I think actually they've got. I think Manny was originally locked in for that, but for whatever reason he's not going now. And I think Action Jackson will be holding it down.
Yeah,
in Puerto Rico.
Action Jackson. We got out Steve Action Jackson back in Brazil, huh?
Yeah.
Where he lives now.
I can put $50 on the fact that Steve Jackson is going to be watching this webcast.
Yeah, for sure. And he's always commenting and sending some really good info about what's going on in the bodyboarding world. And don't get us wrong, he knows the history of bodyboarding maybe better than anyone in the world. And he's done his research, and he has this notes or pointed in his head or in the back of his head or in his computer. And he's always sending new info about what's going on in the bodyboarding world, and always backing it up with some bodyboarding history and some bodyboarding facts. Big shout out to Steven Action Jackson, that's maybe watching from Brazil right now. I hope so. because Tessa McKenna has $50 on it. And I think if you're not watching, and you can say that, Steve, you're going to win $50. But meanwhile, in the water, we got Teresa Almeida, the local here, struggling. And talking about local, she's just signed a contract here with Praia do Norte, which is a project that the council is holding up about promoting this beach, and Teresa Almeida's got the support of the council behind her, and it would be a shame if she just lost here. She's got a little less than 7 minutes to go, and he still needs to find 2 good scores to overcome Luis Marie Grande in the second place, or even Sari Aora in first place. But looks like the Tyrrell race is looking good, because Alexandra Rinder went through, and right now Sari Aora is doing a great job. And up in the next heat is going to be Isabella Souza, as we watch Luz Marie Grande from Puerto Rico going for a nice roll there on that right-hander. I don't know if he's going to better 4.75 that she has for the throwaway, but we'll wait for the judges to send us that. And meanwhile, we have here from Craig Aiden sent an email to Tessa McKenna saying we're going to repeat the current standings here for the world title, as Alexander Rinder progressing, Sari Aora is progressing as well.
Yeah, that's right. Now that Alex has got through round number 3, for Sari to win, she needs to at least make the final. So if Alexandra progresses further than Sari needs to go at least one round better. So I guess that means that if Alex fell in the semis and Sari went on into the final, theoretically, Sari O'Hara could win the title here. But there's a lot of variables here. For Isabella to win, Alexandra needs to lose in round 4. Sari needs to lose in the semis, and Isabella would need to win the competition. So there's a fair few different scenarios that could play out here today, folks. At the moment, we're watching Blue just having a little look at that one for Teresa Almeida from Portugal, and she's a great surfer, but she's really struggling out here at the moment. We're just on the bottom of the tide, so it's a very low tide here at Praia do Norte at the moment, and it doesn't like low tide. It's a kind of a high tide break. Like most wedges around the world, it kind of likes the incoming tide. It needs to get to low tide. When the tide starts to come in, it kind of brings the swell in with it. When it's small, of course, dead high tide is no good. It just makes it too full. But I reckon we're going to see a bit of an improvement, Nuno, over the next, over the next half hour or so. Tide is, bottomed out. It's coming back in. They're very extreme tides at the moment because we've got a full moon happening. And, hopefully it'll drag some swell in with it for the afternoon's action.
Yeah, 2 nights ago we had the supermoon, and there was a lot of pictures on the social networks, and this is the moon that's influencing these tides. But actually sometimes the low tide is good there and the high tide is really bad. It depends on the sand bottoms, but the sand bottoms out here, they are really good, and I think the swell that we're expecting for is going to push on the oncoming tide as we watch the round 3 of women's progress right now, and after that we'll have men's round 2. And I think during men's round 2 we're gonna watch that swell increase, and the sets are gonna get bigger and bigger. We've seen that happen during competition so far in this day too, and I think no one can complain about conditions here, as we've got very contestable waves right now, and with less than 4 minutes to go here in this E3 round 3 of women's, it looks like we're gonna lose the local Teresa Almeida from Portugal, who is in the search of her first really good wave, because she scored a 1 point and a 1.5, and that's not really good on her campaign on this heat, as Sari Aora is leading comfortably, and following her is Marie-Louise Grande. With that last wave, she packed up a 5-1, and she ditches off that 4.75. That was her backup score, and she consolidates her second place, still on the hunt for the first place that's holding by Sari Aora, like I told you. And meanwhile, in third place and needing now a 9.36. That's a high score. Teresa Almeida, less than 3 minutes to go, as the camera is filming her, and she is waiting for something to pop up in the back that's gonna make the score. I think she will not make one wave of 9.36. She can do a combo of 2 waves, as we see her paddling for this one, but it's a closeout and she doesn't want to take it. Let's see if she's lucky enough to get 2 waves in this last 2 minutes something. And like Terry McKenna said, it's pretty open so far. There's a lot of probabilities and possibilities to for this to unfold before we give away the cup for women's world title. But meanwhile, we see Teresa Almeida trying to paddling for this one. She tried to force herself in this wave. The wave didn't present much, and she needs to get back out there and serve something if she wants to remain in this competition. As less than 2 minutes, and it's looking very complicated for Teresa Almeida at this moment. She trying to find something desperately, as we can see on screen. And it's going to be very hard for her to catch 2 waves in 1 minute and 30 seconds. And it pretty much looks like Luis Meri Grande and Sari Owara will progress through the next round. And Sari Owara will maintain her title shot if she progresses in this round. And it's looking very good for her. Meanwhile, the next heat in the war is going to be world title contender as well. In the red singlet, Isabella Souza. In the white, welcome home, Rita Pires competing once again in the at the world stage, at the world level. It's amazing to have Rita Pires back, one of the best competitors ever in a bodyboarding history in Portugal. And she's back to compete. It's great to see Rita and her husband Romeo coming back to Portugal from Bali, where they live now, and getting this competition. As we see Teresa Almeida going for this role, she needs to get back out there and get another wave. And let's see how the judges deem that. This is not a very good wave, not a long ride, not one of the biggest waves, but at least she gets something on the scoreboard and maybe improve her situation. She now needs a 6.86 to take second place away from Luis Meri Grande. She has 20 seconds. She really needs to catch something out there and maybe do an ARS or something. I know she's capable of that. She's current ISA world champion. As we watch Luis Meri Grande for a big rollout in that left, can she land that one? If she landed that one, maybe she would better off the 5.10 that she added as a backup score, but nah, not really. And I think prematurely Teresa Almeida is getting out of this competition. And we see Sari Ora progressing and Luis Meri Grande progressing as well. Luis Meri Grande, that if I'm not mistaken, lost in this round at the Sintra, and it was quite an upset because she's a really good rider. And now she moves through. And we'll get the last heat of this round of women's competition underway, Terry.
Yeah, it's going to be a great heat, that one, that's for sure. So it's day number 2 of the Nazaré Pro, coming to you live from Praia do Norte. We're going to be back with more action right after this commercial break. Welcome back, folks. It is day number 2 of the Nazaré Pro, and this, of course, is a men's and women's World Tour event on the 2015 APB World Tour. Terry McKenna taking you through day number 2. Nuno's just stepped out momentarily, who will be back shortly. So good news in the form that the title race is still alive and living here in Nazaré. First off, Alexandra Rinder got through with Natsuki Okodi. Karina Cavallo, unfortunately, eliminated in that previous heat. And right then in that heat, just before we went to the break, Sari Ohara, who is in the race from Japan, also winning her heat and staying in the race. Now it comes down to this young lady in the red singlet, at the moment is Isabella Sousa from Brazil, and Isabella looking to try and recapture a world title. And have a listen to this for a score while we were watching the commercial break. 9.25 Isabella Sousa. Wow, that is an incredible way to kick off her campaign. Fired off a big warning shot over the head of her rivals. And we have a 1.0 and a 4.5 locked in for Rita Pires at the moment from Portugal. So no scores locked in for Andrea Cavallo Diaz from the USA. Andrea, of course, is a Brazilian living in Hawaii at the moment. Big shout out to some of those guys watching down under, including Thomas Cabron. Or hello to Tommy. He's one of the judges on the ABA tour, and eventually, hopefully get the. He's from Reunion Island, and Tom would very much like to join the APB World Tour judging panel one day, mate. Keep at it, and you'll get there. So 9.25 first wave for Isabella Sousa. 1.0 and a 4.5 locked in at the moment for the first waves there for Rita Pires. So coming up in the next heat, we're going to see some pretty good action. So stand by for that. Just going to get the updated draw here. I think it is from the men's division.
Yeah, I can tell you one thing. It's going to be Maxim Castillo, Nicolas Rogner. It's going to be João Imaginario, and I think Simão Monteiro. That's it. The winners of the first and second heat of round one, and if I'm quite correctly, that's it. That's the next heat. We're going to have round two of men coming into the water after this round three of. Very exciting round three of women, huh?
Yeah, that's right. We're just looking out the window here, and you can see first and second place getters. That's Luz Maria Grand Prix and Sari O'Hara. Sari getting herself in position to do a bit of an interview with Vilma Vicente, who's been doing a fantastic job hanging out with the APB here in Portugal. Well, look at that score, the first wave score for red.
Oh my God, amazing. I was just amazed with Isabella Sousa's talent, and she's still fighting for a world title here. She's one of the world title contenders here. I think she has the long shot between herself and Sari and Alexander Rinder, but you cannot count Isabella Sousa out. She knows what she's doing. She's a former world champion, and I think she wants that title back away from Alexander Rinder. But Alexander Rinder putting quite a very nice start this year in the APB Tour. But when things looked great for her side, there comes out a Japanese girl called Sari O'Hara, and she took out the third stop of the Women's Tour this year, and she packed up a second place in Sintra, the fourth stop of the Women's World Tour this year. And right now at the fourth stop, I think the fifth stop, sorry, things look really great for Sari and Alexander Rinder, and of course Isabel Sousa. They're still in the title contender. As we go for an interview with Sari O'Hara, the winner of the last heat.
And Sari O'Hara, the winner of this heat, number 2 of the ranking this year. And you could be a world champion this year.
I can't imagine. So I don't I don't think about the world champion. I just go for the win.
And it's a very good strategy. Just go for the win. Back to you guys. Let's see what's happening in the water. While we have it 4 with Isabella Sousa, another former world champion, and Rita Pires, the Portuguese girl that is a very good rider and just won some national championships. So let's go. What's happening? Let's see what's happening. Back to you guys.
Alrighty, well, thank you very much to Vilma there. Just talking with Sari O'Hara from Japan, and ohayo gozaimasu to all of our friends in Japan watching and looking on, and of course Sari's brother trying to qualify for the World Championship Tour of Surfing. How cool would it be if Sari O'Hara won the World Championship of Bodyboarding and her brother qualified for the World Championship Tour?
I think Japan would be on a biggest party regarding wave sports, because the Japanese girls confessed to me that still waiting for a world title for Japanese bodyboarding to occur, and she said they have the talent. And in the same place for surfing in the Japanese side as well, to really perform. As she said, they got the athletes, but for some reason they are not able to get a title, and they are not very convinced and motivated to follow the world tours, and maybe this will set up an example and a fire spark on them.
Yeah, they've definitely got the talent, and they're built for it. They've, usually short, stocky people that are powerful, and they look after themselves. They're very healthy, living. Oh my goodness, how was that wave out the front there? Did you see that, Nuno?
Yeah.
Here comes another one as well.
The free surfers are loving it, as they are able to have a free surf right next to the competition area, both on the left side and on the right side. This is how wide Praia do Norte is here, and in front of us we got the competition area, and still plenty of waves in the competition area. And this is a normal day here at Praia do Norte here in Nazaré, and things are really looking good as we see some more sets approaching, and they are getting bigger, and the waves are getting bigger. Like you said, the tide just went low right now, and as soon as she starts to push in, oh my God, we're going to see some bigger sets, and we're going to see some high-scoring wave potentials out there, as we just watch Isabella Souza post up the highest score of this event so far with a 9.25 under her belt. With one wave, she's taking the lead.
Well, she wanted to just make sure she doesn't get too complacent, and that she definitely wants to get that second score into the system. And then everything will be sweet. All right, well, at the moment, we are looking at about 11.5 minutes remaining. It's day number 2 of the Nazaré Pro here, coming to you from Praia do Norte, and there's some fun little mini wedges coming through here today. It's definitely contestable. Hopefully, we'll see a bit of an improvement throughout the day, that's for sure. We're going into round number 2, heat number 1, next for the men's division, and plenty of action for you remaining here in day number 2.
Yeah, definitely. We still have a lot of action to unfold this day, as after this we'll start to have men's round 2 in the water, and we're going to have Maxime Castillo from France. We did a wonderful performance in the Sintra. We're going to have Nicolas Rogner from Germany, which advanced as well a lot in the Sintra Tour, and joining them is going to be the winner of the first heat of the first round, Simão Monteiro, and the second place at the second heat of round 1, João Imaginário, which we had the privilege of having here in the booth and talking about a little bit about his campaign here and his work with the kids. And he's got 2 kids competing, and actually one of the kids that he brought here to compete is going to be on this heat with him. So how funny is that, huh?
That's going to be funny. It's going to be even funnier if the tail wags the dog and the kid wins. There we go. Take that, teacher.
Yeah, the student winning over the master.
Wouldn't that be good, huh? And believe me, that could quite easily happen to anyone, that's for sure. But time ticking away here for Isabella Souza. She really does need to lock in a second wave. She moved up the beach after we saw those left-handers reel through just out of the contest area. It's a funny little break here, isn't it, Praia do Norte? 1 minute the sets hit to the south, the next minute they hit to the north. There's no real kind of sequence to it. It just randomly pops up wherever it likes to, and of course it's dictated by the North Canyon, which lies a kilometre or 2 off the coastline. And it's one of the deepest, offshore canyons that there is on the planet, where you can see, Isabella Souza just having a look at that one and electing to let that one slide. So 9 minutes remaining. We'll wait for that next priority call.
Yeah, and we can see waves going everywhere. As watch Rita Pires back in competition and going for the left-hander with a nice roll. She already has a 4.5, and like we said, it's so good to have Rita Pires back. I haven't seen Rita in a long time. She's been living in Bali, and I haven't seen Rita Pires competing even in a longer time. So it's really good to watch her here. As this round 3, heat number 4 of women unfolds. And in last place in this, we have Andrea Carvalho, which already scored 4 points, so she's looking good for her campaign in this Nazaré Pro. And like you're saying, Teza, there's not something or somewhere that you could predict here at Nazaré. The waves just bounce off of that big cliff there where the fortress and the lighthouse is, and the waves come all the way from that deep canyon, and as the waves and the pulse balances off of that cliff, you'll get A-frames all over the beach. We're not talking like maybe a kilometer wide of sandbanks that are really here and looking very good. And it's very typical at this time of the year to have this sandbanks really set up for the winter season that's just started now, which we are in autumn. We entered into autumn season after our summer here in Portugal, and if the waves come, oh my God, the sandbanks are definitely here, and we don't see a lot of wind increase. That's what was on the forecast. That's what we have on the charts, and we also have on the charts a little increase of the swell, and that's what we're expecting in the middle of this afternoon and throughout all of the day into the next day of competition. And the organizers decided to make the most of this 2 days that we got some really excellent conditions to do this event, the Nazaré Pro, and have the chance to showcase the beautiful waves that this beach can offer. And meanwhile, in the water, 7 minutes to go, Isabella Souza leads with a strong of a 9.25, and putting Rita Peters and Danae Carvalho Diaz into some work out there, because Rita Peters just packed up another 4.5, and she's currently sitting down in second place, and then Danae Carvalho Diaz now searching for 5.01 to overtake Rita on that second place, and it looks like for someone to overtake Isabella, it's going to be a very hard job, as she still needs to post a second good backup score, as her backup score is now 1 point. But as soon as she puts a backup score on that 9.25, she will take a very comfortable lead there and make it very complicated for the other riders to obtain the first place. But still, there's the second place that can take you to the next round, and that's what Rita and Andrea Carvalho Diaz are fighting for. Rita is comfortably sitting now on that second place, and yeah, like I said, it's good to have Rita Pires back in the competition, and it brings some kind of joy into Portuguese bodyboarding, because she's one of the best ever, if not the best ever, girl competitor in the bodyboarding scene for Portugal, alongside Catarina Souza, a long-time rival. And Catarina has not won more titles in the national scene because of Rita Pires. Rita Pires taking out plenty of titles from her, but don't get us wrong, Catarina as well, with a lot of national titles, a lot of European titles. And Catarina actually was the first and only Portuguese women to win a World Tour event here, and it was here at Portugal at Sintra, and we're still trying to repeat that accomplishment, and I hope that some of the Portuguese girls are up for it here in the Nazaré Pro and can repeat that wonderful achievement from Catarina Souza, which we will find in the next round, because Catarina already went through to round 4 as she packed up a win in round 2, a non-elimination round, but whoever won the second round heats would go through to the 4th round, which is quite amazingly a nice feat. And Ayaka Suzuki from Japan did that yesterday alongside Catarina Souza and Neymar Carvalho, which now comes back in total power after a very disappointment performance in the Sintra Pro, losing very prematurely. And in heat number 4, also a very strong competitor from Portugal, and someone who I really like to watch is Joana Schenker. And I think she can do a lot better than what she did in the Sintra Portugal Pro, and she maybe can progress through more rounds and even reach the quarterfinals, semifinals, and maybe win this event. So looking very good for the Portuguese representatives here, as we still have Rita Pires competing now for a place in the 4th round, and we have Catarina Souza and Jana Schenker from Portugal in round 4. So at least we have 2 Portugal representatives in the next round, and hoping to put Rita as well there and lock her name in bodyboarding history, because history is being written here. This is the first ever Nazaré Pro here at Praia do Norte, and we are, man, I can't stop saying this. Oh my God, how wonderful it is to have a competition of bodyboarding here. This wave is really a good place to showcase bodyboarding, as we watch André Carvalho Dias going for a roll on that left, but not managing to stick it. Terry.
Yeah, it is nice to be here. We had the official welcome up at the lighthouse yesterday. It's a 500-year-old fortress that has featured heavily in the history of Nazaré and the fishing village that it is. And of course, way back in the day, they used to build a lot of boats here, and it was a real boat building kind of a town. And they used to launch the boats out of here, and that's why they put that fortress there originally, to kind of protect that whole concept. But yeah, it's been on the radar of the APB for a long time. I had so many people from Portugal messaging me, way back even into the IBA days, sending me messages saying, "Hey Tessa, we got to get to Nazaré if you want to see some real waves in Portugal." They weren't wrong, were they? That's for sure. Rita Perez just getting a short little ride there. We can see also Red having a look at this one, and a sucky little takeoff, parking it in the tube, and it looks like she got clamped on that one, and unfortunately won't come out for Isabella Sousa. So coming off that low tide early this morning, conditions are a little bit tricky. You can see that that emergency tape that's comes into the front of the screen sometimes, the red and white tape there. Of course, what we've done is we've roped off some of the beach here so that people don't sit in front of the judges, because when it's small, that the way the lump is on the sandbank there, all you have to do is get a couple of people sitting along the edge there, and it's going to obscure the view of the judges. So that's the reason for that one.
Yeah, true that. And I used to film quite a lot. Oh, sorry. And this beach allow you to have a certain angle that you could catch sand and the wave at the same time while you were filming. And that was a cool angle, but for a competition, you need really to watch what's going on, because then when you're filming, you can miss something. And meanwhile, going here in front of the booth, we're having Ian Campbell, Louis Finnegan, and Terry McDaniel, some of the boys from the squad, as they call it. They auto-proclaim themselves the squad, coming out from a session of free surf on the left side of the competition area, and we could see those boys going for reversers, backflips, barrels. They did it all in this morning.
Oh, absolutely, and you could see the smile on their face and how happy they were walking up the beach. They're getting some good waves in Portugal, and as as bodyboarders and surfers, they're just stoked, isn't it? There's nothing like only a bodyboarder knows the feeling.
Yeah, it's true. Looks like it's not much out there, but don't get us wrong. Nazaré and Praia do Norte can and do deliver, and we watched maybe some guys coming out of the water surprised with what they got. They got in barrels and backflips and air reverses out there. So, like you say, this is a really very proficient bodyboarding wave. And as we watch, with less than 20 seconds to go, Rita Pires sitting on the outside, comfortably in second place, but André Carvalho Dias in the third position, only needing a 5:01. She went for a roll, but she did not land it. As we see 5 seconds to the end, it looks like Isabella is moving in first place into the next round alongside Rita Pires, and then André Carvalho unfortunately getting stuck on this round. But don't go anywhere. We'll be after this commercials live action.
Alrighty, well, welcome back, folks, to the Nazaré Pro 2015. You're watching the APB World Tour as it rolls through Portugal for a couple of very cool events. Of course, we finished up at Sintra, the 20th year of that competition, and flipped the coin, and we are up here at Nazaré for the first ever Nazaré Pro. And Nuno, it's fantastic to be here, mate, and we are into the first round of the men's division. Who we got in the water?
Yeah, well, we're watching now live action. Maxime Castillo going for that flip on that left-hander, completing it with the roll on the end section. That's very good wave from Maxime Castillo, which already packs a 5.75. While we were on the commercials, on this, as watch the replay, the wave from Maxime Castillo. There he goes. He finds that bully section. He goes for ARS, completes it quite well, and still finds a roll on the end section. And he packs up a 5.85 to combine with the 5.75 that we didn't watch because we were watching that wonderful commercial about the surroundings of Praia do Norte and the surroundings about the Nazaré village, as we saw Fort São Miguel, which is the fortress here with the lighthouse, and we saw as well Santuário da Nossa Senhora de Nazaré, which is the local church and the shrine for Saint Nazaré's saint. And it's a big thing in Portugal. It's one of the biggest saints here in Portugal. So we are a very religious Christian country, and this is a very important location of Portugal with lots of history and a lot of cool surroundings with nature and culture and everything. A little bit like Sintra. This is an amazing country. You should visit.
Yeah, absolutely. If you haven't been to Portugal, you do not know what you're missing out on. I've got a lot of friends of mine in Australia that go, "Oh my God, you're going to Portugal." It just seems like it's on the other half of the world, and it's so far away from home for most Australian people, and quite a lot of people you wouldn't believe have not been to Portugal, and they say to me, "What's it like?" And the first thing I say is, "It's amazing. The people in Portugal, I can really, as Australians, we can really relate to it. They love the ocean, they love the beach, they love surfing, they love their sports, and they don't mind a beer as well."
Oh, we do love beer. That's one of the things that we cannot live without. And I think most of the Portuguese at least have one beer a day. And there's a quite interesting concept surrounding that, is that we the Germans, which are very famous for their beer drinking, have the Oktoberfest, which is a beer-related festival, and they claim they drink a lot of beer there. And we alone, in a university festival in Coimbra, drank more beer in that week than in the week of Oktoberfest.
Oh my God.
That's how we love beer.
Are you serious? That is good. No wonder I'm feeling so good here. I mean, I've been sneaking in a couple of super box now and again. I don't mind it.
I'll check it out when we're working. We do not work and mess around where we're live. And talking about not messing around, Maxime Castillo does not mess around, and he already packs up the first lead.
That's right. He's building house, that young Frenchman, 5.75 and a 5.85. And just outside of the camera view, right there, we're actually repositioning one of the cameras. You didn't catch it, but Maxime Castillo got a little barrel to ARS. It was only a small wave, but it looks like he's going to improve on his current situation. Joel Imaginario from Portugal. We had Joel in here earlier on before, talking about his bodyboard school. And who's his student in this one?
Simão Monteiro.
Okay. And Montero's got a 4.5. That last wave score for Maxime Castillo was a 7.0. Unfortunately, we didn't see that one on the webcast, but I'll just take you through it. He took off, he got a nice little barrel, he came out and busted an ARS, but the wave was really small, but the judges were impressed with the technique of the young Frenchman.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to find the good waves out there, but once some of the riders find them, they are quick to perform on them, and as soon as that wave barreled up, he took advantage of it, and he found out a bully section on the end of that barrel, and he just flipped it out, and the judges just reward him with a 7, and he's taking an early lead, 7 minutes only in this heat, in this round, and already Maxime Castillo building up house here, followed by João Imaginário is picking up a 4 and a 2.5, and after them Nicolas Rogner, who was, I think, the first guy to catch a wave on this heat just before we went to commercials, and packed up a 5 in here, and still waiting for a backup score. And meanwhile, in 4th place, Simão Monteiro just scored a 4.5. And we welcome in the booth, very cold here because we have the air conditioner on. I told you this is 5-star accommodation here at the booth, and we have a wonderful view, and I have a wonderful Karina Carvalho next beside me to my left, joining us in the booth, and I'm gonna welcome her, and she's gonna comment a little bit, and I'm gonna ask her some questions about the Women's World Tour and an upcoming event in Madeira Island, which is where Karina Carvalho comes from.
Hi there.
Nice to have you, Karina.
Cool. I'm
Yeah.
fine. Unfortunately, here the comp I didn't come through now in this round, the 3rd round. But it's very good to be here in one of the world best waves.
Yeah, how amazing is to have a world bodyboarding competition in Nazaré, and how important is that for the bodyboarding community in Portugal and in the world as well?
Of course, to put Portugal in our spots on a map of good events and great events. Of course, it's very important having this big contests here, and also to provide good conditions for the sponsorship. For them to see that we are alive, the sport is alive, and we have very great waves here, and this multiplies. You know, it's we have these events, and then the tourism comes to Portugal to experience these good conditions. So it's very important to have this world contest here.
Very well said, Karina, and I think that's the main objective here, is to attract people into the sport of bodyboarding, and we're doing this with the live webcast, which we're broadcasting all over the world. And as you can see in the beach is full of people just watching the comp, and riders here in the event as they watch this day 2 of the Nazaré Pro unfold. And we have Maxime Castillo getting very busy. In 10 minutes of it, he already has 5 waves counting with this one, and he's taking an early lead against the rest of the guys that still are waiting for a backup wave. But meanwhile, we're going to talk about competition, and proudly, and you're going to have an event in Madeira Island. That's where Karina Carvalho comes from. She comes from the Portuguese islands, the island called Madeira. And next week, we're going to have an event there, and which is very important for world bodyboarding, especially the women's division. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, it's that the goal of the event. It's to promote women bodyboarding and women in sport in general, of course. And we have also good waves in Madeira Island, so of course it's to provide them, to promote them. And our touristic activities, because it's a great island with much things to do, sightseeing, great activities in mountain and in the ocean, and that's what we have in our touristic plan. So we have a 6 days event in there, which we were going to make a little bodyboard trip on the first 4 days, and some touristic activities, as I said, and then it finished with the last 2 days with the contest. It's an ATB contest, World European Tour contest, just for ladies division.
That's amazing. And I've been to Madeira once, and I can tell you that's an amazing place. I visit some caves, I don't know the name, you're going to talk about it. I went to a top of a mountain and just watched this beautiful clouds, and I was above the clouds in the top of the mountain, and as well I get to surf Paul do Mar and a couple of waves surrounding that area, and I was quite happy with that trip. Everyone treat me really well. I eat really good food. I get nice weather. I got nice waves. And I'm going back there next week to be shooting for this amazing event that Karina is holding up with Madeira Council. The Madeira Region Council is supporting you and backing you up on this. And at the same time, we've got a European Tour Championship all in a week. What does someone that is interested in participating in that have to do? Can you talk a little bit about the girls' experience? It's called Girls' Experience, right?
Yes, the name of the event, it's Bodyboard Girls Experience. And what we want here with the experience is the activities that it's not just comp that we have there. So it's to make some tourist activities, as I said, the free sessions in our spots with the best conditions. That's what we are trying to achieve, with good photographers and cameras to provide good images for a good video at the final. That's what we are trying to get also. So I already saw the forecast to Madeira, and I guess we were having lucky. I guess we will be able to surf in the north with great conditions and in the south. So
let's see what happens. Huh?
Yes.
And meanwhile, all that thought, we'll go back to that Madeira event, and we're going back to Vilma Vicente, who is the winner with the last round. Take it away, Vilma.
Isabella Souza, it's here with me. She was the winner of the last heat of the women's competition. Hola, Isabella. Unfortunately, we didn't saw your opening wave, a 9.25. So explain to the people out in the house, how was it? Because we didn't see it.
Was kind of like an area, so backflip, I didn't know exactly, but it was like a good left, and yeah, I'm something, and then yeah, it was pretty like good wave, and left-hander, and I'm happy to take the 9-point-something.
Thank you so much. Now in the water, the first heat of the men's competition, of the second round. So let's see if they can make such a good waves as you girls and you, Isabella. So back to you guys, back in the booth.
And we're back live. Meanwhile, we have heat one of round two of men, and right beside me we have Karina Carvalho talking about the European Tour stop that she's gonna have at her beautiful home spot, which is Madeira Island, and Bodyboard Girls Experience event just before that World Tour stop. But meanwhile, in the water, we got some busy Maxim Castillo just throwing everything at these guys, and we just saw a sick invert before we went down to interview with Vilma, and he now packs a 7 and a 6.75. Still trying to find his backup score is Nicholas Rosner, which is in 4th place. He just needs a 5.76 to move up to 2nd. He has a 5 and he needs a backup. Meanwhile, Simon Monteiro moves up to the 2nd place as he backs up his 4.5 with a 6.25, and João Imaginário is needing now a 6.16 as he has his 4.60 as his best wave in a 4. They're struggling a little bit with the rip, and we're gonna go back to Karina and ask her about her event, but in Portuguese, so everyone that's watching can understand what's going on here in Madeira in our Portuguese home and national language, which is Portuguese, because we're from Portugal. Karina Carvalho, então eu perguntava-te, vais ter o Bodyboard Girls Experience na Madeira, vais ter também uma etapa do europeu. Fala-nos um bocadinho sobre os patrocinadores, o que é que vai acontecer lá, e aos interessados que se quiserem inscrever, onde é que eles podem encontrar essa informação.
Bem, este evento de 6 dias, é claro que está a ser possível graças aos apoios das entidades locais do governo, não é? Nomeadamente turismo da Ilha da Madeira e a Câmara Municipal de São Vicente, onde será a prova do europeu de bodyboard no fim de semana. E a todos eles um grande obrigado. É claro que nós também temos os nossos patrocinadores privados, são muitos, portanto nós convidamos todos os interessados que visitem a nossa página. Basta fazerem a busca por Bodyboard Girls Experience e fazerem o like, claro, e acompanharem todas as atualizações. Nós temos um programa pode-se dizer algo extenso, são 6 dias de evento, em que nos 4 primeiros dias faremos uma bodyboard trip nos melhores spots da Ilha da Madeira, recolhendo boas imagens, com o objetivo também é termos ali boas fotos e bom impacto visual através de um bom vídeo no final do evento, e penso que vamos conseguir, porque vão estar lá as melhores do mundo, é preciso salientar isto. Isabela Souza irá estar lá, Alexandra Rinder também vai estar lá, e as nossas portuguesas como Teresa Almeida e mesmo a Joana Schenker. Portanto, é um evento a não perder. Continuando no que vamos ter em termos de programa, também temos uma aula aberta a toda a comunidade, que será um dos grandes momentos também do evento, na sexta-feira à tarde, dia 9 de outubro, em que queremos envolver o máximo de pessoas e de entidades parceiras, porque para além de um evento que é competitivo e promocional, este também é um evento solidário. Só também para salientar esta iniciativa que nós estamos a ter, vamos recolher fundos para uma entidade de solidariedade social da Ilha da Madeira, que é o Centro da Mãe, que apoia mulheres, não é? Que é disto que se trata, e pretendemos então fazer uma mega aula com os melhores atletas do mundo, abertas a toda a comunidade na sexta-feira. Depois teremos os últimos 2 dias do evento, no sábado então e domingo, em que esperemos também ter as melhores condições para as atletas disputarem então a última etapa do circuito europeu de bodyboard feminino, onde iremos coroar também a campeã europeia, que estou muito contente que seja na minha ilha.
E temos aqui o testemunho verdadeiro da Karina Carvalho, que se encontra aqui na cabine a fazer o live webcast aqui do Nazaré Pro. Ela estava a falar sobre o evento na Madeira e parece que vamos coroar uma campeã europeia na Madeira, em terras portuguesas, e aqui também vamos coroar uma campeã mundial, que será possivelmente hoje, não sei, é muito pouco provável, mas as contas assim o permitem, e possivelmente amanhã ou no decorrer desta prova durante os dias, depois temos até domingo. So in English, so everyone can understand, resuming a little bit about the Bodyboard Girls Experience is an event to promote Madeiras Island and their surroundings, activities and waves. They will be doing some promotional photos, promotional video, and at the end of it, they're going to have a European tour stop where they're going to crown the European champion. So all of that activities and action in just a week in the beautiful Madeira Islands, where you got plenty to see as we watch out there in the blue singlet Joy Imaginário. That needed a 6:16. Let's see if the judges deem that enough or not. But meanwhile, while we're talking, Maxime Castillo just posted a 9 and putting on a show here at the first heat of round 2 of men. This is how good the waves are. As we watch now, Nicholas Rosner from Germany, he lives in Portugal currently, but putting some steam as well on that wave and still going. He needs a 5.76 to take second place, and I think this wave will be enough. I'm not a judge, but I'll wait for that. It's still going all the way into the sand. This is how bad this guy's won it, and he took this wave into the sand. He did quite a lot of moves on there, and I think he's going to get the score. We're still waiting for the score in blue, but like we're saying, we got Karina Carvalho here, one of the Portuguese representatives here in the Women's World Tour. Unfortunately, she already lost, but she's going to compete in Madeira for the European Tour, and she's going to hold up an event there that's sponsored by the government of Madeira and some local institutional sponsors there and some private sponsors, like you said. And I really think it's good and cool to see you support your sport in your island and pushing it through, as at the same time it's got some social content, and you guys gonna support a local association and give away free bodyboarding classes. How's that for a whole week in Madeira Islands? Please go to Google and write bodyboard girls experience. And you'll get all the information of this fun-filled week in Madeira Island as we start E2 round 2 of men. And we see Pedro Correia from an island in Portugal, but from Açores, not Madeira, getting really busy in the beginning of this heat and already going for a flip and a roll. I really wanted to see the results of that last heat because it was a heat banger in the last seconds, and this is how amazing the action is at Praia do Norte. And you were out there, Karina. How were the conditions out there?
Well, I can say that in my heat in 20 minutes, I guess there were many sets coming in and a little bit closing the waves that were getting in, the smallest ones. But I guess that men can adaptate more of these conditions with these conditions, and for me it was very difficult, but we can see that there are good waves, nice waves, but in 20 minutes of course there are just a few, and being a competitor in 20 minutes you have to get in, put you in a good position to catch them, and of course the lucky, it's a factor. I guess now we can see that it's coming a really, really nice wave that it's opening. Unfortunately, in my heat, I didn't see any of this one. And with a good barrel, in 2 sections, my God. Okay, really, really, really nice waves. Mauro Bandeiras, he's a Portuguese rider. Well, and it's like that. I guess with the tide now, with this tide, we will having better and better conditions here in Praia do Norte.
Yeah, the swell is increasing, and you didn't watch it live, but we watched the blue singlet, Mário Bandeiras, the local Portuguese, going for a right, and he got 2 barrels on the same wave. Too bad you couldn't watch that. But meanwhile, live now from Morocco, Anas Adli, we did a very good job in the Sintra, advancing many rounds and representing Morocco's in Sintra, is now went for this right and packed it up with a roll. And we watched the first wave from the black, as we see the 2 barrels from the blue rider here. We were not lying, and there's barrels out there in ramps and big waves wedging in A-frames. And like Karina said, as the day unfolds, we're going to have better conditions with this tide, and it looks like we're going to have a swell coming in for today and tomorrow, and we might see an increase of the sets here as we are watching since early morning, the waves getting better and better as we wait for the first scores of the first rise of this second heat, round 2 of men. Even today we're going to have, after this round, women's round number 4, and after that men's round number 3. We're going to have in total 11 hours of action here in Nazaré Pro. How amazing is that, Karina?
It's very, very, very good. They have to get the opportunity of this day, because it's the best in the forecast provisions, and we can see that the waves are a little bit more consistent than yesterday, and with the forecast we can see that it's falling tomorrow in the afternoon, and at the end of the competition period, I guess there will be even worse conditions. So that's why we are having this long day of competition, long day of good performance here in Praia do Norte, and keep you
entertained.
Yes.
With these waves. And meanwhile, in the water and entertain us is Joshua Toledo in red from Chile, and in white from Morocco, like I said, Anas Adli, and yellow, the man from Portugal, Azores Islands, San Miguel, Pedro Correia, and in blue, Mauro Bandeiras from Portugal, as we watch the first scores being dropped here by the judges. We were waiting for those with a little bit than 15 minutes to go, a little bit more than 15 minutes to go, and Joshua Toledo already posted at 5:25, and Anas Adli 5:5. We're still waiting for the first wave of yellow. I think he got that during competition because it was a early wave, and we just eased the buzzard, and the yellow rider was already on the wave, and we're still waiting for the score of those 2 barrels on that wave. And I think that we see conditions improving, and we're going to see a very beautiful day for competition. Meanwhile, in the women's division, going back to the women's division, we still have 3 girls fighting for the title here. How amazing it will be to be able to give the cup away to one of those girls. And if you had to bet all of your money, Karina, who do you think is going to win the world title here at the Nazaré Pro for the women?
I don't know, but I have a feeling. I don't know why. That could be the first year that a Japanese girl could win the world tour, bodyboarding women world tour. Because Sariawara competed in Japan, of course, and has already a first place. And then she did well in the other contests. So she's a very consistent rider. And in these waves, she's very prepared for all the waves. I can guarantee that. She surfs well, as the majority of the Japanese riders, in small conditions and with windy conditions and in pipeline. They surf very well. So I don't know, but I guess she's focused. I can see that, well, could be.
Yeah, so Karina's money is on the Japanese rider Sari Ohara, and if they take that world title, I think we're gonna have fire rockets and all kind of sorts of party things going on here for the Japan crew as we watch a beautiful invert from Joshua Toledo, the young rider from Chile. This was one of the bigger waves here in this heat, and we already have the scores for that first wave of yellow was at 8 point. That was an amazing ride in Pedro Correa from Azores Island putting on a show for us as we watch the replay here from Joshua Toledo, the rider in red, going for that big invert and landing it quite nicely, and he just claims it, saying to the judges, hey, here I am, and I landed this real fast, and I'm going back out there because I need to throw away a 5.25, and he did that. 7.65 for that invert. That's quite nice. That was a big wave, and it was a very well performed move, and he backs it up with a 5.75. He now takes the lead, and still 12 minutes to go. This heat has been busy, Karina. The riders want to catch waves pretty soon as we watch Anas Adli from Morocco's going for this right, and let's see what he has on this one, and he goes for the ARS and he completes it. How fast was that? And he kicked out of that. Now he's starting to watch some really high performance here on round 2 E2. How is it, and how do you compare this heats of men towards the women?
Of course, in this part of the competition, as we pass round through round, we are now having the best athletes in the world riding in the water. And as I said, the conditions, I guess, they are better now, and we can see the really great performance, of course, in the big maneuvers and the most difficult ones, and that's why they are getting good scores that we can see now, and it's part of the job.
It is, and meanwhile, where they are doing their job, we're going to go to the wheat winner of the last heat, Maxime Castillo. Take it away, Vilma Vicente. We're back live. I'm sorry we would not have sound. We're trying to fix the sound. We have technical problems for Vilma Vicente in the interview. We could not listen to anything that's going on. And looks like Anas Adli is not listening to what's going on as he raises his hand and maybe wants to know what's the heat situation. He cannot hear us, but I'm going to tell you in first, Joshua Toledo leading with a strong 13.40. He has on the trains of a 7.65 6.5 and a 5.75. Yeah, that's correct. In second place, Pedro Correa, that started early with an 8 point, and he just scored a 5.25 on his last two waves. And in third place from Morocco's Anas Adli with a 5.5 and a 5.90. Now needs a 7.36. That's a very high score for Anas Adli, but I think he can do it. He did well in the Nazaré Pro, and now struggling Mario Bandeiras just needs a 6.51, less than the Moroccan rider, because he packs up a 6.75 and still looking for the backup. He needs a backup of a 6.51, sorry, to take second place. I think it's possible. Meanwhile, we have to say goodbye to Karina Carvalho, as she wants to maybe go for a free surf or something like that, or promote her event, and she will say goodbye right now.
Well, bye-bye, and stay tuned to Bodyboard Girls Experience.
Yeah, thanks for having you here, Karina. Please go Google Bodyboard Girls Experience event happening in Madeira Island next week. And if you're a girl and you don't want to lose that experience, you make sure you go to the Facebook page and website. Do you got a website? Yeah, the Facebook page, and make sure you log on and get all the information. It's a week of field activities and ending up with a European tour event, and that's going to happen in Madeira Island for the next week. So in Portugal, we're getting championship activity, bodyboarding crazy, and this is, I think, it's the time of the year because the season starts, and we do have very good waves, and we do have some beautiful islands, and Madeira is one of them, and it has a lot of waves, and we'll see more of that as we'll get to watch the photos and the videos from this Bodyboard Girls Experience. Thank you, Karina, for having you here, and see you in Madeira.
See ya.
See you. Bye-bye. Thanks. And right now, meanwhile, in the water, meanwhile, we have in the water, I was just giving my phone number to Karina because I'll be in the Bodyboard Girl Experience. But if you are a boy, you can join in too. There will be plenty of girls in this Bodyboard Girls Experience, as we'll have plenty of activities. And we're going to have a European tour event there. And the European champion will be crowned there. So we'll crown in the next 2 weeks 2 champions, a world champion and an European champion in Portuguese. So how dedicated we are to the sport of bodyboarding. This is our history in bodyboarding. This is our stamp in bodyboarding as a sport, and we want to promote it as a sport and as a competition, and as well as an experience that you can have. And it's just not about competition, it's about making new friends and being able to do activities alongside this stops of competition that are being held in Europe, especially Portugal. And you'll get to know a little bit of the surroundings, the culture, and taste food and everything around what makes bodyboarding such a beautiful sport. It's not all about the waves. You tune in live and you watch it and it's okay, it's a bunch of guys flipping around and doing some moves and competing against each other. It's much more than that. It's much more than that. I think competition is like 10 or 20% of that, because outside of the competition we are making friends, connecting to people all over the world, and as soon as the tour stops and the championships go to each country of which nationalities that are represented here, we get to exchange that cultural feeling about everything that makes us different all around the world. And there's new waves, new experiences, new food, new activities, new sightseeings, and oh my God, this is why I love to be bodyboarding. That's what bodyboarding gave into my life and make the man I am today. And I'm talking to you live as a witness of all of these things, wonderful things that can happen in the world of bodyboarding. And as soon as you start traveling, as soon as you start mingling with other competitors, especially in a World Tour event or a European Tour event or at a Bodyboards Experience event like you're going to have in Madeira, you can mix it up with the world champions. We can have the likes of Isabella Souza and Alexander Rinder there. So how amazing is for you to go on an event, on a trip, and you have the 2 former world champions and current world champion there that you can talk to, that you can surf with and make pictures and surf. And Oh my God, it's wonderful. Mother is beautiful. I advise every girl that's watching, if you can still make it on time, please log in into Bodyboard Girls Experience and find out what the program is. And I think you won't regret it if you go there. Meanwhile, in the water with 5 minutes to go, Joshua Toledo is leading comfortably. Not comfortably because he's got Pedro Correa breathing on his neck, but in third and fourth place, Anas Adli from Morocco's respectively needs a 7:36 to move up to second and take that second place away from Pedro Correa. And Mauro Bandeiras in the fourth place needs a little less than Anas Adli from Morocco's 6:51 to take the second place. They are playing the waiting game now as we wait for some more sets. And it looks like when the sun comes up, it turns glassy and we have wonderful conditions. And then looks like the blocks, it comes like a little foggy cloud or something like that, kind of a fog. And the conditions look like they get a little bit choppy because of yeah, don't get me wrong, this is no wind. This is just a little breeze that's coming into Praia do Norte as we see sats and waves stacking out the back, and the conditions are improving. And we watch now Mario Bandeiras. He needs a 6:51 like I told you. Let's see if he can put that score here. He goes for a nice flip. Can he land that? Oh my God, it didn't. And he's going out there real fast because he wants this real bad. And this is one of the Portuguese representatives here at round 2. And meanwhile, Pedro Correa is doing a great job and packing up the second place. Who's doing even better is Joshua Toledo, that we already know what he's capable of because we see the South American leg in the beginning of the year of the APB World Tour. And we saw this young kid from Chile just shredding those waves in Chile. And he comes here to this European leg, mainly Portugal, where we're holding these 2 stops. One in Sintra that didn't work out for him quite good, but now it's looks like the stars have aligned and he's doing a great job. And as we watch the replay of the flip of Mauro Bandeiras, looked like he had all under control, but then the landing didn't stuck and he got on the back of the wave there and he could not end that move. Meanwhile, if you could pan out the beach, people just get on coming, and they bringing their boards, they're putting on their wetsuits, they're going for a free surf. This is a really nice day at Praia do Norte, and people are watching and taking pictures and being a part of this great event that is Nazaré Pro. And I think the guys here did a very good job. They're promoting this beach for a couple of years now, and oh God, it's an amazing time of the year to be here because the season of waves just started and everything is happening here. And I'm glad that people are taking time out to come here in the beach, although it's a school day, and have fun and join us in this big party that is the Nazaré Pro. Meanwhile, 2 minutes to go, and out back nothing much. I can look over my screen and see like a really, oh my God, as I see a nice invert really on the left out of the cliff. And like I've been telling you, there's like maybe 30 guys in the water alongside the competition area. There's plenty of waves for everyone. So if you're thinking like oh, I'm not gonna there in competition time, don't even think about it. It's plenty of waves for everyone here. Sorry for that, and we're back once again, and 1 minute remaining in this heat, and we're still waiting to see what unfolds here, as Mario Bandeiras needs a 6:51 and is in 4th position right now, and in 3rd place, Anas Adli. We saw someone there, and it's the wrecked singlet. Once again, Joshua Toledo putting out his A game here, and maybe trying to increase his lead. We'll have to watch for the replay of that wave as we see Mauro Bandeiras going on for this ride, and let's see what he can do. And he goes for a roll, and he does not land it. 30 seconds remaining. What can he do? At the back, the rider in yellow going for it, Pedro Coelho. We also have the Moroccan rider in white on that wave, and he went for a flip there and he landed. We need to wait for that wave of white with 10 seconds remaining now, and if I don't think he's going to get the 736, but we have to wait and see. I'm not a judge, and that's why we have a panel judges that are professionally able to do that judging for me. And as this heat ended, we're going to have the next heat in the water, and that is going to be Anas Adar, Louis Sahad, and Martin Moridian from Guadeloupe, and I think Gonçalo Soares or Jeremy Lovestock. I need an update here of the next round 2 of men, and as scores drop off, Anas Adli 485 and Mauro Bandeira 440. So unfortunately, not enough for these riders to progress. And who takes the win is Yoshua Toledo and Pedro Correa, and you will see them in the next round. And don't go anywhere as we go back to live action after this commercial.
Já estão a tentar roubar.
And we're back in live action. This is heat number 3, round 2, and in the water in red, Anas Adar from Morocco. He did a very nice campaign in the Centro Portugal Pro, and is here back in Nazaré competing. Next to him is fellow countryman Louis Sahad. Also did a very nice campaign in the Centro Portugal Pro and is representing here Morocco in the E3 round 2. Right next to him is the winner of his heat in the round 1, Martin Moridian from Guadeloupe, competing here with a yellow singlet and blue Jeremy Lovestock from Aruba that packed the second place in the round 1 of his respective heat. A little bit more than 18 minutes to go. Still, we're waiting for the first wave of these riders and for the results of the previous heats. But we have an action-packed day today here at the Nazaré Pro, and we're waiting for the riders to ride that first wave, and we get some scores locked in on the board. Meanwhile, we saw a very nice competitive heat, and we saw Yoshua Toledo win that one over Pedro Correa from Azores Island, and a Portuguese rider is moving through into the next round alongside Yoshua Toledo from Chile, which I think is wanting to make up for his campaign in the Sinterpo that didn't work out well for him. And we'll be watching more of him in round 3 of men, even today, as they join the back 12 in the round 3 and the 4 wildcards chosen for this event, as we'll have Dino Carmo from Portugal as a wild card, and as well Miguel Prato, which are locals from this beach, and Jeremy Arnaud from France as well. And I think David Lefebvre from France, which are the wildcards for this event here at the Nazaré Pro. And 17 minutes remaining on this heat, and still we're needing to find the first score of this heat as we have an update of the men's round 2 heats. And up next in riding Portuguese, up next in the next heat, it's going to be Miguel Adão from Portugal, who's going to meet up with Charlie Chapelet from Union Islands, which we saw in Sinter getting knocked out prematurely. And joining him, Gonçalo Soares and Guilherme Guerra, the Portuguese rider, as we have Martin Moridian from Guadeloupe riding.
Alrighty, there's Martin Meridian. Nice section there. Oh my goodness, that was a perfectly executed backflip. And Marty Meridian, who made the final on the knee in Sintra. Oh, I tell you what, Guadalupe would be just blowing up about that maneuver. How was that stuff?
That was amazing, and he did it on the round 1, and he packed up an 8-point with just one move, and he did it again. I think this one is even better as we watch him line up for that section, and he completes very controlly that first move, and then the second roll to back up that. Meanwhile, don't go anywhere, but we'll take it back to Vilma Vicente with the interview of last heat winner Joshua Toledo. Take it away, Vilma.
And the winner of this heat was Joshua Toledo from Chile. Hola, Chile. Hola, Joshua.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Bueno, quiero decirle a todos de Chile que la ola se está poniendo un poco mejor. Y nada, ahora se me pusieron unas par de olas buenas. Quiero agradecerle a mis auspiciadores, a Corpesca y a Erizo, South America Unite, Reg Metal, a todos mis amigos que están ahí viéndome en Chile por internet. Y a mi familia que está ahí presente siempre. Bueno, este es el segundo round y los tocó muy bueno, así que vamos a esperar el siguiente hip, que es el tercer round. Y nada, súper motivado con la ola.
Of course, he's very, very happy with this victory. He said the waves are getting better, so pay attention to our webcast here from Praia Norte, Nazaré. Back to you guys, back to action.
And we're back in live action, and we already have the score for that first wave of yellow. Martin Meridian, a 9.5. And I think it's the highest scoring wave so far in this event, and it's looking pretty good for Martin Meridian from Guadalupe. I thought he was only good in the knee, but it looks like he was he cut out of Sintra Pro quite prematurely, as he lost maybe on the first or the second round. And now we see Martin Meridian fired up here in round 2 of the Nazaré Pro.
Yeah, have a look at the countries that are being represented here. Guadeloupe, Morocco, Aruba. It's unbelievable, isn't it, to see all these competitors coming from the four corners of the globe here to beautiful Nazaré. That's white there. Ooh, that might be a loss of priority there for Laïdi Saad. We'll just wait and see if Moroccan friend loses priority in that situation. I'd say that it would have to happen, that's for sure. Marty Meridian sitting in the lead. He's got a 9.5. That's a pretty good way to start your campaign. Sitting in second spot is Lauridi Saud, and he needs a 478 to take the lead. And with just one wave under his belt, Jeremy Lovestock from Aruba is in the blue singlet. And yet to get a wave is Anas Hadar, of course, from Morocco. But once again, great to see the Moroccans rocking up here to Nazaré. There's a stack of those guys back there, and a big shout out to all of our friends watching in Morocco. Hope you guys are enjoying the action here from day number 2 of the Nazaré Pro.
And talking about Moroccans, these two guys, Louis de Sahat and Anas Hadar, made through 6 rounds in the Sintra Pro, coming all the way from round 1 as we watch Martin Meridian ride again. He got a little bit of cover up there, and he's going for the flip and another roll, and he's still trying to combine those moves with another roll and another roll. Oh my God, Martin Meridian is on fire. I think he's amped from that second place in the drop knee.
I think he's had a big old bowl of Cocoa Pops this morning. He's fired up. He's got something going on there in Marty Meridian. Washed it down with about 5 cups of coffee. Good on you, man. That's awesome stuff there. We'll wait and see what the judges thought about that score.
Yeah, that's what Portuguese coffee does to you. It keeps you on your toes. And Martin Meridian maybe feeling the vibes from that second place in the drop knee division there in Sintra. Maybe feeling a little bit frustrated because, don't get me wrong, but I didn't know Martin Meridian was so good on prone. And he's showcasing it on round 1. And here on round 2, is blasting away the competition as we see Mr. Sahat from Morocco flying on this right-hander and landing this ARS. This move has been getting him through some rounds in Sintra and maybe here in Nazaré.
Yeah, always looking for those right-handers, isn't he? Like most of the Moroccans, they love their right-handers, those guys. We're going to check the replay for this one for Laudidi Stad. And you can see that good, strong bottom turn, up and over, no problem at all. Yeah, that's pretty well executed. And judges say that's going to be enough to give him a 6.75. Last wave score came through for Marty Meridian was a 7.0. So yellow and white really smashing it out of the park right now. And Jeremy Lovestock and Anas Hadar are going to be really searching for scores.
Yeah, they're in combo situation right now. So in less than 12 minutes ago, we got Martin from Guadeloupe and Mr. Saad Loudoui Sahar. Lud'ihi Sahar, I think it's the right way to pronounce it, are comboing Jeremy Lovestock and Anas Adar in this heat 11 minutes to go, and Martin Meridian putting a strong campaign here, and I think already is packing up the highest score in this event and the highest heat score total so far. And this is only round 2 of the men's division here at day 2 of the Nazaré Pro, as we watch Anazadar planning for this wave. This is a nice left-hander. What can he do here? Let's watch out, and he goes for a nice rollo. He just waiting for this first wave still. As we watch Martin Meridian, oh my God, he's putting us some damages. He's in this Nazaré waters, man.
Martin Meridian, I reckon this is like one of the best heats he's ever surfed in his life. There's Anas Hadar. This is the APB replay, and you can see that one. Good, strong roll. Nice extension for the Moroccan as he just punched off that one. And Martin Meridian right behind him. Watch this one here. Meridian just going up and over. Big backflip right in the heavy section of the wave. And we're going to see some pretty good numbers coming through for that last exchange, that's for sure.
Yeah, definitely. And Martin Meridian keeps on building this score. He now gets a 7.5 on this last backflip. And he's shredding this Nazaré waters as he has the high scoring wave, like I said, and the highest score total so far in this event, a 17 point, and still 10 minutes to go. He did it so fast as we watch there, the water patrol just keeping away all the free surfers away from the competition area. And congrats to those boys. They're doing a great job because this water patrol here is really necessary as we got free surfers on our left and free surfers on our right. And this is a normal day here at Nazaré, packed with people on the beach and on the surf. And this is a nice venue here as we have a lot of spectators, and it's still Wednesday, day 2 of this Nazaré Pro.
Yeah, that's right. Most of the kids are at school, or people are at work. I can only imagine when we get into the weekend. Just having a bit of a talk to Walter, the mayor, and he said to me that he was talking to Garrett McNamara today, and Garrett seemed to think that there was going to be some waves tomorrow. So that's interesting to see. I guess, Garrett McNamara would be able to read the charts as good, if not better, than anyone around these parts. And he also thought that Saturday looked like it was going to have some waves. So let's hope that holds out. Wave scores come through for Anas Hadar, 6.5. That was that extended roll that he got. There was also a second wave score locked in for Laidi Saad. It was a 6.75. And last wave score for Martin Meridian was a 7.5. So lurking right down the bottom in combo land is Jeremy Lovestock. So Jeremy Lovestock is the unfortunate resident of combo land, population 1.
Yeah, he still needs to build up his score. He only has a 1.5. He still needs to really catch a good first score and then back it up. It's not an impossible mission. He needs a combination scores of 11.51. And Anas Hadar was in the same situation. He just packed a 6.5 and just now needs a 5.01. So it's quite obtainable. As we watch Jeremy Lovestock from Aruba riding this left-hander, he goes for a roll. Can he land that one? Unfortunately, I think he cannot, and he gets stuck in that wave and is still going back out there. But he needs to get busy as we watch Anas Hadar from Morocco flipping out that left-hander. And if you can watch on the replay, that was a very big move. And he didn't get much air, but he went to the front of that foam and landed it quite perfectly. And I think he's going to back up that 6.5 and maybe overtake his fellow countryman Louis Saad from the second place as we watch the replay now.
Yeah, Anas Hadar, he's a great little rider, isn't he? Great competitor as well, and super competitive as we look out the front. And it's once again Martin Meridian is looking at this one, the Guadeloupe local, having an absolute ball out there today. It must be sort of similar to the conditions that he gets back home, I guess, because he just really seems quite really quite comfortable in these conditions out here at Praia do Norte today. So we're just going to check that time. There's 6 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. We've got some little scores filtering on through, but it's been another great heat, this one here, hasn't it? That's for sure. So Martin Meridian in the lead. Anas Hadar sitting in now in second spot. Lauidi Saad is in third, and Jeremy Lovestock really needs to get a wriggle on, doesn't he?
Now he's in a worse situation. Now he needs a combo of 12.91 as last wave of Anas Hadar was a 6.40, and he moves up now to the second place and stole that place from his fellow countryman Luigi Saad. They cannot do much about the first place as Martin Meridian got everyone comboed since the first 10 minutes. Martin Meridian can come out, but I think he's having so much fun in these Nazaré waves that he's sticking and maybe trying to land some more flips and maybe improve even his situation in this heat. And not that he doesn't need it, but he can do it as we watch it. Meanwhile, with a little more than 5 minutes to go, we watch Anas Hadar paddling out for this one. Doesn't take this for granted and wants to combine another eye score. He's go for an eye flip on that one. Oh my God, that was amazing. And he combos it with a roll. He has a 540 to ditch away as we watch the blue rider, Jamaleef Livestock, going for a barrel and a roll there. Maybe Mr. Jeremy come alive on this one. He backs it up with another roll. Let's see what the judges deem that. A little more than 5 minutes to go, and we still got a lot of action in this heat, as this has been one of the most busiest heats in this round, as the things are looking real tight for the second place. Don't get me wrong, as Martin Meridian just killed it out there and doesn't need any help or any scores to move through right now as he goes for another backflip. Oh my God, what a run Martin Meridian is having now. He just completed 4 backflips just in this heat. Amazing. As we watch the replay, you can see some people here arriving at the beach with their boards, and there he goes, Martin Meridian, another flip. Amazing.
He's just flipping out, isn't he, Meridian? Good stuff from the Guadalupe local. And, Anas Hadar sitting in second spot. Lauidi Saad is needing around about a 6.26 to go into second. Looks like Jeremy Lovestock finally on the board. The Aruban local got a 4.90. He's probably one of Aruba's best or most experienced anyway. And Lovestock now needing himself a pretty big score, an 8.11. But right now this is Lauridi, and let's see what he can do. Up and over. That time round though, he got a little caught. He came out of it, but he did get a little caught up in the froth on that one, and the judges do take note of that stuff.
Yeah, true, and he got a similar move that gave him the 6.75, and he needs now a 6.26. I don't know if he's going to get it, but if he landed that perfectly, it would be on the range of his 6.75, and there it is. It's a 4.5. As you can see, these judges are really at the top of their game. We've got professional team there judging, and they would not allow mistakes to happen here. As we watch Anas Hadar going for a flip again.
And he's going to make that.
Yeah, amazing.
Wow.
This move has been getting him this 6.5s that he has already. As we watch the replay, take us away, Terry.
Oh, my goodness. How was the way that he extended and tweaked his board through that move? He did kind of get a little bobble there, but he came out pretty cleanly, and that is going to be a very interesting score. There's no doubt about that one.
Yeah, I don't know if he's going to better his 6.5. He's got 2 6.5s, and so he's got one of them to be replaced if he gets a higher score than that. And let's see what the judges deem that, as to still wait for the score of the red singlet Anas Hadar from Morocco. And Jeremy, like you said, posted at 4.9. Now he needs a 8.11 to move to second place. Not an impossible mission like we saw from Martin Meridian who packs in this heat, a 9.5. But it's kind of hard to get this kind of quality waves so we can score that. But nothing is impossible. More than 2 minutes remaining. And we can see a packed beach. When the cameras point out to the front, you only see maybe one of 2 guys. But if the camera turns a little bit to the left, you'll see a packed beach. people with dogs, with boards, girls walking, boys walking, they're dressing their wetsuits, they're putting on the wetsuits, they're waxing their boards, they're getting ready for a free surf, they're watching the competition. This is an amazing venue, and we used to hold up there the Nazaré Special Edition, which was a special event. Like you can see, this is the left side, and then on the right side, it's the same thing. The beach is full, and we don't have anyone in front, like Tessa McKenna said, because we have those red and white areas with those tapes, because the judges want to see in front of the competition area, so no one blocks out the front of the competition area. And this is how well organized is this event here. And I think we have been doing this for so many years here with the Nazaré Special Edition and other events that this beach holds up here proudly. And when the World Tour come for a stop, we are able to provide the best conditions possible. We have internet access here. We have live broadcasting, and we have a panel of judges. We have a food and beverage stand. We have places for the free surfers but people that were visiting to the beach to put the sun hats and whatnot. We have the water patrol. We got the lifeguard patrol here on a 4x4 motorcycle here on the beach. We got everything. Nothing is missing. Even the waves they came. They're not as big as we expected, but hey, look at this scores from Martin Moridian. It's living proof that the conditions are more than contestable, and I wish I could go for a free surf because the conditions are great. How about this day number 2 of the Nazaré Pro, Anteza?
Yeah, unreal. I love it. This little wave, even when it's small, it's only like 2 to maybe, I guess, 3 feet on some of those bigger sets. But, you know, just the shape and the nature of the wave is allowing itself for to high performance riding, and I can only imagine if it was like 3 to 4 feet out there, it would be pretty wild. Well, there's the hooter in the background, or hooters, I should say. That spells the end for Laridi Saud from Morocco, unfortunately eliminated here from the Nazaré Pro, along with Aruba's Jeremy Lovestock. Moving on through was Anas Hadar, and winning that heat, of course, was Martin Meridian, and he surfed almost a perfect heat. That was a very good performance, wasn't it, from our mate from Guadeloupe, which is a lovely little part of the world up there in the Caribbean. So we will just wait and see. The next heat is going to be a cracker. Miguel Adu is from Portugal, Charlie Chapler from Reunion, Goncalo
Soares.
Yeah, he's in yellow, and Gigi is in the blue singlet.
Guilherme Guerra.
Yeah, that's the one.
Guerra means war.
Yeah, it does it.
Yeah.
He's going to be raining down some war on his competitors here as we see white into this one. Charlie Chapler. Charlie, of course, was a veteran of the APB World Tour in its heyday, and great to see the Frenchman back in good form there. Nice stuff from Charlie's first wave.
Yeah, it's from Reunion Island. This is from the same generation of Amaury Laverne, and is a long-time companion of traveling and World Tour with Amaury. He got not prematurely in the Century event, but this guy really has got the talent. This is one of the guys that I didn't know, and the first time I watched him surf, he blew my mind. And I was back in Australia at Nuggins in 2007, and this guy pulled in a 720 right in front of me and landed it. And I say, who the hell is this guy? And it was this kid called Charlie Chaplet from Reunion Island, and he's here. He's no longer a kid, and he wants to get it started here and redeem himself from the Century event.
Yeah, nice stuff. So judges having a bit of a think about that first wave for Charlie Chaplet from Reunion. It is heat number 4, round number 2. Here's Red enjoying his opening wave, just banging off a bit of a roll there for Miguel Adu, for one of the Portuguese young guys.
It's called Adão.
Adão.
It's like Adam and Eve. Adão is the name for Adam.
Oh, okay,
so
right.
It's Portuguese for Adam, Adão.
So it's Miguel Adam almost.
Yeah, Miguel Adam. You can call him Miguel Adam.
Yeah, right. Well, there you go. Learning something every day.
Yeah, it's one of the young guns for Portugal. As we watched the replay, he aims for that end ball. It was a closing section, but he managed to pull that roll through that heavy section. It's a nice wave to start this campaign. As we watch some paddling action over there, and you see Guilherme Guerra, the Warman, going for the backflip there on the right-hander. Can he land it? No, unfortunately, he cannot land it. But out the back, Gonçalo Soares from Portugal as well. moving in from round 1 into round 2. He did a great job at the end of his heat, and he put some pressure on his competitors, and he took that heat from them at the last seconds in his year. He tried to land that move, but he cannot. So first wave of Charlie Chaplin was a 5. First wave of Miguel Adão, that roll on the closeout, was a 4.75, and then those for the yellow and blue singlets were incomplete moves, and 160 and 150. Still 7 minutes to go, and we got plenty of action still in this heat. And there are 3 Portuguese, at least one is advancing, so it's not bad for our Portuguese campaign as you watch Charles Chaplin.
Yeah, that's right. So Charlie picking up lurking wide, picking up just that one manoeuvre, just keeping it pretty simple, just that meat and potatoes kind of, basic manoeuvre, just a nice simple roll off the end. That's what you call building house. So Charlie just trying to get some foundation scores in there and take a bit of pressure off.
Yeah, I think he learned from the last competition in Sintra. He was a little bit frustrated. He could not find the waves. And right now he is maybe trying to build an early score and then working from that as he takes the lead with a 5 and a 3-5. And we watch Miguel Adão going for this right-hander right now. And we got a lot of action here as he goes for the backflip and he lands it and gets out of there pretty fast as he waits for that move, and I think that move will move him up to first place as he wants backup for his 475, and I think that 475 is going to be the backup and this the main wave. As we go now for an interview with Vilma Vicente with the winner of last heat. Take it away, Vilma.
And Martin Moradian from Guadeloupe is here with me. He just scored very high scores, like 9.5. The scores are getting out high, and how was it?
Et voilà, content, hein, 9.5 sur une première vague, c'est cool quoi, un bon backflip. Les vagues c'est vraiment chouette. C'est des petites conditions, faciles à surfer, il y a des bols. Enfin voilà, c'est cool et je veux que ça continue comme ça.
He's very happy with the waves and with this 9.5 score. The waves are small but fun and easy. That's what he said. So he hopes to continue like that. Good waves and good scores, and so do we. So let's see what's happening in the water. Now we go to the 4th heat of this round. So let's go, guys. Let's see what's happening. Back to you.
All right, thank you very much, Vilma Vicente. Obrigado, as they say over here in Portugal. And just talking with Martin Meridian there, and Marty just surfing he just had one of those heats, you know. We all have surfs like that where just everything you touch turns to gold, and Marty really enjoyed himself out there. Everybody has 2 waves apiece at the moment. It's Miguel Adão from Portugal in the red sling. Charlie is in the lead. Charlie Chaplin's in second. He needs a 6.51 to try and take the lead. Miguel has so far posted a 4.75 and a 6.75, and Charlie Chaplin a 5.0 and a 3.5. So first place red, second place white. Third place at the moment is Goncalo from Portugal. He right now requires 4.36 to try and get himself into second, and fourth place is good old Gigi Galemini. As we see, looks like Charlie Chaplin, good strong bottom turn to roll combo. And behind him, looks like it's Red is going to be having a look at this one. So the boys have found a little right-hander down the beach there. And, nice stuff there from Miguel. He really didn't have too much to work with. And that's what's, that's why he's being touted as one of the next big things in bodyboarding coming out of Portugal. So we're going to get those scores in. Coming up at the moment, well, it's heat number 4, coming up in heat number 5. Let's just check the replay first on this one. First, it was Charlie who found this sneaky little right, and Charlie just banged off a good strong roll right in the pocket. Unfortunately, he got kaplunked on that one. And right behind him, you can see Miguel, good strong grip on the board, and just rips that off. Gets a little combo in the end section, tried to go for the bonus, and he got it. And that's going to be enough to push him a little bit further ahead of Charlie Chaplin. Charlie's last wave, 4.65, and last at Miguel Adão was a 6.75. So Miguel sneaking ahead of his competitors here, as we saw a bit of a replay during that time. And that was nice, wasn't it, from Galemi? Guilherme Guerra.
Yeah, he's a kid from Carcavelos. I actually know his father, and I saw this kid grow since he was a little baby, and it's an amazing that he's become this amazing athlete as he grew up. And I really love to watch him as he just pack him some junior titles and some local regional competitions, and he's here in the World Tour, and I really looking forward to see how it does as he progresses from round 1 into round 2 now, and I hope that he can make it through round 3 and pack up a win for my home city, which is Carnaxide. Now I don't live there anymore, but it's still where the place I grew up in, and really want to see these guys that I saw grow up since they were babies, basically becoming these professional athletes. As we watch Charlie Shaw play on that right-hander, packing up a roll and packing up as well a 4.9 and increasing his total wave score and consolidating his second place. Guilherme Guerra now needs a 5.46 as he wants to back up his 4.45 that he just got now. And Gonçalo Soares is still trying to find some better waves as he looks like he listened to us and he's going for this right-hander.
Yeah, nice extension there from Goncalo, and just that little bonus roll at the end. You could see him just get the fins out, kicked his way out of the froth, and that's going to be an interesting little exchange, that one, that's for sure. Speaking of interesting exchanges, Nuno, look at this, heat number 5 coming up next. Kevin Torres from Chile taking on Silvano and William Lorenzo. So the two brothers are going to be going at it, and of course Miguel Calao, I think it is going to be in that one as well.
Yeah, it's funny to see that because while Silvano was competing in the Sintra, he was talking to his brother on the phone while we were having dinner, one of the days that we were there, and he was telling his brother what the website for the Nazaré Pro was, so his brother could sign up for this event. And it looks like he signed up to meet against his brother because he's coming from round 1 and his brother already in round 2. And looks like his brother was waiting for him, the big bro.
What a classic game. I mean, Silvano's the older one, of course, and William is the younger brother. But it's going to be interesting because normally big brothers kind of, push around when you're a little kid. Well, William's growing up now, and he's probably looking to come back. Look at these sets coming through, ladies and gentlemen. We've got some pretty substantial waves rolling through out the front. Picking up the corner of this one in the blue singlet is Guilherme Guerra, and Guilherme just smashing off that one manoeuvre. Nice to see a little action wave-wise rolling in. You can see that crowd on the shoreline there. There's a stack of people just loving the action. They come right down onto the beach here in Portugal because they want to get an intimate look at the world's best riders. Take us through this one.
Yeah, this is Miguel Adão driving that left at top speed and going for the backflip. I don't know if he landed that one, but if he landed, it's going to be a high score as he already packs a 6.75 and a 6.75. And he's taking the lead quite comfortably in this heat. And in second place, Charles Chaplin needs now a 8.51 to take the lead from Miguel Adão. So he's sitting comfortably. This is one of the riders that I really want to watch in this 2 World Tour stops here at Portugal. He did the South American like Miguel Adão, so he's trying to pack more experience and bring it to Portugal where he has the most experience is this European leg. As we watch the wave from blue, Guilherme Guerra needing a 5.46 and he punched out this roll. He got a 4.25 and still needs to build up his score if he wants to progress to next round because he's facing some real competition here.
Yeah, that's right. Big shout out to Carlos Mariano who helped us out with the webcast in Sintra. Of course, Carlos is a journalist by trade. And he's doing a big in-depth article for a weekend issue of Publico, I think it's called, the big newspaper here in Portugal.
Publico. Means public. Publico. It's one of the most famous newspapers in Portugal.
Yeah, awesome. He's doing like a 10 to 15,000 character profile on Mike Stewart, and he is really looking forward to that one. I can see him at home now. He'd have the pen in his hand, just tapping it on the table there, just trying to think of an angle. So what do we got now, mate? There's around about 8 minutes left on the clock, and Miguel Adão just really smashing this one out of the park. He's got a 6.75 and a 6.75. He's the proud owner of 2 of those things. In second spot, Charlie Chaplin has a 5 and a 4.9. These are not really the kind of scores that will get you through a second round heat traditionally. In third place at the moment is Guilherme Aguera, I think it is, from Portugal, and holding down fourth place at the moment is Goncalo, also from Portugal.
Yeah, definitely we gotta eat on our ends, and Miguel Dão is taking this one. Like I said, I've been wanting to watch Miguel Dão in this 2 stops because he's one of the riders to look out for in the future of bodyboarding concerning Portugal, and I think we're gonna see a lot of them in the World Tour, and this is a living proof of it, and he's taking the lead here at the second round, and I hope he can progress through more rounds as we have a visit from the squad there in the booth, Louis Finnegan and Tanny McDaniel coming in just for a shout out as they free surfed this morning, and they look quite happy because I saw them bust some backflips, reverse stairs, inverts, and barrels. So they must be belly full right now, and we're still waiting for those guys to come into competition later on. I don't think we're gonna have a men's round 3. We'll not see the likes of Jeremy of Louis Finnegan in the mix, but maybe we'll see Tanny McDaniel. I'm not so sure, but I don't think so. We'll have to wait and watch as this event unfolds. But meanwhile, in the water, heat number 4 of round 2, and we're doing quite good here. The sun is out once again, 6 minutes to go, and looks like the boys are having a lot of waves to pull in this competition. And as we talked about the conditions of the waves and whatnot in the forecast, we cannot complain, man. Listen at this. This could be onshore, could be big like everyone wanted, but it could be onshore and messy. These are some really pretty clean conditions right next to the shore, and the waves are very contestable. As we see the rider in red, Miguel Adão, trying to build up the score of the lead here and going for a backflip on that left-hander and landing it. I don't know if it will be enough, this move, to throw away a 6.75. He's got 2 of those to build up his top 2 scoring waves, and let's see what the judges deem that. But meanwhile, in 4th place, Gonçalo Soares, he needs a 5.41, only a 5.41, and watch out, he did get a wave that he needed similar in his round 1 heat. And in 3rd place, Guilherme Guerra also coming from round 1, needing a 5.46 and holding that 2nd position quite luckily, because those are not very high scores. He's Charlie Chapelet on the strengths of a 5 and a 4.90, and he needs to build something up over the 4.90 if he wants to keep the 2nd place and the dream of advancing to the next round alive. Meanwhile, we're going to have in the water in the next heat, like Tessa said, Kevin Torres from Chile, Silvano Lourenço from Portugal coming from Peniche, and William Lourenço from Portugal from Peniche as well, and Miguel Coelho from Portugal. Very Portuguese affair on this round still, as with 3 men on heat, at least one of the Portuguese advances, and that's good news for Portugal. As in this event, we got a lot of Portuguese guys coming into battle here at the Nazaré Pro, as we watch Miguel Adão, one of those Portuguese riders. I think one of the few representatives doing the complete World Tour this year, and he goes for another backflip. Miguel Adão seems to be looking in pretty good shape as this heat 4 of round 2 unfolds, and is locking up a place to move up into the next round and fight it up with some couple of the top seeds, as they will be joining the back 12 and the 4 wild cards of this event here at the Nazaré Pro. As we watch the replay from that wave of Miguel Adão, and we're waiting for the score of that wave. Meanwhile, Miguel Adão just did his 7th wave, and it's was scored the 6 points on that 7th wave, and he's still in first, and he has a 6.75 to lose. So as you can see on your screen from the Refresh Tech guys here doing the live feed, and you are able to see not only the total score but the scores that are making the 2 top stars that are making the total that you can watch in your screen. And a little less than 3 minutes to go. There goes Miguel Adão once again, but he kicks out of that one. Not much there. As we see a set rocking up the beach here at Nazaré. And you will watch Guilherme Correa riding this left-hander. Oh, he went for a big roll, and now he's trying to manage the inside section, and he needs only 5 for 6. And when I say only, I say it because he can easily get that, as we see a left-hander reeling on the sand there, and no one got it. And we got waves to be ridden, waves going along, waves riding, as we see Charlie Chapelet from Union Island for a big roll now, and combining it with the forward spin there. He's still trying maybe to connect this one to the inside, and he will do, as he has a section there. He goes for another roll. That was a nice way from Charlie Chapelet, trying to defend his second place, maybe away from Guilherme Guerra, that got that wave in front of him, and we're going to wait for those scores. And this is probably going to change the lead situation, at least in numbers, maybe not in positions, as we wait for the judges to score that one with less than 2 minutes to go, as we watch the replay of the white singlet, Charlie Chapelet from Union Island, and he gets a foamy section there, but he goes for a rude roll. He combines it with a forward spin, like we said it before, and then he finds a really good inside section and throws another big roll on that inside section, and we have to wait for the scores. This is what the judges are doing. That this is part of their work, to evaluate different waves, different styles of riding, and put on the scores on lock, as we lock a 7-5 for the guy in white. And now the yellow rider going for a roll there. Gonçalo Soares, 1 roll on the right-hander, 2 rolls now. And can he get one more? I don't think. No, he's going for the third one, all the way up into the sand. And both 7-5s for the guys in white and blue, scoring a 7-5. The waves were pretty similar, as we take you to the replay of the rider in yellow, Gonçalo Soares. Great performance in round 1, but quite not making it here on this wave, and they deem it a 4-10. That's what not the judges are looking for. The judges are looking for the waves like the white and the blue singlet, that they caught a big set wave, they made moves on the critical section, and they brought the wave all the way into the inside and packed it up with, comboed it with more moves. As 10 seconds to the end of this heat, Guilherme Guerra is still sitting in third position, and he just needed a wave of 5-0-1. Unfortunately, cannot get it, as we see Miguel Adão going for a victory lap here and going for another backflip. How many backflips did Miguel Adão did on this final? Looks like he's been enjoying Martin Moredian with that record, as he did so many backflips on his heat. And I think Miguel Adão is going to take the next interview here with Vilma. We just wait for him to get out of the water. Meanwhile, in the water, we have the next heat and the Free Portuguese once again, as these are the early rounds, and I'm really proud of these guys that signed up for this event and are competing here now against the solo Chilean on this heat, Kevin Torres, as we watch a replay from the last backflip of Miguel Adão. He got stuck there a little bit on the lip, but then he just came through pretty fast, and the wave just pushed him through into the beach. But yeah, that it was done already, and Miguel Adão taking the win for Portugal there. And next, joining him in the round 4 is gonna be Charlie Chapelet from Reunion Island here, making a better result than the Sintra event, where he lost prematurely on the second round and moving up to the third round. Would you remind me, we're gonna have still the round 4 of women and then the round 3 of men, with a total of 11 hours of competition here today at day 2 of the Nazaré Pro. Oh my God, fun, packed action day here at the Nazaré Pro, Praia do Norte, Nazaré, Portugal. This is 2015. The year is correct, the first year that we're gonna have this event here, and we're gonna hold this event until Sunday. The forecast doesn't look good for the final days, but today and tomorrow we're gonna have amazing days of competition, as we see waves like this just breaking close to the shore here at the Praia do Norte. And I can't wait to see the top riders getting into the mix and see what they can do, as we saw big high scores already from the early rounds. And don't get me wrong, I don't think these guys are worse, but if these guys are making this kind of performance, imagine when the top 16s and all the tops go into action here at Praia do Norte. Meanwhile, I just saw a replay from the wave of white, I think, Silvano Lorenzo, and he just rolled that out on the end section. And let's see what he gets rewarded by that. As we saw, Kevin Torres from Chile got 2 waves already, but the second wave is the most important as he packs up 4.75 there. And the white Silvano Lorenzo starting his campaign here in the Heat 5 round 2 with 5 points. Little less than 80 minutes to go on this one, and we look like we have a battle on our hands with the 2 Lorenzo brothers from Peniche. These were one of the most iconic brothers here in boarding community here in Portugal, and they both compete at a national level, and they're quite good. As we see there walking in the beach, Guilherme Guerra and his father Ricardo Guerra. A big shout out to their families, his brother and sister. And unfortunately, Guilherme could not make through this round, and we'll be stuck here with round 2 as we see out the back Silvano Lorenzo trying to get that wave, and we saw William ride a wave, but not made the cut for him, and he's got a 7.5 there. We'll go for a little break of my voice here as I go for some water as this week unfolds, and we still got 70 minutes to go, and still plenty of action in this heat, and still the round 2 here at day 2 of the Nazaré Pro here in Portugal. Amazing action to be at here, and amazing waves still reeling into the beach, and oh my god, I'm so excited. Sun is out, people are out there watching this event, and I think this is already a success, huge success for the village of and the Council of Nazaré for putting up this show as we watch the rider in yellow battling out to get into this wave as he rides this left-hander, and it goes for a nice extender roll there. Can he connect this one to the inside? He 360 that one forward spin, and he goes for another roll. Can he complete that maneuver? Not really, as I'm going to sign out a little bit for a couple of minutes so I can have a little bit of water and a breather, and I'll be back with you with some more commentary. Meanwhile, we think we have Vilma for the interview with the winner of last heat. That's our very own Portuguese Miguel Adão with an excellent performance, taking that first place in heat number 4 of round 2. As soon as we got the confirmation, we're going to pass over to Vilma Vicente for this interview with the winner of last heat, like I told you, from Figueira da Foz, our very own Portuguese Miguel Adão. Congratulations, Miguel, and shout outs to all his family. that's always with him during these events, and they're making a good job, especially to Nuno Trovão out of Figueira da Foz, representing the local club, bodyboarding club there, and doing a great job with these young guys here as we watch the blue rider William Lourenço. Nice roll on the right, but meanwhile we go to the interview with Vilma Vicente. Take it away, Vilma.
And I'm here with Miguel Adão, a Portuguese rider that just won his heat now in the second round, and he's the first Portuguese going to the next round, at least for now. Podemos falar em inglês? Okay, então it's easier to speak in English, that way I don't have to translate. So how was it? How was this victory from the first Portuguese here in Nazaré?
It was a good hit, couple good waves, not the biggest waves, but it's fun and it's not wind and the perfect conditions in small waves was good.
Miguel, you live nearby, you know this wave pretty good, I guess. So what do you think you're going to have this couple of days now?
It's usual, I surf here a lot, and this wave is really good, not with these small days, but with the big days too. But for the comp, we think I'm gonna small waves, but this beach is really good, and we have a good waves here.
I'm sure you're going to have amazing waves and amazing scores from all the riders, so pay attention in the water. Back to you guys in the booth. What's happening in the water?
And we're back live here in the booth, and right next to me I have the one and only very good friend that I call Mihiro, because he's a kid that I really, not a kid anymore, but he's a kid that I've been following up since he was very young, from Canary Islands. Mr. I call him Mr. now because he's a Mr. and the master of the sport, Diego Cabrera from Tenerife, Canary Islands. Welcome, Diego.
Thank you, Nuno. How are you?
I'm very good, and it's a pleasure to have you here. I've been waiting for you to come in the booth, and so we can have a little bit of conversation about your bodyboarding career. And I want you to see commenting this live webcast here as we watch Silvano Lourenço and William Lourenço, both brothers from Portugal, taking this heat. And we just have to wait for that wave of red Kevin Torres that looks like a really nice backflip.
I think they brothers, William Lourenço and Silvano.
They're brothers. Yeah. As we watch that last wave of red, that backflip 7.5. How good was that backflip, Diego?
That was really good, really clean, and the wave was opening and was really nice, finishing with a 360. Yeah, was a good score.
So you got the score. So, Diego, you were out in the water early. I could see you on the left side here of the competition area, and you just told me you got really good waves. How are the conditions out there?
It's very funny. It's pretty fun. I went there, and my first wave was a pretty good barrel, so I started very good, and then some flips. It's very good. The wave looks amazing, and yeah, we hope that the swell stay a little bit more with us, campaign with us. Yeah.
Yeah. Is this your first time here in Nazaré, Diego?
First time. Yeah.
So it's the first time you surf this wave.
First time surfing.
So
this wave.
what do you think about the wave potential and about the beach and maybe the potential of this wave?
I think I never see this wave like when it's big and good, but just seeing the place, the big cliff, and everything here is very energetic place. I really like to stay here. It looks, but when it's good, it's amazing. Probably one of the best places in the world for bodyboarding.
So you'll be out in the water, not today, probably tomorrow. I think so, and you'll be facing Sergio Luis from Brazil and other two riders that are advancing from this round. Are you looking forward to going to the water as soon as you saw that the waves are good?
Yeah. Today I surf here my first time, and I have some fun, and yeah, I hope that tomorrow the swell is still with us, stay with us a little bit more days, and yeah, I really want to do well here because in Sintra I lost very quick. The wave was very small, and here I have to do well. I'm going to do well here.
Yes, we do remind you that Diego Cabrera is having one of the best years of the World Tour so far, and he started with a good campaign in Tocatiara, and he came out of a good place in the rankings out of the South American leg, and now here in the European leg, he's a little bit closer from home because he's from Canary Islands, but you're more used to surf reef breaks than beach break, as in Tenerife you don't have a lot of beach breaks. So what's the difference, and what's your strategy?
In Tenerife where I live is all reef, an amazing wave of reef, and we didn't have too many waves like this of sand, but you know, after years and years competing in these conditions, you also get the right place, and you know how to surf these waves. Also, you learn, and now I feel really comfortable in these conditions too.
Yeah, as we watch, Kevin Torres going for that invert, and out the back, William Lorenzo paddling out for this one, and looks like the waves are coming. We still have, we're expecting a swell increase, and the wind did not show up, but that was on the forecast as well. And I think there's pretty good conditions for competition as we watch this wave from William Lorenzo trying to pull in, but he didn't go through that one, didn't open up for him. But what do you think about these conditions that we have? Do you think it's contestable? There are good conditions for a World Tour?
Can be better for sure, but still good. I think less than this is impossible, you know. But with these conditions and more, it's good. It's good. I feel good. I see all the riders flipping and getting viral, and yeah, I think there will be a nice stop here with these conditions.
Yeah, for sure. As we watch Silvano Lorenzo, our local, with the white singlet, going for the ARS there, and I think he needed a 6.86, and he got a 6.10, and he now moves into third place over his brother, and he now needs a 5.76. Can you get it through this one, Diego?
Yeah, let's see. Oh, that's a nice ARS, but yeah, the wave wasn't very big, and that's why they didn't give the points that he needed.
Yeah, so now leading is Kevin Torres, and he got a 7.5 with his backflip, and he comboed it with a forward spin, and he just threw in an invert with a 5 points, as we see Will Lorenzo riding this left. Take us away with this, Diego.
Nah, this is too small for him. He needed now 6.2. He need a wave from the set and do well.
Yeah, still a little less than 7 minutes remaining, and still plenty of time for these guys to catch waves, and the lead situation change as we see Miguel Coelho riding this one. Take us away, Diego.
Yeah, it's a nice spin, and then let's see if we get a nice roll now. Let's see, one more spin. It's a nice wave. Small, but good work for him. Good job in this wave. Now it's a very critical situation because the two brothers been in third and fourth, and they needing the score, so should be very.
As we watch in the back a backflip from Kevin Torres, you didn't see it on camera, but we are watching it live. How good is this place where we have the view from all of the beach? You can tell us a little bit about the environment. The beach is full. Maybe anyone can see it, not seeing it in the camera, but can you explain a little bit and describe the environment surrounding here this day?
Yeah, sure. It's beautiful. We have the heats in front of us, and our right we have the free surfers doing really well, and a lot of people having fun there with the umbrellas and everything. And look this one. Silvano Lorenzo is needing. Sick flip. I think he's not gonna get the points.
Still trying to connect it.
No, he's needing. 5.75 he needs.
5.76 he needs. Do you think he's gonna get this?
We'll be very close, I think.
Take us through the replay.
Let's see.
Was not really an extending move, and
I think he's not gonna get it.
Yeah, he's got a 4.9. That's not good enough, unfortunately, for Silvano Lorenzo. He needs 5.76. He still has 5 minutes to go. Silvano Lorenzo can do it. He's been competing for a long time.
We have very experienced competitor, and I believe that he will do it because I know him and I have been competing with him many years, and he's a real fighter in the water. So I'm sure that in 5 minutes he will get a good one for do it.
He's a good fighter, but who's fighting the best is Kevin Torres from Chile, already taking the lead with that 7.5. That was a great backflip.
It's not going to be easy without priority now, but I think he could do it.
Yeah, talking about priority, and we'll be talking about that, we're discussing that, how important is to you to have priority in a heat? Either if it's a 4-man heat, 3-man heat, or man-on-man, how important is the priority, and do you use it in your favor?
Of course. For me, when the priority system started some years ago, I get really happy, because sometimes when you are in a heat and there is no priority and the wave are not really big, it's so stressful. See the other guy pushing you to the other places, and and with priority it's all different. You can wait for your wave, and you also have to be concentrated because you can lose your priority in any situation, and that will be really bad for you. But yeah, the priority system should be always with us, and it's good for the bodyboard. When there is priority system, you see almost all the times past the heats the best riders.
Yeah, that's what we want, and that's what the riders have been saying, that they don't want to be having a paddle battle, paddling for waves and always moving around, and you have competitors on top of you. Even with this priority system, even if you have priority and you go to maybe stop or block your opponent, you'll get a warning, and at the second warning, you will lose your priority. That's an amazing rule. What do you think about that?
It's really nice. This is what we was looking for. To surf in the heat, to be relaxing for surf, be able for surf, for show what we know to do, and don't have to be fighting in a paddle fight or like things like that. I think it's very important for all of us, and also for the public. For the expectations.
Yeah, we've been discussing that because a lot of riders complain that maybe still using priority at their favor, they would have to spend a lot of energy paddling, and then on the next rounds they would not have the energy, and so the show would be worse because the riders are not fit and concentrated, and in the next heats they would lose, and it's worse for the show. So we concluded that this priority system is better for the sport and better for who's watching, because the riders are willing to stay concentrated, like you said, and I think no one is complaining, and we have to take our hats off to the APB for putting on the priority system with 4-man heat and 3-man heat.
For the future, for the next World Tour years, for sure, they should keep this format of competition, and everything will be better like this.
Yeah. What do you think about the rounds, the elimination rounds, where you have a non-elimination round? Like the round. You're going to come up in the round 4, and your round is not elimination round. So you'll be looking for the first place so you can advance to round 6 and don't have to battle in round 5. What do you think about that new system as well in the APB?
I think it's really good. It's very good because you go more times in the water. You can show more times what you have. And also it's like a final. The first hit for us is like a final. You just go out there for kill it and forget the right waves, and you just need to get first. If you get second, it doesn't matter. It's the same that get 4. So it's really nice format for us. Everybody of the top 16 guys, we love this format. We are very happy.
Yeah, and we do remember you that Diego Cabrera is top 16 rider here in the booth live. Here's day 2 of the Nazaré Pro, and we're gonna be asking a little bit more about what Diego has been doing this winter and the early of the season when he started the South American leg, as we do a heat situation, as Kevin Torres is still leading the heat, and second Miguel Coelho still holding to that second position, but trying to steal that second position away from him is Silvano Lourenço and William Lourenço, the 2 brothers from Peniche, and they only need a 5.76, Silvano and William 6.21, and 50 seconds to the end of this heat. We see some sets approaching. Do you think they can make it, Diego?
No, because now you see the heat is finishing.
Ah, okay.
No, it's done. Unluckily for the brothers Lourenço, they both went out of the comp.
Yeah, sorry, the information in the screen is not correct. So Diego's watching the right clock. Thanks for that, Diego. You're paying more attention than me. And right next in the water, we got Ricardo Rusmaninho, the Portuguese that did very well in the Sintra comp. Daniel Fonseca, the other Portuguese who did very well in the comp.
Really
it's funny that they got the same heat. And then Tristan Roberts from South Africa and Andrea Rodriguez from Portugal that move in from first round. How good is this heat, Diego?
This heat is so powerful. You know, Ricardo Rosminino is a young man. You know, I don't know, he's 18 years. Or
Yeah,
something.
wait a minute as we go to commercials and we go back to that. Thanks, Diego. Take it away from commercials. Live action here, day 2, Nazaré Pro. And we're back, live action, day 2, Nazaré Pro. I've got by my side the one and only Mr. Master, Mr. Diego Cabrera from Canary Islands. I think the best representative so far this year from Canary Islands, and the only one from that old generation. Now you're taking the lead, and it's funny because I wanted to talk to you about. I met you in Canary Islands. I think it was in 2010, maybe 2009. And I was in Lanzarote, and I didn't know who Diego is. I just heard about you, and we got that amazing swell at El Quemao, and you were shredding that wave. When I saw you, and I said, oh my God, this kid is probably going to be world champion pretty soon, or is going to be in the World Tour. Turning some heads off, and now you're leading the Canarian flag in the World Tour. How does it feel coming from that islands and coming all this way, and now you're representing your own country?
Yeah, I'm pretty stoked leading the Canarian boys, but I also feel a little bit bad for that because I know that there is many good riders in Canaries. I know I can tell you like Guillermo Cobo, Miguel Macias, Elliot Morales, Geray, Peya. There is many good riders over there who they can do well also in the World Tour, but they didn't have the helps, you know, the sponsors, and that's that's why I feel bad for that. But yeah, I'm pretty stoked now to stay fighting in the World Tour in the name of Canaries, you know, and yeah, that swell in El Quemao years ago was amazing. I can remember like yesterday.
Do you get again El Quemao that big and that good after that, or have you been coming back to Lanzarote?
Yeah, I have been going there much. I just won a competition this year over there. Yeah, invitation competition of El Quemao, and I did one there. The first day was pretty big and amazing. It was similar than Pipeline, and yeah, we all get really nice barrels and big airs, flips, and it was an amazing competition. I did the one there. I think always I go there, I feel really nice. The people there, the locals, they receive me really good, and that's very important for us. And yeah, I'm missing now El Quemao. I want to go there too again.
Yeah, winter is starting and El Quemao will come alive once again. And I hope I'll meet you there because that was an amazing wave and I was blind blown with the waves that Lanzarote had. I only listened and seen some images, but actually being there is, like you said, it's really like pipeline. And as you know, I take footage in the water, and I've got some waves there that I can keep up and show to people. It's a living proof that that's some serious wave in the Canary Islands. And I'm too bad that this year we don't have a stop there at Fronton, but I know you're gonna have the Fronton King. Are you doing that event this year?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I'm pretty concentrated for this event. You know, it's my favorite wave in Canaries, and I feel really comfy over there. And I think I should train hard for that after Nazaré. Still training and concentrating, and still focused for the Fronton King. Yeah.
Yeah, we've been seeing you. I follow Diego in the Facebook. Of course, he's a personal friend of mine since I've met him, and I've been following. I'm a fan of Diego, and I'm always cheering for him. And as we see, Tristan Roberts from South Africa did a wonderful performance in round one. How about this backflip, huh?
This guy is on fire. He's on fire. This South African surf really good, and now we can see Fonseca also. Daniel.
As we watch the replay, can you take us through this one, Diego?
Yeah, let's see. Good speed and flip, clean. Was a clean flip. The wave wasn't really good, but he take the 100% of the wave.
Yeah, for sure. And going back to you, and like I was saying, I followed Diego in the Facebook, and I was really happy when you closed this new sponsor. And after that, I could see you getting focused, and you went back for training, and you went back for comps, and you took that victory in Kemau. And I saw that Diego was back alive again. I was very happy for you, and I could see that you were pumped to go into the World Tour this year, and you're doing good. What did change since that time that you were a little bit more stopped, don't get me wrong, and now you're back in full action?
You know what? I have to say, I have to give a special thanks to Pride, to Pride Bodyboards, because they believe in me when nobody was doing that, and I was working hard with my father a year and a half ago, and I had no sponsors anymore, and a little bit desmotivated for that. And I started training hard with a personal training, and I started working hard with my family and training really hard and surfing really well. And I need a sponsor or something to get me motivation, to give me strong again. And I don't know if it's God or who it is, but Pride came to my door and they took my door and they want Diego Cabrera and his team and their team. So that was the start of where I am now. That was 1 year ago. I have been with Pride. Now we're gonna get 1 year together, and when from the start and now I'm pretty focused, pretty concentrated, and now in the best line again.
What do you think it's needed for you to be at top level at the World Tour and maybe aim for a world title and bring the first ever world title for Canary Islands? Don't get me wrong, Marina Taylor did that for the women, but in men, no Canary Islander has ever won the world title in bodyboarding. What do you need? What do you feel it's needed for you to become a world title, or anyone from Canaries to become a world champion?
There's many things that you have to fix together. I don't know, the motivation, still focus, have a good friends, being really focused, and the esperance, I don't know how to explain in English really good, but there is many things that you have to be clear for fight for the World Tour, because this guy's been on fire. I can see Amaury training really hard. Pierre is a huge talent. Now Jared Houston is an amazing performance. All of those guys been coming really high, surfing really well, and it's not easy to beat them in a heat. But if we still focus, training a lot, and with a good diet, everything will be good for you, and you can get what you want.
Yeah, thanks for that. And meanwhile, we go to the winner of the last heat interview with Vilma Vicente. Vilma, where are you at?
Okay, I'm here with Kevin Torres from Chile. Hola, Kevin. You had a very good eat. You didn't listen so well what's happening, so you didn't know that you won until you get here near me. No habías escuchado nada, por tanto no sabías que tenías pasado en primero. ¿Qué ha pasado?
Bueno, al principio esperé demasiado mi ola y yo pensaba en ese momento que se me estaba pasando el tiempo. Veía izquierdas muy buenas surfeando del siguiente competidor, entonces yo pensaba que marcaba mucho mejor el puntaje de ellos que el mío. Bajé una ola de un backflip, un giro y un rolo que me mantuvo una puntuación alta, me parece, y la siguiente fue un backflip en un cerrado que me dio una puntuación segunda que pude pasar a primera.
Felicitaciones, buena continuación.
Ok, muchas gracias y agradezco a la Municipalidad de Arica y a todos los que me están apoyando en este momento.
Thank you to Arica and to all the supporters of Kevin. And now back to you guys, back to action.
And we're back in live action as we see Ricardo Rusmaninho already packing up a 7.25 and a 6, and we're distracted here conversation with Diego Cabrera because he's one of the most interesting guys in tour because he comes from Canary Islands. I think one of the best countries in Europe. I don't think I know, maybe even the best for bodyboard riding here in Europe. And we see Ricardo Rusmaninho I think Portugal as well is a good country for bodyboarding. Sure. And Ricardo Rusmaninho is living proof of that. He already has a 7.25 and a 6. This last wave was 5.6. So Ricardo Rusmaninho leading the heat. Tristan Roberts with that back flip, he got the 6 points. And after that, he's still struggling. Daniel Fonseca with a 4.9. And now André Rodriguez with a 4.75 trying to lock up the second score. Take us through this, Diego.
Look, now it's a good wave. Let's see if he can flip. No, he didn't flip. He didn't found the lip for flip. But yeah, this hit is very, very difficult to make it for Daniel Fonseca and André Rodriguez because Ricardo Rusmaninho been doing so well from Sintra and now here too. He's really strong. His little kid is really strong. I think he's from the north, like Manel.
Povo do Varzim, different city, but close.
Because I see always with Manel Centeno, so he have a really good coach too. So yeah, Rusmaninho.
Yeah, is there any bodyboarding schools in Canary Islands as we see Daniel Fonseca flipping this one? This was a good, huh?
That will make a change now, and Tristan Robert will need another wave for sure.
Let's see, Daniel Fonseca needed a 5.86. Do you think that's a 5.86, Diego?
Yeah. I think this is a 6.5 more or less. Let's see, clean. Yeah, should be 6 points, something like this, I think.
Maybe Diego is calling it in the 6th range. Maybe Daniel Fonseca moves up into second place, and it does. It's a 6.65. Good call, Diego. You look like you can judge after you. I want you to stay in a competition career for a long time, and maybe after that, as we watch Tristan Roberts getting ready for the answer, take us away with this one, Diego.
Oh, looks. I think it's not now. It's like so quick closing this wave.
Yeah, the waves are really close to the shore, and either you get a clean wave and with a clean section, or you might as well go back out there and paddling. And like I was saying, Canary Islands is one of the countries with the most bodyboarding potential, if not the best bodyboarding potential in Europe. And we're only watching you. There's another Canary guy running the World Tour, or just you?
No, there's just me. And yeah, that's what I told you before minutes ago, that there is no helps for us over there. There is no many marks who put in money for help us doing the World Tour, and that's why the boys finally during years, hitting huge leaps in front on and putting his life in a little bit danger, and nobody come to touch you and help you. It's a little bit,
Yeah, but you're gonna have the front on king this year. The wait when the waiting period starts for that.
I think it start on 9 of
October.
Of October, yeah.
As we watch Ricardo Rusmaninho going for a flip, this kid can fly. He's so light and so tiny, and he does all the moves.
And he looks very strong. He made all the maneuvers.
Yeah. And let's see if he batters off that 6. You think that's better than a 6?
Yeah, that will be. Let's see if I get another.
Yeah. Okay, call it.
I think this is probably 7 points. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a big set wave, and he just waited for the end section. He just fly
probably
away.
6.95.
Now it's 8.25.
Oh, wow.
That was a high
Wow.
scoring wave, that one for Ricardo Rosmaninho.
Yeah.
And he's setting a difference here in this heat and taking the lead very strongly and leaving only maybe second place, 6 minutes to the end of this heat. Maybe only leaving second place for Daniel Fonseca, Tristan Roberts, and André Rodriguez to battle it out, as Daniel Fonseca is holding now the second place, but Tristan Roberts just needs a 5.56, and Tristan Roberts can do that so easily. We saw it in the first round. How amazing! Did you see the heat from Tristan in the first round?
I haven't seen in the morning, but all the people told me we can see Tristan here, but no. Wow, unlucky for him. The wave closed too quick.
Yeah, and I've been talking to his South African friends, and he's saying that Tristan is not on World Tour this year. We'll get back to that as we see Daniel Fonseca riding this one. What can he do?
Whoa.
Backflip there. That was pretty fast, but I don't think he landed.
Daniel is really strong too.
Yeah, but Daniel has been packing up some really great results this year in Portugal. All the events that he got in this year, he made the final and even win a couple of one. So maybe his mindset is pretty good, and he did quite well in Sintra. So I think that Daniel Fonseca will be one of the Portuguese guys maybe to watch out in the future. As this year we don't have a lot of Portuguese representatives as well. Maybe because of sponsor issues, I don't know, or personal reasons. But we don't usually see Manuel Centeno and Hugo Pinheiro, the Portuguese fighters back out there. And it looks like this World Tour, all of the older guys just backed out, and it's the new blood. The new blood.
Family getting kids and getting away a little bit from the World Tour. And that's the perfect chance for all of us, for the young boys who is coming strong for get a place in there.
Yeah, it's we see all the guys that were down the line over those experienced riders, as we see Ricardo Rosmaninho flipping that again, and he's going to connect this with another roll. Oh my God, he's doing a great hit, and he's calling it, claiming it there. As watch Tristan Roberts going for the flip there and still going. I think he's gonna get the points that he needs, as now he needs a 6.46, as the last wave of Daniel Fonseca was a 5.8. Do you think he's going to get the 6.4?
Yeah, definitely for sure. Yeah, this is a really nice set wave, and Tristan hit it high and then connect with the inside. Yeah, for sure, this should be a 7 point.
How you call this wave from Ricardo Rosmaninho and then the wave from Tristan? How do you call this one?
This one I think is probably almost 7 point.
And this one from Tristan?
This one is, I think, is better. More clean maneuver and then connecting with a nice roll. Nice extension roll, yeah. This is probably almost 7.5 or an 8.
I think he's going to get near to the 8.25 of Ricardo Rosmaninho. We'll have to wait and see. But it looks like Ricardo and Tristan are doing a great job. We're in 3 minutes missing. And I think Daniel is going to drop out to the third position now, as it's Ricardo Rosmaninho and Tristan Roberts, the two young kids here, one from South Africa and one from Portugal, doing a great job. And going back to Tristan, they're saying that Tristan is finishing his studies back in South Africa. That's why he didn't run the World Tour this year. But this is his last year, and next year he's gonna run the World Tour. And we saw him come here to the Nazaré. Didn't want to miss this event. Did a lot of the competitors and yourself was waiting to get to this Nazaré event?
For sure, yeah. We have been seeing amazing videos from Nazaré, and in my opinion, I think it's the best wave for bodyboarding maybe in Europe. ¿Cómo se dice? Ola de arena?
Beach break.
The best beach, one of the best beach breaks from Europe for sure. And yeah, when I knew that Nazaré was coming, I get really happy, and all of them too.
Yeah, I think it's a good stop. As we watch now, André Rodriguez needs now a 9.16 to get to second place, and he goes for a flip there, but he cannot land it. And how was that? Tristan got a 7.9, and Ricardo another 8.25. Wow. Ricardo Rosmaninho is on fire with another flip.
Wow, this kid is great. It's amazing how he surfed this wave, Every wave, look, you can see his score.
Yeah, it was.
He had 4 waves higher than a 6.5, so that makes the difference in these conditions,
Yeah, now first is Ricardo Rosmaninho with a minute and something to go as he watched the last flip that he did. It makes it look so easy. After him is Tristan Roberts, reigning and still currently Pro Junior World Champion. He won last year, and you could see videos from this guy. How good is this guy? That's scary.
I have seen many videos of him because also he staying in our team. You know, he's with Pride Boss, and we all a good family. And I have seen a really nice video of him. I think the last one was in South Africa. It's amazing. You know.
Yeah, it is. And talking about South Africa, we got Jared Houston, which is amazing. And is he on your team? And if we start to talk about your team, we have to talk about Jared Houston, Pierre-Louis Costa, Louis Finnegan, and Antonio Cardoso. True. How good is the Pride team nowadays?
Miguel Macias as well. We have Canaries. He's ripping in front on the last year.
And how is Miguel? Why did he not do this world tour? What's up with Miguel?
I think now Miguel have some work out of Canaries, and he's getting a good money for get money for the next year. Maybe compete more and travel a little bit more. Yeah, I'm sure that Miguel is coming again this year to surf high in Fronton, and probably we can see him in any stop next year. I hope so. I hope Miguelito
definitely
stay with us.
And this is all she wrote. Hit number 6 of round 2 of men. And it looks like Ricardo Rosmaninho took a very hard hit against Tristan Roberts, the current World Pro Junior champion. Daniel Fonseca, unfortunately, stakes on this round. And also Andrea Rodriguez coming from round number 1. And looks like Tristan did a good job as he came from round 1. But meanwhile, don't go anywhere. We got some more of this action after this commercial. And Diego Cabrera as well.
Já estava a tentar roubar.
And we're back in live action. We already have the replay of Tiago Fazeneiro's invert there with a 5.25. And we got Gonçalo Pinheiro from Portugal riding as well. And he got a 6.5 with this wave. Nice roll there, extended. Can he find in the section in the inside? And this is a very good way to start. And just before you go, how important is to start a heat with a good wave for you?
It's very important, but the most important is because you get relaxing. And psychologically, you get more. You get in another feeling that when you see two boys getting the first wave, and you're still out there, and you listen the scores, and everything is very bad feeling because you start needing scores for getting. But that's why we have to be very very focused mentally and.
Yeah, and that's it. We got Diego Cabrera here, and we're going to say goodbye to Diego. And thanks for joining us in the booth. The representative from Canary Islands, still struggling to get in the top seeds here at this World's APB Ranking Tour, and it's a pleasure to watch this guy surf. And if you don't know who Diego Cabrera is, just write on Google Diego Cabrera or go to his Facebook page, and we'll let Diego Cabrera say goodbye to you guys here.
I want to say goodbye to all the Canadian people and the Spanish people and everybody who is following me in the World Tour. Also my family, my sponsors, Pride 101, Vulcan Fins, Workout Tenerife, all of them. stay for tomorrow will be nice. Will be a nice comp.
Yeah, and Thiago came here and said he didn't speak English. And when I met you, your English was not very good. Now it's a lot better. And he said he could not speak English. Congratulations to Diego, to you, and I hope I wish you good luck for the next round. And you can now speak in Spanish and say all of that Spanish and speak to your crowd, please, in Spanish.
Un abrazo muy fuerte a todos los que estén siguiendo el campeonato. Espero que mañana tengamos unas buenas olitas y pueda hacer un poquito lo que más me gusta y llevarme una sorpresita para casa, para todos ustedes y para nosotros. Fuerte abrazo a mi familia, mis sponsors, Pride, 101, Vulcan Fins, Workout Tenerife. Un abrazo a todo el mundo, nos vemos.
And that's Diego Cabrera for you guys. And suerte, mi hero. And nos vemos. And back to live action as we have Anas Bakri from Morocco riding this left-hander and going for a forward spin there on the inside. Almost we lost him in the camera. And that's it for this heat as heat number 7 is unfolding. And we welcome once again Mr. Teza McCannon. It's a pleasure to have this big boy here next to me because he's always so insightful and ready to comment.
Yeah, that's right. Well, we're going to just come back with more action on the other side of this commercial break. Stay with us here at the Nazaré Pro.
Já estavam a tentar roubar.
Estou aqui já com o Ricardo Rosmaninho, pronta para a entrevista.
All right, well, welcome back. Just in time to see, that looks like Goncalo Pinheiro, all from Portugal. Nice little way to kick off his campaign for Rojo. And, look out, we got some plenty of action on the beach here as well too, folks. Today it's day number 2 of the Nazaré Pro, and the sun is shining. We've got some fun little waves coming through. It's not the classic, Nazaré that we've seen in the videos, but it's definitely contestable, and it just goes to show the quality of this wave is even right down to 2 feet. You can pull some big-time maneuvers. In fact, we saw Martin Meridian from Guadalupe earlier on flipping out madly. He just got so many backflips on the waves that he got that he just absolutely smashed it to smithereens. Goncalo Pinheiro currently in the lead with a 6.5 and a 3.65. Sitting in second spot at the moment is Johan Cavenet from France. He's wearing the yellow singlet. He's got a 4.5 and a 4.5, so he's got 2 of those. And Anas Bakri is from Morocco. He's in the white singlet. He needs 4.11 to go to second. And in fourth place is Thiago Fazendeiro. And so that's the current situation at the moment, folks. Well, there's a little lull in the action. Let's throw down to Vilma Vincente for an interview.
And I'm here with Ricardo Rosmaninho. If you didn't remember his name, for sure you remember from last comp in Sintra, because he got a 9th place in Sintra, and now here he wants to repeat or even better the results. Ricardo, how was your heat?
Correu bem, apanhei 4 boas ondas, está bem fun, está meio metro, mas está muito divertido, como é normal aqui na Praia do Norte. E estão ondas para dar grande espetáculo, espero que continue assim, para o pessoal apanhar altas ondas e fazer grandes hits.
Parabéns, Ricardo. He's saying that is lots of fun out there. Good scores will come out of this comp. And he's very happy with the result, of course. And he's trying to give his best for all the Portuguese out there watching us. Go, Ricardo Rosmaninho.
Obrigado.
Bye. Back to you guys. Back to action.
Yeah, thank you very much, Vilma. That was Vilma Vicente, of course, talking with Ricardo Rosmenino from Portugal, and he was on fire in that previous. He took down Tristan Roberts, the current World Pro Junior Champion from South Africa. Well, we've got about 12 minutes remaining. You can see those set waves moving very close to shore. It hasn't affected the quality of the waves, though. It's just such a lovely shaped wedge, isn't it, here at Nazaré, at Pride de Norton. We've got a couple of paddlers having a look at this one coming from way downtown. Just a big, strong roll there for Anas Bakri from Morocco. He was in a priority situation right there. So picking up the corner of this one, looks like red. That's going to be a good-looking wave. And let's see if the camera can pick him up. He's driving through a little barrel, but we're not seeing that on screen. Unfortunately, we just missed out on that one, but didn't really turn out that good at the end there for Goncalo Pinheiro. So, sun shining. We've got the world's best bodyboarders here. You're watching currently, it is heat number 7, round number 2 of the Nazaré Pro. Of course, event 5 on the APB World Tour. And coming up in heat number 8, the final heat of this round before we go back into the women's division, we're going to see one of the legends of Portuguese surfing, Manuel Centeno and Hugo Pinheiro. Oh, my goodness. Now I feel really sorry for Jean Machado and Fabio Duarte because you do not want to be in the water when you've got Centeno and Pinheiro in there. I think the last time I saw those guys together in a heat was at the ISA World Games, and they are the dynamic duo of working people over. Pretty much the other guys will just be getting scraps. Thank God there's a priority system, that's all I can say, because those other guys are going to be loving that stuff, that's for sure. All right, so time remaining, 10.5 minutes left on the clock. Hope you're enjoying the action. As we said, it's day number 2 of the contest. We're having a look at the forecast. What time is it here? Local time is 10 to 2. At 2 o'clock every day, the local maritime services updates the forecast for the next 2 days. That will give us a much better indication as to what's happening here. There's been some sort of mixed reports about what sort of conditions we're going to have for the remainder of the week. Looks like Sunday's going to have waves, but Sunday will also have wind, and Sunday might also have rain. So we're a little concerned about that one as we see Tiago just setting it up, a little top turn there, just a little carve, trying to stall in the pocket, waiting for it to lip up. Nice roll at the end there for Tiago Fazaderio, but unfortunately, probably that first section there was the where he was going to score some big points, and he kind of just got robbed at a little bit of the potential of that wave. At the moment, though, it is Goncalo Pinheiro in the lead. Goncalo sitting on a 6.5 and a 1.75. That last wave score did come through for Tiago. Let's check the replay. That was that first section there where he just ended up carving, and then he put the brakes on. He thought he might have got right in the pocket. He did pretty well at the end. He picked up a 4.1 for that wave, and it did push him into third. And it looks like Tiago will now chase a 4.45 to go into second position. So Goncalo Pinheiro in the lead, Anas Bakri sitting in second, Tiago sitting in third. Johan is from France in fourth place, the Frenchman needing only 5.21. And I've got a feeling that he's sitting in number 1 position on the priority sequence. So that will give him an opportunity to find the best possible waves out there. So Nuno Cardoso, Tez McKenna taking you through, along with Vilma Vicente taking you through day number 2 of the competition. We've had a series of some pretty cool guest speakers that have come in and had a chat to us throughout the day. Today we've actually had a little slight problem with the webcam, so you haven't been able to see us, which is not a bad thing because, it's not about us, it's about the athletes. Isn't that right, Nuno?
No, the best thing is the camera to be pointing at Vilma, because I think she's the best representative here from all of us, and she's got the look, so it's the one. She's the one who needs to show up, not us. We just need to comment and have guests here and having them have their opinion about the priority system, the puck chuck, and all of the things that happen, the conditions in this. And we will get live testimonies for guys that are actually on competition and giving us the feedback from this competition. And so far, the only thing that it's not a complaint, but the only thing that they say, it could be a little bit bigger, but condition-wise and and it's contestable, they're all putting thumbs up for the Nazaré Pro, and we got the sweet conditions here.
Yeah, that's right. And it's just such a fun wave too. I mean, it's a sand bottom, so you can, when you're doing those flips and you're going for all those big moves, you can do so in the, knowing that you're not coming down and you're going to crash into the reef. We just actually spoke to Diogo Cabrera, who was in the booth prior to me, talking with Nuno, and Diogo had a bad headbutt with the reef back in a couple of years ago, about 3 years ago in Arica, and I was the first guy to go to the hospital there, and that was a very scary moment. But it's great to see him back and ripping again. And speaking of ripping, here comes Thiago looking for a little section there, but it just ran away on him. Unfortunately, not being able to get into position. Looks like White's going to use up priority right there, and that's a bit of a mistake, isn't it, for Anis Bakri? He was just trying to hold the other guy off. Now Yellow's going to have priority. And I don't know what Bakri's doing here. He's want to watch out and get right away from it. Yellow is Johan Cabernet from France. That's a good strong roll, nice extension. Let's see what the Frenchman can do on the inside. And again, so two nice strong rolls.
And at the back comes the man in the white singlet, Anis Bakri from Morocco, trying to dim himself from paddling out for that wave and giving it away for Johan Cabernet from France. And he combines that roller with the reverse spin into the sand, and we can watch them in the camera. This is how close the wave gets to the shore. And with less than 6 minutes to go, Gonçalo Pinheiro is leading this heat. He needs to throw away a 365, which is very dimmable for him. And in second place, it's Anis Bakri from Morocco trying to throw away a 480. As I'll take you through this replay, and maybe he throws that one away with that roll, and combining it with the reverse like we saw earlier into the sand, and we miss him. We didn't even know if he made that move, as looks like it, but that's up for the judges to see. They are on a more privileged position than we are here in the booth, and looking at from the screen as you're watching, and 5 minutes to go, and Tiago Fazendeiro from Portugal is in third place. He now needs a 4.46 to get second, and it's very attainable for a guy like Tiago Fazendeiro, and even Johan Canave from France that needs a 5.21 to get to that second place. And still 5 minutes in the mix, and we need just to see some sets rolling in through, and these guys will get busy and start posting some new high scores and giving a hard job toward the panel of judges so they can see who moves up to the next rounds and who stays shut down here at round 2 of the men's division here, day 2 of Nazaré Pro. And we have to send big shout-outs to Federação Portuguesa de Surf for pulling up this one, organizing this one alongside Association of Professional Bodyboardings, making this event possible here. But without the support of the Nazaré Council and a project called Nazaré Qualifica, which is a project here in the Nazaré region to qualify this area throughout the events like this, and they're doing a great job. We cannot forget about Meo, who's supporting this event as well. And thank you so much, all the institutional sponsors and all the private sponsors that are able to make this a dream of having a World Tour stop here in the Nazaré alive, as this has been something that we've been waiting on for years, and I think it will send very important feedback to the bodyboarding community, as this is one of the stops, the mandatory stops for the World Tour here. And I think we have a perfect example. We have been watching some really high scores. We've been watching a lot of Portuguese riders signing up for this event, and people coming from all over the world and making the best of their time here in Portugal to compete in the Sintra and in the Nazaré event. You just don't only come for Portugal for the Sintra Tour now. This year you come from the Nazaré event, and we are so proud. I can't stop mentioning it. We are so proud to have two World Tour stops here in Portugal, as we watch the Portuguese Tiago Fazendeiro ride this wave. He tries to find the first eatable section on that wave, but it doesn't do it for him. He just needs a 4.46. It's not a very high score. He just needs to get back out there and find the wave that will allow him to score that. Meanwhile, Anas Bakri paddling for that wave, trying to defend this second position. He's in second. This is the guy that Thiago Fazendeiro wants to overthrow here at round 2 and move up to round 3. In fourth place, you got the yellow singlet, Johan Canave from France, and he needs just as well a 5-2-1 to take the second place away from Anas Bakri. And I think this is going to be a heat banger, like in the last seconds as we see a set approaching, and you can see the riders paddling like crazy to the outside. As they know, it's less than 2 minutes to the end of this heat, and you can see a nice wave out the back, and there are already riders paddling looking at this one, and we see the rider in white, Anas Bakri from Morocco, pulling out of that one. And then the back, we got a nice wave here, and who's gonna get it? It's Thiago Fazendeiro in blue. He just needs a 4.46 on this one. He goes for a big roll. Can he land this one? Yeah, he comes out in front of the foam, and I'm no judge, but I think that he's gonna get the score. And a little bit more than 1 minute to go as we see Gonçalo Pinheiro, the leader of this heat, going for another roll, but unfortunately it looks like the board got away from his body, and his hands were not able to hold on to that move. As we watched the replay, one of the bigger waves of this heat so far, and Thiago Fazendeiro goes for a big roll and just pops up in front of that foam and makes it look easy as we wait for the score of that wave in blue. And this might be a heat changer, and the heat situation might change with seconds to the end of this heat. And I could tell you without a mirror ball that this is gonna change if a set comes. And Thiago Fazendeiro just taking the first place now because that wave was a 6.25, and he's now in the lead. Gonçalo Pinheiro now gets dropped into second place, and Anas Bakri now needs a 5.26. 20 seconds to the end of this heat as we see the riders paddling crazy for this wave. And let's see who can get it. You see Thiago Fazendeiro blocking out the rider in yellow from catching that wave. Good job on that one, because he needs to defend his first place. Maybe he doesn't even know that he's in first place as we watch the rider in yellow, Johan Canave from France, trying for the roll there. He only needed a 5.16 to go second. How frustrating is that? As we can see Thiago Fazendeiro with that last wave moving up the list here and taking the win here over Gonçalo Pinheiro. And looks like the two Portuguese advance. And don't go anywhere, please. We just go for a short break as we go into commercials. And we are back in live action, and this is one of the most interesting hits of this round. What are the odds of Manuel Centeno and Hugo Pinheiro getting a draw in the same heat of round 2 and been fighting it out with two round 1 winners, João Machado and Fábio Duarte? This is a all Portuguese affair here in this heat number 8, round 2 of men, as we watch Manuel Centeno in red, Hugo Pinheiro in white, João Macedo in yellow, and Fábio Duarte in blue, battling out for 2 places. Only 2 will advance in the round 3. Where will they join? The APB back 12 plus 4 wild cards of the event, as we watch Manuel Centeno trying to get a position there and going for the left-hander and going for a nice flip. How good was that? And we saw him exchange the wave with Hugo Pinheiro going on the right-hander there. And like Tessa McKenna said, these are two guys that are not unknown to each other and not unknown to victories and competition altogether. As we see they're switching sides. That was so funny. As we watch the replay from the white, Hugo Pinheiro going for a forward spin and backing it up with a roll on the end section. Nice extender roll there. And there, Manuel Centeno punching through the lip there on that left and landing that backflip so nicely, as we just saw the first wave of blue scoring a 4.5 and Manuel Centeno dropping a 6.25 and Hugo Pinheiro dropping a 5 points. Like I said, this is one of the best battles here of round 2, heat number 8. We got two former ICA World Champions, two former Portuguese national champions, and still remaining, still currently national champion Manuel Centeno, and former national champion Hugo Pinheiro, and former ATB, which is European Tour champion Hugo Pinheiro, and the same likewise Manuel Centeno. So the amount of titles these two guys have are enough maybe for all of the guys that were present in round 2. As we could see next to the shore, a bunch of guys standing up cheering for the local guys, for his local favorite riders. If the camera could pan out, as you see a lot of guys now in front of the judges stand, maybe even blocking the view of the judges. This is how crazy and how intense this last heat of round 2 of men's competition here at day 2 of the Nazaré Pro is going to turn out, as we watch Hugo Pinheiro riding in the white singlet, going for this right-hander. He doesn't find much out there. The wave in his side starts to bounce, and he bounces off of that one as well, and he goes back out there and paddling. 16 minutes to go on this heat, and we got a battle on our hands. As we, if the camera could pan out, there's like at least 20 guys standing up there just waiting for the waves to come in and cheering. And oh my God, it's really intense competition here, as the waves are really close to shore. And I think when the riders and the yeah, as you can see, you see the guys just cheering. If the riders bring the waves all the way into the beach, they can even talk to them and tell them what's going on. This is how intense and funny it is. As you see now, you see the rider in the red, Manuel Centeno, going for the roll. As you see, the guys are really close. And the beach commentator just asked for everyone to sit down so the judges can see the competitors and they can score the riding. As you see, all the guys sitting down. This is how close people want to get next to the action, and this is how emotional and spiritual the Portuguese fans get, as they want to watch up close their friends, family, or their idols here competing in this, which is only the round 2 of the Nazaré Pro, where day 2 of competition. We got the sun out, there's people in the beach, like you see, everyone is in board shorts, no one is even wearing a t-shirt because it's hot out there. And right now we see Fabio Duarte, the rider in blue singlet, going for a spin and a roll. He already has a 4.5. But meanwhile, as we wait for the score of the rider in blue, we're going to go back to Vilma Vicente for an interview with the winner of last heat.
And I'm here with Tiago Fazendeiro, the winner, one more Portuguese winner of this round. Tiago is from around here. He's going to tell us a little bit about himself. Hi, Tiago, congratulations. Podemos falar em português, não há problema. Como é que correu a bateria? E conta-me um bocadinho sobre ti, o que é que fazes? It's the first time he's running a world competition, so tell me.
Ok. Estou a morar no Porto, então vim fazer uma visitinha. E ao primeiro Mundial é que participo, por isso correu bem. Estive a sofrer um bocadinho, sempre em terceiro. Na última onda lá consegui virar.
He was always in third, but he knows the wave very well, so in the end he could catch a proper wave, a good wave, and turn the heat for the first place. And now, what are you expecting from this competition? O que é que esperas desta competição?
Tentar chegar o mais longe possível. Vamos ver como é que vai correr o próximo hito. Acho que ainda hoje Hoje ainda vamos ter boas ondas, de certeza. Por isso, quanto mais avançar, melhor.
He's going to try to get as far as he can, of course. Today we're going to have, he thinks, better waves, good waves until the end of the day, and he's doing his best. So congratulations, parabéns, e boa sorte. Good luck to him. Now back to you guys, back to the water.
Thank you for that, Vilma. That was wonderful as you interviewed a friend of mine, Thiago Fazendero, as he looked stoked to move on to the next round. Very difficult. In the end, he did turn it all the way around, and as he was in third place and on dancing, and with that final wave, he just came up the charts and busted out the first place out of that heat number 7 of round 2. Meanwhile, in the water, heat number 8 of round 2 of men, and Manuel Centeno is in an early lead with a little bit more than 12 minutes to go. He already packs up a 6.25 and a 5.65 and is now taking the lead. In second, Fabio Duarte with a 4.50 and 4. And meanwhile, riding, João Machado, as he has a 4 on his board and is trying to back up that score. Nice roll there for João Machado. I think that he landed that one. The judges can see that. And we got something. Oh my God, there was something going on out there. We watch Hugo Pinheiro crash against Fabio Duarte, and Fabio Duarte crashing against Hugo Pinheiro. Let's see what happens there and what the judges think about that. But at least there was some priority situation there and maybe an interference. We'll wait for that call, and as soon as we know the decision from the judges, we'll get back to you guys. Meanwhile, like I said, João Machado is trying to post his second backup score, which actually turned into his best score, and now the backup is his first wave as he scored a 4.56, and he now is in second place, and we're still waiting for the announcement of what happened there with 11 minutes to go. Manuel is sitting on the outside, completely relaxed and leading this heat with a strength of an 11.90 at this time, a little bit less than 11 minutes to go. And the sun is up, the wind is not up, thank God, and the waves are still coming. And we got a message from my friend Daniel Ferreira, and he says the forecast is looking good for Monday and Tuesday. And he is suggesting that if the waiting period could be withheld until the Tuesday. Good question and good call, Daniel Ferreira. I don't think we can do that. Actually, I'm not an organizer, but I think that the competitions have to respect the window that they have, unfortunately. And I didn't see the forecast, but if you're saying it's going to be good, you're a good rider, you're a good bodyboarder, and you know your stuff. And for sure, Monday and Tuesday it will be good. And maybe some of these riders will be free surfing here. And meanwhile, in the water, Hugo Pinheiro going for his backup wave as he has a 5 and he needs to post up something up there so he can progress as he's in 4th place right now. Meanwhile, this is Manuel Centeno with this 4th wave and trying to connect this into the inside. Let's see what he can do there. But he decides to pull out of that one and pedal out back and wait for another opportunity. As we watch João Machado, the rider in yellow, the Portuguese, going for this lap. What can he do here? He spins on top of that one, a forward spin, and he's trying to connect this one inside. Let's see what he can do here on the inside. He goes for a roll. João Machado that has a 4 as a backup score to his 4.5, and he needs to throw away that 4. Maybe he's got that wave. We'll just have to wait and see what the judges think of that as they will score it. And right up next, we're going to have the round number 4 of women. And there's some exciting action on that one as I'm searching to find my song here. And okay, this is it. I've got it. And round number 4, you will see Ayaka Suzuki from Japan battling out with Jessica Becker from Brazil, winner of the Century event, and Natsuki Yokote. So basically, we have 2 Japanese against 1 Brazilian in round 4. this is an elimination round. So the world title of the women's division is up for grabs, still between Alexandra Rinder and Sari Owara and Isabella Souza. They all draw different heats, but let's see. I think that Sara Owara will have the worst draw because she's battling out against Neymara Carvalho and Rita Pires. Talk about season experienced competitors here. Neymara Carvalho and Rita Pires, long time in bodyboarding history and full up of titles. As we see Hugo Pinheiro driving this left, connecting that roll with this reverse into the inside. He's got a nice handball there, and he goes for the air roll spin, and he just completes it there on the sand. Let's see what the judges think of that, as we know that it was awarded interference of blue on white. So it was Fabio Duarte that crashed into Hugo Pinheiro and not the opposite, as they're taking out half of his second score, and so he scores a 450 and a 4, so they're taking off half of that 4, so he's now with a total score of 6.5. That's how it's done. And meanwhile, in third place, João Machado, now needing a 7.06 to go second. And in second place is Manuel Centeno with a strength of a 6.25 and a 5.65 with 11.19 total. And right now, Hugo Pinheiro has exactly the same scores, the 5.65 and the 6.25 with this last wave, and they are tied together in first place. And looks like the experience is taking over the more inexperienced riders like João Machado and Fabio Duarte. Don't take us wrong, Fabio Duarte is very experienced as well, and João Machado too, but comparing to these guys and the resume that Manuel Centeno and Hugo Pinheiro has, it's completely out there. And these guys have some history in they're going to stay in bodyboarding history for forever, because the amount of titles that they brought for the Portuguese Federation in international competitions, personally and as a team for Portugal, it's quite amazing. As we see a set there, there's a little bit of a rip where they're standing now, so the waves looks like a little bit crumbling. But like I said, the wind has not come in yet. And we watch Manuel Centeno try having a go at this one, and a little drive fast for this one, and goes for the backflip, and he lands it. He's got those things on lock. I think it's the same as Pierre-Louis Coste. He's got that backflip PLC style, and Manuel Centeno's got his own Manuel Centeno flip style there, and he lands them so easily, as we watch Hugo Pinheiro driving through this left. And I think maybe Manuel Centeno could throw away that 5.65 that he needs to throw away, maybe move up into first place, as Hugo Pinheiro with the same points as him is occupying that lead now, as we watch the replay of Hugo Pinheiro's wave, and he does a really good roll there, gets a little bit stuck on top of the wave, goes for a cutback, and then the wave doesn't have much more to offer, and he just kicks out of there and paddles back out, as we see paddling João Machado, the guy in the yellow singlet, trying to go for a roll there, but the wave just bounces off maybe of the backwash, and he just gets stuck there, and he has to go back outside with less than 5 minutes to go. Manuel Centeno just posted a 6.75, and he moves up, like I told you, he moves up the ladder. Now he's in first place again, and he leaves Hugo Pinheiro in second place now. And with a little bit more than 4 minutes to go, let's see if the sun is going to shine for one of these guys, João Machado and Fabio Duarte. They are in need of really a very good score. As we see João Machado just coming out of that one. That wave did not have the potential for him to score the 7.06 that he needed. As we see some of the professional riders and all the people that are watching here enjoying the Nazaré sun in board shorts, and enjoying the beach life that this autumn, beautiful autumn day here in Nazaré in Praia do Norte is presenting us. This looks like a summer day, actually. This looks like a summer day with the amount of people with sun umbrellas and the amount of people sunbathing and having a bath in the water and cheering in the beach and just walking around. Looks like a normal summer day. Doesn't even look like we are in the end of September. It's so hot. It's so good out there. And it makes me want to get out of the booth and get into my board shorts and get out there and go for a swim. This is how I feel now as we watch a set on the outside. And let's see, with less than 3 minutes for the completion of this heat, we see Hugo Pinheiro paddling out for this one, the right-hander. He gets stuck a little bit on the foam and he has to duck out of that thing as we watch now Manuel Centeno trying to have a look at that wave, and this is Fabio Duarte. He needs now a 9.66 to come second, and that wave won't do much for them. As we welcome in the booth Mr. Nicholas Rosner, representing Germany, his home country, but he actually lives here in Portugal, in Praia Grande, where we have the last stop of the World Tour this year. And I'd like to welcome Mr. Nicholas. Welcome in the booth, Nicholas.
Hi, Nuno. Pleasure to be here with you, commentating some heats. And interesting heat in the water right now. We got Manel in first with 13 points, taking off on this wave. See what he does. Little Rolo got a little caught up on the lip. Generating some more speed. Oh, nice flip on the inside, but unfortunately didn't make it. So it won't improve his situation.
Yeah, I don't think so. He needs to throw away a 6.25, and I don't think that's enough. Maybe if he landed that backflip, could he get the score, Nicholas?
Oh, for sure. That might have been the wave of the heat right there.
Take us through this replay then.
Oh, he stalls, gets some speed, gets to the bottom. The judges like that. Nice roll. It could have been a little more projected. And then right here, he risks it and goes for a big flip. So I guess he's in first place. He was in position to risk that maneuver. And yeah, make the most of that.
Yeah, 1 minute to go, 1 minute remaining on this hit. It looks like Manuel Centeno and Hugo Pinheiro, the seasoned riders in this heat, are going to take it away as we watch maybe, I think it's João Machado running his right, and they're going for the roll there, and the wave doesn't do much for him. So he just finishes that one, and we watch Fabio Duarte. We had an interference over Hugo Pinheiro earlier in this heat, and that's too bad when that happens. How bad is it when you get an interference? Does that demotivate you while you're competing?
Yeah, it's probably one of the worst things that could happen. You're just it takes your high score and divides it by half, so your high score won't be counting. And Hugo and Manel, just such veterans, like probably the best competitors ever coming out of Portugal, and just first and second place. So just the consistency shows by the result right there.
Yeah, well said as we watch this heat unfold into a countdown. And these guys are taking the two top places on this heat and moving to round number 3, which we'll have in the water. And right now, talking about the rounds, we got the round of women, round number 4, and we got some pretty interesting battles. And I'm glad to have you, Nicholas, commentating this, because now we got Ayaka Suzuki from Japan, Jessica Becker, winner of the last stop at Sintra last week, and Natsuki Yokote from Japan. So 2 Japanese against 1 Brazilian. But what gets interesting in this round, it's the next heats, where we see Alexander Rinder, a world title contender, still on the run for the world title, getting in this battle alongside Catarina Souza and Anaïs Velis. But we'll get to that after this commercial. Don't go anywhere. Live action here at the Nazaré Pro.
Sweet
And we're back in live action as we see Natsuki Yokote from Japan rolling that left-hander. Unfortunately, it's not holding on to that one. So you were out there, Nicholas. How are the conditions, and how are these to land those inside moves, as we all know that the Nazaré is known for his power?
Well, the waves are really fun out there. There's some really nice A-frames. I'd say the hardest is in 20 minutes to be in the right spot because the waves do go flat and there's a lot of rip currents that just pop up, and it's just really hard to stay in the right place. And especially at the beginning of your heat when you want to get going and the waves just don't come to where you are. So you just have to snoop around and kind of, I don't know, I'd say just take off on anything to get some rhythm going.
Yeah, basically hope for the best. And we'll be seeing Nicholas Rosner on the men's round number 3, which is still up today. And we're discussing, and he said, man, I struggle out there. But we're at the same time conversating about that some guys found their rhythm, and you found the guy in your heat that really found the rhythm. We're talking about Maxime Castillo that really tear these waves apart, huh?
Yeah, Maxime doing a good job in my heat. I felt that he was really in rhythm, and all of us were just floating around, waiting for the right waves. And when we looked to the side, perfect A-frame coming from Maxime, and that's just how it goes out there. It's yeah, Maxime had that rhythm going for sure.
Yeah, I think at certain times, I don't really like to call it, but it's a question of luck. Either you have it or you don't have it. And for Maxime, it worked out well. Even for Martin Moradian, which had a very poor campaign in the Sintra Portugal Pro. Don't get me wrong, not at Dropney because he made second, but in the Pro, and he lost in the first round, and his first heat of the first round. And I didn't think that he was much of a Pro rider, but once I saw him here, he pulled out some really high scores, and he get a 9.5. So far, the highest scoring wave of this event. Do you see Martin's heat?
No, unfortunately, I didn't. I was probably free surfing and getting ready for my heat, but yeah, I think there's been a couple 8s and 9s in the whole event, and some really strong heats, and the waves are cooperating today, and hopefully tomorrow will be probably good as well, and we'll have enough waves to finish the competition.
Yeah, hopefully. And we got your draw in round 3. You're up in heat 2 against Brahim Idouche, the seasoned Moroccan here in the World Tour, Jeremy Arnaud, the wild card coming from France, and Joshua Toledo from Chile, who did a wonderful performance on his last heat in round 2, and you, that's been coming out from since round 1, I think, right?
No, actually, I got seeded to round 2, so
that's perfect.
Yeah, well, now I think all the heats are really difficult, and everyone's super competitive and wants to get points and make heats. So it's just gonna be interesting. Hopefully, I'll get some good waves and find my rhythm this time.
Yeah, definitely. We're cheering up for you, as Nicholas Rosner is one of the best representatives. He represents Germany in this World Tour event, but he actually lives in Portugal, in Praia Grande. How's that work out? When the World Tour comes, you represent Germany, but do you feel Portuguese? What's the mixed feelings about that?
Well, it's I have a great connection with Germany as well, but I've always lived here my whole life and learned how to surf in Portuguese waves, and all my friends here in the water are Portuguese, so it's yeah, I definitely feel Portuguese. The fact that I'm representing Germany is just a passport matter, so I'd have to basically turn in my German passport and take care of a bunch of stuff to get the Portuguese passport. So. Yeah.
Yeah, but you would like to represent Portugal, or how does that work?
Well, I'd love to represent Portugal for sure. Would be an honor.
Yeah, but I think at the end it doesn't matter where you come from. What really matters is if you put on a show or not, and move through into the next round. And I would like to see you to move into the 4th round, which is non-elimination round, and you get to battle it out with the top 16, and maybe if you get the first place there, you advance to round 6 and even skip round 5. And if you move into the next round, for sure you'll be at least going to round 5, and there's money involved already. So is that a big issue? Of course, the guys want to progress a lot, the furthest they want to go, but or they can go. But at the same time, you guys are looking because there's really good prize money on the line.
Well, I don't really try not to think about it one bit. I just take one heat at a time, and I think if you do end up thinking about the money or this and that, it's just you're not focusing on the contest. So my strategy is definitely just one heat at a time, and let's take it from there.
And let's see the Jessica Becker's strategy as she goes out for this right-hander, and she already goes for the reverse spin there, and she tries to connect this one to the inside. Let's see what she can do there on the inside. And she goes for a roll, and we cannot see if she lands that, but she did, I think, all the way up into the sand. This is very typical and characteristical here of Praia do Norte Beach here in Nazaré, as Jessica Becker already packs up a 4.5 on her first wave, and we're still waiting for the score of this last wave. But Ayaka Suzuki from Japan with a 6 is taking nice scoring wave so far in this heat, and with a little more than 12 minutes still remaining, we still have plenty of time for these riders to shift positions from third up to first place and guarantee a place in round 5 of women. And and that's the quarterfinal. So we're gonna go, before we talk about that, we're gonna go for a quick interview with the winner of last heat, and that was Manel Centeno. Take it away, Vilma.
Estou aqui com Manuel Centeno. I'm here with Manuel Centeno, the winner of the last heat of this round of the men competition. Olá, Manuel. You and Hugo Pinheiro just passed to the next round. How was your heat?
It was pretty hard. It was kind of slow, and everybody was battling for the set wave. And luckily, I got one in the beginning and got first. Then it was like kind of battle between Hugo and Gudo, and I was like kind of watching and scoring second wave, and I'm happy I just entered good in this comp.
You know this wave pretty well. Tell the people at home, back at home, what are you expecting from the waves in the ocean here in Nazaré?
I know it's kind of bad luck because this wave in this kind of the year, it never stops for 1 week as it's happening now, and but at least today everybody could see a little bit of Praia do Norte, good formation, fun waves, some ramps and some barrels, so it's kind of taste to everybody, and I hope that hopefully tomorrow it stays like this.
Let's hope so. But now the competition goes on with the women's competition of the round 4. And in the water we have 2 Japanese girls and a Brazilian, Jessica Becker. So let's see what are they doing in the water. Back to you guys. Back to action.
And we're back in live action. This is heat number 1, round 4 of women. And this is the last stop for the women's division this year in the World Tour, and we do have the cup here for World Champion, and it's gonna be given away at this event. Maybe not today, but maybe tomorrow or in the next days as the competition unfolds. And we've got in the chase for that world title still Alexander Rinder from Canary Islands, the current world champion actually, and Sari Owara from Japan, and still Isabella Souza from Brazil. And I think of all of the draws in round 4, I think Sari Owara's got the worst one, as she will be facing Namara Carvalho and Rita Pires. Can you comment on that? And you can comment as well on Rita Pires coming back to the competition, and how important is that?
Yeah, that definitely looks like a really difficult heat for Sari, but I'm sure she's been there before and will know how to deal with that pressure. Rita Pires back in the water is really good to see. I think she's been in Indonesia a big part of the time, living with her boyfriend. And so definitely she's used to perfect waves, and I'm sure she's been out of competition, but she's definitely got good training coming from Indonesia, and a pleasure to see her. Personally, one of my favorite female riders in Portugal. Just her style is really, really perfect, and yeah, it's going to be great to see underwater.
Yeah, and Catarina Souza will be battling out with Alexander Rinder and Anais Valles in the next heat. That's the next heat coming up with Alexander Rinder, Catarina Souza, and Anais Valles from Chile. And in heat number 4, after that one that Sara is going to have to battle out with Nemara Carvalho and Rita Pires, we're going to have in heat number 4, Joana Schenker, Isabela Souza, and Luz Marie Grande from Puerto Rico. So it's no fun and games in round 4 here at the women's division. And things are starting to be more tight and tight as they move into quarterfinals. Will they have woman-on-woman heats? And yeah, we usually say man-on-man, right? But this is woman-on-woman heats. Don't get me wrong. No different connotation on this one. But yeah, those are the quarterfinals. And then just after that, semifinals, and then the finals, and then constellation finals. So all points matter now. And when you're fighting for a title, everything goes. And we wish all the best luck for these riders. But meanwhile, in the water, let's see what the heat situation is, as Ayaka Suzuki posted the second score on her scoreboard with a 550, and now her backup score is the 6th on the first wave. And Jessica Becker, with that wave that we commented, it was a 5.5. And in third place, Natsuki Yokoti from Japan just scored a 4.65 and a 4.25, and needs now a 5.36 to take the second place away from Jessica Becker. And if Jessica Becker wants to take the lead away from Ayaka Suzuki, it's a 7.01. And the girls from Japan has come with a storm here at the European leg in Sintra and here in Nazaré.
Yeah, they're really doing good here, adapting to the conditions, and compared to the past, I've seen the Japanese contingency getting really strong and winning their heats. So at this time, Natsuki also just needing a 5.36 to jump into second, and it's a really tight heat still. So 5 minutes to go. Anything can happen. We see someone taking off right now. It's Jessica. Big Rolo. Okay, that might have helped her secure her second spot.
And out the back, there's the rider from Japan in blue, and she goes for a spin there on the right-hander, and she could not connect it to the inside. And out the back, once again, rider in red, that's Ayaka Suzuki. Reverse spin there, very fast, and she will try to connect that with the inside. Let's see if he can do a roll on the inside, and she did. You cannot see it here on camera because of all of the people watching in the sand, and people cheering for the Brazilian, people cheering for the Japanese. And talking about the Japanese, I had Ayaka and Sari in the booth in Sintra, and they were so funny, and they were really hoping for Sari to win a world title and for the first time bring a World Tour title to Japan. That they say it's very important to them, maybe even to motivate other riders in Japan, even in surfing and not only bodyboarding, to pursue the world title in the World Tours. And talking about pursuing that, we got the Hiroto Ohara, Sari's brother, that won the U.S. Open in Huntington Beach and packing up $100,000. Did you see the interview that he gave when he got the prize?
Actually, no.
There's a cool video about the tug life. You know those videos with the tug life? That some guys maybe say something or do something that's tug, and they put those glasses and write tug life. And that video, when he's getting the check of $100,000, and the commentator asks Hiroto Ohara what's he gonna do with the money, and he just answers, "I'm gonna take my driver license and buy some cars." And they just put the tug life thing up there, and it was so funny because it's like a very broken English, like the Japanese talk English, you know. And he said, "I'm gonna take driver's license and buy some cars," and starts laughing so bad, talking about Tokyo Drift and talking about stokeness. And that's what the Japanese are looking for, to bring in a world title and maybe get another Japanese rider stoked and into the World Tour, and maybe do some damage like Saudi Awari is doing this year in the women's division. division, Nicholas?
Yeah, it looks like it runs in the family, and definitely the O'Ahari family making the most of their money.
Yeah, definitely. As we see in the water with less than 4 minutes to go, Ayaka Suzuki doing well for Japan, taking first place against Jessica Becker, winner of the last stop that we saw last week in Sintra, your own break, Nicholas. And Natsuki Yokote from Japan is in the need of a 5.36 to jump up to second place and take that second place away from Jessica Becker, as Jessica Becker came out of Sintra very motivated, and we can see on the inside some Brazilians shouting out to the outside for the Brazilian rider, and maybe it's so close. Can you hear the guys shout out where you were outside, or you just don't really matter about that and you're concentrating on your stuff?
Well, it's kind of hard to hear the scores outside because they're using these because the sound is pretty distorted in the water, but yeah, they're surfing so close to the sand, so you can definitely hear people cheer you up and stuff like that.
Yeah, we just watched away from the rider in white, Jessica Becker. She went for the EARS on the inside. I don't know if she landed at one, but if she did, she's going to post a high score there. As we just saw, Ayaka Suzuki on their last wave posting a 7.25 with that reverse spin on top and then a roll on the inside. She consolidates her lead, but Jessica Becker scoring a 6.20 on the last wave. Not the last wave, sorry. Is 2-second score wave there, and she's really now close to Ayaka Suzuki, needing a 6.76 to take the lead away from her. And now things look a little bit complicated for Natsuki with 2 minutes to go and needing a 7.81. How hard is to be on the water, Nicholas, and you're in search of a high score so you can progress to the next round?
Yeah, so definitely Jessica and Ayaka improved their situation. So Natsuki now needing a 7.8, and with 1.5 minutes to go, it's not impossible, but conditions are getting super tricky. We're seeing that high tide come up, and so a lot of closeouts. The waves aren't so long, so not offering so much scoring potential. So she'll have to basically go for a big move if she wants that score.
As you see the tide moving up and you're doing the math for the tides when your heat is up in the water, what would be your strategy with this kind of conditions that you just analyzed now and you break it off to the guys that listening live?
I don't know. It's constantly changing, so in the next hour or two until high tide, it's going to probably move super close to the sand, and yeah, so not getting as peaky. So we saw those really nice peaks in the morning, those A-frame lefts and rights, and now it's just looking like it's just closing up much faster. So we'll probably see more one maneuver waves in the afternoon.
Yeah, for sure. And as the tide comes up, we see some sets still wanting to roll through the sand, but as the same time we see some kind of backwash bouncing the waves, and bouncing off of that wave was Ayaka Suzuki with a roll on the left-hander. I don't think that will improve the 6.50. That's her backup score to the 7.25, but you just have to wait and see. What do you think about the conditions? Do you think the swell is going to pop up, as we see a nice set here, although the tide doesn't help us to really see if the swell is on the rise or not? But what do you think about the forecast and for today's competition, and we're going to say for tomorrow's competition? What's your preview?
Well, I think the waves are amazing today. We haven't had waves like this in a competition in a while. And just looking to the left side of the beach, we can see everyone ripping, and so many high scores already ridden this morning. And the waves are pretty good this morning. Just the high tide here at Praia do Norte is really tricky because the waves break really close to the sand. And basically maybe the high tide sandbanks is not the best for the swell. But tomorrow looking good as well. And towards the end of the week, it's kind of tricky.
Yeah, thanks for that, Nicholas. And don't go anywhere because we got some live action here at the women's round number 4. We'll go for a commercial break.
So back in the booth with Tessa McKenna right here next to me.
G'day, Nick. How are you, mate?
Fine. How are you?
Very good, thank you. Yeah, and well, the tide is really filling up quite a lot here at Pride du Nord, but the waves are still quite contestable. In fact, you're going to be surfing shortly, I believe.
Yeah, right after the women's division, I have to get ready because my heat is heat number 2 in the men's. So, yeah, pretty soon.
All right, well, we're watching round number 4, heat number 2, Katarina Souza in the red singlet. We got Alex Rinder, of course, the current world champion. It's in the white. It's a big heat for Alex, isn't it, Nick?
Yeah, huge heat. Still in world title contention here, and if she makes this heat, she'll be right straight into the quarters.
Well, if she makes it into the quarters, I do believe that will spell the end for Isabella Souza.
Oh, is that?
Yeah, that's right.
I wasn't aware of that. But,
yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the situation, or maybe it's getting out of the quarters. I'll double check the figures, but either way, she's one step closer towards winning a second world title.
Yeah, I wonder what's going through her mind right now with that set coming.
I guess I've never been in that situation, and neither are you. But you wouldn't want to think about it, would you? You would just want to try and keep it pretty simple.
There we go, live action.
And that is. Katarina Souza, hasn't she made an awesome comeback? And have a look at that peak on the beach. There is just some beautiful waves coming through here at Pride du Nord. Just the cameraman just getting repositioned there after just zooming in on some interview stuff. We only have the 2 action cameras here at the moment, so we're just getting one of those ready for the interview of the previous winner of the heat. Who won the heat before this one? Do you know?
Yeah, Ayaka Suzuki won the heat, and Jessica Becker got second.
Okay, so Jess Becker continues her good run through the competition. I saw Jessica cruising around the other day with just the bikini on. Oh my goodness, she's one of the fittest women that I've ever seen. She is just so fit at the moment. She's just been working out, and she's so strong, and she's surfing so good again.
Yeah, very consistent as well. She kept on improving on her scores, and yeah, but still couldn't take the win on that heat.
All right, well, good stuff there from Ayaka Suzuki as well. She actually sent me a message this morning real early and said, Terry, are we going to surf today? I said, oh, my word, you are. And she goes, I've been sick all night. So, I saw her just dragging herself up the beach basically after that round. So she'll probably go and really rest up and put her feet up and take it easy. I've actually brought the World Championship Cup in here. We don't have a camera in the booth, unfortunately, today, folks. The HD camera inside the commentary booth here just died a little earlier on this morning. But I do have the 2015 APB World Women's Champion Trophy. That'd be something special to have on your mantelpiece, wouldn't it, Nick Rosner?
Yeah, it sure would. Maybe someday.
Yeah, man, for sure. Never say never. Look at Mike Stewart. There's some inspiration for you.
For sure.
Yeah, you betcha. So, all right, well, we've got some scores coming through. It looks like Katarina Souza got a nice opening score of 5.25. Alexandra Reiner, a 4.25. And having a little look at that one. Look up the beach there. Some of those left-handers.
Yeah, the swell definitely showing itself. Even though it's high tide, we can see some way bigger waves than we saw this morning. So everything indicating that the swell is here to stay.
Here goes Alexandra Reiner looking for a big move on the inside section. That's a good strong roll there from the current World Women's Champion.
Yeah, so just backed up her score. She started off with a 4.25, and this will definitely improve her situation. Katarina holding on with a 5.25.
Tô aqui já com a atleta.
Waiting for a backup score still.
All right, coming up in round number 4, heat number 3. Next in the water, we're going to see Neymara Cavallo from Brazil, of course, a 5 times World Women's Champion. Will take on Sari Ohara from Japan. And Rita Perez. Oh, my goodness. Sari Ohara, she's wedged between 2 legends right there.
Yeah, that's going to be a very interesting heat to watch. All of them rip, and 2 veterans that have done well on basically all women's contests in the past. Let's see if they keep that mojo going.
Yeah, that's right. Rita Perez, of course, been hanging out in Bali. I was over in Bali about 3 weeks ago, and I noticed that Rita was running a surf school there. She had, I think it was actually, she was doing some, when the day I saw her, she was doing some SUP yoga, like the stand-up paddleboarding yoga. Yeah, and I was like, no, like that looks like Rita Perez. And so I rocked over, and she's like, yeah, I've been hanging out in Bali. So, yeah, she's looking fit, and of course surfing all the time over there. So she's back in the competition arena and looking very strong.
Yeah, I'm excited to watch her surf because growing up I used to watch her a lot in competitions and really like her style of riding. So be interesting if she keeps it up.
Alrighty, well there's a break in the action. We're going to throw down to the winner of the previous heat. It's Ayaka Suzuki with Vilma Vincenti. Take it away.
And I'm here with Ayaka Suzuki, the first winner of this round. Congratulations, Ayaka. How are the conditions out there? You cannot listen very well. It's hard, but you win. You're the first one.
Yeah, thank you so much, everyone, because wave is so good. Japan is always small and then pumping, windy, but here is so good wave. So I was just having fun.
And now you're in the quarters. What's your expectation for the next round?
Yeah, so stoked because in Sintra, I was lost in round 5. It's so bad for me, so I'm going to do it in the quarterfinal.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
And back to the water, we have the second round of the women competition. We have two Portuguese, Catarina Souza and Alexandra Rinder, that were the third and the fourth on the Sintra Portugal Pro. Catarina was third, and Alexandra, the world champion, was the fourth. And with them, we have Anais Veliz from Chile. For sure, we're gonna have a very good eat, a very fun eat. So let's see what are they doing. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Vilma Vincenti. She is such a professional, isn't she? She's worked with the likes of Fuel TV and a whole bunch of other sporting networks around here in Portugal. Well, the scores have come through. It looks like Alexandra Rinder is in the lead, a 4.25 and a 1.75. Sitting in second spot is Catarina Souza on the strength of a 5.25. That's been the best score so far. And just a little one there for the Chilean. Anis Velas is a 1.50. So Catarina Souza, that would have been another name that you would have grown up and seen a lot of her surfing.
Yeah, definitely. Katarina has not gone into retirement yet. I see her basically every week because she has a surf school and we teach side by side often, and she's still ripping. So every chance she gets to get in the water, still so consistent, and I think everyone looks up to her for being there still after all these years.
It's unreal. She's like almost like the Mike Stewart, the women's bodyboarding, but she's not 50. She's only 30-something. She's only quite young, really.
Yeah.
But I mean, kind of, if you had to match her up to someone, I guess she's a legend. She's been around forever. In fact, that was her 20th year at Sintra this year. That's hard to believe, isn't it?
Yeah, that is, and I don't think she's aged a bit, huh?
No, she looks great. She looks fantastic. And still, as you said, Nick, surfing as better than as good as ever. Anyway, put it that way. So right now, what do we got on the time? Is time remaining about 11 minutes left on the clock. It's Alexandra Rinder in the lead in the white singlet. Second place, Catarina Souza needing only a little less than 1 point actually to go into the lead. And the young Chilean sitting in third, needing a 3.7 something to go into second. So this heat is wide open.
Oh, and I don't know if there's priorities in this heat, but there's a set out the back, and someone looks interested.
Well, that's Catarina paddling with intent. Nice entry into the wave. Take us through this one, Nick.
She's getting speed off the bottom, pushing through the lip. Nice clean roll.
Lovely.
She got a little hung up, so but still, it's going to be good score, set wave. We
right
see
behind.
Anais out the back. Nice ARS spin. Wow.
Yeah, good stuff.
Amazing.
And look at those frothers on the shore there. That's classy. Those grommies are just going nuts.
Yeah.
Very good stuff there from both Catarina Souza and Alexandra Rinder. So that leaves... Oh, actually, was that... Oh, that was
Anais.
Oh, that was an S. Oh, no wonder. Oh, that's Sasha Damjanic and the other young Chilean guy. There you go. Now it's all making sense.
Yeah, now we got a heat on our hands.
Oh, my goodness. I'll tell you what, with Catarina clocking up that good wave and then Anais getting that one, it's going to be a bit of pressure on the current world champion, Alexandra Rinder, who has priority and she's got the lineup to herself. And let's see if she can pick something up here, Nick.
Yeah, she let the first set pass. Second one's coming through. Also a bit of a closeout, but she's going to make the most out of it. Taking off. Boom. Nice Rolo. And yeah.
All right, well, that's the instant reply. She just wanted to try and get rid of her second best wave. Prior to that was 1.75. So clearly she's done that. And let's see if it's going to make any kind of a difference making their way up the beach. Competitors for heat number 3, Neymar Cavallo from Brazil. We've got Sari O'Hara from Japan and Rita Pires from Portugal. How do you say Rita's name in Portuguese?
Rita Pires.
Yeah, there you go. I always just destroy them, don't I, with the old Aussie accent, so I do apologise for that. But at the moment, just those waiting for those scores to come through. There it is, 7.5. Oh, exactly what we thought. Full-on situation change. Katarina Souza into the lead. Anis Vallis is in second spot. And Alexandra Rinder, her last wave, 4.75, puts her into third. And she now chases a 4.26 to go into second. And look at that. That's good camera work there. You can see the two girls right there, and that's Sasha Damjanic. He had a good campaign in Antofagasta. That kid, he was on fire. Made it right through to the semi-finals or the quarters. I think he got a very good result there. So yeah, he's just kind of giving a little bit of coaching there to Anis, and we'll see how this one plays out with 8 minutes to go.
Yeah, interesting, and he's really giving a great answer back with the highest score of the heat so far. And she still needs a backup, though, so if she doesn't get her backup and just stays waiting the rest of the heat, Alexandra might make the most of that and try and make a move to second. So let's see what happens.
All right, well, our second best wave for Anis is only a 1.5. That's her up and flying through that inside. Oh, she kind of tried to drive it through a little tube right behind her in the red singlet, Katarina Souza. And on the left-hander is an attempted ARS from Alex Reiner, but unsuccessful. Really, maybe this is where the pressure's starting to come in. This is where champions, this is where champions are forged, Nick.
Yeah, Alexandra very capable of getting 2 5s or 2 6s in her sleep, but right now just feeling the pressure, and she's racing back out there probably to get priority. I don't know what Katarina did on her right. I don't know if she landed that roll, but if she did, she might have improved her situation as well. And it's exciting heat on our hands.
Yeah, very exciting, because if Alex falls here, and in the next heat we have Sari O'Hara, in the next one, if she gets, oh my goodness, out the front, it looks like a bomb set. Is anyone going to be in position for this, Nick? Oh. I don't think so. Look at that. What a waste. That's the best wave of the heat.
That's a cracker right there.
Picking up the corner. Look, is going to get the corner of this one is Alex Rinder. Let's see what she does. She might go for one big move on the inside. Bam, lovely little invert.
Yeah, perfect.
And that might be just what the doctor ordered.
Yeah, I'd say she needed a 4.4. She's right back in there. This was probably a pretty high score.
Well, that last wave came through for Anis, and it was 1.65. The problem is here is this could seesaw over the next 6 minutes, folks, because of course, because Ines Velez has the best wave of the heat so far, a 7.50, and that one there was a 6.5. So Alex Rinder into the lead, Katarina Souza in second, Ines Velez down into third. And what does she need there, Nick? You got the good eyes?
She needs a 3.76.
Ah, there we go, 3.76.
For second. Yeah.
For second. So this could spell actually trouble for Katarina.
Yeah, Katarina was sitting comfortably in first position, but now with 5 minutes to go, and a big switch around happening.
I'm just watching Alexandra Rinder's mum. I've forgotten what her name is, but she's a lovely lady. She's just down there sitting under the umbrellas, and she is so nervous.
Yeah,
she's just been walking up and down like a father in a hall there, waiting for the baby to be born. So we'll just wait and see what happens here. But this is going to be really interesting as we come down to the final 5 minutes. So 5 minutos for the current heat in the water. And Nicholas Rosner joining me here in the booth with Tez McKenna for day number 2 of this APB World Tour event, the Nazaré Pro. And it's the 5th stop on the 2015 World Tour. Did you get to see too much of the webcasts from South America, Nick?
I'm afraid I didn't. I didn't get to see too much. I don't know if it was a time difference or something, but yeah, unfortunately, I've watched some of the Brazil event, and the waves were just crazy, amazing there.
Yeah, it was
really heavy conditions.
That's right. Itagociaro was amazing. Arica, as always, lived up to expectation. Just 1 or 2 days there were just mind-blowing. And Antofagasta, we went to a new place called Nilda Point, which was a pretty crazy left-hander. And then right at the end of the wave was this thing called the Bone Cruncher, this crazy bit of reef that just sort of popped up in the wave. It was so heavy. It was one of the gnarliest places I've ever seen in my life. So we had three really good contests coming into Europe. APB's got a lot of momentum, and it looks like the World Bodyboard Tour is really starting to get back to where it deserves.
Yeah, definitely looks like we're back on track, and bodyboarding strong as it's ever been, and a great year ahead of us next year, huh, Terry?
Yeah, that's right, and some good plans as well. Look at this thing for Alex Rinder up the beach. Oh my goodness, that is a good wave. Nick, take us through it.
Oh, she's just waiting it for line up, getting some speed, and boom, huge roll on the inside.
Oh, wow.
I don't know if she held on, but yes, she did. So, yeah.
Look at that. Is that Diego Cabrera? It is. We got all the coaches down there. He's from the Canary Islands. We got Sasha Damjanic down there trying to root for Anis Vallis, Anis, I should say. So, yeah, really, this is going to come right down to the wire. We said that champions are forged under pressure, just like diamonds are made. You know, they're made under pressure as well. And that last wave score is coming through for Alex Rinder. There's the replay, and you can see Diego Cabrera. Look at him. He's just giving her a little hug there. He's loving it. That's awesome stuff.
Yeah, that was a great answer back. A big roll on the inside, and I'm still pretty curious to see what the score is, but I'd say it's definitely a 7 or so. But I'm not a judge. Let's see.
Yeah, I always I used to do that too, and then now I just completely stay away from it because a couple of times I just got it completely wrong. But I tell you, it's one thing to know good surfing and to see it, but to sit there all day and compare waves is another thing. That is an 8.5. So you weren't too far off the money there, mate. Maybe you would make a good judge after you finally retire one day from the surf school and competing. So that really hammers it home for Alex Rinder. Now it looks like it's a no-brainer. It's a battle for second spot at the moment. Katarina Souza needing a 9.01 to take the lead. But what does Blue need to go to second?
Just a 3.7, so
okay.
She's struggling to catch anything that moves because of there she goes. I think she's on the inside.
She's going to get this little left. Oh, how frustrating. And look what's right behind it. Katarina Souza, and she's probably got priority on a bomb, showing her experience there. And the Portuguese rider getting a little sort of caught behind. She's going to push her way down the line and look for a little something at the end here. She slides back on the board. And probably, I don't think she made that move. Here we go with Blue. A little frothy one on the inside. She's just trying to stall. And she punches it up and over. And, ooh, I tell you what. Nick Krosner, you wouldn't want to be a judge now, would you?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. It was a white wave, not a set wave. But she didn't need a big score, so that might have been it.
Well, that's a tale of two woes right there. Katarina Souza surfed the 20th year at the Cincha Portugal Pro, and this is the first year that we've seen this young girl from Chile.
She got it.
She got the score. Well, there we go.
Oh, and what a disappointment for Portugal right now. Katarina was doing so well during the whole heat, and
she's got 30 seconds, Nick, to try and get herself. I can't see that screen. It's just too washed out. What does that say? 6 point something?
Yeah, 6.26 is what she needs.
She's not going to get it, mate. Time is going to run away. It's been a valiant comeback from Katarina Souza, but it looks like she has gone down to the two young girls in the form of Alexandra Rinder from the Canary Islands in the white and Anis Vallis from Chile. Muy bien. Rocking on through that one. So, ladies and gentlemen, that was heat number 2, round number 4 of the World Tour event here, the Nazaré Pro for 2015. The APB World Tour just continues to chug along here, and heat number 3 is coming up next. Neymar Cavallo, Sari O'Hara, who's also going for the title, and Rita Pires, as of course one of Portugal's finest. is going to be out there as well. All right, so I've just been told that we are going to go to a quick commercial break, and we're going to come back with all the action from the Nazaré Pro right after this. Well, welcome back, folks. And Alexandra Rinder really came good when she needed to, didn't she? The current world women's champion from the Canary Islands, getting through that heat. Right now in the water, Sari O'Hara has locked in a little wave, and so has Rita Pires, but they're just all throwaway scores. And, well, that must be a real sigh of relief for the current world champion, getting through that round and knowing that she can now rest a little easy. Coming up in the next heat, we're going to see Isabella Souza. It's Joanna. Yeah, Isabella Souza, Joanna Schenker, and Luz Marie Graham Perez. You're watching the world's best women bodyboarders here, folks, at the Nazaré Pro. Coming to you live from Nazaré in Portugal. It's a beautiful, one of the most beautiful, quaint little holiday hamlets that you've ever laid eyes on. And I tell you what, this is fast becoming one of my favourite places in the world. I could honestly say that I could probably move here and have no problems at all, like just slipping straight in and enjoying the action. Well, there's the six-time world champion, Neymara Kavala. And Neymara, boom, nice little high-flying move on the end section. You can see that high tide. The competitor's almost disappearing behind the sand there on that last manoeuvre. And Sari O'Hara, lovely high-speed spin. And then she had to kind of kick out of there. And she'll try and scramble back out the back and attempt to try and get that first priority over Neymara. Not a bad wave exchange there. And you can see the girls paddling. This is a full-on old-school paddle battle. But you don't ever take on Neymara Kavala when it comes to this stuff. She has been around forever and a day, and she's so good at getting back out the back that I don't think... Sari's given her a good run for her money. You can usually tell when the swell comes who goes over the swell first. And it looks like maybe that priority will go to Neymara Cavallo. So holding on to first priority is blue, second priority red, third priority white. And got those first wave scores coming through. So Neymara Cavallo opening up with a 6.75. Sari O'Hara backed it up with a 3.5. And the first to blue for Rita Pires was a 1.0. So Rita is holding on to a priority situation at the moment. As we welcome back Nuno Cardoso.
Woo!
Muito obrigado.
De nada, Terry, and you are more than welcome. And I'm more than welcome, and it's really pleasure and honor to be back here in the booth while I had a little break, but I left you with Nicholas Rosner, who's actually going to be on the next round of men, because we're still going to run men's round number 3, but meanwhile in the water, a very interesting clash, and I want to ask you one thing, because I was not watching. Did Alexandra Rinder went through her heat?
Alexandra Rinder went through a heat.
Oh my God! Man, you scared me. Don't do that again. I will die here in the booth.
Oh, I tell you what, it didn't scare you as much as it scared her mother. But what happened was she surfed really well at the end of the heat. I said to actually Nicholas Rosner, I said, you know what? Diamonds are made under pressure. You know, and that's what champions in bodybuilding are too. So right when she needed to, she dug deep, she got 2 really good waves, and she finished in first position.
Yeah,
So-
talking about diamonds, we're going to go to our jewel, Vilma Vicente, here for the interview, the last winner of the heat.
And Alexandra Rinder is here with me after her heat, after winning her heat. You are in the quarterfinals. Congratulations. How was your heat?
It was pretty hard. In the beginning, I got 2 ways, but did a roll there in the left. I think the judges didn't see that I landed. So because I heard the score was 1.5, so but it was fine. I was hustling to get a good wave, and I was lucky. A friend of mine came down and said, "Get calm, get a little bit more to your right," and I did that. Got a big set, so I did an invert, which I get a 6.5, and then I got a really good ride there, where I did a big roll with 8.5. So my heat was pretty good. I was a bit nervous at the middle of the heat because I was third and they did good waves, but now I'm happy that I passed through.
Alexandra is back. Estás de vuelta, Alejandra. Congratulations. And the next heat in the water, we have Neymar Carvalho, pentacampeã. Neymar Carvalho, former world champion. Sari O'Hara, that made second in Sintra, Portugal Pro, and she's fighting for the world title as well. And Rita Pires, the Portuguese, 11 times national champion. So let's see what's happening. Back to you guys, back in water.
And we're back live here, round 3. Sorry, that I was mistaken. It's E3, round 4 of women. Round 3 is going to be the man right after this round 4 of women. And what we're deciding here is a place, no, 2 places in the quarterfinals, but mostly we're deciding here a world championship tour champion, because Sari O'Hara is in the water and she's still a title contender here for the women's division, as we saw Alexander Rinder on that interview taking the second heat of round 4 and advancing into the quarterfinals. So she remains path this year to renew a world title this year in 2015, as Alexander Rinder was last year's and still currently women's world champion. But we got in the water Sari O'Hara, that's on the line right after her for that world title contender. And we still got Isabella Souza in the picture, coming out in the next heat against Joana Schenker and Luz Marie Grande from Puerto Rico. But meanwhile, in the water, we have a very strong Neymar Carvalho. That was kind of an upset for her to lose so early in the Sintra Pro, so prematurely. And she already packs 2 waves, which she only needs 2 waves to really get the total score. And she already packs up a 6.75 and a 5.50 leading heat at this moment. In second, Sari O'Hara posted a 1.75 and a 3.50, and Rita Pires only posted a 1 and a 1.50. And I think for Sari and Rita, the heat is still on, and a little less than 12 minutes to go. They still need to score 2 nice 2 top scores, so they maybe can even move over Neymar Carvalho, which is now taking a comfortable lead over them. And as we watch this heat to unfold, like we told you, there's a title, a women's world title up for grabs still on this round, and Sari O'Hara has to move through this round, as Alexandra Rinder just won the previous heat and moved into the quarterfinals. As we watch, I think Neymar Carvalho pulling into the barrel. Oh, that would be amazing if he should come out of that one at the end there, really next to the sand. As we watch out the back, Sari O'Hara, the Japanese, going for a roll on this. Right, and she lands it almost in the sand. But that was a good job from Sari O'Hara. She needs to start scoring and putting some scores on the table. As we saw someone go to the left, and that was a free serve. Sorry, not in the competition. So I will not be waiting for the score on that wave, as we didn't even watch what it did. And good job in the cameras here doing the live. That was a free serve, and they switch it off to where the competition is at. And we'll wait for the score of this last wave of white, which I think will be the best score so far for Sari. And Neymar Carvalho, unfortunately, not coming out of that barrel, and she will not throw away her 550, which is her backup score for the 675 that she holds up right now. And the scores have come out, and Sari O'Hara just posting now a 525, and this can help her campaign of maintaining the dream of getting the world title this year, as we watch the next heat already prepping to go into the water. And we have Joanna Schenker in red, Isabella Souza in white, and in black Luz Marie Grande on the next heat. But meanwhile, in the water we have in red Neymar Carvalho from Brazil taking a lead and trying to make amends for the poor performance at the Cincha Pro, an event that she already won so many times, and she feels comfortable at. But this year she was prematurely knocked out in the early rounds, and opening up way for our fellow country women, Jessica Becker, who took the lead, and right next to her is Sari O'Hara that took that second place in that event, and they right now are progressing to the next event, the quarterfinals, leaving Rita Pires, the Portuguese representative, on a bit of a complicated situation, as she posted now a 225, but she needs to really start to build up a score, as we see Neymar and Sari in front of where we're standing, and a little bit to our right will be standing alone Rita Pires, as we watch the rider from Japan waving her hand, maybe wanting to listen to her situation and understand what's in display so far, so she can play it. She can play the game. This is because this is competition. This is, I was saying, playing the game. Just went off the window. I think at least there's a probability that maybe Isabella can win if she wins this event, but both Sari and Alexandra have to lose in the next round in the quarterfinals. That's her only shot. And for Sari to win, I think she just needs to stay in front of Alexandra.
Yeah.
So if Alexandra loses in the semifinal and Sari advances to the final, she automatically is winner. And if Alexandra reaches the final and gets ahead just one place above Sari, she's world champion. How exciting is this, as this is the last stop for the women's division this year in the APB?
It is the best. It is very good that the title was defended by 3 athletes. It's better than Alexandra win right now, and I think the competition is like that, and it will be very interesting for all the public here and all the guys that are watching to see if it is Sari, Alexandra, or Isabella. Of course, both are very good and strong bodyboarders, and let's see what happens.
Yeah, and if you if you're playing a game and if you had to bet all your money, I'm not telling you to pick your favorite. I'm telling you to put the money where do you think you will win. What will be your bet? You needed to put all your money, the money, everything that you have in your life, your husband, everything. You need to bet. Which of the riders would you bet to win?
I think that Alexandra is in the best position because she's in first, and maybe she needs less points than the other athletes. But maybe Alexandra, I don't know. But if the conditions were really small for tomorrow, I don't know, because we know that Alexandra surfed really good these conditions, but in small conditions it is very hard for everyone, but especially for Alexandra. So let's see.
Yeah, as we saw a roll there on that right-hander, as she brought the roll all the way up to the sand.
It was Luz Marie, no?
Now it's Isabella Souza has watched the replay. Can you talk us over this one, Katrina?
Yeah, it was a nice roll. It was the wave. It was in the short break, but I think that there are no waves outside, so the girls have to choose this wave.
easy compete in these conditions. And we can see Joanna Schenker. It is red.
I think probably she got a barrel. That's her style of riding. I think it's Joanna Schenker. She got a little barrel there. She needs to throw away a 5:25. Do you think that will be above 5:35?
I don't think so.
Yeah, me
it was
either.
like a small
Yeah,
barrel.
small barrel. And 5 minutes to go, and looks like Isabella is taking the lead on this one with a strength of a 6.75. And this last wave of Isabella was a 5.25, so she betters at a backup score. And now, still in second, Joanna Schenker just scored the 4 points with that little barrel. And in third, Louis-Marie Grand, she just needs a 6.36 to move to second, as she has a 5.65 and a 5 points. So needs to throw away a 5 and find a wave of a 6.36 range. Let's see what she can do, as I think Isabella Souza is paddling for this one. Is it, Isabella?
I don't think.
With the
yeah,
backlight,
yeah,
it's very hard to see, but we'll, as soon as they finish the wave, maybe you can watch it a little better.
We don't know with the priority he's with, but
Yeah, talking about priority, how important is that priority system? And before, you compete in the World Tour for many years, and now they have this priority system, even with
can
four.
see Luz-Marie.
Yeah, I know. I
Luz-Marie
think
need
it's
a
Isabella.
6. Oh yeah, it is Isabella.
She went for the RS on the sand.
In the
I
camera
hope
you
she's
can
okay.
see.
Where is she? She disappeared. That's magic. As you can see, Nazaré has some kind of magic, and we made Isabella Souza disappear in the foam there. And this is an amazing event, and we're so proud to have. Like Katrina said, the conditions are not the most favorable, especially on this high tide, but we do have the best place in Portugal, as this is a swell magnet, this beach. And we do have a competition running in Guincho, the Prime, right? The Prime surfing competition.
Yeah.
And I have a friend that's doing the water patrol, and I'm just gonna call him to ask him how the conditions are out there, and can do this live.
It was really small.
Yeah. Did you pass through the beach?
No, but I watch at the live web.
Okay, we're gonna just call João Guedes, which is a friend of mine, and he's doing the water patrol. And I talked to him yesterday because he lives next to me, and he said he's gonna have his cell phone. I'm maybe gonna try and call him because he's doing the water patrol, and maybe we can do some live interaction. I think this is the first time someone does this, and I'm calling a water patrol and a fellow man that's working in the Guincho championship. Oh man, as we watch someone get exploded
It was
there.
Isabella.
Was it?
Yeah.
I hope she's okay. She disappeared on the last wave. Now she appears
She's
again.
okay for sure.
And oh my God, can you take us through this?
Oh, she punched the lip.
Oh,
it was
the
really
wave
nice,
just-
but she landed just with the wave. And
Yeah, the board that came out off of her body, and she just exploded there. And talk about disappearing and all kinds of magic tricks here with Isabella Souza. She disappears first, and now she turns into a human bomb there on that shore break. But she's still in the lead, and she's been busy. She's packed up 7 waves so far in this heat, and Joanna Schenker in second only packed 3 waves, and behind her, Luz-Marie Grande just packed 3 waves. As we watching that set, and
set
looks
is
like the swell
really
is there,
good.
eh, Katerina?
Yeah, it comes a good ride. Look at this, and I think Joanna Schenker is in position. Whoa.
Yeah, and
Was
she's
a really-
paddling. Let's see what she
Let's
can do here on
see.
the inside. As I got a call from my
The wave
friend
is a little bit pumping, but
doing the water patrol, and
I
we're
don't
going to
know
get this set out of the way. I'm going to call him. Maybe he's in the jet ski doing the water patrol. Hey, João Guedes, are you in the jet ski? Okay, we're just calling you to see how the conditions were there at Guincho in the comp. Were there any waves?
Really?
No. Lay off for today? Okay, lay day for today in Guincho. Thank you so much, Joe, for coming in live and giving us the scoop in the Guincho competition. Here we're still running the event. Grande abraço, João. Eu ligo mais tarde. É mais, primo. Primo. And this is live information from Guincho. as we have the Joan Gads Water Patrol. This is the first time we ever do live this on the webcast. We've got a championship going out, a prime surf championship going out south of here, like maybe 70 kilometers from here, and it's off for today. And like Katerina said, this is probably the only place in Portugal that has waves right now, eh, Katerina?
Yeah, I think so, and especially with the high tide, the swell is very small, and Nazaré, even with a small swell, we always have waves. And Guincho,
yeah, true.
Maybe Praia Grande has a little bit small waves, but
I think this will be the biggest. As we just talked to João Guedes, Water Patrol in that prime event of surfing being held in Guincho, and they decided to call it a lay day there as the tide came up, and there's no waves in Guincho. And right now we're going to say goodbye to Catarina Souza. Thank you so much for coming in the booth and commenting this last heat of the women. Unfortunately, you got knocked out, but I hope to see you more in the World Tour next year, as this year is ended here in the Nazaré.
Who knows? I don't know yet, but let's see what happens next year.
You want to say shout out to your sponsors, to your family, to anyone that's watching?
I just want to say, if you believe in your dreams, never give up.
Very good. Very good advice to everyone that's watching here the live event. Caterina is an inspiration to all riders, male or female, here in Portugal, as she represented Portugal for so many years in international competitions and has waved the flag in our colors of Portugal in so many podiums around the world, and she serves as an inspiration to future riders and still to riders that are competing right now in the World Tour, as she came back out of hiatus from the World Tour, and she went back and competing again in the World Tour. There's two convenient stops here at Portugal, and we're very proud to have her back in competition. As well, we are proud to have these two events here at Portugal. The last stop at the women's division, but not the last stop for the men's division, as we still going to go to Puerto Rico for the Encanto Pro, but only man and drop knee division. So I think Pro Junior as well. And I'm not sure. Katerina is waving his head saying no to me. But anyway, Katerina, a very inspirational athlete to all the people that are listening to us. And she says just believe in your dreams and follow them. And Katerina did that all her life. And she did manage to have a pretty nice resume on her hands. And I bet her house is full of trophies. And her family couldn't be more proud. I'm a personal friend of her brother, and he was my surfing buddy when we were grommets, and was one of the best guys that I love to surf. Kiko, if you're watching, grande abraço, irmão. And I miss you in the water, man. Kiko is now a full-time chef and father of 3 kids, so he has like maybe 3 or 4 full-time jobs at the moment, so he's very busy. Maybe he's not even watching, but he can watch the replay on YouTube, and we'll just memorize this is the Mike Stewart heat number 1 of round 3, and see you later, Katerina. Glad to have you here in the booth as we just watch some action in this heat number 1, round 3 of men's division here at the Nazaré Pro 2015 here at Praia do Norte, Nazaré, Portugal. The event is going to run from 29th of September, that was yesterday, up until the 4th of October, that's Sunday. And let's see, because the forecasts are looking kind of funny, but for today and for tomorrow, we do have waves. And so the organizers decided that we should make the best of the conditions that we have, and then we would worry about the next days. So far in the water, we have round 3 of men. And in red, Mike Stewart. Oh my God, what can you say about this guy? I love Adam in the booth here and at the Sintra. And once he left, I told him I have still so many questions to ask you, and I'll get you next time in the booth. And he said next time. Yeah, well, hopefully it will be this time. A week later, here at the Nazaré Pro and in white Calanela Tanzi. If you don't know this guy, probably you'll know him for this feat that he did in Mexico early this year. He caught the biggest wave ever paddled on a bodyboard. If you haven't seen that picture, if you haven't seen that video, just write Kalani Latanzi in the YouTube and or the Google, and you will watch this guy going like a madman on a Puerto Escondido bomb, and oh my God, he just must have taken so hard beating just to catch that wave. As we watch riding now, it's the blue Portuguese Pedro Correia with a big roll on that left hand, and he lands it so smoothly. That's going to be a big score and a nice wave to start this campaign here at round 3, heat number 1. As I watch the forecast, and I'm watching it closely, and I'm trying to read it, I found that we will have waves tomorrow, pretty similar to what we have today. And then it looks like Friday, it's going to be a bit of a flat spell maybe. And then I think it's maybe Sunday or something like this. We need to move as much rounds as we can, so we can maybe avoid some flat spells during maybe Friday or Saturday and get this contest off our way. Don't get us wrong, but we do want to deliver a nice contest here at the Nazaré Pro, and this is like an amazing feat not to have waves in Nazaré, especially this time of year, and it looks like a summer day. I am so hot here in the booth, and making things more hot is my friend Antonio Saraiva coming into the booth, jumping in, and doing some commentating here with us as we come into round 3, each one of men. So welcome to the booth, Antonio Saraiva. It's a real pleasure to have you here, man.
Hello, Nuno. Nice to be here, and yeah, I'm getting pretty anxious. The swell looks like it's picking up a bit, and well, we're ensuring some spectacular show, and well, let's see how it goes.
Yeah, we had Antonio Saraiva on round 1. Unfortunately, lost. And we're talking about the rider that usually doesn't compete, and he just decided to come into the competition scene just because this event was being held in Nazaré. Can you explain us your decision? Because you're known as a free surfer, maybe a soul surfer more than a free surfer, and then this competition pops up in Portugal, and you say, oh, what the hell, I'm going to go for it.
Yeah, Nazaré is... has really incredible waves. It's pretty much my favorite beach break, and well, to be honest, I have no experience at all in competing in any sort of competition, but I couldn't say no to this one, and well, I was hoping for some decent waves, for some, I don't know, some good swell, but last week when we checked the charts, everyone was expecting really good waves, but suddenly, well, we were a little bit unlucky, but yep. Today, I guess, yeah, I guess we were pretty lucky, and well, we still managed to get some 4-foot waves. Hopefully, some bigger ones this Avo. So.
Yeah, definitely. The swell is on the rise, and we seem to have, like I told you before, Antonio jumped in the booth. We looked at the forecast, and it looks like this swell is remaining. It's increasing, and it's remaining for tomorrow. So we'll have action similar to this in the water, but being like talking about action, we just saw Pedro Correia packing a 6.5 on that first wave, a nice extended roll off of a left, and he didn't even bounce off, just landed perfectly. As we watch Mike Stewart, a legend here, struggling for a score as he scored a 3.75, but all of a sudden we just watch Maxime Castillo on the inside pulling up a flip and scoring 8.5. Maxime Castillo is on fire. Have you seen his hits?
He's been surfing incredibly well on this competition. Well, I reckon he's like, I saw his previous heats this morning, and he was really consistent on those lifts, pretty much landing all those ARSs and backflips. So hopefully he can make it. He can make it through the next round.
Isabella Souza is here
let's
with
go
me.
for interview
She's in
with
the
the winner of last
quarterfinals. Parabéns, Isabella. The conditions are harder and harder. They're breaking in the sand. How was it?
Yeah, actually it's breaking the sand and so hard to land in the maneuvers. But I take 2 good scores, and then I'm happy to be alive in the contest.
There was a wave there that you just disappeared in the wind.
Yeah, it was funny, and then I was talking with Alexandra, and she was laughing with my waves. But it was pretty funny because it's broken like close to the sand, close to the people that are watching. So I think it's like a good contest to watch.
Yes, a lot of show here presented by the men and by the girls. girls. So, in the water, we have 4 great riders. Mike Stewart, Kalani Latanzi, Maxime Castillo, and Pedro Correia from Portugal. Let's see what they are up to. Back to you guys. Back to action.
And we're back live as watch a replay from Pedro Correia attempting a reverse against the sand.
That was crazy. That was absolutely crazy.
Yeah, but talking about crazy, how crazy was that wave from Maxime Castillo? He flipped out one of those inside bone crushers shore break wave there and just scored an 8.5. And talking about Maxime, we're talking about his performance in the early rounds. This is pretty similar to his beach break, his own break. Do you think this is an advantage for Maxime?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I had the lucky. I had lucky to surf near his home break in France a few times. I did a few trips over there, and yeah, Hossegor has amazing waves. It's pretty similar to Nazaré. Well, I guess it doesn't hold that big, but it's just perfect. It's kind of like a small version of Mexico, and it's definitely a good place for training maneuvers. And it's, well, you got all sorts of wave. You've got a lot of variety of beaches as well, and yeah, I think Maxime is really very well prepared for this comp. So let's see. Well, Pedro Correia, he's from Azores. He also has really good beach breaks. He has this wedge at this beach break called Cantinho, where he can practice on those like really wedgy left bowls. So yeah, I reckon Pedro and Maxime they're really prepared for these conditions, and hopefully you can see these guys pulling off some big flips. Don't you reckon, Nuno?
Yeah, for sure. And Pedro Correia is one of those guys you cannot count out, because I have in mind that Pedro Correia and Rodrigo Rijo, they're both from San Miguel Açores, and I think they're some of the best youth that we have in the moment, Portugal, joining the ranks of Miguel Adão and Ricardo Brusmaninho. And I've been asking Sergio Rego, we had the pleasure to have him in the booth, which is like a pioneer of bodyboarding in Ireland, and I asked him, how come you guys get so good if you don't get a lot of competition, especially international, and you don't get to see many people surfing there? And I've got a pretty good answer, and that was on the back of my mind. And they think about the same. They said that there's not many people there, so they surf the double or the triple of the waves that we surf because we have crowd here.
Exactly.
So they keep to training, and that they get really good. And I'm really amazed of the talent coming out from that tiny island.
I guess they get really competitive between each other, and that's really good for them. So they can pretty much like pull each other in. Well, every time they're surfing just by themselves, and well, it's a really lucky spot to surf in Azores right now, because normally these days it's really hard to find places in crowded places with really good waves and good scenarios as well. So yeah, that's pretty good, and especially they, I don't know, I reckon they get pretty anxious every time they see like videos popping from the internet, and yeah, that makes them pretty keen to keep pushing themselves.
Yeah, definitely, and they got a little crew over there, and I think that's the reason they push themselves to the limit one at a time, and they get to be really good at what they do. Especially we're talking about bodyboarding, and there is Pedro Correia representing São Miguel Azores. We had another São Miguel representative from Azores called Sergio Rego, but unfortunately he lost in the first round. And we cannot have here Rodrigo Rijo, which is one of my favorite riders, young riders from Portugal to watch out for. He's got such a unique style and such technique that it would be good to watch him here in the comp. Huh?
Definitely, and they're both really explosive. Yeah, both of them are still young. I reckon they can still have a bright future on this sport, and well, hopefully they can get the support that they need to to get further and accomplish their dreams.
Yeah, for sure. I really like to see Pedro Correa on these international stages, and I'm really happy that the ones that are supporting him are doing that. And we like to thank you in name of Pedro Correa, as he right now with less than 6 minutes to go, he's picking up the second place without a lot of competition. He only has Maxime Castillo in front of him, but Maxime has been fierce this competition, so it's a hard man to beat. But both of them advance, and so they're in a pretty good situation here.
Yeah, both of these guys, as I was telling just before, they're really, really strong in this competition. And I've already seen Pedro in some comps, and he's always super consistent, and he's always really competitive. And well, I'm choosing for Pedro on this comp. I hope he can make it really, like I would love to see him making the final. I reckon he deserves it. He's one of my favorite riders in Portugal. Also because we are the same age, so every time he used to come here to Portugal, we used to hang out a little bit, and it's always really good to surf with him and see his progression over the years. So let's go, Pedro. You!
Yeah, that's pretty insightful information, Antonio. And talking about camaraderie between fellow men here from Portugal, as Pedro hails from an island in Azores called São Miguel, and every time he comes to the mainland, he hangs around with these boys, and they show him around, and Pedro does the same with all the guys visiting his island. And this pretty much sums up what bodyboarding really is. It's about camaraderie and friendship, and nothing better than a world championship here at the Nazaré. And I'm going to ask you the next question is, how good is to have an event here in Nazaré world stage?
I reckon it's a dream come true, especially for this for the community of Nazaré, and hopefully they can keep further doing this competition. Oh, here is Mike.
Up and riding.
On the way.
Take us through this wave, Antonio.
He still managed to get a good roll. Landed it. You.
Yeah, we're talking about the world body surfing champion, and he can do rolls without a board. So
landing on dry sand.
Yeah, literally on dry sand, and he pushes through that lip and holds on to the board, and came out in front of the foam there. And Mike Stewart needing a backup score over the 3.75. He still needs a 8.26 to move up to second place and steal that position from Pedro Correa. But in front of him is Kalani Latanzi that needs a 7.36, but with a 5.5 that Mike Stewart got on this wave, he needs to post a 6.51. And now amazing is to see a 53-year-old man competing.
Especially managing all that speed, like into the sand, like that was incredible. The amount of speed and all that wave riding that Mike has, it's. Oh, and here we have Pedro landing another roll. You
think
on
that
the sand.
will they'll throw away the 5.5 that he has as a backup?
Hopefully. I'm twisting for everyone in Portugal is twisting for Pedro right now, so here he goes, a replay.
Take us through this one, Antonio.
Wow, that was it's really hard to he didn't have that much wave to make the drop, and it was he needed to have a really fast reading on that wave, and he still managed to get a roll and landed in the flats, which is what we want. Like
so he just landed a 4.05 on that one, and the judges are looking. I can tell you, the judges are looking since the Sintra event and been watching a lot of waves. Believe me, the judges really want you to have a nice and good ride and use a good bottom turn and then go
Maxime.
up.
Wow!
This is the nice example of the judges is looking for any land.
Holy! How strong was that?
I know. I think it's another 8.5 and is on fire like the sun today that comes out and it's just burning us here inside the booth.
It is.
Can you take us through this replay?
That was how projected he got from that air bowl.
That's what I was talking to you about. The judges want to see that bottom turn, and then you aiming for the lip, and then being projected off of the lip. As we see Mike Stewart riding a barrel. How good is this guy? And he's still riding, and he comes out of the doggy door, I think, into the sand. And this is fun times for these guys, as we got a little bit more than 1 minute to go. And Max Casimo just posted a 9 points on that ride.
Wow.
As we watch the
he's
replay,
definitely taking the lead on this one.
How amazing is that? I think he's got the highest scoring heat now with the 8.5 and the 9, pulling out a 17.5
And here we have
in
the
total.
replay again from that Maxim wave.
That's an amazing
Wow, that was
one.
brilliant.
Yeah, that's what the judges are looking for. So they reward them with a 9 like a child. The judges are looking for a solid ride that you actually use the wave, you do the bottom turn, and then you aim for the critical section, and you just project yourself in any kind of move, and then you get rewarded. Even if you did a roll or another move there, it's gonna be a high score for sure.
Yeah, I reckon like in this stage of the competition, like towards the rounds, I reckon they want to see more. They want to see more level. And here we have Pedro taking a spin and a roll. Well, he's keeping. Oh.
And then we go for the countdown as we watch that last wave from Pedro, but it's still in second place. I don't think that Mike Stewart posted a 6.51 or even Kalana Latanzi posted a 7.36. As we watch Pedro ride, that was a nice forward spin in the beginning of that wave. He got time to make a little bottom turn in, bounce off of that wave with the roll at the end. And I think he might replace that 5.5, but I think it doesn't matter. I think we have to congratulate Pedro Correa on this second place, but mostly Maxim Castillo with this amazing win over some difficult competition.
Yeah, that last move was incredible, and he was really well rewarded. And that's what everyone wants to see, just a spectacular bodyboarding show. And we are really happy to see Pedro moving to the next round. And keep going, Pedro.
Yeah, all that thought as we go into a commercial and then be back in live action. Woo! And we're live in back action. You can see on the short break there, Sergio Rego, his fellow man from Azores, congratulating Pedro on this win. And he moves up to round number 4, which is an non-elimination round. So he gets to compete at least 2 more hits in this event. How cool is that for Pedro?
That's really good. And it was really great to see the boys frothing on Pedro at the beach. And all that joy, all that energy, it's simply amazing. And we just saw
I think
a roll
it's from Jeremy Arnaud from France. We got on this heat in red Brahim Hidouche, the competitor machine from Morocco. In white, Jeremy Arnaud, one of the wild cards here for the Nazaré Pro. And a yellow, Joshua Toledo from Chile, who put up a nice show on the last round, packing up the first place on his heat. And blue, our very own Portuguese, but representing Germany here, Nicholas Rosner, that went through his heat in round 2 and is competing here still in round 3. So all of the back 12 are up in the game, plus the 4 wild cards. And for this event, we got wild cards, Jeremy Arnaud from France. We got Dino Carmo, the Portuguese local here from Nazaré. And we also got Antonio Cardoso from Portugal. I don't know. I think he already has the seed. Maybe. Now, Miguel Prat is the wild card. Antonio Cardoso already has the seeding and didn't need the wild card. And then I think it's David Lefebvre from France, another wild card. Do you know this guy, David?
No, I never heard his name before. But yeah, if he's here, he rips. And we just saw an ARS.
From the guy in red, is that correct? And I think it's that Brahim Hidouche, the Moroccan machine, the competitive machine.
Yeah, especially on those lefts, he's super consistent. And it's really... Nicholas. I think it was Nicholas landing a roll.
We cannot see if he lands it. Maybe if we got up in the booth, we can see him. Yeah, I think he landed because he's running over there like you saw him just now, and he landed. He was just waiting for those first scores, as the scores are... We have a technical problem here with the scores. Is watch the replay. Take us through this replay, Antonio.
This is Nicola's wave. He managed to pull a roll and landed it. So he just ensured his first score on this heat. And
as we watch the rider in white, Jeremy, are now going for a two roller combo.
Yeah, but he still that first move was pretty decent, which will yeah, I think here he goes, a replay of that wave, and yeah, that was a good roll. He tried that second one, but it was like conditions are really hard right now on some of these waves. Like it's really hard to pull off two maneuvers. I hope he gets rewarded for this wave. I hope the judges can see that, like the difficulty level of and who's paddling on this one? Oh no, he didn't make it. And yeah, as I was saying, the Moroccan Ibrahim, he's like one of those guys that you never actually see him missing a flip. And here we go. We have, wow, that was incredible. That was a massive roll. Landed from Jeremy.
Rider in yellow is Joshua Toledo from Chile. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, while we're sorting out this technical difficulties about the scores in this heat, we're going to go to the interview of the winner of the last heat. That's Maxime Castillo. Take it away, Wilma.
Yeah.
And I'm here with the inspired Maxime Castillo. He's on fire. He just made a 9 and an 8.5 score. How was it in the water? You can speak French.
Yeah, c'était hyper dur les vagues, hein. C'était hyper compliqué là. La marée est bien montée, du coup on était hyper près du bord. Et j'ai réussi à avoir mes vagues rapidement, à directement prendre des gros scores. Donc je suis hyper content. En plus j'étais avec Mike Stewart, qui est une légende pour tout le monde, quoi. Donc voilà, hyper content de passer, de faire premier devant cette grosse série. Et voilà, maintenant je suis avec les pros dans le top 16. Donc voilà, essayer de faire mon mieux à cette compète. J'adore les vagues, j'adore cet endroit. Donc voilà, quoi. Je vais essayer de continuer comme ça.
Okay, he's very, very happy to compete against Mike Stewart, to win against Mike Stewart. He's a legend for him, for all the competitors, and he's very happy. He loves this wave. He says this ride is amazing. So congratulations, félicitations. And back to the water now, to the each two of the round 3. Let's go, guys. Let's see what's happening.
And we're back in live action, and we're watching the heat number 2 of round 3. We got Brahim Idouche, like we were talking about, the Moroccan competitive machine. Jeremy Arnaud from France, the wild card there. And Joshua Toledo riding the yellow from Chile. And in blue, Nicolas Rosner, the Portuguese standout representing Germany actually here. But he's Portuguese because he lives there. And I had him earlier in the booth, and he said he would gladly represent Portugal. It's just a passport issue or something like that. But he is a European citizen, so he doesn't need to fix up his passport. And just as a matter of flags, you know, he doesn't really care. He just said that he speaks through his surf, not through his country. And this is how cool the guy is. And meanwhile, we got the scores here, and we got the scoop for you. So Brahim landed 5 points. As you see live action, can you take us through this one?
Nicolas just managed to make a big roll on the bowl, and here comes Jeremy. Wow, that was a big roll. That was a big roll as well. So we had like two pretty good waves right now, and just right next to each other. So let's see how what the judges say about this.
And they're the current heat leaders, Jeremy and Nicolas. As we watch this wave, I think it's from Brahim Idouche.
That was massive.
That was a big roll on a big sad wave. And you can see the difference. He didn't land in the sand. He landed a little just before the sand. And these waves are pretty similar. Let's see how the judges deem these ones.
Yeah, it was. It's been a really, really good heat. Like, all the riders have been really competitive on this heat, and we've seen some we've seen some pretty similar waves.
From the replay from Jeremy.
Yep.
As the roll on the right-hander, and it's just how funny is that? It looks like skimboarding.
Yeah, we got.
There.
We had like 3 consecutive roll bowls on this set.
Let's wait for the scores just now as we watch Brahimi Dush's wave replay here. That was a nice big wave. I think it was bigger than both of the
I think
last
so.
waves
Landing.
that we watched.
I think that that last one was the heaviest landing, and here we saw someone pulling off an ARS, and here comes another one.
Nicholas, I think.
Nicholas.
Wow, that was amazing.
That was beautiful.
Yeah, and he just confessed that he needed some rhythm. He hadn't have a surf since Sintra, and he was failing
Really?
all ARSs, so he went for a free surf, and he landed a couple of ARSs, and he said, "Nah, okay, now I'm ready, and I'm ready back competing because my surfing was not up for the game." And it looks like it worked because he landed this wonderful move.
Yeah, he's doing pretty well. That last one, I reckon it will put him on the top of the heat. He will definitely get a good score on that one. Look at everyone just cheering, having fun. Go, Nicholas.
Yeah, how's the environment in the beach today? As we watch all the people, they brought their umbrellas and whatnot, and they're just sunbathing. As we watch Joshua Toledo going for a barrel in a roll there on the inside. How funny is the surf? How funny is this competition now?
Dude, this is really fun. I reckon there's plenty of people at the beach having beers right now and watching these guys pulling big maneuvers, and everyone's just cheering. It's an amazing day. It's really sunny, hot. Yesterday was still a little bit chilly, but today is just an incredible day for having a bodyboard show, and hope everyone's enjoying.
Actually, a quite nice barrel from Joshua Toledo. I'll see
True.
how the judges deem that. I don't think we're having an update on those scores here once again, but we'll solve those technical difficulties. But meanwhile, we can watch live action. This is heat number 2, round 3 here at the Nazaré Pro. Right by my side, on my left here in the booth, is Antonio Saraiva, a sole bodyboarder. I will not say surfer because he bodyboards. A sole bodyboarder here from Portugal. He does pack a lot of travel in his resume, more than competitions. That's what he's known for. And you can check out his video series called Gypsy. So if you go to Vimeo, maybe?
Yep, you can find it on Vimeo. Just type Gypsy the movie or Gypsy the series, and you can check our account. Manuel Barbosa. He's my teammate. He's my team colleague on this project, and we're working on another project this year. We just do it for the love of the sport. We don't get anything from it. So all we want is just people to watch and have fun, and hopefully keep pushing people. And I have to say that right next to me is Nuno. Nuno is a pioneer on this sport here in Portugal, and he had a really great influence on our project, since he was one of the first guys to bring Portuguese bodyboarding movies. And I remember him and his group of friends named Bossitub, and they were pretty much the first guys to release a website with full of photos and videos and just all sorts of crazy stuff. And he's also he's also a pioneer here in Portugal, because he knows a lot. He knows this coast really well, and he's a chief of one of the best Portuguese waves. What do you have to say about that?
Sheriff.
The sheriff.
I have the star. I have the silver star so far. I do not like the job, but it's like I really don't like localism. I really do believe in people that take care of places, and I think if there's a name for that, I would call it a concession. I have a kind of a concession. I take care of the place, and I do welcome everyone. Don't get me wrong. As long as you come in a goodwill, and everyone gets waves there, and you one of the guys that been going for those kind of spots here in Portugal, and as the sport evolves, people tend to like what I did back in the day, and it's pretty normal that people like me exist in the world and want to get the same feeling. And I'm so glad for you guys to get the Gypsy series on the road. As you know, Boss It Up is almost extinct. Most of us are with kids and jobs and other personal descriptions in life. But I still do my couple share of waves, and my friends still do the same. But it's really good to watch you guys take over and make a good example for the next generation of kids, and showing up to have fun, mostly to have fun in the sport, and to be a example for society mainly, although in the water and outside the water. And I really like to have you guys, and I'll not say my breaks, but the breaks that I usually go, and we get to share waves. And I think about life, it's all about sharing and caring.
Absolutely.
That's why I care about those places, and that's why I'm willing to share them with everyone that's visiting Portugal, like this event, and all the locals here in Nazaré. Thank you for sharing this wonderful waves of Nazaré, and I think this is one of our biggest and best treasures here, huh?
For sure, and everything that Nuno was just saying right now is it's absolutely true, and it's so good to see like all the energy that him and his friends and all the people here as well from Nazaré. Like there's like you can find some places in Portugal with really good energy, and that's so good to see people who just want to share waves with you and have a nice day. And it's just something that by the end of the day, it's just something that it stays in your mind for forever. It's just all about sharing and having fun.
Yes, we see Joshua Toledo sharing that left-hander, yeah, and it was a big flip on the inside, and he will score on that one. As we watch out the back, Jeremy Arnault, and we're still waiting for the score update, and everyone is going for flips now.
True, man. Everyone's just pulling out massive flips.
I was talking to Nicholas Roger, and I said, at the beginning of the comps,
you saw that one?
Joshua Toledo. I told you, man. Weren't you paying attention? These guys are ripping. And this is how hard you and how good you need to be to progress.
Absolutely.
Through round 3. This is only round 3.
That's true. That. I cannot imagine how's it going to be the level towards the semi-finals and the finals. It's going to be... You guys cannot miss this this opportunity to watch a really, really good bodyboarding show.
Yeah, definitely. And I was talking to Nicholas Roger, who is right now in the water, and I was talking to him earlier in the booth as he was commenting alongside myself. And I told him, man, I confessed to him, man, sometimes I do feel like going on an event like this, and then I think about, oh, maybe I can do like Mike Stewart and do a couple of nice rolls and progress through. But then when you move up in the competition, like round 3, you better have your flip game on, or otherwise you're going to get
flips,
work.
inverts, air revos, everything. You got to be like, at this level, you have to be a complete rider. And you can always, for example, look at Mike. He's a pocket surf king, in my opinion. And you guys should, everyone should not should pay attention to pocket surfing, because it could also take the lead sometimes. So and here you go. We have people paddling.
Yeah, just
on this
right in front of us, and I see the rider in red. Ibrahim Idouche going for a big flip there. Oh my God, this guy is killing it. And we need to get some update on the scores, because I'm feeling kind of nervous.
Yeah, no, this is
take over this replay or the action, because I'm gonna get this thing sorted out.
Nicholas has to. You need some. I reckon he will be needing some big scores after this. After these couple of flips that we seen, and wow, that was a big flip. Ibrahim Idouche from Morocco.
So we just listened to the beach commentary. That's the only way we need to know how to tell you some information. Brad is in the lead, and in second, I know who he is. But
hopefully it's Nicholas.
Yeah, hopefully it's Nicholas. Nicholas has been performing, but we just saw Jeremy packing up a flip, and then Joshua Toledo packing up a flip.
Yeah,
so who the hell is in second if Ibrahim?
I don't know.
Is in first?
The situation just looks pretty complicated for everyone,
and we cannot have an update. As you can see on screen, you got stuck on Jeremy Arnault taking the lead, and probably not offensive for Jeremy Arnault, but probably is in last right now. But the beach commentary is on, so don't worry. The competitors are running the competition fair and squarely, and they're getting the scores that they need, and they're getting the heat situation. So don't worry about that. We're the ones that broadcasting live, and we're kind of gibbering away because we don't have the heat situation. But we do know how to analyze those flips, and this competition has been amazing so far. This heat number 2 of round 3. I would not expect so much talent out of this heat, with no offense to anyone.
Absolutely. Like there's a few underground riders on this heat, but the situation has been changing a lot during these 25 minutes. And we've seen really good bodyboarding. So
yeah, let's see how this unfolds as we watch the rider in white. Jeremy Arnault going
pulling out a
another
massive flip,
and
he
how
landed
good
that
is
one.
this guy? This is a good bet for a wild
Yeah,
card,
and he does them on both sides. So we've already seen him pulling flips on left, and now we just saw him pulling another one on the right, and which makes him pretty complete rider. And how was the landing on that? You saw his back just twisting?
Yeah, and it's bounced off of that sand. I can't even call it foam because it's just sand there. This is just so shallow. And we watch Brahim Idush mixing it up and pulling up an invert. And I think this is the mental lead as we watch the replay from Yoshio Toledo. What happened? And
another invert.
How funny is this competition? This is not serious. It's super funny. They bring a mixed bag of moves. They started with rolos, turned into flips, and then inverts. And it looks like everyone is following each other. Like, okay, we'll do this, and I'll do this as well. And it looks like tag. And
yeah, and we haven't seen inverts in a while in this competition, and suddenly you just pull out 2 inverts in a row, which.
Anyway, we're listening to the countdown in the beach, and this one is over. And I'm really anxious to see who went through on this one, as
Absolutely.
I don't know what the hell is going on here. And thanks for the guys here organizing some shade in our face because we were burning here.
We're cooking.
The booth was like a pressure cooker. And talking about pressure cooker, we're gonna bring here on the booth one of the best guys for me, one of the guys that I enjoy see most, especially this year, as he's still leading the current APB rankings. I call in the booth the one and only Amaury Laverne. I'm going to leave Antonio Saraiva here with Amaury Laverne in the booth for a little bit as I take a rest, and I'll come back after these commercials.
And here I'm Antonio, live on the booth. We're back on the stream, and here right next to me is my team rider, my teammate Amori.
Hi everyone.
Hey Amori, how are you?
Yeah, good man. It's good to be here and come on that next seat. So we are in the round 3. That's gonna be the free start now. With the Hawaiian Jeff Abad, Jose Otavio from Brazil, Martin Moradian from Guadeloupe, and Charlie Chaplet from Réunion Island. So yeah, it was pretty exciting to come on this heat, and yeah, the tide is pretty high, but we still have some fun waves out there.
Definitely. It's been a really good competition so far, and all the heats have been really competitive. We've been seeing a lot of variety of moves. We've been seeing on the last heat we saw the heat starting with big roll bowls, and then suddenly just moved on to big flip bowls, and we ended up seeing the riders getting a couple invert bowls as well. So
and I'm
here we
here
have Vilma.
with Jeremy Arnaud, the winner of this amazing heat with some high scores. It was amazing. How is it inside the water?
Yeah, it was difficult because of the high tide. And also I was forced at the beginning, and then I moved to the third place, then the second place, then the third place again, and I got the last right, so I could move to the first place. I'm really happy. Yeah.
It's amazing. You know Portugal, you've been here lots of times, especially in Sintra, but what do you think of the Nazaré wave, Praia do Norte wave?
I think it's one of the best waves in Europe. I already came here for 3 times. So I know this wave, and I know it can be amazing like today.
Okay, félicitations, congratulations. Let's see what's happening in the water. Let's go. Back to you guys.
Well, we are back. We're back to the heat, and again we are seeing on this heat Jeff Herbert, José Otavio, Martin Moradian, and Charlie Chaplet. So we have 2 Frenchies.
2 Frenchies, yeah, it's a nice international heat. We've got so Martin and Charlie are 2 Frenchmen, but from 2 different French departments. We've got Martin from Guadeloupe, which is in the Caribbean, and we've got Charlie Chaplet from Réunion. Charlie didn't observe much the last few months with all the shark crisis in Réunion, but it's good to have him here. And last week in Sintra, I didn't know he was coming, and I was free surfing in Sintra, and I see Charlie coming to me in the lineup, and it was such a good surprise. And because I grew up with Charlie, we started surfing together, like bodyboarding together 15 years ago, and he always been like a really good competitor, and I really appreciate to have him here in this contest. And the heat is done. We don't have the score yet. We have the score from the last heat where Jeremy Harnoux from the Guadeloupe 2 won the heat. Nicolas Rosner, they put from Germany. He's actually a German, but he's actually living in Portugal. He's born in Portugal.
Yep.
I think. So he's fully a Portuguese guy. And then Joshua Toledo from Chile is third, and the Moroccan Brahim Idouche finished 4th.
No, sorry, Amori. I guess the situation is a little bit different. Jeremy was first, and on second it was Brahim Idouche. Well, he managed to pull off the second place with those big flips, and yeah, unfortunately Joshua and Nicholas they didn't make the.
Okay, so there is a new score coming. It's true, like on my screen, Brahim Idouche just had 1 score. So yeah, it's probably have another score after that put him in the second place and push him for the next round with Jeremy. So yeah, Jeremy is right from France, but Jeremy is from the same island that Martin Moradian, that is in yellow in this heat that we can see in your screen right now, chasing for waves. The tide is pretty much full high now, and so yeah, it's pretty hard to find the best wave, but it's a bit on the shore. But as we saw, Jeremy had some good wave in the heat before, and in the heat before that, we had the Frenchman Maxime Castillo had some sick one, 8.5 and a 9 point.
Wow.
So some good action out
That was a big roll from Martin.
Yeah, that was Martin Moradian. Yeah.
Yep. And we saw Martin this morning pulling off one of the highest scores of the day. He did a 9.5 on one of the biggest flips of the day that we've seen so far, and that's what all the everyone wants to see, like big massive flips, big inverts. Pretty much you can do everything out of this beach break.
Yeah, we can do pretty much everything you want, and we just had Jake Fabard on the Hawaiian nice IRS landing right on the sand, and here you see Jose Otavio, the Brazilian guy, local from Itacochara, getting back out there, and the waves are really close to the shore, so it's pretty easy to back out, and so the riders are catching a lot of waves, but you really have to wait the good ones, and yeah, the judges want to say some good action, so yeah, backflip, inverts, even some good rolls, sometimes get good scores too if you have the right section. And
yeah, and Jose is one of the riders here that he's really well prepared for this event, since Nazaré Praia do Norte is a really similar beach break to Itacoatiara. So Amore, you've already been in Brazil, surfed that wave. What do you reckon? What's the difference between Nazaré and Itacoatiara?
So Itacochara, it's kind of similar waves for sure. It's really powerful, both spots. I would say that Itacochara, it's not like an open beach as Nazaré. So Nazaré have the cliff on one side, but on the other side it's fully open. Itacochara got one cliff on one side and one cliff on the other side. So on the right side of the beach, it's even more wedgy than Nazaré. So you really have a fully wedge. Here, it's more like all the banks outside make the waves arrive like really wedging and a lot of triangles. So it's a bit different. The configuration of the spot is a bit different. But yeah, it's still like a really good beachy, really good for bodyboarding. And it's true that Jose Otavio, when you see his video, how he's surfing in Itacochara, some 10-foot beachy,
incredibly well.
That to come here in Nazaré and charge some good waves.
Yeah, Jose, he was already invited once for the Nazaré Special Edition. I reckon he did. He made it second.
Can't remember that.
It was a few years ago, and yeah, on that competition, well, he was simply invited just because I guess it's because exactly for the fact that Itacoatiara is it's pretty similar to Nazaré, and he's one of the best guys out there in Brazil, so it just made things really comfortable for him here in Nazaré, and yeah, everyone was just frothing on the amount of airtime that he got on that competition.
Yeah, it's true to have this guy. Jose is such a cool guy and such a good bodyboarder. I remember the first time I heard about him, it's Pierre-Louis told me, like, oh, do you know that guy Jose Otavio from Brazil? And I was like, no. And he's like, oh, let's watch that video on YouTube. And we watched that video. He had a couple today, but we watched that one with System of a Down. That's the music of the clip, and it's just insane. It's like 8 to 10 foot, even bigger beach break. And when you know Itacochara, you know how crazy it is to surf that wave that big. And he's sometimes, like most of the time, alone in the water and charging and boosting some big air reverse and big inverts. And he's a really good bodyboarder with a really good style and really calm. And he's a really cool guy.
Yeah, absolutely. And well, on this heat we have on first we have Charlie Chaplet taking the lead with a 12.5. Then on the second position we've got Martin Moradian with a 12. And on third place we got Jose Otavio needing a 5.26 and Jeff Herbert with a 11.3 needing a 5.41.
So you see it's pretty close, and Charlie had the best wave of the heat, so 7.5, and there is no priority in this round, so all the guys are sitting around trying to catch the best wave. There is pretty much two lineups, so we got like a good left on the left side of the beach, and then there is a right on the other side of the beach where on the previous heat we saw Jeremy Harnooks catch a couple good rides too, and did a couple good flips. And now it's pretty close. So Jose Otavio just need a 5.26 and Jeff about a 5.41. So yeah, it's still how long in this heat? It's like a 7 minutes and 30 seconds. So yeah, and as the waves are really close to the shore, everything can happen. So stay tuned and good luck, boys.
Yeah, well, here in Nazaré, this beach break, it has a lot of triangles, which you never know if you're going to get a really good left or a really good right. So you can be catching like 10 lefts, and then suddenly there's this amazing ride just breaking right in front of you. So you can all these guys, like even some of the guys that only surf lefts or only surf rights, all these guys they always have the opportunity to get to get a
get
good
what they
one.
want.
Yeah, that's to get
It's
what they
true.
want. Exactly.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. I like this kind of wave. It's just open for everybody, and everybody can have fun. Everybody can find the wave you want, and because it's still, even if today it's not really big and really close to the shore, it's still really powerful. And we have no wind here. It's really sunny, and hopefully for tomorrow the swell is still there. And for the round 4, we're gonna have a long day tomorrow. We don't know really when the contest is going to finish, because it's going to be pretty small on Friday and Saturday, but then I heard there is a swells coming on Sunday, but it looks pretty windy, so the organization don't know if they have to finish the contest before the weekend or maybe wait for Sunday that swells coming. And did you check the forecast?
I haven't checked the forecast in a couple of days, but I already heard that tomorrow we can still might have some swell, and hopefully it's pretty similar to today. Hopefully it gets better. I don't know. The sandbar can just change a little bit, and suddenly
get
we
even
can
more
have,
wedgy.
Yeah, even more wedgy.
Yeah, it's good.
And,
This morning we had some really fun wave on the left corner of the beach.
Yep.
It was really fun, and a couple good wedge, and with the low tide.
Yeah, how good is that corner? It has like a really good scenario. And
Yeah, it's so nice, close to that rocks, and then
it's
push you
super
so
fun.
fast.
Yeah, everyone is having like heaps of fun and heaps of air balls.
Yeah,
And
it's
then-
good. Like after 1 week and surfing Sintra, and then it's good to be here and
Yeah, it's pretty.
and
It's
have
pretty
a couple
relaxing.
boosts. Yeah,
You can have some pretty relaxed free surfs, and you
And
can
I
see
like the-
everyone just having fun, enjoying.
yeah. Everybody was so ham this morning, so stoked to catch some waves, and yeah, everybody looking forward for this contest.
And it's pretty cool just for everyone just surfing with the pros and just watching them destroying every lip that they see like in front of them, and that pushes that I seen it in the water, and I saw a few Portuguese like I see not only the Portuguese but all the guys really pushing each other even on 3-foot perfect waves. It was just great to watch.
We had Charlie Chaplet on the left before. I can't really know what he done. Maybe a big roll, and we've got Martin Mouradian from Guadeloupe on that left, and he pushed a big roll.
Wow.
Let's see if he have enough time to push another one, and looks like it's going to be right on the sand. And yeah, we've got Jose Otavio coming on that third one. He's a bit white, but he looks like he's going to have a good ram there. And
I think he got a flip ball.
yeah, it looks like a good flip ball and
and
a
he
roll
did another
inside.
roll.
So that's gonna be a good wave. He just needed a 5.26, but we're gonna wait for the scores of Martin Mouradian that had a good roll, and Charlie Chaplet before that. So yeah, just stay tuned, boys. There's gonna be some score dropping soon.
Yeah, what do you reckon? Like Martin's wave was a little bit bigger than José's wave, but
yeah, just do a roll.
yeah, he just did a roll. But I guess José Otavio wave was a little bit smaller, but I reckon it was a little bit more bowly.
Yeah, more bowly. Yeah. We from our angle, we could not really see the flip, but if he did a roll after that, that means he had a pretty good landing, like fast landing.
Definitely.
Because the waves are already really fast, and it's really close to the shore. So it's really hard now to make 2 moves in the same wave. You see most of the guys doing 1 big move, and Jose did 2 moves. So we're gonna wait for the scores. And we had Charlie Chaplet too on the first wave of the set. I don't know what he did. And then we're gonna wait for the scores. It's 3 minutes 20 seconds remaining, so that's gonna be an important time to know who's gonna pass that to the next round.
Definitely, it's well, it's a pretty complicated situation right now. Like these 3 minutes for these boys, they must be pretty anxious, and I don't know, everything can happen on these 3 minutes, and but yeah, all we just want to see is just keep watching bodyboarding show, like big moves, and just
yeah, it's true. We just
keep the boys pushing each other.
Yeah, exactly. This is what we want. Actually, everyone wants some big wave, because today the bodyboard, it's more like, we're surfing some big waves, some big slab, doing toe-ins. But bodyboarding, it's also surfing some fun waves and boosting some fun moves, and because bodyboarding few years back, it was not like the extreme sport it is today.
Yep.
It was more about having fun in fun ways, boosting some nice wave. It's true that today that with Australia and stuff like that, bodyboarding is on the next level, and many guys think, wow, bodyboarding is just too extreme for me. But actually, when you see this contest, you see some fun waves, you see the professional here having fun, boosting some nice moves, and this is bodyboarding too. And if you want to be a world champ today, you have to be good in this kind of condition. You have to be a complete rider, and you have to know how to compete against the best guys on the best wave. So here we are in Nazaré, one of the best beach break in the world, and even if it's not like 10 foot, it's still really fun, and we see the guys boosting some good moves, so it's good to be a part of it.
Yeah, definitely. Like surfing smaller waves also requires a lot of technique, and it's pretty good to increase that level and practice. And we can see the difference today from the level of technique on riding smaller waves, from comparing to I don't know, like 5 years ago. Not even that. The level has been increasing a lot. Like a few years ago, it was like pretty much spin, roll. Then you would see like an occasional backflip or ARS, and today, like, you pretty much only see just backflips, people pulling backflips, and what do you reckon? I reckon the rolls are already getting out of the game.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. It's such the sport just passed to the next level since a couple of years, and with all the new guys coming, the young bloods like Tanner or David Barbosa, sorry. We just have just the next level. You see some flips everywhere. Even sometimes I see a guy catching a small wave. I'm like, yeah, no way, he's making a flip there, and then boom, he's making a bigger flip. And as we see Jeff about on that ride, catching some speed and blasting a good backflip on the sand. We can't really know if he made it because it's really on the sand. But I'm sure the judge. I heard that the judge, they have someone on the beach telling to the judge if the maneuver is complete or not.
Of course.
So yeah, it's pretty hard for us to see from here, but if that maneuver was complete, that was a good score for sure.
Yeah, and a lot of people thinks that and the heat is off.
And
how's
heat is
the
on.
situation on this heat?
Yeah, I can't really know because they didn't change. We didn't have the last scores with that last exchange they had with that last set. We had that last wave of Jeff. So yeah, it's gonna be pretty close. Seems that Charlie Chaplet maybe might still in the first place, but it's gonna be a pretty big fight for that second place, I guess, against between Martin, Jose, and Jeff.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure that's the guy from the next seat. So that was the white guy from the next seat. That's Dino Carmo.
The wild card.
Yeah, a wild card local guy from Portugal. And we got Miguel Hado in yellow, also from Portugal, and Anas Ada from Morocco. It's pretty weird. We didn't have another guy here. I don't really understand why. But
well, it's a three-man heat.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it looks like a three-man heat, and that's maybe because Alex Ranga hurt himself yesterday.
Really?
Yeah, so he went home. So he can't compete there. He hurt his knee. And so the guy here, I'm pretty sure it was Matias Diaz from Chile. And he was 17, and he's just jumped on the round 4 with us and took the spot of Alex Uranga over there.
What a bummer for Alex Uranga. I hope he's recovering.
Yeah, I hope he's gonna recover fast. And he had like a knee operation at the beginning of the year, and I don't know if it's from that or maybe his knee was a bit fragile, and he's been surfing a lot the last few weeks, with the contest and everything. And yeah, I knew he did some tests today about his knee, and he's waiting for the result. And hopefully it's not too crazy. And because it's always really hard to injure yourself when you are athletes.
True.
And
it didn't look like that he was injured. By the way, he was surfing during the Central competition, and even free surfing here just before the comp in Nazaré, he was like pulling with some big maneuvers. How can people surf with that level even with an injury? Isn't it a little bit too risky?
Yeah, maybe it's a bit too risky, but it's also that bodyboarding. So it's pretty risky. But for example, Alex used to play a lot of football when he was younger. So that's pretty bad for the knee. It's famous that most of the guys playing soccer have some troubles in the knee. So yeah, surfing, sometimes bodyboarding. I mean, it's not too traumatic for all the legs and everything, but then when you back to land, then sometimes it's really hard for the knee to recover, and especially if you had an operation already, you really have to take care of it, and it's all all in your life you always have to be taking care of you, and not just about bodyboarding, but if you want to keep going and to stay for a long time in the sport, you really have to take care of you. And we have a big example, like for example Mike Stewart or Jeff Hubbard here.
Even yourself.
Yeah, even myself too. Yeah, but I'm a bit younger. I mean, I still taking care of myself, and I used to take care of myself a lot, just about because I was thinking a lot about bodyboarding.
Yep.
Today I'm taking care of myself because I want to bodyboard for as long as I can.
And it's already part of your lifestyle. Like
exactly.
Do a lot of physical preparation, eating very
well. Yeah, it's important to. I know a lot of sportmen that are even more crazy than me that really take care of what they are doing, like not doing any things outside from the line, you know, and I'm not like that, but yeah, I know how to take care of myself. And when you watch guys like Jeff Hubbard, for example, he's like 38 years old and he's still like boosting some amazing moves, it's amazing.
At age 38, he's one of the riders that looks like he's getting better.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, when you saw Ben Player, for example, he's 38 too, and like you saw, he's like a couple of years ago, like he was pretty much at his best level.
True.
So that's my goal to arrive at one stage that I feel, oh, this is my best level. You know, more than to be 10-time world champ. My main goal is to arrive at one stage that I feel this is my best level.
Definitely. And here on these shore breaks. It also requires a lot of preparation. Like it's not only just on big waves, but to have a good surfing technical abilities, you also need a lot of flexibility and projection, and well, it needs a lot of preparation, especially to land all those big maneuvers on dry sand.
Yeah, it's true. In bodyboarding, you pretty much have to find the balance between being strong but being flexible. So you don't want to be too strong, have too much muscle. And here we have Anas from Morocco looking for a barrel maybe. No, that wave was a bit too fast on dry sand as the tide is full high right now.
Yeah, good. Oh, and here we
got Dino, from...
Dino, the local wildcard.
The local wildcard boosting a nice flip there.
Yeah.
That was cool. So yeah, I was talking about, you were talking about like how important it is to prepare yourself to surf big wave, or not even big wave, like big beachy like that, which is really powerful. Landing move on dry sand, you really have to get some strong shoulder. You really have to get some strong neck and abdominal belt, and you really have to take care of yourself to handle like some big landing or big wipeout or big stuff like that.
Yeah, and do you reckon that helped you increasing your technical level?
Yeah, that you have to find the balance between all of that, because I guess if you are maybe training too much or taking too much weight, like on the muscle, that will not maybe help your technique that much. Because if you get too much muscle, you just your muscle has a lot of oxygen.
Yep,
so
you kind of lose your flexibility.
Exactly, you lost your flexibility, exactly. So you really have to find a balance between all of that. But yes, I think that training in general, increase your cardio, stretching a lot, that could increase your
and I'm here already with...
and it looks like we are with the interview of the winner of the last heat, José Otávio.
The guys out there were saying that the wave is quite similar, and that's why you did good. Foi por isso que você se deu bem? A onda é parecida com o seu local de Natal?
Sim, parece. São vários picos perto da areia e esse tipo de condição é bem parecido com onde eu surfo, então deu para ficar mais tranquilo por causa da condição do mar. Mas eu sabia que os oponentes eram difíceis, o Jeff, o Chapelier, então eu falei, vai ser complicado, né? A bateria, e eu comecei do lado direito, longe deles, já fiz 2 ondas e depois eu fui pro meio deles e consegui fazer a segunda onda boa, que foi minha melhor, e deu tudo certo.
Okay, the home place of José is quite similar with the Nazaré wave, so he just he enjoyed it out there. He's made it. His choice was make the first waves in the right side, far from the other guys that he knows that are hard to beat, and he did a good score, and then another good score, an amazing score. So congratulations, muitos parabéns e até a próxima.
Sim, obrigado. Abraço para a galera do Brasil que está assistindo. É isso aí, Brazilian Bug, galera. Vamos para cima.
Let's go, guys, from Brazil. Back to you guys, back to the booth.
Yep, and we are back on action. And we have Dino Carmo on the first position with a 14.25, winning by 9.75 over Miguel Adão. Miguel Adão is on second. He's we have two Portuguese guys taking the lead on this heat, and then on the third position with 1.5, needing a 3.01 to take the second place is Anas Sedar from
so
Morocco.
It's gonna be a good battle. We just got a freeman's heat because, as I said before, Alex Moronga get injured, and he used to be Matias Diaz from Chile in this heat, but he just jumped in the round 4 with us, which is gonna be tomorrow morning first thing. The result of the previous heat, we had José Otavio on the first place and Martin Moradian from Guadalupe in second, Charlie Chaplin from Réunion in third, and Jeff Hubbard from Hawaii in fourth. And so I was talking how happy I am to have Charlie around and how tough it is for these kind of guys, that used to compete at a high level and with that shark crisis in Réunion, they can't even train and they can't even surf. So and especially people still surfing in Réunion, but it's prohibited by law to surf today. Like it's officially prohibited to be in the water.
Mm-hmm.
So that's more than 2 years now. So pretty much when you are surfing, you are the cops can get you some fine, put you a fine if you are surfing.
And that's not even that. Like you're just risking your life, and
you're risking your life. Totally, and so the guys can't even surf. They are really picking some good surf when the surf is small, it's really sunny or really perfect, and there is a lot of guys out, and so Charlie is the kind of guy really picking his surf, and so it's didn't surf for a long time, so it's good to have him here, and hopefully the situation in Réunion is gonna change a bit. I knew that they're gonna put some nets now in the couple beach.
That's pretty good.
That's the first step.
And I reckon, do you reckon that it's a good way also in Australia and South Africa to prevent shark attacks?
Yeah, in Australia and in South Africa they're using a lot of nets. They're using also the drum lines.
Mm-hmm.
The drum line is like a buoy outside in the sea with to attract the sharks with a piece of meat or something or fish.
Yep.
And then the shark's gonna come from far and it's gonna stop on this buoy to hit, and it's not gonna be on the shore. And then we had Diego Carmo on this good ride, making this IRS. That was a pretty heavy section.
Yeah,
no, it's not really clean landing.
It was really hard to land that maneuver. Normally, it's easier to land a backflip or an ARS in a clean bowl, and that was a closeout, which makes things really complicated. And here, wow, we had a big invert from the Moroccan Anas Sedar.
Yeah. He's a freak, this guy. He's just won the last ATB in Azores, I think. 2 weeks ago. There was a contest here, ATB in the Azores, so that guy won it. And
I never heard about this guy. Like, there's a lot of Moroccan just popping out these days that people that from the bodyboarding community never heard about. What do you think about Moroccan? Do you think it's really hard to find the support in their country and get like people who can film them or taking photos so they can show it to the rest of the community and
I don't know. It's Morocco have an amazing bodyboarding community in terms of how many guys they have. They have so many waves. They have good riders since a long time. Pierre Louis, for example, grew up in Morocco and he catch his first wave in Morocco.
Wow.
So when he was like from 1 year to 10 before he moved to France, but he had his first wave in Morocco. So there is so many good riders in Morocco. There is actually some good support. The government is helping to find some sponsors for a couple guys, for the top guys. So it's pretty good. So it's like the government finds some good society, like a mobile society or like a drink society or whatever, and
that's
they're
amazing.
Just sponsoring the guys. So that's growing up slowly. But hopefully we're going to see some more Moroccan guys because they have got such a good level and a good potential. And they are really competitors. And when you see this guy Hanas, you never heard about him, but he's such a freak. And
and they definitely have to have good waves at Morocco to have all this level.
Yeah, they have some really fun waves, and they have waves, especially in the winter. Now it's starting the period to have good waves in Morocco, and they have a really long coastline. So from the south to the north, they have good waves, and they have so many bodyboarders and so many guys I don't even know they are ripping over there for sure.
That's sick. And here we have a replay from the rider in yellow, pulling off a big flip, and
Can't really see from here if he landed that, but that was really good projection and really good techniques.
that was Miguel Adão from Portugal, and he's on third place right now. Anas Sadari just took second with that invert, and Dino Carmo is still taking the lead on this heat. And Miguel Adão, he needs a 5.51 to take second. And that was a big roll from the Moroccan. Oh, Miguel Adão, he just made the second place.
So
just
he
got the
probably
second place.
landed that flip that we
Yeah.
saw.
He
Pretty much
definitely
landed that flip.
landed that flip, but we had another changing situation. Anas Sadar just
Maybe
took
the score of
second
that,
as well.
maybe
Took
the
second
score of
again.
that invert, or maybe that the score of that last roll we saw.
Yeah, he got an 8.5 on that invert, and then he just got a 5.5. I guess he was on that roll. And now Miguel, he needs a 6.66 to take second, and Dino is just sitting on the couch on the first place.
And as we saw, Hannah's there getting some speed, gonna arrive inside on the next section, and he's gonna
Big,
throw a
massive
big
flip.
flip. That was really clean, and probably is gonna boost another roll inside that
And
we
that
can't
was a-
see from here, but.
And that was a really quick landing as well.
Yeah, that's going to be his second best wave for sure. He had to improve his 5.5, so that's done. I don't know really how the judge is going to score that, but that was a small wave, but he had such a good propulsion. And as we see, arrived there on the inside, and boom. Really clean landing, really fast, and I'm pretty sure he boosted a roll after that.
Yeah, all these Moroccan guys, they're pretty consistent landing these flips, and I don't know, it's just what do you reckon they eat at breakfast?
I don't know really, but yeah, they've been surfing a lot. I mean, the weather in Morocco, it's really nice. You know, it's kind of guys that are surfing all day. You know, like
They
and
live right next to the
yeah,
beach.
exactly. Live it close to the beach, and don't move too much. You know, just not chasing waves around. You know, just surfing that main break. Surfing a lot of beach break. They have a lot of beach breaks, so it's why they are really polyvalent, like right, left, and this guy Hannas is famous for his like the propulsion he have, you know, and the projection he have. I mean, is really good for that. And as we saw for the invert and that backflip, the wave was good, but I mean, he didn't have that much speed, you know, and he just
managed to put on a
boosting that thing.
spectacular show.
Yeah, exactly.
And we have a big set just breaking right in front of us.
That's
Wow.
good. I'm really excited to see that set. That means that we should have some waves
And
tomorrow.
on the left,
And then we got
have
Dino
the-
there.
Dino, the local, boom, pulling out a big flip on the left. And he landed it. Look at all the Nazarene boys just cheering.
This is good, yes. That's going to be maybe the best wave of the heat. He was a bit under leap, but he had a pretty good projection, and that was really hard to land. Actually, he's kind of moved under the leap like that.
Definitely, and I reckon that was the best wave that he got all the heat. And we had a flip from Miguel Adão. Do you reckon he landed?
Nah, don't think he's going to land that.
Well, Dino is frothing, and all the boys are just cheering him up. Hopefully, he will get some beers after the heat. He will share some beers with the boys, and
Yeah, hopefully not too much, not to be still fit for tomorrow.
yeah.
But yeah, we had like Anas at like 8.5. This is pretty big. And then Dino come back with a 8.9 on that big flip. So he get back on the first place. And then now Miguel Hado is going to get some pretty tough work.
And Dino is he's just with one of the highest scores of the heat of the day. It's he just scored a 17.15, making things a little bit complicated for Miguel Adão since he needs.
I'm pretty sure Miguel broke his board.
Oh,
he was
really?
making Mika the sign he's doing.
No way.
I think he just broke his board, but it's like a 3 minutes remaining. Maybe he's going to have a friends bring him a board. And so you see how powerful is that wave, how powerful is that
Absolutely,
beachy.
like-
Even at like 3-4 foot, it can break some boards. So
Yeah, that's a board breaker beach.
Yeah. So yeah, here we are. So that's the round 3, heat 4, and then we're gonna have soon the heat 5s coming with Nicolas Chara from Argentina, Miguel Prata from Portugal. He's a local, no? Miguel
Yep.
Prata?
Miguel Prata is an old school local from here
Nice.
from Nazaré.
Kevin Torres from Chile, Arica, and Christian Roberts from South Africa. So that's going to be really interesting. Tristan won the ISA games last year in Chile. He's a young rider from South Africa, and he's such a freak. And yeah, that's going to be a really interesting heat to watch.
Talking about freaks, look at that flip.
That's
Miguel Adão, I reckon he
just keep going.
he managed to do a flip and a roll
On like
with
a-
a broken board.
Yeah.
How's that possible?
So maybe it's not that broke like in two parts. Maybe it's just really twist or something.
Yep.
And he just make a sign to his friend. He didn't need to take another board.
That's good. That's good.
It's less than 2 minutes remaining. So
Yep. And yeah, Dino is taking the lead. And for those who never heard about Dino is a local from Nazaré, from Praia do Norte, and he surfs this beach break a lot, like pretty much every day. And he's an animal surfing this wave. He's really explosive, and he's one of the guys who hit the biggest sections around here in Nazaré. And yeah, that's why he's taking the lead. He's just a beast.
that's good. Yeah. I'm actually renting a place to his grandma.
Really?
Yeah, his grandma is actually renting me like a small apartment in town where I'm staying with my wife and kid. And it is really nice. So he just took care of me, hooked me up when I get there, and so it's good to be in touch with a local guy here. And as Nazaré is such a little village, and
That's
and,
true. And everyone knows each other.
Yeah, exactly, a small place, and he was like, okay, if you want to park, you just say you are at Dino's place, and you're gonna find a park anywhere to put your car or something.
That is sick.
So every day I'm parking somewhere, and someone asks me like, oh, where do you live? I just say I'm living at Dino's, and it's okay, it's sweet. So this is pretty cool.
Yeah, that's sick. That's sick. And have you tried the Portuguese fish here in Nazaré?
Yeah, last night we had a pretty good fish here. I heard it's one of the best fish in all Portugal, or even in all Europe.
I think I saw you yesterday, Avo, cruising with your family.
Yeah, I was cruising in the family yesterday.
I was also like, when I saw you, I was actually having some seafood with my, my
sick.
family as well.
Oh, yeah,
and,
nice. Yeah, I'm really keen to get some seafood in the next few days. We had a fish yesterday. I'm really good on the seafood.
Yep.
Since I'm living in the Canaries, we eat a lot of seafood over there, and I really love it.
Some clean protein.
Some clean protein, no fat at all, and just
Absolutely.
Yeah, this is best for you.
Yeah, the best thing for recovering your body, especially on these days where you can where you can compete for like 3 days in a row. And
Exactly, you really need to get some good food. This is really important for you.
Definitely.
Definitely.
And here now we have the starting of heat number. What's the?
This is the heat number 5. Just start now. Round 3. Nicolas Chiara in red from Argentina, Miguel Prata, Portugal in white, Kevin Torres from Chile in yellow, and Tristan Roberts from South Africa in blue. And that's going to be my last word with you guys. It's time to back home for me, pick up the family, and go cruise with the kid. And so it's really important that family time in the afternoon. And yeah, I'm going to watch a couple more hits, and then back home, have a good dinner, early sleep to be in shape for tomorrow.
Cheers, Amori. It was really, really nice to have you here in the booth.
Thanks, Antonio.
A pleasure to have a teammate from
Yeah,
Sniper
thanks, buddy.
Bodyboards.
Yeah, it's good. Always good to be together. And we have a commercial stuff coming now. So see you guys tomorrow.
See ya.
Bye-bye.
Alrighty, well there you go. Thank you very much to the boys for taking us through the last couple of heats here, and we are into heat number 5. Nicolas Chiara. Here's a replay. Oh, talk about a shore dump. Have a look at that. Tristan Roberts from South Africa. We'll get that first wave score in, folks, but you didn't miss too much. That was probably one of the only scoreable waves that came through during that break. So we'll give you the update when that score comes in. It's Nicolas Chiara from Argentina, very seasoned campaigner, wearing the red singlet. Miguel Prata from Portugal is in white. Kevin Torres from Chile, amarillo. And Tristan Roberts, South Africa, blue. So we'll get that score coming through shortly and be able to give you a bit of an update. So heat number 5, round number 3 of the Nazaré Pro is in the water, and Dave Hubbard, Antonio Cardoso, Ricardo Rosmenino, and I think it's Miguel Calao, I think it is in the blue singlet. So really good heats still yet to come here this afternoon. Plenty of action wave-wise. Cool. And the boys just smashing it. The sun sets on the water. Sunsets over the beaches here in Portugal. It's beautiful where I come from. Nuno Cardoso, the sun sets in the west.
I know it. I've been there.
Of course you have.
But it's always amazing as well. And I've actually, when I was there, I really look forward to the sunrises because it reminded me of my sunsets. You know, so it was a different twist in there, but it really reminded me of Omech sunrises. But here it's quite different, and the sunset, as we watch, trying to flying down to the sunset, Tristan Robertson.
Oh, Tristan, get off that thing. That's gonna.
Yeah.
I tell you what, we have the guys from the fire brigade here, and they are down there on the beach. You can just see some of. That looks like Dino Casimiro, just laying down the law. Look at that. He's just moving people on, saying, "Move out of here, man. The judges can't see."
Yeah, he's like a sheriff on this beach, you know.
Of course he is.
This kids probably look up to him. As we see, the beach is stacked, man. How long don't you see a competition? Maybe in Chile it's like this.
Sure.
But how long do you see like a beach? Everyone's walking in board shorts and no t-shirt, most of them. And looks like a summer day as they watch at the back. Kevin Torres, nice
wow.
from this kid.
Kevin Torres, that was very sweet. So, Miguel, we're going to go to an interview, and hopefully, we won't be able to get the replay on that. But let's throw down to Vilma Vincente with an interview of the previous heat.
Yeah.
Hi guys, I'm here with Dino Carmo, another Portuguese going to the next round. Hi Dino, I'm going to speak a little bit in Portuguese, it's easier. Como é que correu o hit? Foi muito disputado. You had 17 point something. It was a very good score. Foi score muito bom de 17 e tal.
Eu comecei bem o hit, apanhei logo uma onda boa de 8.25, depois tive que manter a calma para ver se conseguia fazer outra igual, porque sabia que estava contra 2 concorrentes muito difíceis. Eles fizeram boas ondas, mas agora ao fim consegui fazer um 8.90 e garantir a minha passagem. Acho que foi um hit muito forte, estava tranquilo, estou em casa.
It was a strong heat, of course, with good riders, all good riders, and he tried to keep calm and make good scores in the beginning, and then in the end, more than 8-point ride. So, congratulations, muitos parabéns. Tu conheces muito bem esta onda. Como é que achas que as condições vão estar para os próximos dias? He knows this way very well. I'm asking him what he thinks is going to be the conditions in the next days.
O mar vai estar a descer, amanhã é possível que ainda apanhamos boas ondas como hoje, o vento vai estar sempre bom e é possível que o mar volte a subir novamente no fim de semana, o que eu acho que amanhã vai haver boas ondas e durante o resto dos dias também, apesar de descer um bocadinho mais, vamos continuar a ter as boas ondas da Praia do Norte.
Let's hope so. He says, well, tomorrow maybe the waves are going down a little bit, but still good, and for the weekend he expects, from what he knows and what he's seen in the prediction, he expects the waves getting bigger and a very good show here in Praia do Norte, Nazaré. So back to you guys, back to action with another heat on the water. Back to you guys.
Okay, thank you very much to Vilma Vincenti there with Dino Carmo, and I can imagine that the Mayor Walter would be very happy because he's a wild card and he's also sponsored by the city here of Nazaré.
Yeah, true. Dino Carmo is one of the locals, and I'm glad they gave him a wild card for this event. This is one of the guys you need to watch out for, especially here at this beach. But you need to watch out also for the guy in the back pulling that amazing backflip up on that left. We'll find out who that was in the replay. But yeah, Dino Carmo.
There's the structure. You can almost. No, you can't quite see us.
Almost.
What a classic.
Tomorrow we'll have the live webcam into the booth as we are sorting out some technical problems here. Because, like I told you, we're in the middle of nowhere, and to get electricity here and internet signal is almost a fight. And with this guys did a really great job with all the
Incredible.
structure.
Yeah, incredible.
And this looks like a WSL event, man. I'm telling you, there's a 5-star structure here. Everyone is installed, AC on, and they did put a perimeter here on the competition area, but all of the crowd invaded that area. They don't care. They want to watch up and close. They're like maybe at least at 30 meters away from the competitors.
Oh, they're not even 30 meters. I reckon they're like 5 meters from the shore break.
Yeah.
So Kevin Torres, he posted a 7.75 for that big move there. He's ripping, isn't he, that kid from Chile?
Great invert.
Also, Miguel Prada, also from Portugal, posting a 6.5. So Miguel has been the most consistent as a result. He's gone into the lead. Kevin Torres in second, needing a 5.01 to take the lead. Nicolas Chiara, 6.93 for the Argentinian to get out of trouble. And it looks like Tristan Roberts moving into third position for the South African, the current world pro junior champion, needing a 6.36. And look at the paddle on these guys.
Yeah, Miguel Prada is a local from this beach, and he's got one of the wild cards there. And it was a paddle battle there with Kevin Torres from Chile. As you know, that Kevin Torres already posted a 7.75. So if you allow more space for Kevin Torres to move in there, the guy from Chile is going to take the lead away from Miguel Prata. That's what he's paddling for. And Miguel Prata is a wild card, like I told you. He's one of the guys that got the wild card here in this Nazaré Pro event. And he's doing quite good for himself as he gets in this third round up in the game. And up and riding, that was Tristan Roberts, the South African bone breaker. That
God, that is crazy commitment, isn't it? And that's probably got to be deemed to be complete. I mean, he rode down and out of the wave, and he was still on his board. And it's just not rare that we actually surf a shore break that's so close to shore, particularly on the APB World Tour, which has a lot of reef breaks on it until we get here. Let's have a look at the replay on this one. You can see Tristan just waiting, setting it up, and there it is, boom, up and over, backflip right onto the sand, and there he comes out and onto his board, and that was going to be it is a completed ride. It's a 7.75.
And we're looking at a situation maybe there as Miguel Prata was lifting his hand up against Nicolas Chiara there. Maybe an interference will be called, and they have to be very careful with this because they're competing really close to each other. We saw a paddle battle already, and there's guys fighting for waves right now because that will make the difference as you need to get a set wave and a decent wave up there so you can post some big scores. And for Nicolas Chiara, needing now a 7.43 to get out of the combo situation. Meanwhile, that backflip from Tristan was a 7.75 and moves him up into first place. And he was in last place. So
yeah, he just hop, skipped, and jumped his way into the lead. And this is going to be another really tough heat. Coming up in the next one, this is heat number 5, heat number 6 of this third round of competition. Dave Hubbard coming off winning a World DK title. Of course, he's very good in the prone position as well. We'll take on Antonio Cardoso, Ricardo Rosmenino,
yeah, correct.
and Miguel Coelho.
Means rabbit.
The little rabbit's back.
Yeah, the little rabbit's back.
All right.
And good job on him. He's doing quite good since round 1, and he's in round 3 against the best in the world and against local Antonio Cardoso, which is seeded already in round 3 because he's in the top 16. No, the back 12, sorry, of the APB this year. And he's quite one of the guys to watch out alongside Dino Carmo that made through in first and easy, as we saw him in an interview with Vilma Vicente. And as well, Miguel Prata here taking second position and trying to advance to the next round. And he was deemed a wild card there at Praia do Norte. And Miguel is one of the maybe oldest locals here in Praia do Norte and one of bodyboarding's pioneers in this beach. So he must be stoked to be competing here at his home break.
All right, well, down into third place is this Chilean rider. Cheeky little invert there right on the shore break for Kevin Torres, and we'll see if that's enough to get him out of trouble. He was chasing a 5.01. And see the crowd right down there on the beach. They've got the afternoon sun here, and it looks like fun. I wish I was actually hanging out down there on the sand with a couple of cervezas.
Yeah, I kid you not. It's full-on summer day here in Praia do Norte. As we watch this replay from the rider in yellow, like you said, a cheeky little invert. I don't think that will be a big score. and as he need to ditch a 4.5, throw away that 4.5, and he's still in contention for a place on this heat, as he needs only a 5.01 to take second place away from Miguel Parda, so he must watch out for that.
All right, well, Nicholas Chiara, they want to watch him too. Nick's chasing a 7.43. Kevin Torres chasing a 5.01. So Torres is in a really good position. Here goes Nicholas Chiara, and great competitor, Nicholas. He's been around forever and a day. Very seasoned campaigner, and you can see him that he completes that one right up onto the sand. So time remaining, 7 minutes left on the clock. The sun is setting over the beaches here in Nazaré, and it's a beautiful afternoon, and I think we'll probably be heading back to our hotel and probably having a nice couple of cold beers this afternoon. It's been a long day.
If I can have a beer in the beach would be perfect. And as we see up and riding again, the white jersey, Miguel Prat, the local, putting the yellow rider in a situation there. I don't know who's got the priority over there, but looks like there's an interference situation once again. Maybe not if Kevin Torres did have the priority there. Nothing is up there. So, yeah, as you can see, yellow and white. You just sneak that in fringe off of Kevin Torres.
That could be very interesting for Miguel Prada there. Kevin Torres, well, we'll wait and see what the judges do about that, but you could see Torres realised what happened and tried to get off that wave as soon as possible. They'll only score an interference if they feel that Kevin Torres has affected the scoring potential of Miguel Prada. So just because you drop in on someone doesn't automatically mean that you get an interference. You have to affect their wave in some way.
Yeah, but I heard to the beach commentator, and there was an interference called on Kevin Torres. So yellow on white, interference of yellow on white as we watch this heat unfold. And a little bit more than 5 minutes to go, and Miguel Prata must be feeling comfortable right now because Kevin Torres was the biggest threat to his second place as we see him roll out this wave. And you can see a friend of him give him some instructions over there. This is how close the crowd can get. This is a good roll. Let's see if he can throw away that 6.25. I'm not sure, but we'll wait for the judges to decide on that.
Yeah, time remaining, just over 5 minutes left on the clock, 5 minutos for the current heat in the water. It's Tristan Roberts from South Africa in the lead. Tristan holding on to a couple of pretty good scores, including a 7.75 and a 5.90. So Tristan looking to improve on that one. Miguel Prada in second. He needs a 7.16. There's a bit of a shot of some of the crowd. The beach is just lined with folks here checking out the world's best bodyboarders just meters away on the shoreline. So it's rare that you get such an intimate look at some of these athletes in action.
I think this is one of the best venues this year, as it's very hot and the people are in the beach in their bikinis, in their board shorts, and they really get to get close, you know. They're really getting close to all of the action, and they can feel it. They maybe are feeling the salt on their face and the feet that are getting wet as they are so close to the shore break and so close to the action. They must be loving it out there. Like you said, I hope I could be there and have a couple of beers with you and just watch some girls in the bikinis and watch the contest unfold.
Mate, you think about people pay big money to get ringside at the boxing, or they pay a lot of money to be in the front row at, say, the tennis, at an ATP tennis tournament. You don't pay anything here. You come along, you can have a swim, you can watch the world's best athletes just meters away doing what they do and doing it in some pretty challenging shore break conditions. So that's the beauty of bodyboarding, mate. We don't charge people to watch our athletes. They come on down, they drink beers, they hang out on the beach, they, like you said, in the bikinis and the board shorts, and they just love it. There's Nicholas Chiara, and Nick got us a little something special on that one.
Yeah.
It's kind of pretty hard to see exactly what he did there, but he may have flipped on that end section.
Yeah, he did, and just waiting for the score on that wave. And the last wave of white, Miguel Prata, was a 650, so he improved his second position here, as now Nicholas Chiara just scored a 5.6. He did throw away the 5 33 that he needed to throw away, but still he needs a 7.41 to take the second place from Miguel Prata. And now in a very hard situation is Kevin Torres from Chile that now needs a 9.14 after that interference, and shame on him, he shouldn't have done that. And that puts him in a very hard situation to progress to the next round.
Yeah, I don't think that he did that purposely.
Of
I
course.
think that he just took the wave. Miguel Prado was very smart using his priority to his advantage, and that's all part of the game, mate. You know the system, you can use the system. It's pretty much as simple as that.
Yeah, true. And talking about this being free, even in the live webcast, you just don't need anything to log on. Maybe you have to pay your internet bill so you can connect to your computer or your mobile. But you can watch this live action anywhere in the world for free. And if you're in Portugal, please do visit this here at Praia do Norte in Nazaré and join this beautiful crowd in front of the shore break where the competition is being held, and join this great festivity that is the Nazaré Pro, the first year at Nazaré.
That's right. So around about 1 hour of competition remaining. Just over 1 hour at the moment. Local time is 5:25. So we're going through to about 6:30 this evening, and that gives us about an hour and a half of light, because it gets dark here about 8 o'clock at the moment, doesn't it?
Yeah, we entered the autumn season, and yeah, we're the light time is reducing, and like around 8 o'clock, I would say 7:30, 8 o'clock now, we don't get much light. But how cool is this, as we have a sailing boat just cruising in front of where the comp, really near to the shore, and this is so funny. We got the jet ski from the water patrol. There's a sailing boat just cruising on the outside, if the camera guys could get that. And there's the guys competing, and there's people on the beach, and there's us in the booth, and there's the judges right next to us, and the competition area, the food and drinks area. This is really a nice event. This fifth stop of the APB World Tour in Nazaré. This is a blessing.
All right, well, you can see that Nicolas Chiara is raising his hand to the judges. What happens here is Miguel Prada probably doesn't know the rules, but if he has priority on Nicolas Chiara and he's using it like that, that's called a TPI now. It's a technical paddling interference, and he can get an interference for using his priority in an unsportsmanlike manner.
I don't think that Miguel Prata knows that, because he used to compete in the national tour, and I had João Imaginário here earlier, and he was saying that in Portugal we don't not apply this 4-man-each rule, and most of the guys don't know how to compete in this kind of rules. And maybe Miguel doesn't know those rules. He hasn't read the rule book, as he's a wild card. He does not do the World Tour, and he's just paddling after Nicolas Chiara, and Nicolas Chiara is getting, of course, calling the attention of the judges about that.
Well, it looks like he's going to stick to him like Velcro, and that is going to be the end of that heat. It is going to be Tristan Roberts from South Africa, the current World Pro Junior Champion. He didn't come to Sintra because he had some study time, but he takes that heat ahead of Miguel Prada, who did enough. And, sometimes it sucks a bit, but you have to do that to get through the heats, right? And use the rules to your advantage. Nicolas Chiara was in fourth position, and unfortunately getting knocked out of that one was our little mate there in Kevin Torres from Chile.
Yeah, with that interference, and as well going home, Nicolas Chiara from Argentina. And Tristan Roberts has been flying through these rounds. Looks like nothing, but flying. We're going to fly over to some commercials, but don't go anywhere, because we still got live action. More to come here at the Nazaré Pro.
right, so welcome back to the Nazaré Pro. We're just watching a replay of that first wave for white, and that is, of course, the local wildcard Antonio Cardoso.
Yeah, it is. This is the best Portuguese in the rankings, in the APB rankings so far. And he's representing Portugal really good this year. He's got a 4th place in the Tocatiara, and he's doing a great job this year in the Tour. And we hope to see him and get a good result here at the Nazaré Pro at his home break. He's local from here, and he's been surfing these shores for as long as he knows bodyboarding, basically.
All right, in the red singlet we have David Hubbard, one of the most versatile bodyboarders on the planet. Dave is rips on the knee, unbelievable. Probably there's not many people that come close to him in the drop knee division, maybe Cesar Bauer and a few others, but he's almost untouchable on the knee. Antonio Cardoso, wild card, as we just mentioned, from Portugal. Ricardo Rosmenino from Portugal, and Miguel Coelho.
Yeah, Coelho. But you're getting better.
Coelho.
Yeah.
I got it.
It's very hard to say. We use the L and the H, and we spell it like le.
Coelho.
Coelho.
I can't do that. I can't wag my tongue. I can't wag my tongue like that. Davey Hubbard. Whoa, big combo there for the rider in red. And it looks like some people had to stand up there because Dave Hubbard almost ended up like at their feet. That's cool.
Yeah, and you can watch all the crowd just join there and at the center, just waiting for all of the action to unfold right in front of them. And meanwhile, they're talking about action. There's the action man, Tristan Roberts, this day, and is with Vilma Vicenti for interview, winner of last heat. Take it away, Vilma.
Hi guys, I'm here with Tristan Roberts. He's actually champ right now, and he was not here in Sintra Portugal Pro because he study. So what are you studying, and tell me about your year this year?
Yeah, I've had quite a tough year this year, being in matric. It's my last school year. So I'm just trying to get that done and out of the way before I'm on the tour full-time next year. So, yeah, I'm stoked to be here. Fortunately, I couldn't make Sintra, but it happens. And, yeah, I'm loving this contest, so I'm stoked.
Have you been here before?
It's my first time in Nazaré, so...
What do you think about the wave?
Yeah, it was really good this morning. The tide being a bit full now, it's a little difficult, kind of anyone's game, but there's bombs to be had and ramps to be had, so, yeah, I'm frothing.
That's perfect. Let's see what happens next round. Congratulations, you just passed with our Portuguese guy Miguel Prata, the wild card. So congratulations to him as well. So back in the water, as we have Dave, the drop knee world champion, just crowned last week in Praia Grande, Sintra, and also Antonio Cardoso against 3 Portuguese: Antonio Cardoso, Ricardo Rosmaninho, and Miguel Coelho. Let's see. Back to you guys.
Alrighty, well done to Vilma Vicente. She's gorgeous, isn't she? Does a fantastic job.
That's why I said, thank God we don't have a live camera here. They don't need to watch us.
No.
They just need to watch Vilma Vicente, and she will represent us very well throughout the world as she's conducting the interview so perfectly, I should say.
Well, we, in the interim, had a couple of waves ridden by Dave Hubbard there, 5.90, 5.1, his top 2 scores. Look at this thing coming through.
Yeah, as the tide seems to be dropping a little bit, we see the conditions improving, and like we said, the swell is there. And how fun are these bowls? Don't get us wrong. There's not a lot of size. The tide is not maybe the best one, but still, they've got plenty of bowl sections and even barrels. They've already just got a barrel for that 590. This is a high-scoring wave in this heat, and it was with a barrel. And we saw Antonio Cardoso with that roll getting a 6.25 so far, the highest-scoring wave in this heat. Ricardo Rosmaninho has already packed a 5.5. I think this was the wave that he got the 5.5 because he's just surfed away, or maybe he was just waiting for another score for the yellow rider. And Miguel Coelho just packing a 4.50 and a 5.65 is in the third place, and hitting a 5.36 just to take second place. As we see Miguel Coelho driving through this left-hander, let's see what he can do here. Looks like he got a little bit of a barrel before the wave just went through just the sand. But how cool is this beach, man? You saw it in the morning in low tide. Now you see a little bit of high tide, and oh my God, Ricardo
wow.
Rusmaninho putting some shame in the game for the other guys.
There's nowhere to hide today. These people are so close to the water's edge. The whole world is watching on the webcast, and these guys are just going for it, aren't they? Right on the sand. Here's the replay. Let's check this one. Take
That's
us through it.
Miguel Coelho waves. He was lining up for something there, but I think he pulled into small barrel. And as the wave reaches the shore, I think it crumbled upon him and he had to kick out. And just behind him, this is Ricardo Rosmaninho, and it just drives this left-hander. He gets the speed and momentum, and he goes for the flip, and he completes it. You're talking about being close. I think after these guys complete the wave, there could be guys close to shore and just high-fiving them, and it's like, yeah, go, man. And that could happen. Maybe the crowd doesn't want to interfere, but that could be the case. How amazing was that? Like in soccer, that player scores a goal, and you could high-five him. You can do this here, and it's amazing. That's no rule against it, and we just want some clean and fair surfing from these guys. That's why I have that priority system, and that's what's happening here. And with a little bit more than 12 minutes to go, we got Rusmaninho leading the way with a 7-point for that backflip, man.
All right, well, coming up in the next heat number 7, Hermano Castro from Brazil, Hugo Pinheiro, of course, from Portugal, one of the most highly decorated riders coming out of Portugal over the last 10 years or so. Tiago Fazenderia will be there from Portugal, and Dave Lefebvre from France.
Yeah, one of the wild cards. Yeah, ooh la la, one of the wild cards. And another wild card was Jeremy Arnault, and ooh la la, he took that victory away from Brahim Idouche in second, and putting Yoshio Toledo and Nicolas in the remaining places, and moving up here. And is for a wild card, that's a good job, huh?
Very good, yeah. And these guys, of course, picked up those wild cards via the Annabelle Challenge. They did really well in the contest and scored themselves a spot here in Nazaré. That's very good. What are we going to give the Nazaré? We'll have to give some wild cards away to the Nazaré Special Edition. Here goes blue. Well, you just don't want to try and do a move there. Miguel Coelho just realising that he was just probably too close to shore to try and do anything. So we are down to 11 and a half minutes remaining. A monstrous day here at Praia do Norte, and it's been a very good day. So thank you very much to all the people that have made this possible. We have an army of workers, and in particular the people that don't get mentioned too much, and that's all the work crew guys out the back there. They built this thing. They built this mini surf city on the sand in the middle of nowhere, really, on a semi-deserted beach on the far side of a headland. So hats off to those guys. And thank you very much to all those people that pulled down 4 kilometres of fibre optic cable to make this webcast possible.
Yes, true. It's true. They've done a terrific job, and my hats off to Dino Casemiro and Paulo, his partner here. And they've been doing this qualifying project for the Nazaré Beach for years now. And they started with the Nazaré Special Edition. Then they moved up to the North Canyon project, which brought the likes of Garrett McNamara here to break the world record. And he's doing good with all the sponsors that he's been getting here. So this guys has been the platform to launch riders and water action sports into the world, not only to Portugal. And living proof of that is finally the APB gets a stop here, and the World Tour gets to enjoy these waves. And this is a great stop here in Praia do Norte, Nazaré. This is a bodyboarding wave. Bodyboarders found this wave. Bodyboarders were the first ones to exploit this wave to the full potential. And then when they realized that a world record for big wave surfing could be added on, they brought in the jet skis and whatnot. But before all of that, guys from Portugal paddling out here at maybe, I will call it, man, 20-foot, 30-foot waves, paddling, and no jet ski assistance, and they were doing it paddling from the shore into the outside. We got a YouTube movie from one of the stops here of the Nazaré Special Edition, and it was this year, and they got a big swell. And Mike Stewart was up in town. Mike Stewart visited the place for first time, and he watched the storm, and he said, "Nah, this is too big for bodyboarding." And 2 guys, one of them called Luis Pereira, nicknamed Porquito, and Ricardo Faustino. And they just, they talk to each other, they call each other. In the video, you get to listen to the call that the guy makes, and they're asking, do you think it's possible? And they paddle out from the shore and faced at least 20-foot bombs. I cannot call the size. And that must have been terrific. And one of the testimonials that they give me, I'm good friends with Luis Porquito and Ricardo Faustino. Meanwhile, I get a shout out to those guys if they're listening. Um grande abraço aí, Porquito e Faustino. And thanks for setting up the limits here in Praia do Norte. And for the first time showcasing the true potential of this beach. And he said when they rocked up here with the wetsuits on, they could not see the horizon.
Oh
this
my
is
God.
how big it was, and they paddle out
That
on a
takes it.
bodyboard and flippers. And
they got some waves?
They got some waves. You can see it on a video. Just search for Praia do Norte, Ricardo Faustino and Porquito. And on YouTube, and I think the video is from 2009, and you can see they're giving their witness about that day, as we see David Hubbard flipping the wave but losing his board there on the inside, as he still got second place. And we'll go back to the heat situation here, but that video is just amazing, and that just shocked a lot of people. And then I think they found out this had more potential than just a bodyboard contest, and then that's when Garrett McNamara and those guys come. But now, finally, in 2015, the World Tour of Bodyboard has come, and I think we can showcase this beach for what it really is, and it's a bodyboarding park.
All right, well said there, Nuno Cardoso, wrapping it up beautifully there and putting a bow on it. So we are down to about 7.5 minutes remaining. Quick situation update. Ricardo Rosmaninho from Portugal is in the lead. We got Dave Hubbard in second. And Dave needs a 6.11 if he's going to take the lead. It looks like Dub might pick up the corner of this left-hander, and he's going to get a little something going here. Oh, what?
Nice flip
Oh,
on
my
that
God,
one.
that is just ridiculous.
And I think Ricardo Rosmaninho will regret to have Dave Hubbard having that wave, as we see Antonio Cardoso flipping this one as well on the right-hander. And this is getting pretty interesting with 7 minutes to go.
Let's check the
26
replay.
The replay, yeah.
Here he goes. Here, it takes full commitment. You can see him, his weights. He knows that it's super close to shore. And there it is, the backflip and a perfect execution from Hawaii's Dave Hubbard. Look at those guys taking the photos. They're just like right into it, weren't they?
Yeah, that's amazing. That's what the judges want to see. They want to see the competitor ride the wave, do a good bottom turn, maximize his speed, and hit the lip in the most critical section, and do the most technical, difficult maneuver he can pull. And he gets rewarded with a 780, and I think that's fair from what we've been watching throughout the day of competition.
That's right. Now what we have is 3 Portuguese guys sitting in second, third, and fourth, all trying to get into that all-important second spot to move on through to tomorrow's fourth round of competition.
And that's Dave Hubbard riding up again and letting the board go there and having a bit of fun like he always do. And at the back, getting busy once again, Antonio Cardoso on this ride, and let's see what he can do. He goes for a nice roll there, and he scored a 6 point on his last wave, and he has a 625 on his first wave. I think he can improve this 6 one, because this was a pretty good roll, maybe in the range of the 625 as this first roll on this first wave.
Yeah, that was well timed, wasn't it? As we go to the wide shot there, you can see the crowd still hanging out here at Praia do Norte. There's just a couple of heats to go, folks. The next one, Hermano Castro, Dave Lefeur from France. We've got Thiago and also Hugo Pinheiro. It's going to be a good one. There's the replay there, the APB replay of Antonio Cardoso. His last wave, 6.0. Actually, 6.5. It was a 6.0 the previous one. That's enough to change the situation, mate. So what's happening now?
Yeah, right now Antonio Cardoso took the second place away from Ricardo Rosmaninho, and Ricardo now needs a 5.76 to take back the second place away from Antonio Cardoso. Sitting not very comfortably, but with some comfort in first place, Dave Hubbard in the strength of 7.8 and then 5.9. And struggling a little bit is Miguel Coelho, the rider riding now. Now this is Dave Hubbard once again on the right-hander. Let's see, this is one of the biggest waves of the set, and he goes for a big roll. How about that explosion? That's almost ripped them apart.
Wow, I tell you what, these kids are putting their body on the line here this afternoon, folks, for day number 2 of the Nazaré Pro. I'd love to see a replay of that last one of red, because as you said, Mike Stewart once explained it to me and called it the M zone, where the lip comes down and then it bursts back up and it sort of forms like a McDonald's sign, I guess. And here goes Dave Hubbard, boom, and you can see that explosion just taken out Dub there. He tried to hang on to his board, but it just too much to deal with. And you can see someone just waving for... No, he might be asking for a beer.
Yeah, that was a foam ball, man. Someone wants a foam beer or something. And currently, less than 4 minutes remaining. You can see some of the locals shouting out to the back, maybe for Ricardo Rosmaninho, maybe Miguel Coelho, or maybe Antonio Cardoso. We got 3 Portuguese on this heat and one Hawaiian, but the Hawaiian is taking the lead here.
Look at this.
As we see, I think it's Ricardo Rosmaninho opting to wait for this lap.
a good
Nice
wave.
big roll, and it's a good wave. Another roll. This is one of the big waves of this heat so far. And Ricardo Rosmaninho waited. He played the waiting game. He needed a very high score, and he finished 2 rolls. I think he's out paddling out the back, and he just needed a 5.76. He can get that easily with this wave, and he's a 7 to back up this.
Look at that beautiful first roll. And the second one, did he make it? He did.
Yeah, you can see his
get out.
friends
And
jumping and throwing out.
That is going to be a monumental score.
Oh,
there it is.
yeah.
9.25.
Yeah, and he deserves it, and he takes the lead. That was he played it away again. I mean, it paid off for him. This is, like I told you, as soon as the tide seems to drop, you can see more waves with a better and bigger length, not just the closeouts. And Ricardo Rosmaninho played a nice game here, and he packed up a 9.25 with those 2 big rolls, and he deserves
He had
it.
an opportunity there. He was in third. He needed a good score, and he put it on the line. You take a risk, you get a reward. You make the move, you get the score. That's what they say in the judging booth. And, well, that was just a little closeout there for Antonio Cardoso. He tried to milk it. That thing almost going sideways down the beach.
Yeah, with a little more than 2 minutes to go, we could see someone riding that wave. But now Antonio Cardoso is in third position, and he now needs a 7.21. Miguel Coelho is still struggling as well, and he needs a 8.06 now. Let's see if he can get it, as we see a lot of riders catching waves at these last minutes. But Ricardo Rosmaninho, oh my God, he's been putting on a show since Sintra, and this is a hard guy to beat. And he lost only in the round number 6 of Sintra, and he almost went through. He lost just at the last seconds against a very inspired David Barbosa, which went through on the 6th round but lost in the next round. But he could have easily gone to Ricardo Rosmaninho, and he think he wants to redeem himself from that situation that happened with him in Sintra. And talking about performance, Dave Herbert still in second place. He posted a 3rd position in Sintra, Portugal Pro, and he's on a good roll here.
Absolutely. Well, on screen at the moment is Antonio Cardoso. He really is one of the local favourites around here. He's got a lot of pressure on him. You could see him looking up there. He was looking up to the skies. He was like just going, if there's a guide up there, help me now.
Yeah, send me a wave as similar as possible to the wave that Ricardo Rosmaninho got, but Ricardo Rosmaninho took his time, and he paid off, utilizes his priority, and stayed in the back a long time. We didn't see him catch a wave. We could see Dave Herbert paddling for waves, Antonio Cardoso paddling for waves. We could not see Ricardo Rosmaninho paddling for waves, and it paid off. With the 9.5 and a 7 to back it up. Like I said, the 7 would be a backup.
Yeah, this is a very high-scoring heat, isn't it? You look at the scores that we've got. Ricardo 9.25, 7.0. There's about 20 seconds to go, and Dave Hubbard with a 7.8 and a 5.9, I guess, is his second best wave. Everyone's got at least a couple of good waves. If this was like another heat, probably these other two guys, Antonio and Miguel, probably would have gone through like almost any other heat today.
And we're watching the countdown as we listen to the beach commentator and the buzzer, and this is all she wrote in heat number 6, round 3. And unfortunately for 2 Portuguese, Miguel Coelho and the local rider Antonio Cardoso get stuck here in round 3, and progressing Ricardo Rosmaninho and Dave Herbert, as we saw Dave Herbert going on the knee there. This is a world drop knee champion, so he's having a bit of fun out there. And like I said, as the tide drops down, we get better waves, but...
Well, we're going to go to a commercial break, folks. Stick around. We'll have more from the Nazaré Pro right after this.
Woo!
and just a little glimpse of what an incredible place it is here in Nazaré in Portugal. We're only an hour and a half maybe from the capital of Lisbon, and this place is really something special. Honestly, there's a couple of spots around the world. I get to travel a lot with my job, thankfully. A couple of spots that I'd relocate to, probably Bali, and probably the other one is right here in Nazaré. I could live here for the rest of my life. This place rocks. So we are into the second last heat of the day, and in the water we have Dave Lefebvre is from France in the white singlet. Hermano Castro from Brazil is in the red. Tiago Fesendirio is from Portugal in the yellow, and Hugo Pinheiro is in the blue. Hugo, of course, is one of the all-time greatest bodyboarders coming out of Portugal. Very experienced campaigner. And Hugo opens up with a 4.5. Dave Lefebvre, he opens up with a 1.50. We only have one heat remaining on what is a mammoth day of competition. We are pushing 11 hours of competition right now, mate. By the time we finish the last heat of the day and probably drink a beer together, Nuno Cardoso, we would have been here for 12 hours. It's a big day.
I just think that I'm alive and I'm blessed by this wonderful day. And I'm just glad that we have this rising to the occasion here. And at least we can run a decent comp here. And we've been seeing results, man. No one can complain. Especially Ricardo Rusmaninho with that 9.25. Nazaré delivers for him.
Oh, that was unreal. That was one of the best waves ridden of the afternoon for my liking. The way that wave tapered off, it had a perfect sort of corner on it. And, we were talking about opportunities. He used that. That was an opportunity where he could have held back a little bit, but he didn't. He's taken all of his opportunities here in Portugal, and in fact, we're going to speak with Ricardo right now. So let's throw down to the interview.
And I'm here with Ricardo Rusmaninho, the Portuguese surfer that is showing his surf to the world since Sintra, and now here defeating Dave Hubert now. How is your surf? It's very good, and you're taking this opportunity to show everybody and to spread your name out there.
Correu bem, as ondas estão muito difíceis. Foi um hito muito disputado. A maré está muito cheia, as ondas estão a quebrar mesmo no quebra. Queria agradecer.
Let me just translate first. He was a very hard heat. His friends, we are live, guys. Nós estamos live, mas obrigada. The friends here, very proud of your performance. Well, as you were saying, let me translate. The heat was hard. The waves are a little difficult, but he was patient and he waited for the right waves with a 9.25 and a 7, very high scores. And now he wants to say thanks, so go for it.
Queria agradecer ao Clube Naval, à Pride, ao Nuno Amado, à Natur Navega, à Big Wave e a todos que me têm apoiado, e à Von Clothing e a todos que me têm apoiado. Obrigado.
Thank you so much. See you in the next round. And now the next heat in the water. We have Hermano Castro and David Lefebvre. And who else, guys? Tell me. Back to the booth.
Little window there, just zooming in on the structure here. It's a real 5-star kind of a setup, isn't it, Nuno? They've done a fantastic job with the structure.
Yeah, I got to take my hats off to these guys and to the Nazaré Council for bringing this World Tour here. And they really set up this amazing structure. And we have everything here. Like I said, Pride North is a bit isolated from the village of Nazaré, but we have everything here. We even got little coffee shops. Here in the beach, they set that up so you don't get hungry, you don't get...
I just remembered something. I'll put a shirt on hold at the shop here, like at lunchtime. I'm going to just run down and give him 15 euros. I bought a shirt from one of the sponsors that has a little mini surf shop here.
Okay.
Yeah, on the beach. I'm going to just run
go
down
there.
Yeah,
go
you're
there.
going to be all right for 5
and
minutes?
pay bills? No worries.
Yeah,
pay
cool.
your bills and
All
I'll
right.
keep
When
up.
you talked about that, it just made me realize I'm going back down to get my shirt.
That's what happens here. We have a little bodyboard village here in the structure, and you can buy T-shirts. We have a little surf shop. We have a little coffee shop. We have food. We have pastries. We have drinks, and we have everything basically here. And we have the next heat as well getting ready. And we got that, Renato Arellano from Chile, Sasha Damjanic from Chile as well, our very own Portuguese Manuel Centeno, and Anas Bakri from Morocco. And that will be the last heat of the day. But meanwhile, in the water, heat number 7, and we watch, I think it's Hermano Castro trying to hold on to that roll, and he did. As the camera should pan a little bit to the right, we could see that he completed a move, and I think that's the first wave for Hermano Castro. And meanwhile, David Lefebvre with 2 waves, 1.5, and then I think that reverse scored the 3.50, and Hermano Castro just got the 4.65 here, and meanwhile, Hugo Pinheiro scored the 4.5. 12 minutes to go, not a lot of time in this heat. These guys should get busy here and take the example from other heats. But meanwhile, there's not been so much sets, and we see Hugo driving this right-hander. Let's see what he can do here. And he goes for a nice roll. And this will be a nice wave to back up that 4.5 that he already has. And let's see if he takes the lead on this heat, as we see David Lefebvre, the leader of this heat so far, going for this wave. And he goes for a reverse there, but he could not land that one, and he has to pedal back out and find another wave. As we see, you can see the replay here of David Lefebvre. Now this is Hugo Pinheiro, sorry, and he goes for that roller. Still waiting for the score. But like I was saying, this is heat 7, round 3, and up next will be the last heat of the day of men's round 3. We're still waiting for the schedule for tomorrow, but I think the check-in will be at 7 o'clock like today, and a competition to start at 7:30. So do go online and follow the competition, as we will start with round of women or round of men. It's up for the contest director to decide that, and he will let you know in no time. But meanwhile, we got the score of the last wave of blue, and it's a 5.75. 5.75. So Hugo Pinheiro, like I told you, is taking the lead, an early lead there, and in second place right now, Thiago Fazendero. He already has a 4.25, and he still needs a wave to back that wave, or even to get a high score than that wave and turn that 4.25 into a backup wave. As I think we saw David Lefebvre kicking out of that wave, and that wave was had no scoring potential. So let's see. So let's see what unfolds. And I've got a message right now here at Facebook from Lee Chapman. Cheers, Lee, for watching us here live. And he is telling me that I must watch the latest clip from the latest podcast of Nick Garnell by Tag Landers, and has done the best clip so far. I've seen that news about that clip. I haven't seen it yet, Lee, but I will check it out. Props to Tag and Nick Garnell back in Australia for putting up those amazing clips, and especially Nick for that amazing wave riding. And I would like this is one of the guys that I would like to see on tour. Nick Garnell, such a technical rider, and he's such grace, and he pulls the biggest moves, and he doesn't use his legs when he lands it. If you watch some of Nick's clips, you'll see that he completes the moves, and the air rotation is all in the air, and then just puts down his legs only when the moves are complete. And this is how technical and how proficient this rider is. And shout outs to Tyglander for shooting that. Some amazing footage, as always, coming out from Australia. And we do miss you guys here in the World Tour with riding solo. Louis Finnegan doing a great job this year at the APB World Tour. Is still currently standing in 6th place, but anything can go for him, because from 6th place to 3rd place, there's only a few points, like maybe 60-something points between them, or 90 points, something like that. I will confirm that. So it's a pretty tight race still in the top seats here at the APB rankings. Meanwhile, here with a little more than 8 minutes to go, we have Hugo Pinheiro leading this one on a strength of a 450 and a 575. Thiago Fazendeiro still searching for a nice wave, as he backed up that 425 right now with a 319, consolidating in 2nd place. But up and close, he's got David Lefebvre and Hermano Castro breathing on his neck, as Hermano Castro still needs to post a 2nd score on the board, and he just needs a 351. So that's pretty easy for a seasoned competitor like Hermano Castro from Brazil to do that. So he must keep his eyes on on Hermano here and hope for the best. As Hermano posted the 2.0, not enough to move him to second place, but he just posted 380 and he moves into second place just now. And like I said, he needed just a 361 and easily Hermano could do that, and he just done it in a couple of seconds. So we'll wait to see this heat unfold as we have 7 minutes remaining here in this heat number 7 of round 3, and we see what will pan out because we have still 2 Portuguese in this heat, and we saw a couple of Portuguese moving through in the early rounds with the likes of Dino Casemiro and Ricardo Rosmaninho and even Miguel Prata advancing, and props to those guys. And even Pedro Correia in the first heat, he did a great job in a very hard heat, and he took second place behind Maxime Castillo. So as we can see, we still got a pretty decent Portuguese crew in the comp, and we'll wait for them to go into the water tomorrow as we see a good set, as you can see on screen, making his way to the shores here of Praia do Norte in Nazaré, and we see the riders moving up a little bit up the coast of the competition area where they were competing earlier and in the early rounds, and we can watch some action on that right side of the way as we see the guy in a white pedal for that direction, and that's still in competition area. But meanwhile, we see the rider in yellow, that's Thiago Fazendeiro, and he's gonna go through the lip on that one. I don't know if that was an invert or a roll. We have to wait for the replay on that, but if he land that move, he will for sure ditch the 390 that he has to throw away, because it's his second score, and it's his highest score is a 425, and he just needs a 4-2-1 to move into second place. So this is a pretty close battle, as a little bit more than 5 minutes, as we see Thiago Fazendeiro riding, and I think that was an invert. Could he land that one? He did land it. He came up the foam in there, and they reward him with a 5.65. So he moves into second place. But meanwhile, we just watch the blue Hugo Pinheiro, which is taking the lead in this heat, going for a nice roll. And I think he can replace that 4.5. That is his lowest score of the top 2 scores that he's putting on board right now. And let's see what the judges reward him with that move. It was a nice extended rollo there on the inside. Let's see what happens. But meanwhile, Thiago Fazendeiro moving up to second place. And now Hermano in third needs a 5.26 to take that second place away from Thiago Fazendeiro. And in fourth place, and is still a little bit struggling here, as he only posted the 3.5 as the top score, is David Lefebvre from France. Meanwhile, the score for Hugo Pinheiro just dropped, and it's a 6.5, and he increases his lead there on this heat, and is staying pretty comfortable in first position, as Thiago Fazendeiro needs a 6.61 to take the lead away from Hugo Pinheiro. I think with 4 minutes remaining, this will be a battle between the last 3, but don't count anyone out, especially with the likes of Hermano Castro from Brazil, a very experienced rider in the World Tour. He can flip this heat in a couple of minutes. Believe me, he's done that in the past and is capable of doing it. So we just have to wait and see how this pans out with less than 4 minutes to go. As you can see, the sun is setting here at the beautiful Praia do Norte beach, and the beach is still packed with the crowd and the fans watching and cheering on the inside. And will be great to watch the last heat, as we got still a Portuguese representative here in the last heat, Manuel Centeno, one of the best riders competition-wise that Portugal has ever produced, and we'll be waiting to see him compete and progress, if that's possible, against 2 Chileans, Renato Arellano and Sasha Damjanic, and a Moroccan, Anas Bakri. Meanwhile, still 3 minutes to go here, and I think we saw another wave of Hugo Pinheiro as he's paddling back out there, and we saw another wave of the white singlet rider, but I don't think that was much, as he scored a 1 point. So we have to wait for scores, as we see Sergio Rego and Pedrinho Correia from Azores Islands, the both Açorians traveling together here to the to Portugal mainland. They're Portuguese, but they live in the islands of Azores. and specifically they come from San Miguel Island, and they're here in Nazaré enjoying the weather. Unfortunately, Sergio Rego just lost prematurely in round 1, but Padrin just moved into round number 4, and he's already in the non-elimination round alongside the APB top 16, and even if he loses in that round, he gets to round 5. And even if he loses in last place, it's an equal 25th place, and he gets $200, which is not bad and helps to pay the bills, as this guy's flown from Azores, and it's way different than living in Portugal mainland and just having just to drive up to this beach. Like Tessa said, this is just Nazaré is just 1 hour and 30 minutes away from Lisbon. So when you get to the airport, it's still a quick drive, so you can reach here the shores of Nazaré and enjoy these wonderful waves. And believe me, they do got beaches here for different conditions. And talking about conditions, this wave here at Praia do Norte gets really heavy, and you got some big and heavy conditions on this beach break. As you can see, there's not a lot of much swell at the moment. Although this is already autumn and the wave season has started, we are watching the biggest flat spell ever that I can recall in maybe 25 something years that I've been surfing. And usually in this time of year, there's lots of waves here, and this looks like summer, like a summer day, and that we are not used to get big waves, and we just come to the beach and enjoy a day like this at the Praia do Norte. But we got some heavy competition, and there are some very contestable waves, as we have 40 seconds remaining in this heat, and none of the riders have posted something significant to have each situation change, as Hermano Castro still needs a 5:26 to move up to second place, and David Lefebvre a 6:41 to take second place away from Tiago Fazendeiro. And like I told you, Hugo Pinheiro is sitting quite for some time comfortable in the first position with a strength of a 5.75 and a 6.5. And the heat will unfold in 10 seconds, and we are waiting for countdown. And I think that's all she wrote on this heat as well. And we'll move on to the last heat of this round 3 of men, and the last heat of today, as we saw Hugo Pinheiro took this one, and Tiago Fazendeiro going with the second place, and unfortunately Emmanuel Castro and David Lefebvre going home in this round. And shout outs to the Portuguese fans. We got 2 Portuguese advancing in this heat, and we're moving out to the next heat, as we have in red singlet Renato Arellano from Chile, white Sasha Damjanic from Chile as well, and Manel Centeno will be wearing the yellow jersey, and with the blue jersey Anas Bekri from Morocco, moving all the way since round 1. These Moroccans have been doing a great job in this European leg, and in taking the best opportunity and making the best of this 2 Portuguese stop in the World Tour, as we started the countdown for this the last of the day, and I get to be joined with Tessa McKenna, a very happy man, because he brought a new t-shirt and he'll be styling it in the Nazaré village for sure tonight.
I got it from the guys at Choose. They they've got some very cool stuff there, and tomorrow I'm going to wear it and I'll show you on the webcast. But anyway, right for now, we're going to throw to a commercial break and be back with more from the Nazaré Pro right after this.
Woo! Alrighty, well, we are back in black for the last hit of the day.
here at the Nazaré Pro 2015. The high tide really pushed the action close to shore this afternoon, but thankfully, Nuno Cardoso, we had enough swell to be able to continue the competition.
Yeah, and just showing the message from Lee Chapman saying that I should showcase the latest video from Nick Gurnall shot by Ty Glana, and I haven't seen it, but I've got it as a checklist at my computer. And shout outs to all the Australians, as you said it before, but once you're in the booth, maybe you want to give some more shout outs to the Australian crews, and I say that we are missing them in the World Tour, but they're well represented by Louis Finnegan, which is in 6th place now in the APB rankings, and just shy of the 3rd place, so we can have a really good finish for the only Australian year this year in the APB World Tour.
Yeah, big shout out to all the boys watching down under. It's very early in the morning. I don't think too many of them would be awake unless they had a big night. And they've come over to watch the webcast. Well, that is, boom, big hit there for, I'm pretty sure that might have been blue. It's very hard to get a handle on the colours. Yeah, it was Anas Bakri there from Morocco, just opening up his account. Such a damn jamming from the Chile, the Blanco. We have Manuel Centeno is in the yellow and Renato Arellano in the red. I'm pretty sure that's blue right there. Is that blue or
it's
what?
blue. It's Anas Bakri from Morocco, the skinny guy from Morocco, but he cannot fly.
Yeah, that's why he flies, because he's got like no weight. He's a little flyweight. All right, well, it is the final heat of the day. We are going to have another mammoth day tomorrow, regardless of what happens. There's a couple of scenarios that could play out here, Nunu. We could change the format to 4-man heats for the women and the men all the way through and finish this competition tomorrow. Depending on what the format, the forecast looks like, there's a few different scenarios that we can look at, but I guess we're going to talk with local guys before we make a call like that.
Yeah, I'm no expert, but I've been watching the forecast for this beach for many years now, and I can tell you they, unfortunately, I don't want to be in the bad picture of this, but it doesn't look good. I don't want to be the spoiler for this, but it doesn't look good. If you could run the comp for tomorrow, we would watch conditions a little bit bigger than we're watching today, and the tides are favorable. We'll have good weather, and if we could pull it, that would be amazing, and would be as well a challenge for the APB to deliver and to look up for the riders' opinions, as I think that should be a discussion between the event organizers and the riders as well. And let's see what they sorted out.
Yeah, that's right. And, well, it's a few different ways we could play it out. The other option, of course, is that we could just surf what the draw has in front of us here. We could go back and forth between the men and women's, and we'd have probably about half to 3/4 of a day of surfing to do on Sunday. But Sunday looks wet, Sunday looks windy, and Sunday looks pretty junky. Right for now, though, let's chuck down to Vilma Vincente with another interview from the previous heat winner.
Woo. And I'm here with Hugo Pinheiro, the winner of this heat. Parabéns, Hugo. Como é que foi? You were in control almost all the heat. It was difficult. Tell me about it.
Yeah, it's really hard now, like in high tide. Like a lot of backwash and not so many waves. Then was in low tide, so just a question of like you're like following the guys. It's a little bit bad, like this some situation that everybody go, you know, we don't have now in these rounds priority, so it's just that it's a little bit crazy in the war, but I was okay. I made one okay one, then I improved my score, and then I was just controlling the heat and tried to catch like a big one, but it's all good. Let's see tomorrow.
Thank you so much. Parabéns. And now in the water, the last heat of the day, we have Renato Arellano, Sasha Damjanic, Manuel Centeno e Anas Bakri. So let's go. It's the last heat. So let's see some action. Back to you guys.
Yeah, thank you very much to Vilma Vincente talking with Hugo Pinheiro, the winner of the previous heat. And I'll tell you what, Pinheiro was looking like he was some kind of dude out of Baywatch or something. Someone out of 90210 with that hairdo. He had it all going on, my man.
Yeah, Hugo Pinheiro is really looking fit, and he doesn't drop this training. He was father recently, and but he's still on the game, man. Don't get him wrong. He still wants to compete, and I think he come out to redeem himself for the senior performance, and he's doing quite good there. And he advanced to round 4, and at least he's gonna reach round 5 because round 4 is a non-elimination round. So we'll get that out of our way.
All right, well, as we said, there's a few different ways this contest could play out, so, don't make that call about the non-elimination round too fast, because we could be compressing this contest given the forecast that sits in front of us. It is the final heat of the day, and it's Bakary is in the lead. He's at a 4.5 and a 185. These are all little throwaway scores. Renata Arellano de Chile y Rojo is segundo. He needs a 4.36 to go into first position, primero. Manuel Centeno is in the yellow singlet. Another one of the Portuguese legends is in third. He only needs a 176 to go to second. And Sasha Damjanic, this is the kid from Chile. Let me tell you, this skinny little guy's got some guts as well, and he's got some very good talent.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen him in Joshua Toledo just going at it. And Joshua Toledo doing a great job. Unfortunately, he got knocked out in the heat number 2 of this round, but he did a good job to try and beat Brahimi Douche. And very inspired Jeremy Arnaud, the wildcat from France, the winner of the NL Challenge. And he's doing a great job at Praia de Nazaré. I know that Jeremy Arnaud is now the brand manager for Praia there in Europe, and he's doing a great job, and they've got a great team. And we got Diego Cabrera talking about that, and glad to have Diego Cabrera in the European team, and being able to have Diego Cabrera doing the World Tour this year as we watch a big roll, and that's from Mr. Anas Bakary from Morocco, was already leading.
Well, the Moroccan is, leading the pack at the moment, and the Manuel Centeno sitting in second place. Good scores there for Centeno's last wave, 675. And we're just going to check the replay on this one here for Anas Bakary, and you can just see him zero in on that end section. Boom, he got a lot of height, didn't he? The way he extended off that section, rode up onto the sand. That's going to be another pretty good score. In fact, we'll just wait for that one to come through. 6.25, so Anas Bakary and Manuel Centeno getting off to a good start in this one.
Yeah, that was a nice roll. He just speed and lined up the wave really good and just waited for the end section. As soon as he saw it, he busted out that big roll, and you can see his legs going over the wave as well as he grabs onto the board and lands it perfectly. Meanwhile, we just saw Manuel Ceremo packing a 6.75, and he's in a pretty good position as he has the best score so far in this heat with 11 minutes to go. Let's see what unfolds here, as this is the last heat of the day 2 here at the Nazaré Pro.
Yeah, thank you very much, of course, to the to Walter, our mayor of Nazaré, and the municipalidad.
Yeah, municipio.
That's the one, yes,
Yeah.
of course. And, the council here have really invested quite heavily, a lot of money to make this event happen. So I hope you people at home appreciate that as we see Sasha Damjanic and De Chile y Blanco. And it looks like he might have got KO'd on that one for the little kid from Chile.
Yeah, but listen, Manuel Centeno just packed the backup score to that 6.75 in no time, and he's leading the heat. This is how efficient and effective this competitor from Portugal is, and in no time, in maybe less than 3 minutes, he's packed 2 high scores, and he's leading the heat a little comfortably. He has Anas Bakary breathing up his neck with a 6.90. He's now Anas Bakary has the highest scoring wave, that big standard roller that we see, but both of them are doing a great job and taking the first positions to advance to round 4.
Well, we're just starting to see a bit of an improvement here because the tide is just starting to roll out here at Praia do Norte, and maybe those waves are breaking a couple of extra feet away from the shore dump. And you can see there, once again, it is Manuel Centeno from Portugal. Let's take us through this one.
Yeah, as he paddles into this wave, he gets in it, and he drives a nice bottom turn there, and he goes for a big extended roll. And he knew what he was doing, and he knows what he needs to score and ditch away that 6.5 that he needs to throw away, and he just throw it away with a 7, and he increases his lead right now.
All right, so Anas Bakary in second place now, chasing a 6.86, I believe it is. Yeah, 6.86. to go into the lead. Sasha Damjanic needing a 7.81, and Renata Arellano, the Chile in Rojo, is really kind of gagging at the moment. He needs a good wave real quick. Here goes Sasha Damjanic, and almost looked like he was going to get a little barrel on that wave, but it didn't really cooperate.
Yeah, true. And we talked about, it was you that talked about that the Chileans usually surf brief breaks, and I think they're struggling a little bit in this European leg, as we, the both stops that we have here in Portugal are both beach breaks, but that's how the World Tour rolls, and we cannot only compete on reef breaks. We can see some of the Chileans struggle here on the beach break. We saw a very good performance from Yoshio Toledo, who is from Chile as well. Unfortunately, he didn't went through. Maybe if it was in another heat, his total heat wave score would let him progress to round 4. But in this case, we see Sasha and Renato struggling a little bit with these conditions, although Sasha already has a 5.35 in this heat, and he needs now a 7.81. That's a high score. They seem to be struggling a little bit on the beach break conditions.
There's just the coastline in Chile. It looks like a set of teeth that's been worn down to the gums. The rocks, it's been eroded so heavily over millions of years that it's just an unforgiving sort of a scenario. There's no beaches at all. It's all reef everywhere. The council does sometimes create some little balaneros, I think they're called. Yeah, like a little false beach. Yeah. But apart from that, there's no sand anywhere over there in Chile, man. It's just all rocks. But you know, in saying that, they have waves of consequence. It's the water's cold, the waves are strong, heavy surf, and these kids really know how to surf when it comes to proper waves. That's for sure. But if they want to be well-rounded competitors, they need to learn this one. Look at that for a section.
Oh, that was a great roll, and I think that's Anas Bakri from Morocco doing once again with that standard roll. We need to confirm that, and it is. He might take the lead with this one. He needs a 6.86, and he scored a 6.90 with that last roll.
Yeah,
it's pretty similar. This is the first wave. I think it's from Renato Arellano from Chile. It tries to bust up an invert there, but gets stuck on top of the wave.
And have a look at this one. That's got a big open face, perfectly executed roll, and Anas Bakri, as you mentioned, 6.86. I think it's a no-brainer. He'll probably move into the lead with just on 6.5 minutes to go. Final heat of the day.
Yeah, that was a big wave, and I think the judges will have that in consideration. And as we wait for the score of that last wave from Anas Bakri, and he might take the lead away from Manuel Centeno. But still, Manuel Centeno will be sitting comfortably in second place if that happens. And Sasha Damjanic will even need a higher score to overthrow the Manuel Centeno or even Anas Bakri that will be sitting in the second position. So 6 minutes to go. Anything still can happen because the waves are really close to shore. And as that happens, you have time to get a wave and get back out there in no time. But we can watch some sets reeling in through as the tide pushes a little bit down and starts to go down. We can see that swell coming in, and we'll have wave tomorrows. I'm so excited for tomorrow rounds.
All right, well, we're down to just over 5 minutes remaining. Final heat of the day. Once again, competitors that are watching this, they're still in the contest. It's a 7 o'clock check-in tomorrow for a 7:15 start.
Oh, that was a big flip there from Sasha Damjanic,
Yeah.
and I have to take back the words that I said, and he's adjusting to this beach break. Maybe he thought it was an Rica or something and, at El Gringo, and he just posted a big flip. Take us through this one, Terry.
Yeah, well, you can see he set it up really nicely. I don't know if he actually completed this. Let's just wait and see. Up, over, down, and I think he's come unglued there. Yeah, he didn't make that. That was incomplete.
No, he did make it.
He
did make it. Yeah, he
reckon?
landed. No, I know. I saw him, and he just kicked out before the wave closed.
Wow.
That was a make.
Okay.
Unbelievable. And I just scored him 5.75. No, 8.5. So you can see he made it. And Anas Bakri got a 6.6 for that one. Not enough to move up from Manuel Centeno. Talk about heat changer. Sasha just shut me up. I'm so sorry to all the Chilean crews. And Sasha did an amazing job at the end of the heat. And he now needs to back up that 8.5. And he has a 5.75 to throw away. If he does something similar to that, he will leave the other guys in a very complicated situation.
Well, I'm feeling a little bit for Renato Arellano here from Chile. He is, of course, one of the most experienced riders coming out of that country. And Sasha Damjanic, he's the new kid on the block, isn't he? He just has been rattling some cages this year on the APB World Tour. And Well, you can see Renato just waving his hand there, just going, what sort of scores do I need? So Renato Arellano, 9.01. Anis Bakri needing a 686. So that situation completely changed around. Then Manuel Centeno is in second, needing a 726 to go to first. And Sasha Damjanic is currently leading the heat. Sasha's had an 8.50 and a 5.75.
I think Manel needs to watch out real close to Anas Bakri because he can get that 686 as he posted already a 6.9. Either Manel improves on the set 675 or he maybe can see the Moroccan rider improving his 6.6 and taking that second place away from him. That will be a great loss for Portugal and personally for Manuel Centeno as we see a set approaching out the back. And like I told you, the swell is here and it's staying and it's staying until tomorrow. And let's see how this pans out as we see a paddle battle here and none of them can take this one. And 3 minutes to go. I think there's another wave out the back. I don't think it's as big as this last one that we see roll in, but I think there will get someone paddle for it. And we do. It's Anas Bakri from Morocco, the guy that needs a 6.86 and he goes for the flip. Can he land this one? He did not.
Well, he sort of hung on to his board, but I don't know if the judge. He was actually going backwards at the end. I don't believe that's a.
No, he's just washed up in the shore.
Yeah, I think he got washed up onto the shore.
Don't worry, our judges have a privileged view over this competition area. We're just watching live like you were watching, and we'll wait for confirmation of that as we watch Renato Arellano redeeming himself at the last minutes here and going for a nice flip there.
Well, I just wanted to say a big shout out to my mate Yo-Yo. Alfred Sepulveda is watching from Chile. Of course, he's keeping his eye on Renato Arellano and Sasha Damjanic, who he's kind of like put under his arm. It's his little protege. So, g'day Yo-Yo. Hope you're enjoying the action. He wanted to send a bit of a shout out to his friend Priscilla that's feeling a little bit sad at the moment. We've also got Mark McDaniel is checking out the webcast. That's Tennis Dad.
Oh my
God. From Hawaii. So aloha, brah, and I hope you're enjoying the action, and we'll have another big day of competition again tomorrow.
Yeah, Renato just posted a 6.25 on the ARS. He completed that move quite smoothly and is rewarded with 6.25. So 1 minute and a half to go, and he now needs a 7.51. So the situation improved for Renato, and it will be a battle to the last man. If a good set comes through, we might see some upsets maybe for Manuel Centeno, as Sasha Damjanic looks good on first position there, and I think the riders will have to do a lot to take that position away from him. As you see Renato pulling into the barrel, trying to go over that lip with a roll, but he cannot do it. 1 minute to go. Oh my God, I'm feeling nervous for Manuel. This is like the kind of beats I don't like to watch because I can feel for these guys. Manuel is about my age. I'm a little 1 year older, and when I was a kid, I used to compete in the junior division with these guys, and I still have a bit of me when these guys go around the world and compete, and I feel for them, and I was texting them and messaging them like the guys that watching live do, and please do keep on sending us that feedback in the Facebook and through personal messages as we give shout outs back to you guys, and like we did for Tana's father and Ayo back in Chile. And this is a worldwide family, huh?
Absolutely. And there's around about 25 seconds remaining. Sasha Damjanic is looking the good. So Yo-Yo and the gang would be rubbing their hands over there in Arica. Someone's just playing a bit of... Who is that?
I think it's Renato Arellano on the inside of that wave. Going for it in the last seconds. He did something
really hard
there.
To see. There's the countdown in the background.
Oh my God, who's riding now?
Yeah, that's on the buzzer.
Yeah, there
This
was
wave will
Manuel
score.
Centeno, and then there's Anas Bakri for...
Look at this.
Yeah, this is a nice ball, and he go for the ARS, but I don't know, I cannot call it because I'm not a judge. We had the Manuel Centeno at the back of that wave, and Manuel Centeno went for a roll, and then we heard Anas Bakri going for the flip there, as we watched Renato Arellano going in the front wave of that one and the previous wave, and I don't know what's going on here. We'll have to wait for the scores of this last waves ridden. And let's see if are the official results here at the last heat number 8, round 3. This is the second day of the Nazaré Pro. We'll be deciding tomorrow what's the schedule, but we do know that we have a 7 o'clock check-in.
Yeah, that's
and
right.
I'll leave you to the Tessa McKenna. He got some more information than me for sure.
Yeah, that's right. We've got a couple of scenarios that we're going to look at. Let's just wind this heat off first. That was Sasha Damjanic and Manuel Centeno going on through Anis Bakri. And unfortunately, Renata Arellano, we must say, sayonara, au revoir. How do you say goodbye in Portuguese?
Adeus, and in Spanish, adios.
There we go.
Very similar.
Yeah, really similar. Of course, we've got Vilma Vincentis here at the moment. She's been doing a great job throughout the tournament, and she'll be down there to talk with Sasha Damjanic from Chile. And once again, a big shout out to all those people watching. And and as I said, my mate Yo-Yo, I'm really missing you, bro. And there's a nice little scene of the beach here. Yo-Yo, I wish you were here. We could go down and drink beers together. How good would that be? But anyway, Nuno's going to be taking your place this afternoon.
Don't worry, Ayo.
There's a little picture of the beach. Look at all the speakers there that are running along the beach there. You can see the music speakers and also those horns there, which really send the sound a long way out to sea. We might have needed those had Nazaré fired up, but it didn't really come through with the big stuff.
Yeah, but something happened at the end. As you can see, there was deemed a priority interference of blue on yellow, as like I told you. And then Anis Bakri moved down to 4th place, and Renato Arellano with the last wave moved up into 4th place. Nothing changed on the guys that moving through to the next round, which will be Sasha Damjanic from Chile and Manuel Centeno from Portugal.
That's right.
But we
Look at
need
the swell.
Yeah, the swell is there, I told you. And as soon as the tide drops, as we see the guy there riding and doing a flip, it will get better waves. So I think we'll have a great day tomorrow. And I hope that the event organizers and all the people involved with the side, how air reverse there, how good are the waves now.
crazy.
And this is the waves that we're going to get in the morning. So tune in tomorrow, as we got an early call, like I said, at 7 o'clock. We don't know what the schedule is, but we'll figure it out.
Yeah, we're going to talk with Dino and all the locals tonight and work that out. Have a look at that. The next heat on screen is the first one tomorrow morning. Jared Houston, Roberto Bruno, Maxime Castillo, Brahim Idoish. You're going to be watching the world's best bodyboarders at Nazaré, folks, and the swell.
Woo!
As you can see, the little lines are just starting to roll in, and it's all coming together very nicely indeed. We might even throw to a little commercial break here, I think, while we wait for the winner of the previous heat. We're going to be
look
back.
at that barrel just there in front.
We're going to be back on the other side of this break with the interview, so stick with us here at the Nazaré Pro.
Woo!
Un poquito más.
All right, well, the final heat of the day has been surfed. We've got Vilmos Vincente down there with Sasha Damjanic from Chile, and we're going to throw to the interview now.
Almost ready. And the last heat of the day was won by Sasha Damjanic. I'm pronouncing right?
Ya.
¿Cómo ha corrido la manga?
Estuvo muy difícil igual, buenos competidores. Gracias a Dios me pude encontrar buenas olas y una increíble rampla. Muy feliz de estar acá en Portugal. Tienen increíbles olas. El día
He's very happy to be here, a little tired. He says we have amazing waves. It's the first time he's here. He's very happy to go through the next round. Congratulations. Felicidades.
Muchas gracias y también gracias a mis auspiciadores, Tienda Arizo, Supletecho, la tienda CIK y Don Pollo Lomo y ahí a toda la gente que está apoyando en Chile. Un saludo ahí.
Congratulations. See you tomorrow. And I'll be back tomorrow as well with the best riders in the world. Tomorrow check-in at 7 a.m. So come back with me. Até amanhã. Voltem comigo.
Well, thank you very much. That was Vilma Vincente doing an outstanding job with the interviews throughout the day. And ladies and gentlemen, that is a wrap from day number 2 of the Nazaré Pro. Nuno Cardoso, thank you very much for your support throughout the day.
No worries. Thank you for having me here in the booth, and I'll be hoping to see you tomorrow for
Of
some
course you will be.
action.
You'll be seeing me tonight. We're going to be drinking some beer in about 15 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks for staying with us here at the webcast. On behalf of Alex Leon, the CEO of the APB, and all the gang, thank you very much for your support. We'll see you tomorrow for day number 3 of the Nazaré Pro.
Woo!
gives you access. It's like a key or a doorway into a kinetic world of beauty, and you're actually in the medium. So you become part of the, you're in the water. You become part of the water, and bodyboards just give you that access to experience all those little facets and all that beauty that's out there.